Special Agents Rebirth, the Almighty Goddess of Quick Transmigration Chapter 1030 to Chapter 1117. Cousin? Her cousin was still holding her phone in her hand. The super administrator has not agreed to unblock Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room. Before she could react, Yi Xiaohua didn't know how to open the live broadcast room. However, her cousin didn't think much about it. What she was worried about now was another thing. Originally, when the super administrator made things difficult, her cousin thought it would be better to take a step back and let Yi Xiaohua go to the game area to broadcast the game. Now Yi Xiaohua's game is very good. Especially after today's live broadcast, the agents of several teams contacted her cousin and wanted to ask her if Yi Xiaohua would like to play in a professional team. However, these cousins all refused. Nowadays, the professional team is not easy to mix, and the pressure is also great. More importantly, most of the players are boys, and the cousin is not at ease with Yi Xiaohua going to the professional league. However, it was best to develop as a gaming streamer. In the past, when Yi Xiaohua was a star show anchor, even if there was Qiao Xiao, her popularity was not up or down. But now, just by broadcasting the game, he has received a large wave of male and female fans. The trade union and the Fighting Tiger live broadcasting platform have begun to value Yi Xiaohua. Cousin knows the depth of the live broadcast industry. There used to be Qiao Xiao, but now there is no Qiao Xiao. Yi Xiaohua only has the trade union, but a small trade union does not dare to go against the super management. Therefore, her cousin secretly swallowed this unfairness and did not want Yi Xiaohua to know that her heart was blocked and embarrassed. How would she know that before she even opened her mouth, Yi Xiaohua actually started a live broadcast? She didn't even play games when she started a live broadcast. She said that she wanted to be a good star host. Just now, when the super administrator called, her cousin even went outside to pick it up. How did Yi Xiaohua know that the super administrator didn't let her broadcast the game in the show area? Why not broadcast Honor of Kings? If you're not going to broadcast it, I'm leaving. What's going on? Why aren't you playing anymore? If you don't play games, what are we watching? Are you kidding me? Aren't you a game streamer? Everyone, let's go to Yuyu's live broadcast room. Yuyu is playing the piano. She's on the 9th grade. Yi Xiaohua glanced at the bullet screen. There were few serious comments. Some people asked her why she didn't play king, and some people wanted to know what she dared to do. There were also some people who were watching Yuyu's live stream. As she scanned the bullet screen and chatted with the audience, she figured out the whole story. He had already made up his mind. Yi Xiaohua's live broadcasting room has just been interrupted once. Now there is nothing to do. Seeing the barrage again, many people go to the home page to search for the anchor Yuyu. Seeing this result, Yi Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She wrote a note asking her cousin to borrow a piano from the company's musical instrument store. After some thought, she wrote another note for her cousin to keep an eye on Yuyu's livestream. My cousin didn't know what medicine Yi Xiaohua was selling, but she also went upstairs to borrow the piano according to Yi Xiaohua's instructions. It was already night time, and it wasn't easy to borrow the piano. However, Yi Xiaohua has been in the limelight recently and has a good relationship with the deaf team. Xiao Chen, the person in charge of the company, is also willing to sell his cousin a face. I'll get someone to move it down right away. Xiao Chen smiled. Just wait with Huanyan. Her cousin also heaved a sigh of relief, thanked her, and went upstairs. After his cousin left, someone beside Xiao Chen asked in a low voice, "Why did you borrow something from her for no reason?" "I'm a fan of Huanyan." Xiao Chen smiled. "You don't know, I was originally a fan of Master Sui, but last time I watched Master Sui's livestream, I accidentally heard Huanyan singing. I thought it was very nice, but then I watched her livestream, and she kept playing games." Xiao Chen said with some regret. Just because of this? His colleague felt that Xiao Chen was too stupid, and couldn't help but curl his lips. "Okay, if something happens to the borrowed piano, don't blame it on me." Xiao Chen smiled in a friendly manner. "Of course, this has nothing to do with you." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, his colleague's expression became much better, and he didn't say anything. On the other side, in Yuyu's livestream, Yuyu was playing the piano. Nowadays, the livestream industry is a bit abnormal. There are not many people with real talent. Most of them are chatting with the audience, selling their faces, and some even go to cooperate with the union, PK with the union streamers, and lose the punishment, in order to cheat money from the livestream audience. Although Yu is an amateur, she also has the strength of an amateur level 9 piano. She is different from other streamers who only know how to play the piano. When she plays the piano, she has the air of an expert. Real music can move people, and it is different from the emotionless music of other streamers. Yu originally studied music, and as soon as she raises her hand, the bullet screen will know whether she has it or not. 666. I have been playing the piano since I was in elementary school. The streamer is an amateur level 9 at a glance, a kind streamer. After watching the streamer play the piano, I don't want to watch other streamers who are coquettish. With Yu, the other star streamers in the Fighting Tiger live broadcast are all floating clouds. Big brother who wants to invest, hurry up and invest, while Yu is not popular. I heard that Huanyan's live broadcast room no longer broadcasts games, and also wants to seriously become a star streamer. In Yu's live broadcast room, except for the water army, the bullet screen floated very slowly. Now, because of her piano playing, the popularity soared, and the bullet screen also increased. There are also some viewers who came from Xianxia's live broadcast room. After Xiao settled his own matters, he came to Yu's live broadcast room. He still remembered that Yu had just called him to talk about Xianxia. As soon as he saw that she didn't leave, he already knew that Xiao was not an ordinary person. No matter where she was, she could become popular. Even without him, she could become popular with her own talent in the future. Xiao thought as he sent gifts to Yu. He sent a total of 29 yachts worth 1,000 yuan. Xiao still had matters to settle, so he put on his headphones and watched Xiao's live broadcast while dealing with his own matters. He was now just an idle rich second generation, and the family business was not his turn to manage for the time being. Meekly speaking, compared to next door, this piano piece is just average, right? Pfft, the person above is praising Yu too much. How can Yu compare to Huanyan? The disgusting water army from Huanyan is here again, what an orphan. Don't say that I'm a hater, I have a level 13 medal in Yu's live broadcast room. Won't you know if I'm purposely defaming her by going to Huanyan's live broadcast room? This book was first published by Xiaxia Academy. Please do not reprint it. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. At this time, Yu has finished playing a song. At the beginning, when she played the piano, it did attract a lot of audience. But it didn't take long for the audience to gradually disappear. Yu felt that something was wrong. There were no words of praise for her in the barrage. There were only a few words left, and more of them were familiar to Yu, the traces of the water army. Some of them said that her piano playing was too rubbish, not even half as good as Huanyan's. What the hell is going on? Yu turned off the sound. She turned her head in an angle that the camera couldn't see and asked the assistant sharply. The assistant hurried to help her see it. With a resentful heart, the barrage made her very upset. She didn't want to play the piano anymore, so she started another one. She learned classical dance. Xiao usually pretended not to see this kind of thing in the live room. He knew that there were a lot of other people in the live room, and there were people who maliciously led the rhythm. However, thinking of the Xianxia he saw in the live event of Fighting Tiger, which was very different from his memory, his hand paused for a moment. But he didn't dare to use his big account. His big account was a king and a noble. No matter which live room he went to, there would be a prompt. So he logged in a small account with WeChat and entered the live room. In the live room, Xianxia turned to the camera. Most of her body was exposed in the camera. She was dressed casually, a light blue mid-sleeve jacket and black wide-legged trousers. At first glance, there was a classical flavor. The curve of the side face was perfect. 10 fingers were on the piano, each as slender as jade. The white light above her head reflected on her, like the sunlight in winter. Her fingers pressed a string of notes, and each string of notes seemed to hit the depths of people's hearts. There was only the sound of the piano. However, they seemed to hear the sonorous beating of a drum, beating on everyone's body one after another. This wonderful music was like thunder in an empty valley, hitting the depths of the soul and causing everyone to resonate. For a moment, the barrage in the live room was stagnant for more than 10 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, it was crazy again. The reason why some masters were called masters was because they had unique talents that could resonate with others. They had an innate talent for playing music. Xiao stared at the face in the live camera. The piano sound from the headphones made him excited. The pen in his hand had been thrown away at some point, and one of his hands was pressed against his chest. His heart was beating very fast. When Xianxia finished playing, he came back to his senses. At this time, 5 minutes had passed. However, Xiao was still reminiscing about the magnificent music festival just now. Xiao came from a well-off family. His mother studied piano. When he was a child, he went to a concert with his mother. However, even in those concerts, he had never experienced such music. Every note seemed to strike the depths of his heart. Xiao stared blankly at the screen. At this time, the people in Xiaohua's live broadcast room also reacted. The bullet screen went crazy. Xiaohua took the second chapter of this music. Even so, it took nearly 10 minutes. For the past 10 minutes, her popularity had always been ahead of Yu's. The official website also happened to be recommending her at this time. It had to be said that the traffic on the Fighting Tiger Live platform was really big. Within 10 minutes, even if people who didn't understand music accidentally clicked in, they would stop and refuse to leave. During this period, many big shots even gave yachts and treasure pavilions. After all sorts of treasure chest snatchers entered, they couldn't move anymore. After the song was played, the livestream's viewership had exceeded 4 million. Xiaohua's live broadcast room is also not calm. F***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***CKF***C CK Big Boss. How can someone be so handsome when playing the piano? Chungyang Academy's 9th grade piano professional is here. I just want to say that you're talented enough to do a live broadcast here. My teacher will be heartbroken if he sees this. Same level 9 specialized Esper, I don't want to say anything, I just want to kneel down. There are some black people who want to be black and find that they can't be black at all. Don't say anything else. When Yi Xiaohua plays the piano, they also think it's handsome. After playing a song, Yi Xiaohua didn't speak immediately. Her hands were still on the keys, and her eyes were slightly low. However, she was usually very fast to sort out her emotions. In less than a minute, she recovered her emotions. He turned his head again and faced the camera. While wearing the headphones, he looked at the bullet screen. Because of the style of the song, when Yi Xiaohua plays the piano, her eyebrows were sharp. Her movements on the piano would be clean and neat, and she was very handsome. Now that the piano was finished, the sharp aura on her body disappeared. It became incomparably calm. She even greeted the audience with a smile. Piano? I've learned it before. I didn't tell you guys, but it doesn't mean that I haven't learned it before. Yi Xiaohua picked some questions that could be answered and basically answered them. It's not that I just thought of playing the piano today. It's just that I had no choice. I didn't want to either. It's so cool to play games, and I don't need to use my brain. Yi Xiaohua was a little tired after playing a song. At this time, she spoke lazily, and the ending sound was dragged out. After saying this, Yi Xiaohua raised her eyes again. She glanced at her cousin. Her cousin was also in shock. Seeing Yi Xiaohua looking at her, she immediately took out a piece of paper and wrote 3 words for Yi Xiaohua to see. After Yi Xiaohua finished reading the words, she smiled and said to the live broadcast room, "Perhaps, you guys want to watch Street Dance?" This book was first published by Xianxia Academy. Please do not reprint. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Xiaoxiao was restless. He was eager to know what was going on with Yi Xiaohua. He wanted to let the people around him check it out. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's lazy voice, he stopped again and stared at the screen. Most people in the live broadcast room, like Xiao, did not change the live broadcast room. Yi Xiaohua is full of energy to fight with Yu. Although she doesn't fight for it, if others bully her in front of her, she won't be her if she doesn't return it 100 times. The music is on the internet. Yi Xiaohua first went to change a set of clothes that could be used a little. Then she came out and asked people to move the piano. Then, a very dynamic piece of music was played. There were no fixed movements. She had improvised all of this. Airplanes. Applejacks. Buddha. One after another, standard movements that couldn't be more standard made the people watching the live broadcast begin to twist their bodies with Yi Xiaohua's movements. Xiao Xiao also moved a little. After moving, he realized what he was doing. The whole person paused for a moment, and then looked at Yi Xiaohua's eyes sank. However, it's not over yet. Yi Xiaohua's next movements are more and more difficult. Even those who haven't seen hip-hop and haven't learned hip-hop have an impulse to learn hip-hop when they look at her movements. Finally, the champion's movements end. I don't understand piano, but I have something to say about hip-hop. Boss, do you come to the hip-hop club? This year's international hip-hop competition sincerely invites you. Fuck, I'm convinced. I can only say that the live broadcast of Fighting Tiger is awesome. Fighting Tiger live broadcast is awesome. Such a person can be invited. I have to say, I just thought I was watching a big competition program with a password. My roommate thought it was an international hip-hop competition. He just asked me which channel it was. Do you know? My roommate was the last champion. Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room, from 4 million people, has become more than 5 million people. There are still more and more people. That night, those who came to the Fighting Tiger live broadcast area saw the Hot Huanyan live broadcast room at a glance. The popularity of the live broadcast room in the Star Show area is all in Yi Xiaohua. There are basically no people in the live broadcast room of other anchors. At the beginning, there were hundreds of thousands of people. In the evening, she tried to show her skills, but every time she showed one, the next second, Yi Xiaohua broadcast the same program as her. The other anchors were fine. There was no sharp contrast, so it was not tragic. Yu is miserable. With Yi Xiaohua, she really has nothing left when she makes a comparison. At the end of the live broadcast, there were less than 30,000 viewers left. Yu was furious. After ending the live broadcast, her cousin received a call. Xiaohua, just now the professor of music called me. The cousin looked at Yi Xiaohua blankly. He asked if you want to go to their school. If you want to go abroad for further study, he is fully responsible for this matter. Of course, his cousin didn't say anything else. The professor wasn't just talking about this matter. Just now, the professor was still grieving. Why would such a talent return to livestream? Wasn't this a reckless waste of God's gifts? If she had no money, he would sponsor her. My cousin didn't know how good Yi Xiaohua was at playing the piano, because she didn't understand the piano. But when Yi Xiaohua was playing the piano, she was also affected by Yi Xiaohua's emotions. Then, she hung up the phone and went to check her name that the professor had mentioned, as well as the titles behind it. She was even more confused. No need, I will stay in the Star Show area and not leave. Yi Xiaohua sneered. Didn't he let her stay in the Star Show area? Just ask Yu if they feel good. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please do not reprint. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. 800 mail sign small divided by talknet, wonderful pop-up window free reading. Master Sui was also frightened by Yi Xiaohua's battle. He didn't play games at night, but broadcast Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast in his own room. Most people in the game area didn't know about the movement in the hottest area, but when they saw Master Sui's live broadcast, they basically didn't leave. Although some people went to Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room, some stayed with Master Sui. Master Sui, a pirate, also had 2 million people, and he was surprised himself. Then he waved his hand and gave Yi Xiaohua a treasure. After receiving the professor's call, his cousin received a lot of calls. There was a hip-hop association, and there was an economic company who wanted to poach Yi Xiaohua to be an artist. Yi Xiaohua was good-looking and versatile, so why worry about not being popular? There was also a cultural center of Huaguo. When his cousin was still confused, there was a string of very great people on her mobile phone. While saving these names, she also went online to search for them. Every one of them had a powerful background. After receiving a few, his cousin calmed down. Compared with his cousin's calmness, Yu was miserable. Yi Xiaohua seemed to be targeting her. As long as she did something, Yi Xiaohua would do it the next second. Yu Yu wanted to stagger Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast, but Yi Xiaohua seemed to have installed a radar on her, and she couldn't get rid of it. Yu Yu started the live broadcast, and she was not in the mood to do anything else. She just sang. I'm dying of laughter. Fighting Tiger's #1 talented female anchor, I'm embarrassed for you today. Ha ha ha, maybe when her team was hyping her up, she didn't know that a Huanyan god suddenly appeared. If there was no Huanyan god, I would barely think that you are the #1 talented female anchor, but with her, you are the #1 talented female anchor. I feel that your face is very big, smile. It was like this again, and it was like this again. Yu Yu looked at the words on the bullet screen and trembled with anger. Now the water army was useless. As long as she started the live broadcast, someone would come to ridicule her. But she couldn't get angry, and it would be even more uncontrollable. Turning off the live broadcast, Yu Yu was so angry that she smashed most of the things in the room. Bitch. Then he looked at his assistant. You were the one who suggested letting her stay at Hoshi. If she wants to play games, then let her. At least she won't get in my way. The assistant was scared to buy anything. She was pale and trembling. How could she know that Yi Xiaohua could have a meal in the test of talent, but she had to play games and barely live like this? Yu Yu, don't worry. Now that Yi Xiaohua has monopolized the traffic of all the anchors in Star Show, those anchors have complaints. Why don't we mention it to the top? The assistant settled down. Yu Yu had created a wave of popularity on the internet. But even so, when she first started broadcasting, the number of viewers was less than 100,000. If she was already in such a state, it could be seen how miserable the other hosts were. If all of them spoke up, it was not as if there was no room for negotiation. Yo-Yo had obviously thought of this as well. She paused for a moment and then privately looked for many Hoshi hosts. Go look for the super administrator and ask him to say it again. In the end, Long Yu had no choice but to show weakness. The heat that Qiao Xiao arranged for her was all in vain at this time. Not only that, but also made a dowry for Yi Xiaohua. The actions of Yu Yu's assistant were very fast. Her cousin quickly received a call from the super administrator. The super administrator was not stupid. Every host in the live broadcast room had the support of those rich second generation. These people called, so it was not easy for the super administrator to do his job. Moreover, if it was not good, the top would blame him for the improper management of the live broadcast platform. She immediately called Yi Xiaohua and accompanied her. Super administrator, he said that you can play live in Star Show. Her cousin covered the phone and whispered. Yi Xiaohua reached out and pulled the phone from her hand. I suddenly feel that the game is boring now, so I like Star Show. Super administrator, I think you are right. Under your hands, I have to follow your rules. Don't worry, I will be good live broadcast Star Show. She didn't want to make such a big deal before. She just wanted to play games. But these people came to her door, and she was not someone who could be pinched. Xiaohua, what do you want to do? Her cousin saw Yi Xiaohua cut off the phone and casually threw it to the side and asked. Yi Xiaohua smiled gently. Nothing, these people don't let me have a good time. Then the whole Star Show live broadcast area, don't think about having a good time. Off topic, it's still early today. Good night everyone? The cousin was surprised to see the ruthlessness in Yi Xiaohua's eyes. The next second, Yi Xiaohua returned to her usual careless appearance. Yi Xiaohua turned on the live broadcast and said to the audience with a smile, what should I do today? I'll sing a song for everyone. Unfortunately, Yu Yu's live broadcast room was singing live. There was no accompaniment for this song. Yi Xiaohua asked her cousin to go upstairs and move the piano down. Playing and singing. Her voice was clear and clean, but the piano sound was just right. The barrage burst out again. Why didn't I find this song? I can't find the lyrics on Baidu. What's going on? I can't find it by listening to the song, the barrage was guessing, but more people were recording and licking the screen, and had no time to type. There were also some people who only cared about sending gifts. It's normal not to find it. This song was composed by me. Well, don't ask me what the name is. I'm too lazy to record songs. You can just listen to it. Okay, next question. After singing a song, Yi Xiaohua saw the popularity of 9 million in the upper left corner and smiled again. The next day, she wrote and composed her own song. She didn't cover it. She just moved the piano away. After a simple post by netizens, she put it on the internet. This song was outstanding both in terms of lyrics and music composition. Even if she didn't seriously record the song, it was inevitable that it would be popular. Not only on Weibo, but all the major internet celebrities and major networks began to cover this song, and even a well-known singer in the music industry also covered it. It jumped to the first place on the Chinese music list. Yi Xiaohua's current popularity was not low, because this song was even more popular. The national degree on Weibo was no less than that of a small star. A talented, skilled, and good-looking anchor would not be buried anywhere, but no matter where they were, they would overshadow their peers. Fighting Tiger live broadcast because of Yi Xiaohua's sudden increase in traffic. Star show live broadcast area because of Yi Xiaohua's increase in traffic, but also because of Yi Xiaohua, other star show anchors were miserable. Every live broadcast room has a patron, and now these patrons have basically gone to Yi Xiaohua. Not only that, because of Yi Xiaohua's division, the star show anchor's traffic has been too low to watch. Yu can't bear such humiliation. She hires a water army to blacken Yi Xiaohua on the internet. It is said that Yi Xiaohua, relying on her own traffic, does not give other anchors a way to live. One person occupies all the recommendations in the sha show area. In this way, the keyboard warriors on the internet have the rhythm of the water army, and the rhythm of Black Leaf Xiaohua is taken to fly. These netizens. Yu had a professional team, so it was easy for her to control the comments. Her cousin scrolled through the comments on her phone. She was furious. Are they stupid? It must be Yu. No one else hates you so much. Yi Xiaohua is not surprised. It's okay, let them brush. I have to let her know that even if she defames me, she won't gain any traffic. Instead, she'll increase my popularity. Yi Xiaohua said very confidently. Her cousin's overall view was very general. Listening to Yi Xiaohua's confidence, she was also confused and didn't say anything. She didn't know that on this side, Yu and her assistant had already found the general manager of the Fighting Tiger live broadcast. The assistant was a little scared, wondering, are we going to look for the general manager like this? Why not? Yu sneered, Yi Xiaohua has now made the whole sha show anchor area a mess. I don't believe that people at the headquarters can't see it. Do you know how many unions there are in the live broadcast of Fighting Tiger? The sha show area is the largest category of live broadcast besides the game area. Each union has several money-making pillars here. Will they sit back and do nothing? Will they let one family dominate? Yu is now forced to have no choice. Qiu Xiao didn't take the initiative to call her, which made Yu a little frightened. She even took the initiative to call Qiu Xiao last night. Qiu Xiao just talked to her perfunctorily. Yu can't help but think of the relationship between Qiu Xiao and Yi Xiaohua before. Seeing the assistant's face still tangled, Yu said again, don't worry, nothing will happen. Now Weibo is full of public opinion about Yi Xiaohua. Even if it's scrupulous on Weibo, the company will not ignore it. After all, it's the company's face that will fall. Yu's idea is very good. Before, she asked people to find the black material of Yi Xiaohua's previous live broadcast. No matter what the black material was, she would be blocked. At that time, no matter how hot Yi Xiaohua was, the website would not put a time bomb. Now how many anchors have died on this, Yu knows. But Yu let people look for more than a day. She let people watch every live broadcast of Yi Xiaohua in the past and didn't find any mistakes. It's impossible to block Yi Xiaohua, but it can make Yi Xiaohua feel a little uncomfortable because of the pressure of Halo on the internet and give herself a way out. The assistant thought about the topic of public opinion on Weibo and said nothing more. The two went into the room to find the general manager of Fighting Tiger live. Wait, you want me to tell Huanyan not to live like this? The general manager knew that Yu was a person held up by Qiu Xiao, so he gave her a little face. Even so, he couldn't help twitching his mouth. Not to mention that Yi Xiaohua's song, which became popular on the internet, made the Fighting Tiger live platform spend less expensive advertising fees. Just since Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast. Those big shots not only called Xiaohua's cousin, but also called the general manager. It was all about Xiaohua's affairs. This let the general manager know Xiaohua's potential, and her fire in the future was not just this. This morning, the general manager also convened a meeting about Xiaohua. Now Fighting Tiger Live takes Xiaohua as a god. What she wants will be given to her. I just hate that I can't give her the best, and worry that people from other live websites will come to poach Xiaohua. Now Yu actually asked her to warn Xiaohua. Yu didn't know that there were many small famous people who called the general manager, nor did she know the specific traffic flow in the background. Naturally, she didn't know the current weight of Xiaohua. She thought that Xiaohua was still the little anchor who was at her mercy. She didn't hear the meaning of the general manager's words. Instead, she followed the general manager's words and said, "General manager, it's not that I can't tolerate her, but her existence has seriously broken the balance and made other small anchors have no way to live at all. General manager, you also know the importance of things and have a deep sense of righteousness. The live website will not only rely on one person, and I believe that you, general manager, will never give up most anchors because of these small profits." Yu has a plan and feels that what she said is so reasonable. Because Chiu laughed again. Even if the general manager doesn't know, he won't say it in front of her. He will decline it, and finally think that it's not good to refuse her good intentions. Who knows, the general manager is very direct. He glanced at her and nodded directly, of course. Yu, she almost couldn't breathe, but she didn't dare to offend the general manager, so she reluctantly left. After she left, the general manager's secretary's mouth twitched, and he almost suffered an internal injury. "General manager, you were so direct just now. What is direct? I now want to use this company to make Huanyan a star. I can earn enough in my life by relying on her alone, and I will eat her for the rest of my life. This Yu actually wants me to offend my future parents. She is crazy." The general manager's face was unreasonable. At this moment, the secretary really couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Yes, it's just that Yu still can't see the situation clearly. But general manager, the black people on the internet still need to be dealt with by public relations." The general manager nodded. "Of course, this matter will be handed over to you to contact the public relations department." Downstairs, Yi Xiaohua was still listening to Gu Ming talk about their company. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Because of Yi Xiaohua, his cousin's status has risen. It's not a secret that Yu went to the general manager's office. Some people were worried that they couldn't hold on to her cousin's thigh, so they told her about it. Her cousin immediately came to find Yi Xiaohua. He told Yi Xiaohua exactly what Yu had said. After listening, Yi Xiaohua's face was also good. There was no surprise on her face. She stood up directly. She went to the bedroom and took a coat for herself. As she put it on, she said to her cousin, "Let's go." "To where?" Her cousin was stunned for a moment. Yi Xiaohua smiled, "To the general manager's office." As she spoke, she opened the door and walked to the elevator. Her cousin hurried over and was in a daze for a moment before asking, "Why are you going to the general manager's office?" Yi Xiaohua pressed the floor. Hearing that, she put one hand on the elevator and said casually, "She went to the general manager to exile me. Of course, I have to go to the general manager to exile her." "TSK, cousin, do you think it's not good for her to be alive?" The cousin looked at Yi Xiaohua's hooligan words and couldn't say anything for a while. The general manager was now flattering Yi Xiaohua. Yu looked for him, and he treated it as a joke. Yi Xiaohua looked for him, and he did things properly. In the evening, a recording on Weibo became popular. This recording contained several calls, including between Yu's assistant and the super administrator of the Star Show Live platform, and between Yu herself and the super administrator of the Star Show Live platform. There was also proof of Qiao Xiao sending money to several entertainment bloggers. The recording was very simple. Yu's tone was gentle but also very arrogant. She hoped that the super administrator would block Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room and not let her live broadcast in the Star Show area. The money between Qiao Xiao and several public relations and bloggers was even more direct. The direction of the wind on Weibo suddenly changed. Netizen 1, the representative of the Chinese class is here to sort out the situation for everyone. Xiao contacted the Water Army to promote Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo is the #1 sister of Rick Journey's Star Show District. Fighting Tiger's live broadcast is currently the #1 sister of the Star Show District. But she didn't expect Huanyan to become famous for playing games, and Yu's popularity has always been under her. So Yu was anxious. She used her connections to get the super administrator to block Huanyan's live broadcast room, saying that the Star Show area couldn't broadcast games. She wanted to drive Huanyan to the gaming area so that Yu would be the #1 sister in the Star Show area. But she didn't expect that she would kick an iron plate. Huanyan didn't broadcast games, and the live broadcast device Star Show area became unruly. Yu was so angry that she once again hired the Water Army to slander Huanyan, saying that Huanyan pressured the small anchor. Netizen 2, like for the representative of the Chinese class. Haha, my Huanyan god is so cool that my legs are weak. Netizen 3, thank you Yu for letting my little sister debut. At the same time, the general manager directly suppressed Yu's popularity. That night, Yu's popularity didn't exceed 10,000. Not to mention recommendations, she wasn't even on the front page of the Star Show area. Yu, I said long ago, don't try to hit the wall with the general manager. Can't you see the situation now? Yu's assistant looked at Yu in disappointment. But you just won't listen. Now that Fighting Tiger Live is suppressing your popularity, the internet is full of slanderous words about you. If you want to make a comeback, you have to pay the 10 million penalty fee for Fighting Tiger Live, but Xiao is ignoring you. Now that things have come to this, are you happy? Yu stopped broadcasting as well. She sat on the chair in a daze, her face blank. She never thought that things would turn out like this. Originally, she only wanted to be the first sister of the Star Show District. Originally, she thought that Yi Xiaohua was just the most inconspicuous stumbling block on this road, but she didn't expect that it would be this inconspicuous stumbling block that tripped her. In a daze, she saw a small-time streamer from the Hozio district passing by the door. She immediately stepped forward and grabbed the little anchor's arm. Didn't you tell me last time that you didn't like Yi Xiaohua's domineering? Why aren't you talking to the netizens or the general manager? Are you crazy? The small-time streamer opened her mouth and looked at Yu incredulously. That's because I'm jealous of Huanyan. I'm just saying it. Why would I go against her? She's now the #1 streamer of the Fighting Tiger livestream. Who would dare to provoke her? It's not like they have a death wish. I can't wait to have a chance to hook up with her. As long as she's willing to take me along, I'll be able to light up a fire. She gave Yo-Yo a strange look. He left immediately. Yo-Yo called the administrator. If I didn't call you, you still have the face to call me? Don't you know how popular you are after being banned? I really regret believing in your words and banning Huanyan's livestream. Now that I've lost my position as an administrator, it has nothing to do with me even if you lose your popularity. Nothing good will come from you. Don't look for me in the future. The administrator sneered and hung up the phone. Yu, who was standing at the side, finally lost her strength and fell to the ground powerlessly. She couldn't say a word for a long time. The assistant behind her also covered her face. She knew that there was no chance for her and Yu to make a comeback. Under Yi Xiaohua's rule, the Star Show District became unspeakably miserable. The administrator in charge of the Star Show District was inevitably held accountable. Not only did he lose his position as an administrator, he could only be an assistant in operations. Xiaochen, Sister Huanyan wants you to go over. On the first floor, where the musical instruments were placed, the manager warmly said to Xiaochen. Xiaochen rubbed his head. Thank you, manager. You're welcome. The manager didn't put on airs at all. After the two of them called each other, Xiaochen went upstairs. Behind him, his former colleagues looked at Xiaochen's figure with envy. They also regretted not fawning on Huanyan before she became famous. Ding. Main mission completed. System reward 3,000 points. Ding. System 009 is at the service of the host. 3,000 points have been received. Leaving the world, system space. 009 hadn't finished speaking about leaving the world, and hadn't had time to arrange for the next world. He saw Yi Xiaohua suddenly appear in the system space. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. You. I didn't summon you. Why are you here? Yi Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it. She just said lightly, you're here to take over for 008. What did it tell you before it left? 008, it. I was produced in the same batch as 008. Originally, it was going to be captured by the Lord God, and you would be directly formatted, but before it left, it entrusted me with the hope that I would take good care of you. It has experienced so many hosts, and this is the first time it has entrusted me so seriously. 009 paused for a moment, then whispered, it said that you lived too hard before, and didn't want you to enter reincarnation again because of it. Also, it has 3 words for me to bring to you. 1. I hope you're always healthy. 2. I hope you cherish your life. 2. I hope you return to your hometown. 009 said with a choked voice. Once 008 was formatted, no one would remember it except for 009. Yi Xiaohua stood in the system space and was silent for a long time. 009 carefully looked up at her. When will the next task be started? No need. Yi Xiaohua faintly looked in one direction. Ah? 009 froze for a moment. At this time, the system space fluctuated. As if struck by thunder, a hole suddenly appeared in the system space. 009 has never seen this scene in the task system space. Which data space is 008 in, do you know? Yi Xiaohua reached out and waved his hand. Countless system spaces appeared, just like tens of thousands of TVs playing at the same time. 009 naturally knows these. It pointed to one of the spaces. This is the destruction space. All the systems that have made mistakes will be destroyed here. Good. Yi Xiaohua flicked his hand, and the other spaces suddenly disappeared, leaving only such a space. A black door suddenly appeared. 009 has no time to think about it now. Where did an ordinary person come from? It just looked at the destruction space. What do you want to do? Go and bring 008 back. Yi Xiaohua looked at the black door and said slowly. She said a word and stepped directly into the black door. 009 only paused for 0.1 seconds, and went in with Yi Xiaohua. The destruction space is different from other spaces. There are countless data and the existence of the system form. 009 is the first time to enter this destruction space. Fortunately, there are not many systems, and there are fewer systems that have to be sent for destruction when they make mistakes. Yi Xiaohua didn't actually look for it, so he saw 008 trapped in one place. 008 as a system form will not suffer any torture. It is just trapped in a place with a label waiting to be destroyed on its head. It can't be settled anywhere. When Yi Xiaohua and 009 found it, it was waiting to be destroyed and bragging to the system around it. When I was halfway through, I saw Yi Xiaohua walking slowly. Stay, boss, why are you here? Yi Xiaohua didn't speak, and directly reached out to untie the bondage of 008. 008 was originally fixed here, and now the whole system is light. However, there is no excitement on its face, but a black circle. Boss, how can you come here? Aren't you doing a task? Seeing that Yi Xiaohua ignored it, 008 looked at 009 again. 009, you also said that my last wish, you will do it for me. Sure enough, the system is a big pig's hoof. Well, the door here has been broken, you go out with me. Yi Xiaohua was impatient and spoke directly. See Yi Xiaohua like this, 008 is anxious to cry. What are you crazy? After doing this mission for so long, don't you just want to go back? With the time you have, you can go back completely after completing a few more missions. Why are you messing with me at this time? I'm just a system. Even if I'm destroyed, I'm still 008. If you're reformatted and reincarnated, there's really nothing left. 008's voice choked, and several other systems felt incredible. Especially 009, at the beginning of contact with Yi Xiaohua, it is not worth 008 points, but now see Yi Xiaohua with no expression on his face, 009 suddenly silent. Even if you beat it to death, it would never have thought of that. The host of 008 will break into the Lord God space for 008. If he is not careful, he will be destroyed. Right at this moment, the entire destruction dimension fluctuated. The black clouds began to roll. 008, 009 and another system also reacted at this time. Lord God found it. 008's face was horrified. It looked at Xianxia anxiously. Hurry up before he comes. Hurry up. Don't talk about saving me, you can't get out yourself. However, Xianxia doesn't listen to it. Still standing in the system space, his back is straight. All the systems are very afraid of the Lord God. A single word or a single thought from the Lord God could make them disappear. A single wave of his hand could cause a rain of blood. This was their innate fear, however, they are small systems that can't see the Lord God in ordinary times. Now the Lord God suddenly comes, they are naturally afraid. Panic, fear. 008 and 009, these systems can't help but tremble. Boss, go with 009. 008 a system, now crying out of shape, do you forget how hard you work in the task world? It's not worth dying here for me. However, no matter what it says, Xianxia is motionless. Bang, a loud noise. A huge black shadow appeared in this space. 008 sat directly on the ground, his face pale. It's over. The Lord God is here. Xianxia looked at the Lord God without being humble or arrogant. Why don't you do a good job with 009? The Lord looked at Xianxia with a pair of illusionary eyes. You don't put 008? Xianxia said lazily. The Lord God looked at Xianxia, some fear. 008 broke the rules of the system space, it must be destroyed. Must be destroyed? Xianxia chuckled. The Lord God took a deep breath and looked at Xianxia. Yes, destroy it. You can continue to cooperate with 009. If you can earn back the points, you can go back. Xianxia heard the words of the Lord God and sneered, it's clear. You can't kill me at all. You have to use me. I help you maintain the state of space, right? The Lord God was going to pressure. When he heard Xianxia's words, his face changed. What do you want to do? Nothing. Xianxia patted his sleeve and looked at the Lord God indifferently. I just came to tell you today that I won't play these tricks with you. Remember in 1 second, 800 /say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading. Xianxia has been thinking about a problem for a long time. Now that she knows that she has blackened the space. Why is 008 destroyed, but she is fine? Until 009 came, she passed 2 more worlds. After blackening the database, she finally understood the nature of the world. The Lord God created so many systems and found so many tasks, just to find a person to keep doing tasks and maintain those collapsed worlds. Most of the information she saw was a failure. At the beginning, when 008 bound her, she felt strange. 008 bound so many hosts, none of them succeeded. In fact, this is an impossible task at all. The system props of the system shop are released by the Lord God to confuse the taskmaster. The system shop is getting more and more difficult to upgrade in the end, and more points are spent. It is a huge number to get the points back, and ordinary people can't complete it at all. That is to work for the Lord God for free. But among these people, there is a Xianxia. She completes the task at a rapid speed and quality. In the middle of the way, she even figured out the hidden task. The Lord God knew that she would be able to return to her space in a short time, so he found a mistake to destroy 008, change a system to take Xianxia, and even seal her memory, trying to make her forget what she wanted to go back. It's a pity that Xianxia has experienced so many worlds, and her spiritual force is so huge. The task world can also seal her meaning. In the system space, even the Lord God can't control her. After experiencing several worlds, she has thoroughly seen the inside story of the Lord God's space. Xianxia looks at the illusory destruction space, and with a move of spiritual force, everything around her becomes a white expanse, and the whole destruction space disappears. That's it. I've helped them eliminate the mark on 008 and 009. They can control space like you in the future. I'm going back to my real world. I don't have time to talk to you. Yi Xiaohua is concerned about important things. There is no time to talk to the Lord God, and her mind disappears directly here. Yi Xiaohua goes too fast. The Lord God saw her suddenly disappear, and then looked at 008 and 009, who were no longer under his control, and his heart thumped. He regrets it now. Everything has been under the control of the Lord God for so many years, but some system spaces are not under his control. He has found so many taskmasters, only Yi Xiaohua is very talented. So after knowing Yi Xiaohua's ability, he played a little trick. He thought that Yi Xiaohua could not see it, and even if she could see it, she would follow the rules of the system. But did not expect that Yi Xiaohua would, because of 008 the small system, with himself. Not only did they go against each other, but they also created two huge troubles for themselves. 009 felt the endless energy of the body, looked at 008 beside him, opened his mouth wide. 008 You this master, what is the origin? 008 looks at the place where Yi Xiaohua disappeared. He chuckled softly. It hadn't seen Yi Xiaohua do a task for a long time. After such a long time, it once again felt an arrogant aura from Yi Xiaohua. He even dared to go against the Lord God. Father Yi was indeed Father Yi. 008 really wanted to go back with Father Yi, but right now, it and 009 had more important things to deal with. After dealing with them, it would go to Father Yi. In the M Nation, the crowd near the downtown building panicked. Not far away, the heat wave was rolling, and there were countless screams. Yi Xiaohua slowly raised her head, her face was imprinted with fire. After such a long time, she had finally returned. Out of topic, well, go back. See you tomorrow, dogs. Recommend DGE's urban favorite article Mr. Movie King, be favored. He is an actor, and his most successful role is called Ji Wei's Man. However, as he acted, he put his heart into it. Before the artist Lu Qing became a movie king, he was sneaked in. He was a female president named Ji Wei. When they first met in the hotel, she said 3 words to him: take off, kneel, and roll. At that time, he thought, such a ferocious woman, who dares to marry her in the future is a fool. Later, he became that fool. Yi Xiaohua took out her mobile phone from her pocket, found a number inside and dialed it out. After a ring, the other side picked it up. I'm here in the Mi building. Come and pick me up. Before the other side muttered, Yi Xiaohua took the lead and hung up the phone. In less than 10 minutes, a black nanny car stopped beside Yi Xiaohua. The woman with gold-rimmed glasses hurried down from the back seat. Seeing Yi Xiaohua intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ancestor, do you think I'm living too well, and my head is not bald enough? However, before the woman's words were finished, her eyes were dark. Yi Xiaohua gently hugged her shoulder. The woman looked up in amazement and saw a rare smile on the lazy and gorgeous face. Sister Jiang, it's good to see you again. It's summer now, and Yi Xiaohua is wearing a coat specially chosen by the stylist for her. As soon as she bent down, her delicate collarbone was exposed. This sudden beauty made Sister Jiang in a trance for a while before she came back to her senses. What again? Did you forget that we were separated at the capital airport last night? Don't think it's useful to please me. There's no next time. Sister Jiang has no place to vent her temper, so her tone is much better. Yi Xiaohua smiled lazily and sat in the car and leaned back. You're still laughing. Do you know that the Mi building can explode? I don't know if it's done by terrorists or for other reasons. Sister Jiang sat beside Yi Xiaohua and said angrily. The assistant on one side also looked at the direction of the building and nodded. When we first came, the road there was all blocked. There were countless special police standing there. We took a detour. Listening to the two, Yi Xiaohua looked at the blazing building not far outside the window. Mi building. International building in the center of M country. The second before this world, she was still talking about business with the big boss. Without 008, she would have died in this explosion like the big boss. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua's eyes were gloomy. Is there a computer? What do you want a computer for? Although Sister Jiang was puzzled, although Yi Xiaohua always stayed at home to play computer games, she still played mobile phone games more outside. However, she still brought a laptop to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua turns on the computer. Sister Jiang is calling a crew. The assistant is listening to Sister Jiang and drawing the itinerary. No one noticed her side. Yi Xiaohua pressed a string of code. Lines of code appeared, followed by a very secretive database appearing on the computer. If there were any knowledgeable people around, they would definitely be able to tell that this was the logo of the Mi building. Yi Xiaohua entered the Mi building very carefully. The building monitoring did not capture her key figure, but the secret conference room on the top floor recorded her information when she entered. If she also died in this explosion, it would not matter. She was supposed to be in the explosion, but she suddenly appeared a few hundred meters away from the building. It was too surreal. Yi Xiaohua didn't think about it and directly erased the information she had entered. If it was her in the past, she wouldn't have the ability to erase the information so skillfully without leaving a trace. Yi Xiaohua thought as she simply erased the information. What are you doing? Chatting with someone? Sister Jiang finished the phone call and glanced at Yi Xiaohua. She happened to see Yi Xiaohua closing a very complicated page that made people's eyes hurt. Yi Xiaohua closed the computer with a paw sound. Nothing, take it away. Sister Jiang didn't think that Yi Xiaohua could make any big news for her. In some ways, Yi Xiaohua was still very worry-free. She took the computer that Yi Xiaohua handed over and put it aside, saying one thing, Ancestor, the first female lead of director Su Wenma, the company just called. You may have to compete with Meng Xianxia for the female lead. She had experienced so many worlds. The two strange names that came out of nowhere made Yi Xiaohua stunned for a long time. Only then did she finally remember these ancient memories from the depths of her memory. Su Wenma was a very famous director in Hua country. As for Meng Xianxia, Hua Dan, who debuted at the same time as Yi Xiaohua, was also an artist of the same company. However, Yi Xiaohua had been famous for 2 years, and Meng Xianxia was far behind her. Although they debuted at the same time, the status of the two could not be compared. 3 days ago, director Su Wenma had an audition for the movie Light. Many people in the circle who were very important went there. Yi Xiaohua and Meng Xianxia both auditioned for the first female lead. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua squinted. Do you need to compete with her? No matter when this person was, she was always so arrogant. She didn't know if her fans were blind or not. Sister Jiang couldn't complain and decided not to talk anymore. The nanny car arrived at the hotel. Yi Xiaohua followed Sister Jiang upstairs and saw a group of cold bodyguards in black clothes at the staircase. Ancestor, don't go. Sister Jiang and the assistant's heart jumped. Country did not prohibit guns. She clearly saw that these bodyguards had a gun on them. Yi Xiaohua paused and looked at Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang took a deep breath. These men in black are not simple at first glance. Let's wait for them to leave first and then go upstairs. No need. Yi Xiaohua touched the mobile phone in her pocket and looked at the group of men in black with auspicious cloud patterns embroidered on their collars. Her tone was indifferent. They are looking for me. You guys wait for me here. Sister Jiang stared at Yi Xiaohua's back. Although she didn't know these men in black, they were not ordinary people at first glance. Although it was an country, Sister Jiang also knew that those who could appear with guns in public must not be easy to deal with. How did this ancestor of her family know these people? Speaking of Yi Xiaohua's popularity, there was also luck in it. Sister Jiang took a fancy to Yi Xiaohua's appearance at a glance. After her debut, because of her identity as a gold medal agent, she helped Yi Xiaohua find a reality show and a small production of a movie. Unexpectedly, the show and the movie were so popular. Yi Xiaohua's acting skills were also recognized in the circle. Although because of her cold beauty face, most people associated her with the word vase the second they saw her. This book was first published by, do not reprint. Yi Xiaohua can be read. Luck and strength are indispensable. In the past few years, countless people have hinted at Yi Xiaohua in the open and in the dark, but they were all pushed back by the agent. Speaking of which, it had been 2 years. Sister Jiang still didn't know what friends or family Yi Xiaohua had. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua was walking towards the group of people in black, Sister Jiang was a little worried. Yi Xiaohua, who is worried by her, has walked in front of a group of black people. Miss Yi. The leader of the black man looked at Yi Xiaohua, his eyes full of awe, and his voice was a little small. Yi Xiaohua's face was slightly cold, and she nodded slightly. Where is he? Sect Master is waiting for you in room A19 upstairs, the man in black said in a low voice. Yi Xiaohua walked directly in the direction of A19. The door to the room was unlocked. When entering, Yi Xiaohua saw a petite figure standing by the window with her back to the door. Hearing the figure suddenly turned around. When he saw Yi Xiaohua, he said in surprise, "Senior sister. It's good that you're all right. You have no idea how worried I was when I heard that the building was blown up." Yi Xiaohua quietly looked at the girl for a long time and smiled. It just so happened that the agent was rushing, so I arrived 10 minutes late. I heard that the building exploded before I arrived. Fortunately, you're late. Nie Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief. But senior sister, you're always punctual no matter what you do. Why are you late this time? Who knows? Yi Xiaohua said lightly. I just asked the people in the sect to check the data of the building, but they didn't find anything. It's so strange. Nie Jinyu frowned. Why did the data disappear into thin air? I don't know. The boss of the Eagle Group is dead, and the cooperation with the door will be terminated, Yi Xiaohua said. You guys be careful. When Yi Xiaohua said that, Nie Jinyu believed it. As for the information of the building, although Nie Jinyu knows that Yi Xiaohua will hack, he only knows the surface. The information of the building has absolutely nothing to do with Yi Xiaohua. She has to check the problem of the building here, and Nie Jinyu doesn't want to keep Yi Xiaohua. The two of them spoke for less than 5 minutes. Yi Xiaohua went downstairs. Sister Jiang and others looked at Yi Xiaohua's very indifferent eyes, but in the end they still didn't say anything. After attending an event in the afternoon, Sister Jiang rushed to the airport with the plane ticket. Sister Jiang had bought the plane tickets this morning when she got off the plane. The itinerary had already been set. However, when he arrived at the airport, he found that there were countless passengers parked there. Sister Jiang frowned and called the customer service. M-Nation has sealed all the major airports. They will only be unsealed tomorrow afternoon. Then what should we do? The assistant flipped through the notes in the notebook. There's a very important event tomorrow morning. If you don't show up, the netizens will say that you're putting on airs again. Everyone is waiting. There's nothing we can do about it. Sister Jiang also scratched her head. She felt that after she became Yi Xiaohua's agent, the speed of her baldness had increased exponentially. Sister Lin can't stay up late. Let's go back to the hotel first. Sister Jiang was worried about Yi Xiaohua's body, which could have a high fever in the rain. She decided to return to the hotel first. Yi Xiaohua put on her sunglasses, put on her cap, put her hands in her pockets and walked slowly at the back. They had yet to leave the airport. He heard a familiar voice. Yi Xiaohua looks up in surprise. Housekeeper Mu? Miss Yi. Housekeeper Mu looked at Yi Xiaohua with a very complicated look, and finally said respectfully, Are you also going back to China? Mu family's private plane is at the airport. Would you like to go back with us? No, I'm afraid that Mu Xingji will kill you. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand casually. How could that be? Young master will be very happy to see you. Housekeeper Mu smiled. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua paused. She didn't know what to think of. Okay, I'll take 4 people with me. Is there a seat? Of course. The smile on Housekeeper Mu's face was even brighter. 10 minutes later. Sister Jiang and the assistant sat on the private plane guarded by special police. I'm so arrogant. I even dare to touch private planes now. The assistant touched the seat under his buttocks and fidgeted. Sister Jiang, we can also encounter such a good thing? Our luck is too good. No, Sister Yi, it's your luck that's too good. Sister Jiang looked at the assistant's heartless appearance, and her breath was stuck in her throat. Just now, Yi Xiaohua said that there was a Chinese person's private plane that was about to start. The other party was very patriotic, loved his compatriots, and was happy to take them back to China. The assistant didn't think much about it and believed it. But Sister Jiang's heart was uneasy. This private plane was guarded by a circle of special police. Especially now that the M country's flight was restricted, this person's private plane could still be operated. Sister Jiang knew that this person's identity was probably not simple. She would not believe Xiaohua's patriotic excuse that was full of flaws. In the past, it wasn't that she didn't want to marry Xiaohua, but she was either declined by Sister Jiang or disappeared automatically for no reason. Sister Jiang once wondered if there was someone behind Xiaohua. But after 2 years of observation, Xiaohua had been living alone. Sister Jiang put aside this doubt. But now seeing the posture of this private plane, Sister Jiang couldn't help but rely on a problem. If the owner of this plane wanted to marry Xiaohua, then not to mention her, even their company couldn't provoke him. Xiaohua put a magazine on her face and closed her eyes to sleep. Sister Jiang wanted to ask Xiaohua something, but seeing that she was asleep, she didn't speak in the end. In the resting cabin next door, Butler Mu was pouring a cup of clear tea for the young man sitting by the window of the plane and said, "I don't know what's wrong with the people in the South Island. There are so many people, but Miss Yi has to negotiate with the boss of the Flying Eagle group. Fortunately, Miss Yi is fine. I haven't seen her for 5 years. Miss Yi hasn't changed much from before. She's just a little thinner. But that's right. After the death of the former head of the South Island, she hasn't gone back." Seeing that the documents in front of the man had not been turned for several minutes, Butler Mu sighed. "Miss Yi is in the resting cabin next door? Would you like to see her? This book was first published by, please do not reprint." Hearing this, the man finally looked up. He reached out and pressed the switch. The surveillance video of the lounge next door appeared on the screen in front of him. His eyes swept over the others and stopped at the figure in the last seat. The book covering the other person's face slid down, and the only eyes that could be seen were the long curly eyelashes casting a shadow under the eyelids. For a moment, Mu Xingji felt like he was dreaming. The housekeeper was right. The other person's face hardly changed, but there seemed to be a layer of depression between her eyebrows that couldn't be dissolved. It reminded Mu Xingji of the first time he saw Xiaohua 10 years ago. At that time, the people of West Island had heard of the famous Xiaohua of South Island. He followed behind his master, who stood on the stone at the entrance of South Island. It was said that she had done something wrong and was being punished by the leader of South Island. The punishment was very strict. Mu Xingji hadn't been punished, but he had personally carried it out on others. Everyone who was punished had to bear great psychological and physical pressure. His master asked him to help her up. But Xiaohua, that person, the pride and spirit hidden in her bones could not be concealed. She threw aside the grass in her mouth and smiled casually. "I'll walk by myself." There was no trace of embarrassment on her face. Everyone said that Mu Xingji was arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously. But at that time, Mu Xingji thought, how good was the person in South Island? "Young master?" Housekeeper Mu called in a low voice. Mu Xingji came back to his senses and turned off the surveillance video. "She's really promising." But 5 years after leaving the island, the foreign flight line was blocked, and she's trapped here. "So you came at the right time, young master." Housekeeper Mu smiled. Mu Xingji didn't speak immediately. After a while, he said, "Have you dealt with the information in the building?" "I was just about to tell you." Housekeeper Mu straightened his face. Mui replied that all the information in the Mi building was destroyed. The Mu family isn't the only one who wants to check the information there. There are at least 10 forces. They're really interested in South Island. Mu Xingji sneered. Housekeeper Mu looked down and didn't say anything else. On this side, Sister Jiang was uneasy. She knew that she had to return home. When the plane landed, she didn't see the person who wanted to unspoken rules Xiaohua appear on the special plane. "Sister Jiang, are you okay?" The assistant saw Sister Jiang looking around and couldn't help but ask. Sister Jiang immediately regained her senses. It's fine. After waiting for a long time, no one came. "Why don't you hurry up?" Xiaohua played with her mobile phone and couldn't help but look sideways. Her white top accentuated the coldness in her eyes, and a large area of fair skin was exposed around her neck. Sister Jiang shook her head. She was afraid that Xiaohua would be killed by herself. It wasn't until they got on the nanny car sent by the company that Sister Jiang began to believe Xiaohua's words. Perhaps he really was a warm-hearted big shot who cared for his fellow countrymen and wanted to give them a ride? I don't know who brought us back. Xiaohua, have you noticed that when we came out, we didn't walk through the ordinary channel, nor the VIP channel? Is this a coded channel? Yes, Xiaohua. Did you notice that when we came out, we didn't take the ordinary channel, nor the VIP channel? I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't mention it. The assistant listened and thought for a moment. When we came out, there was really no one. I was surprised that we didn't see the media. Yi Xiaohua put on her sunglasses and leaned against the window to catch up on sleep. She didn't speak. Half an hour later. The car stopped at the gate of Star City Entertainment Company. Let's go to the physique training room first, Sister Jiang simply arranged. Your physique still needs to be trained. Sister Jiang had always been very busy. As she walked, she kept answering the phone. You have to pay attention to Director Su's play. The female lead has been learning to dance since she was a child. I remember that you didn't major in dance in college. You have to train your physique well these days. Whether in terms of acting skills, status, or appearance, Sister Jiang was very confident that Yi Xiaohua could get the lead role of Light. Moreover, Sister Jiang had also contacted the assistant director in private. The whole crew was very satisfied with Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua responded casually. A group of people walked towards the training room and came face to face with a group of people. Meng Xianxia looked at Yi Xiaohua with a fake smile. Sister Yi, I heard that you're going to get the female lead role of Light. Congratulations. Who in Star City Entertainment didn't know that the young master of Star City had taken a fancy to Yi Xiaohua, so when Yi Xiaohua came to Star City, she had a gold medal manager, Sister Jiang. Although Yi Xiaohua fought for everything on her own today. But Meng Xianxia was still jealous. Yi Xiaohua put on her sunglasses and didn't look at Meng Xianxia. This made Meng Xianxia even more annoyed. Sister Jiang was surprised. Star City had invested in Light, so the female lead wasn't just decided by the director. Although Sister Jiang didn't think it was bad, she was quite happy to hear it from Meng Xianxia. However, this ancestor of hers had always had the ability to anger people to death without paying for it. Sister Jiang was also an old person in the entertainment industry. She didn't care about Meng Xianxia's brainless words. She just followed behind Yi Xiaohua and continued to walk towards the training room. At this time, Sister Jiang's phone rang again. After picking it up, Sister Jiang couldn't help but widen her eyes. How is that possible? This voice was different from the usual steady Sister Jiang. Yi Xiaohua reached out and pushed her glasses. What's wrong? Just now, the higher-ups called and said that Meng Xianxia has been chosen as the female lead of Light. They gave you another movie and asked us to go for an interview in the afternoon. Sister Jiang didn't come back to her senses for a long time. The assistant didn't believe it either. How is that possible? Director Su praised Sister Yi. I heard that it was the young master who personally chose Meng Xianxia. Sister Jiang looked at Yi Xiaohua with some uneasiness. When Yi Xiaohua entered Star City, the young master of Star City started to pursue Yi Xiaohua, so the people of Star City were very polite to Yi Xiaohua from a long time ago. Although Yi Xiaohua didn't agree, the young master's attitude was here. She didn't expect that he would interfere in the selection of the female lead this time. Please don't reprint this book. At the same time, Meng Xianxia also received a call. After answering the phone, the expression on Meng Xianxia's face changed from shock to joy. Good. Good. Thank young Master Chen for me. After talking for a long time, she hung up the phone. Then she looked at Yi Xiaohua with a smile. Sister Yi, I'm really sorry. I just talked to young Master Chen last night. I didn't expect young Master Chen to give me the female lead without considering your relationship for the past 2 years. You won't be angry, right? After that, Meng Xianxia didn't look at Yi Xiaohua anymore. She left with her agent with her head held high. For a moment, the people who were still in the corridor couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaohua. Their eyes were full of strangeness. In that case, I don't have to practice, do I? Yi Xiaohua didn't look angry. She leaned against the wall lazily and looked at Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang was a little angry. In fact, she was still very optimistic about Chen Xumin. The other party didn't keep a small star, and he didn't have the aura of other rich second generation. Sister Jiang also helped Chen Xumin many times. If Yi Xiaohua wanted to marry, Sister Jiang thought that Qin Shimin was a good choice. But she didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. She suppressed the anger in her heart and looked at Yi Xiaohua with a smile. No need. Okay, then I'll go back to sleep. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand. She didn't have the slightest ripple about the role being robbed. Sister Jiang looked at her. You just sleep all day. Can you be a little more professional? How can you be popular like this? Yi Xiaohua waved her mobile phone at her, showing her more than 50 million fans on Weibo. Sister Jiang, you call this not popular? Sister Jiang, okay, you go back to sleep. Sister Jiang was so angry that she waved her hand and let Yi Xiaohua go back to sleep. If there's no light, then forget it. I'll help you ask about other directors. I heard that Director Wei has recently contacted the author of Celestial in the Sky to change it into a movie. Sister Jiang, pay attention. The assistant was also very angry. Hearing Sister Jiang's words, she suddenly said a funny news that she had heard. Celestial in the Sky was a movie with its own fans. Who knew how many people in the industry were eyeing this IP, but it had already been a year, and no one had made a decision yet. Sister Jiang has obviously heard of it. She touched her chin and said, if Director Wei really got the authorization, Xiaohua, I think you are the tailor-made heroine, but this matter is not sure. Yi Xiaohua turned directly, I'll go back if there's nothing else. Let's go. Sister Jiang didn't want to talk to her anymore. After Yi Xiaohua went back, Sister Jiang said to the assistant beside her with a sullen face, go and find out what happened to young Master Chen in recent days. The assistant immediately went to check. Looking at Yi Xiaohua's back, Sister Jiang was lost in thought. Sister Jiang has always been very curious about Yi Xiaohua. She has been with Yi Xiaohua for 2 years. The other side is lazy and unmotivated, but the fans are very fond of her. In the past year, Sister Jiang had figured out Yi Xiaohua's temperament. The other party was very indifferent to everything. The most important thing was that she almost didn't care about her own life and death. That pair of eyes seemed to be unable to fit anyone. Sometimes Sister Jiang felt that Yi Xiaohua was almost isolated from the world. At that time, in order to shoot a movie, she had a stomach hemorrhage. If it hadn't been for that time, Sister Jiang didn't know that Yi Xiaohua's body was so weak. So no matter where she went, Sister Jiang would bring a thermos cup and a thermos bucket. Yi Xiaohua didn't care about her body, but Sister Jiang looked at it with some heartache. But this time, Sister Jiang seemed to see something different about Yi Xiaohua, especially those eyes. There was a glimmer of light in them, and they were no longer as empty as before. At the same time, the Yi family in the capital. The study on the second floor of the Yi family's old house. Master Yi looked at the information under his hand. Is this really the second girl? We compared it several times. Yi Feng looked at the bright and beautiful girl on the information and whispered, last time she went to the hospital with a stomach hemorrhage, we found a doctor there to get her DNA and did 3 comparisons, and there was no mistake. Good, good. Master Yi kept nodding. I didn't expect that after that incident, the second girl was still alive. Where is she now? I don't know if she has suffered these years. Hearing the old man's words, Yi Feng frowned, and then whispered, she is now forming entertainment, an actress. An actress? The old man was stunned by these 2 words. But then he sighed, originally, I thought that in this life, our Yi family would owe the second girl. Now it is God's blessing to be able to find her. It's okay to be an actress, Yi family. Yi family doesn't lack her food. That's right, I haven't told her mother about it yet, Yi Feng whispered, and I haven't recognized her yet. After all, I'm afraid that so many years have passed, how could she remember? Hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Feng was silent for a long time. Take her back. I don't know how she has been living for the past 17 years. She must have suffered a lot. 17 years ago, the second daughter of the Yi family disappeared, and the Yi family looked for her for a year. They all thought that such a young child had died long ago, so they didn't look for her again. However, no one expected that, 17 years later, she would appear in front of the Yi family. I think so too, Yi Feng said, his eyes red. Dad, I also want to make it up to her. By the way, I'm going to ask Yili to take her back. Yili and his second sister are only 1 year apart, they must have a lot in common. How can there be anything in common? Old man Yi shook his head helplessly. Li has been in the military for so many years, let alone the second girl. Even you and Li can't talk together, right? But they are the same age, it's nothing to ask Li to pick up his second sister. Yi Feng heard what old man Yi said. He also laughed. This sentence was true. He didn't talk about himself, but he had his current status because of the old man. The eldest daughter inherited her mother's wisdom. Although she didn't like the military, the group under her management was also successful. The son inherited the blood of the Yi family and stood out in the military at a young age. Yi Xiaohua wandered outside for 17 years, Yi Feng didn't find any specific information. He only knew that Yi Xiaohua came back from abroad. Her education was very vague. 2 years ago, she was discovered by a talent scout and returned to China to become a star. His second daughter and son probably didn't have much to talk about. But this didn't prevent Yi Feng from looking for Yi Li to pick up his second daughter. After informing Yi Li, Yi Feng called his wife. Yi Feng couldn't sit still when he was investigating before. Now that he was sure that Yi Xiaohua was with his daughter, there wouldn't be any mistakes when he informed Madame Yi. Yi Feng was a little excited. He dialed several times before he dialed the correct number. After returning to her own body, Yi Xiaohua was a little uncomfortable. After leaving Star City Entertainment, she sat in her car and let the driver drive back to her home. Regarding Meng Shanshan's approach, Yi Xiaohua didn't feel that it was a gamble. She couldn't remember the plot of the movie directed by Su Wenma, nor did she know what it was about. She just came back and had a lot of things to deal with. This was the house that the company arranged for her, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. It was very close to the company, and the security at the door was very responsible. Several celebrities in Star City lived here. Yi Xiaohua went back to her room and buried herself in the quilt to sleep for several hours. At 9 p.m., she was awakened by the doorbell. Yi Xiaohua buried her head in the pillow. The doorbell outside the door was persistent. After 2 minutes, Yi Xiaohua went to open the door. She originally thought that the person who rang the doorbell was Sister Jiang or her assistant, but she didn't expect that after opening the door, she would see a very handsome young man standing at the door. The other party was only about 20 years old. He was wearing a military uniform that hadn't been changed yet. Yi Xiaohua glanced at his left shoulder. There was a very new mark on his left shoulder. Yi Xiaohua knew that the other party's military rank should have been deliberately taken down. Who are you looking for? Yi Xiaohua pinched her eyebrows. Yi Li stood outside the door. He looked at Yi Xiaohua and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. In fact, he had already seen the information that Yi Feng had sent over in the car. He knew that his second sister was now very popular on the internet, and there were even several people in the army who were her fans. However, when he saw Yi Xiaohua herself, Yi Li was still stunned. You should be Xiaohua, right? Yi Li didn't speak for a long time. The elegant woman behind him slightly stepped forward and politely nodded to Yi Xiaohua. In her hand was a watch worth millions. Her previous memories were too long ago. If Yi Xiaohua didn't seriously think about it, she simply couldn't remember. When she saw the young man, she still hadn't reacted. But when she saw the woman, Yi Xiaohua's almost buried memories suddenly became clear. Her voice was almost indifferent. It's me, what's the matter? Hello, I'm Yi Tong, the woman very respectfully smiled. She looked at Yi Xiaohua, her eyes were indifferent. Your sister. Because Yi Xiaohua had nothing to do on weekdays, she slept so much that most people couldn't wake her up. Sister Jiang was afraid that she would sleep at home, so she took a key to Yi Xiaohua's door. Sister Jiang was angry about what happened today, but she knew that Yi Xiaohua wouldn't take it to heart. Not only would she not take it to heart, but she would probably sleep at home until the sky was dark. So she bought something and prepared to cook some porridge at Yi Xiaohua's place. She could eat it when she woke up. In order not to disturb Yi Xiaohua, Sister Jiang didn't use the key to open the door. When she walked in quietly, she saw 2 figures in the room looking at her. Yi Li and Yi Tong were both very imposing, especially the woman. Sister Jiang's eyes were sharp. At a glance, she could see that the woman was luxurious from head to toe. The 2 parties looked at each other and didn't move. Yi Xiaohua took a shower and changed clothes. Son, I have something to do. I'll go out first. Go out now? Sister Jiang saw that Xiaohua's eyebrows were similar to those two people. But seeing that Xiaohua's expression was still a little indifferent, she didn't dare to speak. Well, Xiaohua took the key and looked at the two people. Let's go. Hearing Xiaohua's straightforward words, Yitong paused for a moment and looked at Xiaohua with some surprise. Originally, she thought that Xiaohua was going to ask who they were or tell Sister Jiang about their relationship, but she didn't expect that Xiaohua's reaction was so indifferent. Yili drove a military car today. The license plate number on it was very dazzling. After receiving Yifeng's notice, he hurried over. He didn't even change his clothes. How could he have time to go home and change a car? Yitong sat directly in the front passenger seat. Yili was going to the driver's seat. Seeing Yitong sitting in the front passenger seat, he felt slightly uncomfortable. He originally wanted Yitong to sit in the back seat with Xiaohua. His footsteps paused. He went around to the other side and opened the door of the rear driver's seat. Xiaohua looked at Yili with warm eyes. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Yili said in a muffled voice, "Hurry up." He sat in the driver's seat, and just as he started the car, he suddenly remembered something. He carefully took out a few bags of snacks from the front. When Yifeng called, he didn't know that Yitong would be with him. He was afraid that Xiaohua would be embarrassed, so he stopped on the road and went to the supermarket to buy something. Your agent was going to cook for you just now, right? There's still some time before we get home. You can eat first. Xiaohua picked up the snacks from her feet and thought for a while. She didn't know which word touched her. Finally, she smiled, okay. 40 minutes later. Yi family's old residence. The Yi family's villa was not a luxurious villa, but rather a manor with a long history. Yili handed the car key to the officer stationed at the door. Yitong got out of the front passenger seat. She looked at Xiaohua and said in a gentle voice, "This is the Yi family. If you come over in the future, you must tell us in advance. Otherwise, you will be arrested and interrogated by the guards before you drive in." Yitong got out of the front passenger seat. She said a lot of things. Xiaohua was annoyed. The secret guards of the Yi family were useless in her eyes. Not to mention that she would not come back in the future. Even if she came back, these people could not do anything to her even if there were twice as many of them. However, she did not say this to Yitong. She just nodded and thanked her. Yitong looked gentle and elegant, but she was a little cold to Xiaohua in her bones. After Yili said a few words to the officer, the three of them entered the Yi family's gate together. Yifeng, Old Master Yi, Madame Yi, and Su Lan were already sitting in the hall waiting. Seeing the three of them coming back, the three of them were a little moved, especially Yifeng. Seeing Xiaohua's eyes that were very similar to Su Lan's, his throat was a little choked. Lier has already told you, right? Yifeng and Su Lan's eyes were red. Yili also looked a little excited. They pulled Xiaohua and said a lot. It was almost 11 o'clock. Old Master Yi, who went to bed early and got up early, was still in high spirits. There was no sign of him going to sleep. Yitong did not answer. She had been sitting on the side holding the computer. No one knew what she was doing. It's Mom's fault. At that time, I accidentally lost you. At this point, Su Lan looked at Xiaohua nervously. You. Do you blame Mom? Xiaohua peeled an orange and said lazily, "It's been so long, I don't remember." Don't remember, it's good that you don't remember. Su Lan looked at Xiaohua, and her tense body suddenly relaxed. Old Master Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Lan. However, because the three juniors were all there, he did not say anything. Instead, he asked carefully about Xiaohua's current situation in the company. Old Master Yi was very dignified in the Yi family. Even Yili and Yitong had received a very strict education from him when they were young. Yili was the old master's proudest grandson. Even so, the old master did not have a good face to Yili. Seeing this, Yifeng and Su Lan clicked their tongues in wonder. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, Yitong heard that old Master Yi was still asking Xiaohua. She could not help but stand up and say, "I have to go back and rest first. There's still a meeting in the company tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Su Lan immediately stood up and reached out to touch Yi Tong's head. She said with distress, "Mom is also confused today. You're so busy. I shouldn't have dragged you to chat with us." The smile on Yi Tong's face was still gentle. "It's okay. It's rare for you to be happy. However, you should also rest early. It's getting late." After speaking, under Su Lan's very concerned gaze, Yi Tong turned around and went upstairs to rest. Just as she turned around, old Master Yi suddenly thought of something. He looked at Yi Tong and said, "Tong Tong, does your company also have an entertainment project? It just so happens that Xiaohua is an artist. The entertainment circle is very chaotic. If you sign her to your company, she won't be bullied." I'm also relieved. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please do not reprint. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Yi Tong paused for a moment. Yes, Su Lan's eyes lit up. She turned to Yi Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Do you know Fenghai Group?" Su Lan's two children were not simple. Yili didn't say that although Yi Tong didn't like fighting and killing, she inherited the Su family's business talent. At the age of 25, she managed Fenghai Group well. Yili was usually in the army, and Su Lan could only see him a few times a month. Compared to him, Su Lan spent more time with Yi Tong. Su Lan was also 100% satisfied with Yi Tong's current achievements. Naturally, she was also very fond of Yi Tong. Yes, it's one of the top 300 companies in the country. Yi Xiaohua heard the faint pride in Su Lan's words. Very powerful. Hearing the three words behind Yi Xiaohua, Su Lan smiled. This? I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Yi Tong took a breath and pressed her temple. Grandpa, it takes a lot of liquidated damages to poach her. Our company is also promoting a newcomer now. The old man had been in the military for most of his life, so he was not clear about these twists and turns. Dad, it's not easy for Tong Tong Company now, and the liquidated damages for artists are not small. Hearing Yi Tong's words, Su Lan immediately stood up and said with some defense, I know Xiaohua is a good person, but don't waste this money, Su Lan. Old Master Yi narrowed his eyes. Su Lan suddenly realized something and looked at Yi Xiaohua. The other party was playing with a teacup, and there was no change in her face. She was relieved. Tomorrow, ask my brother if his company needs. Su Lan subconsciously added. Mom, don't say it. Yili looked at his phone. Hearing this, he couldn't help but frown. Are you sure second sister needs your bodyguard? He took his phone and showed her the first on the Weibo hot search list. The first on the Weibo hot search list was very simple, Yi Xiaohua More. Second on the hot search, return of missing people. Third on the hot search, Yi Xiaohua took a selfie. Su Lan opened her mouth. The old man and Yi Feng were curious. These two people didn't play with things like Weibo. They were usually very old-fashioned, so they immediately went to study Yili's Weibo. Xiaohua is so popular. The old man let Yili turn to the homepage of Yi Xiaohua's Weibo. On the homepage was a Weibo post by Yi Xiaohua an hour ago, narrowly escaped from death. The accompanying picture was a selfie of the Mi building in M country reflecting the light of the fire. In less than an hour, there were 100,000 comments. Is this from M country? Yi Feng saw the building. It was an accident in the ordinary people, but they all knew it in their hearts. Xiaohua, were you in M country before? N. Yi Xiaohua nodded. It's really dangerous. Fortunately, your place is a little far from the Mi building. Yi Feng sighed with emotion. You probably didn't catch up with M country's closed airport. You're very lucky. Hearing Yi Feng mention this, Yi Xiaohua's fingers paused. However, he did not say anything. By the way, your uncle and aunt will come to see you tomorrow, Yi Feng remembered. Are you free tomorrow? After his uncle came, Yi Feng also planned to plan a grand banquet to announce to the whole capital that Yi Xiaohua belonged to their Yi family. Su family and Yi Tong's Fenghai group were unwilling to sign Yi Xiaohua, so Yi Feng decided to do it himself. Although the Yi family is not as powerful as their ancestors, it is also because Yili can stand firm. Yi Xiaohua's future will be more open. It's just that Yi Feng secretly planned it and didn't tell Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua naturally didn't know this. She just leaned on the sofa with sleepy eyes. Yi Laozi immediately let her go to rest. He also said that the room was ready for her. Yili was excited to take her to her room. Yi Xiaohua was going to go back to sleep. Seeing them like this, she pressed her cell phone to let Jiang's sister not come to pick her up. When she went upstairs, she happened to meet Ji Tong, who was going to rest, coming out to pour water. It's very troublesome to talk about the company. You won't understand it if I say more. Today is your first day back. Mommy didn't deliberately disagree to let you come to my company. She just feels sorry for me. Don't blame her. Yi Tong sighed and looked at Yi Xiaohua in a low voice. Yi Xiaohua looked at her and then smiled. No, my liquidated damages are a little high, 150 million yuan. Fenghai Group can't come up with so much liquidity. Yi Tong thought that Yi Xiaohua was making an excuse and didn't continue. Tong, drink a glass of milk and sleep well. Downstairs, Su Lan warmed a glass of milk. You've been tired all day. This temperature is just right. It's not hot. Yi Xiaohua smiled and turned directly to her room. Yili was leaning against the window in the room. He lowered his eyes and smoked. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing Yi Xiaohua coming over, he hurriedly pinched the cigarette. Do you drink milk? 10 minutes later, Yili came over with a cup of warm milk. Yi Xiaohua finished drinking the milk, but at this time, she couldn't sleep. She turned on her cell phone and found that Jiang's sister had sent a document. Your Yi ancestor, Jiang's sister, I didn't even read the garbage script that Qin Shimin gave me. This is the script I took from other directors. They heard that you were going to take the role, and they rushed to send the script. You take your time to choose. In 2 days, I will throw these scripts on Meng Shanshan's face. Those two idiots. Who wouldn't support an artist who had good looks, popularity, and acting skills? Jiang's sister sneered. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please do not reprint it, please remember the original domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Your ancestor Yi, oh. Sister Jiang, then Meng Shanshan climbed into Qin Shiming's bed. She's really shameless, smile, your ancestor Yi, Sister Jiang, by the way, is there anyone living in your building? When I went downstairs today, I saw a black car parked at the bottom of the building. The license plate number was a bit high, just A1. This time, Sister Jiang saw that Yi Xiaohua took a few minutes to send a word. Sister Jiang thought that Yi Xiaohua didn't care about this matter, so she didn't say much. Sister Jiang, by the way, I bought a new can of toffee for you tonight and put it under the cabinet. Remember to take it when you go back. I don't know what's wrong with Yi Xiaohua. No matter where she goes, she always brings a toffee and doesn't eat it. When it's about to melt, she gives it to her assistant or fans or the crew. I'll take another one with me when I go back. Yi Xiaohua originally had a notice in the morning, but the company didn't continue to inform her. Sister Jiang called and said a few words. She scolded a few words and then asked Yi Xiaohua to wait at home. Are these idiots in Star City sick? Yi Xiaohua was happy and leisurely. Before, no matter whether she had memories or not, she was always rushing for tasks and didn't let herself stop for a moment. Now that she finally had some free time, she wanted to rest seriously for a few days. She didn't care about anything. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi Xiaohua was woken up by a phone call from Sister Jiang. She asked her to go to the company to prepare and take her to the audition. Yi Xiaohua sat up and didn't immediately get up. Instead, she used her right hand to check the pulse of her left hand. She lowered her eyes and her face was heavy. After a while, she sneered. A message was displayed on the mobile phone beside the pillow. It was sent by Nie Jinyu. Yi Xiaohua took a look at it, frowned, and then sent 4 words. Yili asked for a leave today. Knowing that she was going to Star City Entertainment, he immediately drove a car from the garage to send her. When Yi Xiaohua arrived at the company, Sister Jiang was talking to someone on the phone. Her face wasn't very good. Seeing Yi Xiaohua coming, she put away her emotions. Xiaohua, come here. She led Yi Xiaohua to Qin Shimin's office. There were several people in the office. Meng Shanshan, her agent, Qin Shimin, and his secretary were all present. Mr. Chen, I hope the company can give me an explanation as to why the variety show Gods and Goddesses in Xiaohua became Meng Xianxian. Sister Jiang sneered. Originally, Yi Xiaohua came back mainly for the press conference of Gods and Goddesses. Unexpectedly, she didn't receive the notice of the press conference in the morning. However, he saw Meng Xianxian going to the press conference. Sister Jiang was so angry that she laughed. Qin Shumin also had a headache. He said directly, "This variety show is not simple. It requires a certain amount of physical and mental strength." Meng Xianxian graduated from the dance department, so the production team is very satisfied with her. Xiaohua, I arranged another movie for her. What brain power and physical strength, Sister Jiang grits her teeth. Yi Xiaohua has a lot of information that is not clear. Although the artist's information is written as a college student, the company knows that this is all arranged by the company. Because they couldn't find Yi Xiaohua's school role. Meng Xianxian is not as good as Yi Xiaohua in any other aspects, but she has a very favorable background. She is a top student who graduated from a university. She is not admitted by the art examination, but directly entered a university with high scores. Countless people on Weibo worshipped Meng Xianxian's educational background. But this actually became an excuse for Qin Shumin and others. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please do not reprint, please remember the original domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. Yi Xiaohua has been looking at Nye Jinyu's reply on the mobile phone, not paying attention to their conversation. Her expression is still a little serious. Qin Shumin looks at Yi Xiaohua's appearance, and his heart is also blocked. It's just an ordinary little artist. Can't he let it go? When Meng Xianxian found him through her agent, he thought for a long time before he agreed. Well, it's settled. You can go out first. Sister Jiang looks at Qin Shumin and thinks that the other party's brain is broken. Yi Xiaohua is now the company's most profitable one. Even if he holds Meng Xianxian, is it necessary to force Yi Xiaohua like this? Of course, Sister Jiang also knows that Meng Xianxian did this on purpose. That's why she is even angrier. She comes out of Qin Shumin's office with an uncertain face. Sister Jiang, don't be angry. Meng Xianxian's agent is the second in charge of the entertainment industry. He has always been suppressed by Sister Jiang. At present, the artists under his hand have Qin Shumin's protection, so he is full of confidence. Isn't the entertainment circle like this? You should have known it long ago. Sister Jiang sees Yi Xiaohua looking at the mobile phone, still looking like an internet addict girl, and takes a deep breath. Then she turns her eyes and looks at Meng Xianxian's agent with a smile. Our family Xiaohua is not so despicable. If she is like your Xianxian, do you think there is still your territory now? Meng Xianxian's agent chokes. He looks at Yi Xiaohua. She lowered her eyes to look at her phone. Her eyelashes were long, but she looked tired. She was wearing long sleeves, and because she was holding her phone, her sleeve slid down halfway, making her wrist look even thinner. Her fair skin was a little eye-catching. Although Yi Xiaohua is an artist these 2 days, she is a very arrogant artist. But her fans are also crazy. They like to see her cold and bad-tempered appearance. Meng Xianxian's agent dare not speak again. What Sister Jiang said is right. If Yi Xiaohua is willing to put down her position, how many young masters of famous families are willing to spend a lot of money? Last year, when Yi Xiaohua was filming, a second generation with a powerful family went to the crew to see Yi Xiaohua every day, every time with a trunk of roses. At that time, the identity of the second generation was dug out, and the internet was in an uproar. Unfortunately, a week later, that second generation heir disappeared for no reason. In any case, Meng Xianxian's agent got a bargain. At present, she really didn't dare to offend Yi Xiaohua. When Meng Xianxian and the others left, Jiang's sister looked at Yi Xiaohua. You won't give birth. Well, I know you're not angry. Instead, you're glad that you can rest for a few more days. Sister Jiang was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Go back and rest. Come with me to the audition tomorrow afternoon. Yi Xiaohua slowly followed Sister Jiang into the elevator. By the way, what about the 2 people from last night? After entering the elevator, Sister Jiang suddenly thought of this question. After saying a few words to Nie Jinyu, Yi Xiaohua retreated from WeChat, opened the game, and played casually. Son, you don't want to know. Sister Jiang is so angry that she doesn't want to pay attention to Yi Xiaohua. Downstairs, Yi Xiaohua took the sunglasses and cap and put them on. He said vaguely, you guys go do what you need to do. I have other things to do today. What do you want? Sister Jiang was stunned. Yi Xiaohua had already seen Yi Li's car. She casually waved to Sister Jiang, private things. Sister Jiang, who was in the nanny's car, saw Yi Xiaohua in a very luxurious car. She was a little worried. She opened Yi Xiaohua's WeChat and looked at Yi Xiaohua's profile picture. She didn't send it for a long time. Sister Jiang sighed. She would worry about other people, but she couldn't rest assured about Yi Xiaohua. She was afraid that Yi Xiaohua had other things to do. She didn't know what to think of, but Sister Jiang's worry in her heart became more serious. She reached out to close the window. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a black car in the rearview mirror. She was stunned for a moment. It wasn't that she had a good memory. It was just that the car with the A1 license plate number was too awesome. She recognized that car. However, that car should be passing by and soon disappeared in the traffic. Sister Jiang forgot about it. Yi family. Yi Xiaohua and Yi Li came back together. Su Lan pursed her lips and smiled. She waved to Yi Xiaohua and introduced the people around her to Yi Xiaohua. Come and greet people. This is your uncle, this is your aunt. Yi Xiaohua's grandfather's family had been doing business for generations. Su family was also a first-class enterprise in the capital. Uncle Su Min was a rising star in finance. However, his wife was born in a scholarly family. Yi Xiaohua was a little impatient to meet strangers. But she also patiently greeted them. Aunt looked her up and down, smiled and said a few words to her. On the surface, the etiquette was complete. But the touch of indifference hidden in her bones could be felt by Yi Xiaohua. Su Min also looked at Yi Xiaohua, took a delicate package and handed it to Yi Xiaohua as a meeting gift. He didn't ask Yi Xiaohua anything more. Instead, he asked about Su Lan and Yi Tong's recent developments. Yi Tong was the only person in Yi family who had a talent for business. Her grandfather's family liked Yi Tong very much. Xiaohua is a blessed person. After being lost for 17 years, she can still come back. Aunt took a sip of tea and smiled gently. These 17 years, how did you live? Aunt. Yi Li sat next to Yi Xiaohua and twisted his eyebrows. They had read the information about Yi Xiaohua. It was not detailed. It was written that Yi Xiaohua had been wandering in M country for several years. She had also appeared in the slums. Most of the time when she returned home, she did not have a fixed place to stay. There was no place to check her information. She was not raised by anyone. Her education was also vague. Yi Li and Yi Feng thought that it was the company's gold plating for Yi Xiaohua, so it was fabricated. Needless to say, Yi Xiaohua had been very unhappy these years. He and Yi Feng wanted to try their best to compensate Yi Xiaohua. When Aunt said that, Yi Li subconsciously interrupted her. He didn't want to poke her wound in front of Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua didn't care. She casually said, I didn't do much. I wandered everywhere. Half of what she said was also true. It was true that she wandered everywhere. When she wandered and performed tasks, she also killed many people. Digression, in reality, I have been perfecting the outline of this story for a long time. There are many details, I will list them slowly. Good night, dogs. Su Min and his aunt were not very interested in Yi Xiaohua's wandering life. His aunt only looked at Yi Xiaohua in surprise and did not ask anything else. They started talking about the company again. Did Tong Tong go to the company again today? Su Min heard Su Lan's answer and looked satisfied. I told her not to work so hard, but she just can't stay idle. She's like a child of our Su family. The group of people chatted, but Yi Li's heart was depressed as he listened. Although he had expected Yi Xiaohua to live a bad life for the past 17 years, he still felt uncomfortable when he heard Yi Xiaohua talk about it. Like his grandfather, he wanted to know how she survived those 17 years and how she came back to China. but he did not dare to ask. Annoyed, Yili took out a cigarette from his pocket and was about to light it up when he suddenly remembered something and stuffed it back into his pocket. The three people next to him were still talking about Jitong. He did not know who his uncle and aunt were here for. Yili had always been surly. He looked at Yi Xiaohua directly. Do you want to see my room? Yi Xiaohua was reading the message from Ye Jinyu. She was stunned for a while when she heard Yi Li's words, then nodded slowly. Okay. Yi Li said this out of the blue. After saying it, he felt a little nervous. He did not expect Yi Xiaohua to agree. He was caught off guard and brought Yi Xiaohua upstairs. His bedroom was connected to a swimming pool and a gym. Because he was a soldier, everything was arranged neatly. Yi Li showed her a lot of things, including his treasured medals, toys he used to play with when he was young. If he had something he liked, he would always hide it. Yitong didn't really like that about him. But Yi Li did not care. He kept these things himself. Usually, the housekeeper did not dare to touch the things he hid when she was cleaning. Today was the first time he showed it to anyone. Yi Xiaohua looked at it patiently. After a while, she suddenly looked up and looked at Yi Li with a complicated expression. Did I do something wrong? Being stared at by Yi Xiaohua, Yi Li could not help but scratch his head. He suddenly remembered that Yi Xiaohua had never stayed in the Yi family before. Wasn't showing her these things just like stabbing her in the heart? It's okay. Yi Xiaohua withdrew her gaze and stood up. She took out a piece of toffee from her pocket and handed it to Yi Li. Do you want some? Yi Li was stunned for a moment when he was suddenly stuffed with a piece of candy. He thanked her nervously. Yi Xiaohua looked at him and suddenly smiled. The housekeeper called us. Let's go downstairs. Yi Li followed behind her, peeling the toffee and putting it into his mouth. It was quite sweet. He grinned. Downstairs, Yitong, Old Man Yi, and the others had already returned. Old Man Yi's face was originally very serious. He frowned as if he had encountered some difficulties. However, after seeing Yi Xiaohua coming down, Old Master Ye's expression eased in an instant, which made Su Min and his aunt couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaohua a little more, and they were a little surprised. She probably did not understand why the old master treated Yi Li and Yitong so well, but only this granddaughter of his was treated differently. Today was a reunion dinner. At the dinner table, Yi Xiaohua, who was supposed to be the most important person today, did not talk much. Most of Su Lan, Su Min, and the others were talking about Yitong. Yi Feng and Old Man Yi had always scrupulously abided by etiquette, so they did not talk much at the dinner table. Yi Xiaohua had always been cold. Even if someone asked her, her answer would be extremely cold. It seemed that she was still a member of the Yi family. Su Min and his aunt were both smart people. The two had been in the upper class for a long time, so they had a lot of experience in observing people's expressions. Seeing Old Ji pursing his lips, his aunt pressed the corner of her mouth with a tissue and looked at Yi Xiaohua with a smile. I heard from your mother that you are now an artist? Yi Xiaohua did not expect the topic to change to her. She nodded slightly. Yes. Celebrities eat the food of youth. Have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future? His aunt glanced at Yi Xiaohua. His aunt naturally knew how bad the entertainment industry was now. It was nothing new for the younger generation in her family to have a small celebrity as their mistress. These artists sounded nice, but in the eyes of Auntie and the others, they were just entertainers. Yi Xiaohua glanced at his aunt and suddenly smiled. What? First, get rid of Meng Shanshan, then get an international award and go on the international screen. His aunt came from a family of scholars. She did not expect Yi Xiaohua to speak so rudely. Her mouth stiffened for a moment. After a long time, she came back to her senses. Your goal is to be an actor, an artist? Old Man Yi and Yi Feng were both there. His aunt could not say such harsh words, but she was also shocked by Yi Xiaohua's great ambition. She originally thought that Yi Xiaohua might not know Yi Li's identity in the military, but she would at least know what Yitong was doing now. At least she should know that they were from the Su family. At the very least, she should ask the Yi family for a general manager position. How could she know that Yi Xiaohua was so short-sighted? Yes, is it not suitable? I think it's interesting. Yi Xiaohua seemed to think it was really interesting and smiled. Su Lan frowned when she heard Yi Xiaohua's words. Xiaohua, your uncle just said that there will be a branch company here in the capital, Su Lan said and smiled gently at Yi Tong. Your grandfather only has your uncle and me. Originally, your uncle wanted to take care of this branch company for Tong Tong, but Tong Tong just came back and said that she wanted to let you take care of it. Look at how nice your sister is to you. Forget about the entertainment industry. Come back and help your uncle take care of the company. This is also a gift from your uncle. Yi Xiaohua did not even raise her head. She said expressionlessly, no need, I don't know how. I'll let you learn if you don't know. Su Lan patiently turned her gaze to Yi Xiaohua. Her gaze seemed to be loving. With your sister here, what are you afraid of? When you encounter something you don't understand, your sister will help you take care of it. Tong Tong, right? This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please do not reprint, please remember the original domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Well, if you have any problems, just look for me. Yi Tong nodded. Looking at Yi Xiaohua's eyes were warm and gentle. Then I have to trouble you to help your sister. When Su Min heard that Yi Tong promised to help, he was relieved. Obviously, he let Yi Xiaohua manage the company, but he was grateful to Yi Tong. Yi Xiaohua felt very boring. I don't know how to take care of the company, and I don't plan to quit the entertainment circle. You. Is that how you talk to your elders? Su Lan felt that Yi Xiaohua didn't know what was good for her. Don't say it again, as long as Xiaohua can come back, whatever she wants to do, I will follow her. The old man gave Su Lan a warning look. Su Lan was shocked, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Su Min felt that Yi Xiaohua was a little ridiculous, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he was relieved. Originally, when Yi Tong proposed to give Yi Xiaohua management, Su Min felt that this branch would definitely lose. Now that Yi Xiaohua was unwilling to take over, Su Min naturally relaxed. After the group finished eating, Yi Xiaohua felt sleepy and went upstairs to rest. Yi Leoi looked at Su Lan. I have something to ask you. Su Lan's mood was not calm these 2 days. When she heard the old man's words, she was shocked, but she hid it well on her face. What happened 17 years ago? Yi Leoi stood in front of the desk, looking at Su Lan with a pair of eyes, making people unable to hide. 17 years ago, Su Lan's mother and son went abroad, in the enemy's nest. At that time, Yi family was not good, and there was no current situation. There was even an order, if necessary, to sacrifice Su Lan's mother and son at any time. On the last night, Su Lan came back with Yi Li and Yi Tong, only Yi Xiaohua was missing. Yi Feng and Yi Leoi were very lucky to have 3 people come back. Later, they also went to find Yi Xiaohua, but they couldn't find her. Yi Leoi asked people to check for a long time, but no trace was found. But now, Yi Leoi felt that something was wrong. Su Lan could even bring Yi Li back. Why was Yi Xiaohua missing? At that time, the situation was critical. Su Lan pinched her fingers, and her eyes were a little red. The reinforcements didn't come, we were attacked from the front and back, and Lier was ill. Xiaohua, you always knew that she was slow and ignorant. She was naughty and didn't know where to go. I later looked for her with Tong Tong, but I couldn't find her. Old Master Yi had heard this speech countless times. At that time, Yi Li didn't have any memories, and Yi Tong couldn't remember it clearly. Su Lan was Yi Xiaohua's mother. She would never hide anything. The old man couldn't find anything suspicious. Later on, he and Yi Feng also sent people to check the place, but there were no traces of blood or battle. I know, Old Master Yi sighed, then looked at Su Lan, I didn't mean to doubt you. I just want to remind you that you like Tong Tong more on weekdays, but Xiaohua is also your daughter. Don't be too partial to a bowl of water. What you need to do now is to compensate Xiaohua. She's also my flesh, I know. Su Lan wiped her tears and nodded. Old Master Yi thought she was tired of crying and asked her to go out and call Yi Li in. Yi Li saw Su Lan's red eyes and frowned, but he didn't say anything. He just looked back at Old Master Yi, Grandpa. Why didn't you tell me about the military region? Grandpa Yi sighed. Knowing what Grandpa was talking about, Yili looked up at him and said, "Isn't this inevitable? I climbed too fast in the military region. Those people in Rong family naturally want to step on us." In the early years, the Yi family was also in the limelight. From Old Master Yi, Yi Feng to Yi Li, everyone had meritorious service. It's just that every time the leader changes, the military region has to be changed. Grandpa Yi was badly hurt at that time. Yi Li finally climbed to the position of Major General. He worked hard and saved a lot of meritorious service with his life. His rank could also be promoted, but it was pressed down by Rong family. At present, in the replacement of the new generation of leaders, the Yi family will inevitably be feared by those people. "I'm still young," Yi Li knew what he was, but he didn't care. "I've climbed fast enough these years. Grandpa, don't worry. At this time, it's best not to show off too much. Let's talk about it after a while." Old Master Yi thought about it and felt that Yi Li's words were indeed reasonable. The replacement of the leader, this matter is over if you don't stand in line. By the way, you. Old Master Yi asked about the matter and wanted Yi Li to busy himself. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Do you remember when you were a child, when Xiaohua disappeared?" Yi Li was stunned for a moment. Something flashed through his mind. But he hasn't remembered it yet. It's too vague. "I don't know. I had a high fever at that time. When I was awake, I saw my father." At that time, Yi Li was only 4 years old. It's not strange that he didn't remember. Old Master Yi didn't say anything more. Downstairs, Su Lan sat on the sofa. The nanny poured her a cup of tea. She picked it up and drank it. She was accidentally scalded. "Mom, are you okay?" Yi Tong asked worriedly. Su Lan quickly put down the cup. "I'm fine. I'm fine. It's good that you're fine." Yi Tong nodded and continued to talk to Su Min. Her aunt patted Su Lan's hand. "Little sister-in-law, look at how sensible Tong is." "Yeah." Su Lan also smiled. "You want to invest in this IP?" Su Min heard Yi Tong's plan and was slightly stunned. Yi Tong was very confident. "I've seen this movie. The reviews on the internet are very good. Whether it's Weibo, forums or major websites, there are a lot of fans. The manga and anime have already been released, and the response is very good. Some time ago, the netizens on Weibo also made their own poll for the best actor and actress. There were no marketing accounts. It was all spontaneous votes by netizens. There were more than 7 million people who participated. Our group's entertainment company wants to expand. Buying the film rights of this movie is only the best profit." Su Min looked at Yi Tong with admiration. "You really have a good eye. Our Su family really has a good eye." Her aunt was talking with Su Lan. When she heard the conversation between the two, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you two talking about?" This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please do not reprint, please remember the domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Su Lan forgot about Yi Xiaohua and Yi Leoi. Hearing Su Min praising Yi Tong, she couldn't help but ask. Su Min laughed. "It's a film called The Firmament of Gods. This film has a great influence and controversy. I wanted to buy the copyright of this film and television at first. If I really buy the copyright from an author, there will be at least 9 figures of income. This is the conservative income of our company's financial calculation. If it is made into a film and listed on the market, there will be more. Many people are thinking of this." Tong's eyes are sharp. Su Lan didn't quite understand, but she knew that Su Min was praising Yi Tong, so she was very happy. Poof, Yi Xiaohua slept and went downstairs to the kitchen to pour water. Hearing this sentence, she almost choked herself to death. The nanny was looking at her worriedly. Yi Xiaohua put down the cup expressionlessly and didn't speak again. The sound insulation of Ye's house was very good. Most people in the kitchen couldn't hear what people in the hall were saying. Yi Xiaohua also felt like a psychopath, so she went upstairs and continued to sleep. She went upstairs, turned on her mobile phone and played a game. The window on the second floor of Ye's house was knocked. Then Ye Heng climbed in from the window as if there was no one else. The strict defense of Ye's house mentioned by Yi Tong in front of Yi Xiaohua before was nothing in Ye Heng's house. Where is Nie Jinyu now? Yi Xiaohua's mobile phone was not away from the game. Nie Heng opened his mouth. Sect master is in country. That's good, Yi Xiaohua nodded. The leader of Hua country is changing. Her identity is sensitive, so she won't come to Hua country. I sent a message to her, but you can tell her one more thing. I know. Got it. Nie Heng still lowered his head. Yi Xiaohua was also very relieved. Go back when you remind her. Don't investigate the matter of Flying Eagle Group. Those people are very cruel. I'm not in country. Don't let her get into trouble. Nie Jinyu was 4 years old. She was only 18 this year. But it had been 5 years since she took over the position of sect master. How could a 13-year-old girl convince those people in the South Island? But no one dared to say anything. Everyone knew that Yi Xiaohua was behind Nie Jinyu. With Yi Xiaohua there, those people who had ideas had to weigh several points. Yi Xiaohua also watched Nie Jinyu grow up. Her gun skills and self-defense skills were all taught by Yi Xiaohua. Therefore, those people in the South Island respected Yi Xiaohua more than Nie Jinyu. And, do you want me to bring it to the sect master? Nie Heng stood up and looked at Yi Xiaohua when he walked to the window. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand casually. Nie Heng immediately jumped out of the window. After chatting with Yi Tong for a while, Su Min and Yi Zichen went to bid farewell to Lord Yi. They seemed to be even more satisfied with Yi Tong. The two of them returned home. Yi Xiaohua's grandpa looked at Su Min inquiringly. Both Su Min and her aunt knew that grandpa was asking Yi Xiaohua. Su Min shook her head gently. What about the branch office? Grandpa Su pursed his lips. Listening to Su Min's words, he was afraid that the branch company would be handed over to Yi Xiaohua. She doesn't want to manage the company. She wants to stay in the entertainment industry. Grandpa Su also felt that Yi Xiaohua was very stupid. If it was Yi Tong, even if the other party didn't want to, Grandpa would definitely force the company into the other party's hands. But this was Yi Xiaohua, so Grandpa Su didn't care much. Yi Xiaohua didn't accept this distribution, but Grandpa Su was relieved. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please don't reprint it, please remember the original domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. In general, Yi Tong was very far-sighted. No one in this generation of the Su family could take over. It was all supported by Grandpa Su and Su Min. At present, several groups competing with the Su family were becoming more and more powerful, and Su Min gradually couldn't keep up. But he knew what kind of person his son was. Grandpa Su and Su Min were both thinking of bringing Yi Tong to the Su family. With Yi Tong's ability, the Su family would have a place in this modern society where the competition was changing rapidly. With the help of the old shareholders of the Su family, it would be enough. Especially when Yi Tong mentioned Celestial Vault of the Gods today, there were too many twists and turns in it. If they really bought it, no entertainment company would surpass Yi Tong's Fenghai Group in the next 3 years. Su Min emphasized this point to Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su was also very satisfied when he heard this. The next afternoon, Yi Xiaohua followed Sister Jiang to the audition. Where did you go last night? Sister Jiang saw Yi Xiaohua and couldn't help but whisper, I went to your place, but I didn't see you. If I said I went home, would you believe me? Yi Xiaohua felt that the sun was a little big by the window, so she put on the cap again. A layer of shadow was printed on her face. Sister Jiang opened her mouth and chuckled, You went home my ass. She didn't see any friends of Yi Xiaohua, nor did she see any family members of Yi Xiaohua. But Ah Ling felt that with Yi Xiaohua's bad temper, her friends must be very powerful. Child, remember what you said to your ancestors today. Yi Xiaohua reached out and took the sunglasses from Sister Jiang's hand. Her fingers were slender and white. You will not be beaten to death. When Sister Jiang said this, she paused. Yes, I went to your house yesterday. The toffee was still under the cabinet. I know you didn't take it, so I grabbed a handful for you. Then, Sister Jiang took out a handful of toffee from her pocket and handed it to Yi Xiaohua. She didn't understand Yi Xiaohua's strange temper. But after all, she was her own artist, and her fans doted on her. Sister Jiang and her assistant were also used to being an artist and a mother. Yi Xiaohua looked at the toffee in Sister Jiang's hand. This time, she didn't pick it up, but just smiled. "No, Sister Jiang, you take it back." After saying that, he closed his eyes to rest. "All right." Sister Jiang distributed the candy to the staff in the car. Today's audition was not the role that Qin Shumin chose for Yi Xiaohua. It was Sister Jiang who asked the director for it. It's a modern movie called Plan Zero. Yi Xiaohua is going to audition for the role of the heroine. This movie is aimed at the international awards. From the director to the planning to the publicity, it's terrible. Although Yi Xiaohua won a movie queen, no matter how good her acting skills are, her qualifications in the circle are only 2 years, and there is still a little distance in front of such a big name. Sister Jiang was going to try to let Yi Xiaohua take such a film in another year and a half. I didn't expect a big pie to fall on their Yi Xiaohua's head. Sister Jiang was quite happy. When he arrived at the crew, he saw that the male lead was Lin He, a famous film king in the circle. Different from Yi Xiaohua, Lin He made his debut at the age of 18 and won the Film King at the age of 20. Now, at the age of 36, he was already a god in the circle. The director was director Jean, who was highly respected in the industry and had not directed a movie for 3 years. The second female lead was also a well-known veteran actress in the film industry. Looking at it this way, Yi Xiaohua's qualifications were not a small problem. Sister Jiang was a little perturbed. She told Yi Xiaohua not to be nervous and just treat it as seeing the world. However, what Sister Jiang never expected was, this book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please do not reprint, please remember the original domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Remember in 1 second, 800 /say net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. Director Jean, who has always been highly respected and very strict, was actually a little polite to Yi Xiaohua. I've seen the movie where you won the Best Actress award. Your acting skills are really good. You're a rare talent in the industry, Director Jean said politely. Sign this contract first. You'll join the crew in half a month. It was really like being hit by a pie. After signing the contract for Yi Xiaohua in a trance, he said goodbye to Director Jean with the same hand and foot. After they went out, Director Jean sat in a chair and didn't speak for a long time. In his hand was the movie that Yi Xiaohua won as the Best Actress. Acting skills are not bad, but it's a little bit worse. Lin He walked on the side and said objectively, it's not as relaxed as Miss Rome. She still needs to hone for another year or 2. At that time, she will definitely be a new star in the entertainment circle. Her future achievements will definitely be the highest in this generation. She's a little anxious now. If you can see it, how can I not know? Director Jean smiled bitterly. Lin He looked at Director Jin's appearance and suddenly understood. This should be a backdoor guest. However, to be able to go to Director Jin's head through connections, this backdoor guest should have a very big background. Okay, when the time comes, I'll talk to her about the play, and I'll have to trouble you to take care of her. Since everyone had signed, Director Jean had no other way. Yi Xiaohua's own traffic is not bad. For our crew, it's not that bad. Yi Xiaohua was currently the top traffic. Lin He and Yi Xiaohua didn't walk the same path, but he had also heard of this top traffic. He just didn't expect her to use connections. Lin He looked at Director Jean and smiled. Director Jean, you know I've never rubbed sand in my eyes. I just hope that when the time comes, she won't delay our crew's schedule. Outside, Sister Jiang and the others had already gotten into the nanny car. The car had been driving for 5 minutes. Sister Jiang came back to her senses and grabbed Yi Xiaohua's hand. Ancestor Yi, was that Lin He just now? Was that Director Jean himself? Am I not mistaken? Yi Xiaohua leaned against the back seat. The sun was already in the west and didn't shine into the car. Yi Xiaohua didn't wear a hat. As she moved, her collar slid down a little. Son, you signed the contract, and now you're asking me? Sister Jiang did not care about it. She took out the contract from her bag and read it over and over again before she could believe it. Then he suddenly raised his head and said, from today onwards, you'll stay at the company. I'll hire a teacher to give you proper acting lessons. Director Jean is nitpicking and Best Actor Lin doesn't have any patience for newcomers. Don't let me down when the time comes. Although Sister Jiang felt a little smug about the pie falling from the sky. But Sister Jiang also knows Yi Xiaohua's current situation. He had been in the entertainment industry for 2 years. He had participated in several reality shows. Apart from that, it was a TV series and a movie. That was all the acting experience. Yi Xiaohua's acting talent naturally does not need to be denied. When the first step of the TV series came out, her beauty and superb acting skills gained the first group of die-hard fans. However, her acting career was too short. She could deal with Su Wenma's movies that were aimed at the box office. For a movie like Director Jin's, and a female lead role at that, the requirements for acting skills were very strict. Sister Jiang knew what was good for her. Class? Yi Xiaohua hadn't heard this sentence for a long time. She glanced at Sister Jiang. In Sister Jiang's eyes, Yi Xiaohua had only acted in 1 TV series and 1 movie. But in Yi Xiaohua's eyes, she didn't know how many worlds she had experienced and how many roles she had played. I know what I'm doing. Yi Xiaohua picked up her mobile phone and scrolled through Weibo, vaguely saying. Yi Xiaohua opened Weibo and saw a push. Seeing her name, she clicked on it. The rising star Meng Xianxia defeated Yi Xiaohua and got the female lead role of director Su Wenma. The former movie queen was firmly suppressed by the newcomer. Digression, Nai's birthday, add a chapter then, good night to the dogs. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Sister Jiang's phone rang at this moment. She lowered her eyes to look at her phone. Messages from the group chat were coming in one by one. Sister Jiang's expression changed instantly. The assistant also saw the Weibo post from the staff in the group. Is the company crazy? Netizen 1, I'm dying of laughter. The newly crowned Best Actress hasn't even completely exploded yet, but she's already being suppressed by a newcomer. She must have hit the core of the earth, smiling emoji. Netizen 2, someone finally found Miss Meng Xianxian. Little sister, you graduated from a university's cultural course. Netizen 3, praising Yi Xiao and Hua Tian every day, now you're embarrassed, right? Netizen 4, I can't defame Meng Xianxian. Netizen 5, can't you just stay away from the popularity? Take our father Yi away. Netizen 6, I'm so embarrassed by the water army above XSL. Honestly, there's still someone in the entertainment industry who can outshine me, Yi? It was obvious that these netizens were fake reviewers. However, Sister Jiang was also very angry. Sister Jiang naturally knew who had hired the internet water army. Meng Xianxian's team robbed Yi Xiaohua's resources were not enough. They even issued a notice to step on Yi Xiaohua's hot search. Meng Xianxian's acting skills are 100 times better than Xiaohua's. How did they get their resources? Don't they have a bit of a forced number in their hearts? The assistant quickly said, Sister Jiang, calm down. This is how the entertainment industry is. Was it done by Meng Xianxian's team? Sister Jiang looked at Yi Xiaohua's expressionless face and said to the assistant. The assistant had already contacted the people in the company and nodded. Sister Jiang was originally Star City Entertainment's gold medal agent. In those days, she had taken a fancy to Yi Xiaohua's qualifications. Yi Xiaohua was also obedient and had never caused her any trouble. Yi Xiaohua has also worked hard. In the past 2 years, she has been very popular, but there has been no black material. This was the first time he had been bundled up like this. Forget about the others, it was still a low-level method like trampling on him. Sister Jiang was completely disgusted by Meng Xianxian and her agent. After taking a deep breath, she directly called the company's public relations team. The public relations team was busy with Meng Xianxian's matter. After receiving Sister Jiang's call, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, Sister Jiang, you called me just for this? You don't plan to do any public relations? Sister Jiang took a deep breath. I'm sure you know how Meng Xianxian got her role, right? Public relations? Sister Jiang, are you joking? The people of the public relations department thought that something had happened. When they heard Xianxia's words, they didn't care and smiled. This little thing still needs public relations, and this is also a win-win situation. Don't you see that Yi Xiaohua is also on the hot search? It's also a kind of exposure for her, isn't it? Sister Jiang's mood changed after hearing what the PR said. Also, Sister Jiang, Boss Chen knows about this. In the end, the staff of the Public Relations Department whispered. When Sister Jiang heard Chen Xumin's intervention, she understood some of the contents and was very angry. Xiaohua's potential has also been estimated by the company. Don't you know if she needs this kind of heat now? Meng Xianxian is still young. Chief Chen's eyes are sharp. Her education background and her family have no black spots. The PR department person smiled. The company has the intention of the company. As someone who works for Star City Entertainment, you should understand this point. The company has decided to fully support Meng Xianxian. Sister Jiang, you have also brought a lot of people. Be rational. Then he hung up the phone. Sister Jiang almost couldn't breathe. In her heart, she cursed Chen Xumin half to death. However, she also knew one thing. Now that Chen Xumin supported Meng Xianxian, the whole company probably knew about it, so their attitude towards Yi Xiaohua was neglected. This was not uncommon in the entertainment industry. Sister Jiang naturally understood this, so Meng Xianxian took advantage of this time to step on Yi Xiaohua to gain attention. Xiaohua, don't be angry, and don't transfer to this marketing account's Weibo. Sister Jiang knew Yi Xiaohua's temper. It was very smelly. In the past, she had personally confronted Big V, afraid that she couldn't calm down. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaohua looked at it and turned it over. It's okay. In 2 days, she won't be able to jump. Sister Jiang thought about it and felt that Yi Xiaohua was talking about the Plan Zero crew. Although the movie Light had a lot of publicity, it was still a lot worse than the Plan Zero. In terms of the level of big stars, Light was even more incomparable. After a period of time, Plan Zero would be announced to start shooting. At that time, those anti-fans on Weibo would not be able to jump. But no matter what Sister Jiang said, she still felt very sullen. Yi Xiaohua went home and read the script sent by the director. Then she went out to meet someone. Star City Entertainment. Meng Xianxian and her agent were discussing the Light crew and the variety show. Look, in just 1 day, you've gained more than 100,000 fans. Meng Xianxian's Weibo originally had more than 9 million fans. I'll buy more fans later, and then I'll have more than 10 million. Meng Xianxian was also browsing Weibo. By the way, how are you and Mr. Chen recently? Meng Xianxian's agent said, suddenly remembering this matter. No. Meng Xianxian pursed her lips and smiled. Mr. Chen is a very good person. That's good. The company is now fully supporting you. Don't drop the chain for me. Meng Xianxian's agent finally waited for the opportunity for Meng Xianxian to become popular, so she was very attentive. When the publicity crew of Light officially announces the time when you start shooting, you can repost it. Meng Xianxian's agent relied on Meng Xianxian to become a gold medal agent. At this time, she naturally did not want to make any mistakes. We mentioned the crew of Light yesterday. Won't Director Su be angry? Meng Xianxian suddenly said. The official publicity for Light had not yet come out, but they had already begun to trample on its popularity. No. The agent smiled. You gave them a wave of publicity for free. They want to save a sum of money for publicity and also a wave of popularity. They can't be more than happy. How can they be angry? While the two were talking, the official publicity team of Light posted on Weibo. Light official Weibo, welcome the male lead Huang Wenchuan, the female lead Li Man. In the next few months of filming, I hope everyone gets along well. Stay tuned. There were not many things happening on Weibo in the past 2 days. As a popular female celebrity, Yi Xiaohua's popularity had yet to cool down. Her haters were waiting for the official announcement of Light and then ridiculing her on Weibo. However, Yi Xiaohua's fans were too strong. In the end, Star City Entertainment's public relations department was somewhat powerless. However, it did bring a lot of traffic to Meng Xianxian and added a lot of top student fans. The company gave Meng Xianxian the top student campus belle persona. Until the Light crew posted on Weibo. Netizen 1, F***CK. Netizen 2, ha 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 ha, I'm sorry everyone. I'll laugh first. Do you still remember Meng Xianxian's Weibo post yesterday? Netizen 3, There has never been such embarrassing news in the entertainment industry. I thought that newcomer really stepped on Godashi, netizen 4, I feel sorry for my Godashi. After this Weibo post, Yi Xiaohua and Meng Shanshan were once again on the hot search list. However, this time, Star Entertainment's public relations failed. Most of the passers-by and Yi Xiaohua's fans ridiculed Meng Shanshan to the bottom of the earth. Meng Shanshan and her agent could no longer deal with the matter on Weibo. Meng Shanshan's eyes were still staring at the light crew's Weibo. Her face turned pale. What the hell is going on? Why didn't the light publicity crew at me? Where did this Riemann come from? Meng Shanshan's agent was now completely dumbfounded. Don't worry, I'll ask Director Su. He hurriedly called Su Wenma, wanting to ask what was going on. However, Su Wenma's cell phone was busy and could not be reached. I'll look for Mr. Chen's assistant. Meng Shanshan's agent also panicked. They had just quarreled with each other yesterday, and today, the light crew gave them a big gift. Needless to say, she could already imagine how the netizens were ridiculing her. Meng Shanshan sat in her chair in a daze. Her face turned pale when she saw her constantly rising comments. Everything that happened yesterday was not only in vain, but it also added countless anti-fans. Meng Shanshan saw that the number of fans that had almost reached 10 million had dropped again. She scrolled to Yi Xiaohua's side and saw that her latest comments were all "my heart aches for little sister" or words praising Yi Xiaohua. She almost vomited blood. Not only did she waste yesterday's hot search, but she also increased Yi Xiaohua's fans. Haha, Xiaohua, have you seen Weibo? Sister Jiang is calling Yi Xiaohua, feeling refreshed. I don't know why Director Su suddenly changed actors, but I really feel relieved. You don't know, losing such a big face, Meng Shanshan did not dare to go out today. Yi Xiaohua hung up the phone after saying a few words to Sister Jiang. Her face was very light. Sister Jiang came over in the evening, cooked a pot of porridge for her, and then rushed back to the company. Yi Xiaohua didn't go back to Ye's house after telling Ye's family that her company had something to do. At 12 o'clock, the window was gently knocked. Niahing came in from the outside, and Yi Xiaohua just put on a coat. What's the matter? The sect master came to Hua country, now it's surrounded. Before Niahing finished his sentence, he saw Yi Xiaohua's face change. She took the car key and went out directly. Does she want to die? Didn't you tell her not to come to Hua country? Yi Xiaohua's face was dark. His face was filled with annoyance. The situation in the South Island was already unstable, and Hua Nation was competing for a new leader. Nie Jinyu's identity was sensitive, and she would definitely be targeted if she came here. Niahing followed behind her and didn't dare to say anything. However, he was a little surprised to see Yi Xiaohua climb over a railing very easily. He trained with Yi Xiaohua, so he naturally knew Yi Xiaohua's skills. He just felt that Yi Xiaohua seemed to be more powerful than before. Boom, it was raining heavily overhead. Yi Xiaohua and Niahing parked the car on the side of the road and walked up the mountain. It was raining heavily, and there were no street lights on the mountain, but these had no effect on Niahing and Yi Xiaohua. When Yi Xiaohua arrived, the scene was very chaotic. These people clearly wanted to keep Nie Jinyu in Hua country. She didn't know which force they belonged to, but there were a lot of people. Yi Xiaohua's face didn't change. After solving these people with Niahing, she looked at Nie Jinyu with a cold face. Sect Master, didn't I ask you to go back to the South Island first? When Yi Xiaohua got angry, Nie Jinyu was very afraid. I want to come to the capital to have a look. The leader will be replaced. If I can, I want all the people in the South Island to settle down in the capital. Yi Xiaohua was going to cry because of this idiot. Do you know who the people in the South Island are? You still want to come to the capital? I'm afraid that before you bring the people in the South Island here, the South Island will be swallowed by someone with ulterior motives. Yi Xiaohua felt a headache. She pinched her eyebrows. In the past 5 years, I managed to make those people not afraid of the South Island. I'm sorry, senior sister. It was the first time that Nie Jinyu saw Yi Xiaohua so angry. She was so anxious that she cried. Yi Xiaohua directly raised her hand. Leave now and wait for my news back to the South Island. Nie Jinyu's coming to the capital must have been known by several military regions and people who wanted to compete for the position. Yi Xiaohua still had to spend time to dispel their ambitions. She didn't want to see Nie Jinyu being stupid again. Nie Jinyu took a breath and nodded. Yi Xiaohua told Nie Jinyu's people to keep an eye on Nie Jinyu and turned to go down the mountain. Nie Heng was going to follow Nie Jinyu, but he saw that Yi Xiaohua's face was a little strange, so he went down the mountain with her. Sect Master has been very close to Nie. Second Uncle Nie recently. Nie Heng told Yi Xiaohua the news he got. Yi Xiaohua had a terrible headache. In the past 5 years, she had tried her best to clean up the South Island. But she didn't expect that because of Nie Jinyu's sudden return, the 5-year business plan was all disrupted at this time. Didn't second Uncle Nie know the situation of the South Island now? Listening to Nie Heng talking about the South Island and second Uncle Nie little by little, Yi Xiaohua's head kept buzzing. She drove the car to the community. Before she got out of the car, she leaned on the steering wheel. Nie Heng had never seen Yi Xiaohua like this. He was in a hurry but didn't know how to do it. He tried to move Yi Xiaohua out of the driver's seat. But before he had time to do it, a hand with distinct joints stretched out first. Yi Xiaohua was taken away in front of him. How could Nie Heng bear it? He jumped out of the car and was about to take out his gun, but before he could do anything, he was stopped by 2 men in black. Nie Heng's strength ranked in the top 5 in the South Island. Now he was still a coach in the training camp, which showed his strength. But he didn't expect to be easily stopped by these 2 men in black. Young Master Nie Heng, Butler Mu shook his head at Nie Heng. Miss Yi will be fine as long as our young master is here. Don't worry. Don't follow us. You know our young master's temper. Seeing Butler Mu, Nie Heng was in a trance, and then turned away without saying a word. In a manner in the capital. What's the matter? Why can't I wake her up? Mu Xingji looked at the doctor beside him with a blue face. He sat by the bed, holding Yi Xiaohua's hand with his long fingers. Dr. Nan frowned. It shouldn't have rained. When did Miss Ye's body become so bad? Bad? Mu Xingji looked down at her thin body and was silent for a moment. Didn't you say that her body was very good? He checked for a while, and finally his face changed. Say it. Mu Xingji gritted his teeth. This? Miss Yi has poison in her body. I don't know what poison it is, Dr. Nan whispered. Miss Ye's body has accumulated countless toxins. She should have been poisoned after leaving the island. Looking at her physical condition, it has been several years. Recently, she should have realized that she has been taking medicine. Half of the toxins have been discharged, but her body has been empty. She is not as good as before. A rain made all the symptoms in her body break out, plus the anxiety attacked her heart, so she fell into a coma. I don't know the toxins in her body yet. I need a blood test before I can take the medicine. Mu Xingji's other hand almost crushed the mobile phone in his hand. Poisoned? Go and get Nie Jinyu back for me. Seeing Mu Xingji talking, Butler Mu immediately comforted him. Young master, don't worry. If you catch Master Nie now, many people in the capital will make trouble again. They are worried that they have no evidence. Mu Xingji sneered. Will I be afraid of them? Butler Mu's eyebrows twitched. It wasn't easy for Miss Yi to send Master Nie away. If you catch her now, if something happens to her, won't Miss Yi be worried? You have to give face to Miss Yi. She works hard for South Island. You have to sympathize with her. Don't spoil her heart. I'm afraid that the Nie family never valued her feelings and fed a group of wide-eyed wolves. Mu Xingji looked at Yi Xiaohua's pale face and took a deep breath. You go find something for Nie Jinyu to do. All right, Butler Mu said immediately. Did you find any poison? Mu Xingji looked at Dr. Nan. Dr. Nan said hesitantly, I found something. She can just take Miss Ye's medicine, but she doesn't have enough qi and blood right now, and she's overworked. If she doesn't take good care of herself, you prescribe the medicine. Mu Xingji looked at Yi Xiaohua's thin body and closed his eyes. When will she wake up? This? I can't say for sure, but he should wake up when the temperature drops. Butler Mu, why haven't you brought the clothes yet? Mu Xingji asked Dr. Nan to prepare the medicine and shouted to the outside. The servant who had been waiting outside hurriedly came over with the new clothes to change Yi Xiaohua. what are you doing? Mu Xingji saw that she was going to touch Yi Xiaohua's hand and frowned. Don't touch her. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please don't reprint it. The servants had never seen Mu Xingji so angry. For a moment, he wanted to cry but had no tears, and his body trembled. He allowed her to come in and change her clothes, but he did not allow her to touch this lady. Seeing the servant's reaction, the butler immediately said, "Put your clothes down and go out." After the servant went out, Butler Mu immediately followed her out and even closed the door. There were several people waiting outside. The one inside is Miss Yi. Butler Mu took advantage of this time and instructed these people, "Take care of her. The medicinal cuisine in the kitchen is ready and warm. I don't know when Miss Yi will wake up. If Miss Yi is hungry, you can think about the young master." The servants trembled as they answered. Some of the bolder ones couldn't help but look at the closed door. Then he suddenly lowered his head, not knowing who Miss Yi was inside. Yi Xiaohua didn't know how long she had been in a coma. When she woke up again, she saw Mu Xingji sitting on her bedside with a blank expression. For a moment, Yi Xiaohua thought she was dreaming. Compared to 5 years ago, Mu Xingji's eyebrows were now filled with a trace of hostility. "It's good that you're awake." Mu Xingji glanced at the stool and tilted his head to signal for someone to bring the porridge over. "Let's eat first." Yi Xiaohua took the porridge, looked at Mu Xingji, and suddenly said, "Where's Nie Jinyu?" "Don't worry, she's still alive." Mu Xingji looked at her expressionlessly. "As long as you're alive, she won't die." Yi Xiaohua smelled the medicine in the porridge. She felt a pain in her chest and bowed her head to eat a spoonful. Seeing that she had finished eating, Mu Xingji handed her bowl to the servant beside him. "Why did you suddenly come back?" Yi Xiaohua looked at Mu Xingji and suddenly asked. Mu Xingji stared into her eyes for a long time. "You should know that the competition for the new leader is about to begin. You didn't think about that seat." Yi Xiaohua said without thinking. This sentence stunned Mu Xingji for a moment. "Your agent called me this morning. It's urgent." He didn't say anything more, just took the phone on one side to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua looked at her mobile phone. Sister Jiang made more than a dozen phone calls and immediately returned. As she got up, she returned the call. She looked up and saw a dried plum blossom on the table beside the bed. That plum blossom should have been maintained. It was covered by a layer of glass, and not a single speck of dust could be seen on it. After the phone call, Mu Xingji had already left the room at some point. Yi Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. She put all her things on the cabinet and went straight out. Butler Mu was waiting for her outside the door with a smile. "Miss Yi, the car is ready. Where do you want to go?" "I'll take you there." "No, housekeeper Mu, just let the driver take me there." Yi Xiaohua smiled. "I'll be at ease if you personally deliver it." Butler Mu glanced at the study opposite. Yi Xiaohua pursed her lips and said nothing. After getting in the car, she saw that the driver was a young woman. "That's Mu Lu," Butler Mu said. "Young master said that the entertainment industry is very chaotic, so he asked Mu Lu to follow you. If you need anything, just tell her. Young master has asked Dr. Nan to order nutritious meals every day, and Mu Lu will be in charge." "No, young master said that Mu Lu is yours from now on. If you don't want her, he will kick her out of the Mu family." Butler Mu said respectfully. Yi Xiaohua looks out of the window. The car soon arrived not far from Star City Company. Yi Xiaohua got out of the car, and Mu Lu followed behind her. Sister Jiang saw Yi Xiaohua from afar and looked at Yi Xiaohua up and down. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me. What else could happen to me?" Yi Xiaohua patted her shoulder. "What could happen to you? Did you forget how you came back last time?" Sister Jiang said halfway and suddenly stopped talking. She saw Mu Lu behind Yi Xiaohua. She's my new assistant," Yi Xiaohua said casually. "Sister Jiang, you don't have to worry about it. Why are you looking for me so urgently? There will be a notice in the afternoon, right?" Hearing Yi Xiaohua said this, Sister Jiang remembered the serious matter. She looked serious. "Did you do that thing with Li Man?" "Yes." Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. Sister Zhang's heart thumped, and then she sighed. I don't know where the company got the news that you contacted Director Su. They know that you're behind this. President Wen is waiting for you in the office. Well, I'll go up and see. Yi Xiaohua didn't care and casually waved at Sister Jiang. Then she entered the office. Sister Jiang wanted to follow in but was stopped by the secretary. As soon as Yi Xiaohua opened the door, she heard the voice of Meng Shanshan and Meng Shanshan's agent. It's all thanks to President Wen. Our Shanshan will definitely not fall short of the company's expectations. It's mainly because Xianxia is excellent. President Wen was a shareholder of Star City Entertainment. At this time, he was smiling at Meng Shanshan. From the corner of his eye, he saw Yi Xiaohua coming in. President Wen immediately stopped smiling. President Wen. Yi Xiaohua pulled a chair, sat down, and nodded to President Wen. Look at what you've done. President Wen threw the document in his hand to Yi Xiaohua and angrily rebuked. You actually persuaded Director Su to replace Shanshan's endorsement privately. Did you forget who supported you? Don't go to the afternoon notice. Go back and reflect on yourself. In the past, Yi Xiaohua was the company's cash cow and Chen Xiao's favorite. President Wen didn't dare to talk to Yi Xiaohua like this. But now, Chen Xiao had taken a fancy to Meng Shanshan. Meng Shanshan's image was not bad. The most important thing was that she was highly educated and very positive. No matter what, she had the potential to be a big hit. President Wen naturally knew who to favor at this time. Digression, these 2 chapters were not easy to write. I've been stuck for a long time. This book was first published by, do not reprint. Remember in 1 second, 800 !say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Xiaohua, how is it? The door of the office is closed. Xianxia couldn't hear the voice inside. Naturally, she didn't know what Wenzong said to Yi Xiaohua inside. When Yi Xiaohua came out, her face didn't change much from before. However, Sister Jiang wasn't sure. After all, she has never understood Yi Xiaohua. It's nothing big, but Zai, I have something to report to you. Yi Xiaohua tilted her head and smiled at Sister Jiang. Facing Yi Xiaohua's face for 2 years, at this time, he still couldn't help but look at her. Her usual cold demeanor was well received by her fans, but this smile made her unable to move her eyes away even though she was also a woman. I'll take a photo with my phone and post it on Weibo. I reckon your haters won't be able to bear to slander you anymore, Sister Jiang suddenly said. Yi Xiaohua took the sunglasses and slowly put them on. Seeing that she was walking towards the elevator, Sister Jiang immediately chased after her. Ancestor, where are you going? I still have work to do in the afternoon. Yi Xiaohua is very idle these days. Half of the notice is transferred to Meng Shanshan. This afternoon's work was quite important. Zai, this is what I just wanted to tell you. Yi Xiaohua raised her hand towards Sister Jiang. Just now, Mr. Wen stopped all my announcements. What? Sister Jiang was trembling with anger. Why did he stop your announcement? Yi Xiaohua shrugged indifferently. Maybe I'm going to be out of breath. He's a hoof. Sister Jiang wanted to find Wenzong's theory, but stopped after thinking about it for a few seconds. Xiaohua, Mr. Chen will come back from a business trip in 2 days. I'll ask him face to face. Yi Xiaohua looked at Sister Jiang and swallowed the blow to the bottom of her heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud, afraid that she would explode. Yi Xiaohua's coming to the company didn't know who was reported to the paparazzi. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw a sea of reporters waiting outside the main entrance. Miss Yi, may I ask if you have a falling out with Star City Entertainment? Miss Yi, due to internal conflict, all your work has been stopped. May I ask if you have anything to do with the replacement of the protagonist of Light? As soon as Yi Xiaohua came down, these reporters squatted here and said that no one informed this group of paparazzi. She didn't believe it. Sister Jiang has also seen big scenes. Seeing someone poke the microphone in Yi Xiaohua's face, she follows the assistant to maintain order. However, before they could move, he saw the cold-faced woman in black next to Yi Xiaohua. She single-handedly took the male paparazzi 1 meter away from Yi Xiaohua. The little assistant, what the f***ck? Sister Jiang, Yi Xiaohua reached out and pushed down her sunglasses. Under the escort of Mulu, she got into her nanny car safely. Sister Jiang and her assistant suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of threat from Mulu. Although the reporter did not interview her, Weibo about Yi Xiaohua in the circle has been overwhelming. Before this, many people had approached Sister Jiang to discuss resources. After the news got out, these people basically stopped contacting Sister Jiang. Especially the small artists of Star City Entertainment, who were always rushing to take advantage of Yi Xiaohua's popularity. Now that this happened, they didn't even show their heads, as if they were afraid of being implicated. This news must have been released by Meng Shanshan. Sister Jiang was so angry that she laughed. These people are really realistic. Yi Xiaohua just leaned lazily on the back seat. She just smiled and didn't say anything. Sister Jiang opened her mouth. You. How can you be calmer than me? I'm used to it. Yi Xiaohua clicked her tongue. Used to it? Sister Jiang looked at her suspiciously and didn't delve into the matter. Instead, she asked seriously, what are you going to do about this? I mean to tell the company directly. You still have a 1-year contract with the company. If the company really wants to freeze you, there's really nothing we can do. But young Master Chen isn't so stupid. Even if he wants to support Meng Shanshan, he won't forget that you are the company's cash cow now. Seeing Yi Xiaohua turn on her mobile phone to play games, she was as heartless as ever. Sister Jiang's heart was blocked. Ancestor, I'm talking to you about a serious matter. Even if you have other ideas, you can't fall out with Star City Entertainment this year. Didn't you say that you would wait for Qin Shumin to come back to talk about this matter? Yi Xiaohua didn't raise her head. Well, I can't talk to you. I'll call Director Jin's side. Sister Jiang went to the window and contacted the planner of Plan Zero. Originally, she thought that Plan Zero should still have some concerns after such a thing happened. She didn't expect that they would turn on the camera as usual. There was no intention of changing people at all. Sister Jiang was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. This should be the best news she had received today. Yi Xiaohua should eat and drink. In the evening, old Master Yi called back and asked her to go back for dinner. Yi Xiaohua hadn't gone back for 2 days. She didn't plan to go back, but thinking of the recent news, she agreed to go back for dinner. Only Mulu went back with her. Xiaohua will come back tonight? Aunt was talking to Yi Tong. When she heard old Master Yi talking about this matter, she was a little surprised. In the past 2 days, she followed Grandpa Su's instructions and talked to Yi Tong about the Su family. Basically, she came to the Su family every day. She hadn't seen Yi Xiaohua for 2 days in a row. Now that she heard that Yi Xiaohua was coming back, she was surprised. Old Master Yi smiled. Before, I let her live in Yi family. She said that she was busy with work and might not have time. Today, I called her to come back for 2 days. This time, she is willing to come back. After that, he also told the kitchen to prepare 2 more dishes. When Yi Tong heard the old man's words, she was somewhat clear. Su Lan knew her eldest daughter the best. Looking at her eldest daughter's appearance, she knew that there was an inside story. Tong, what's wrong? I've been in the entertainment industry recently. Yi Tong found it somewhat difficult to speak. Today, I just heard the news about Star City Entertainment. It seems that second sister will be put in the cold storage by Star City Entertainment. Old Master Ye's brows wrinkled. Yi Tong observed his expression and then whispered, this time, Xiaohua is willing to come back. It should be because she wants to find us to solve the matter of Star City Entertainment. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Su Lan frowned. Why is she being frozen? Before, Su Lan had been angry because Yi Xiaohua refused to accept the matter of Su's branch. Now that he heard Yi Tong's words, the 2 of them became even more uncontrollable. Previously, inviting her back was like inviting a Buddha. Now that something has happened, she knows to come back. Is this the attitude of an elder? After old Master Yi finished instructing the kitchen, he heard Su Lan's words and his expression turned fierce. Star City Entertainment is bullying your daughter. Shouldn't you support them? In the early years, the old man had a bunch of soldiers under his command. Although he was old, his momentum had not diminished. Su Lan's face paled. Being a good person, Aunt hurriedly said, "Old master, don't be angry. We have Tong Tong. You also know that Tong Tong has been sensible since she was young. She has never let our sister-in-law worry about her. Lier is also very good. Both of them are excellent, so she can't turn to Xiaohua. You should understand her and give her some time." Aunt also thought that Yi Xiaohua came back for this matter. In fact, she didn't like Yi Xiaohua's appearance. However, he still had to speak up for Su Lan. Su Lan naturally knew to follow the steps. "Dad, you also know that Xiaohua was not very bright when he was a child. I'm not used to it for a while." Grandpa Yi felt very tired. Yi Tong and Yi Li had grown up in the Yi family. Although the Yi family had been deprived of most of their military power in recent years, they still had some power, and the Su family escorted them. How many people in the capital dared to give these two people any face, but is Xiaohua the same? Who knew she was the daughter of the Yi family? The old man knew that the banquet would be held a little earlier. He sighed at the bottom of his heart and just waved to Su Lan. "It's good that you know what to do. Don't say these words in front of Xiaohua." "Yes, Dad." Su Lan forced a smile. When Yi Xiaohua came back, she felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Especially the way his aunt looked at him. Somehow, he felt that there was some contempt in her eyes. Yi Xiaohua didn't think of anything and pretended not to see it. Not long after she returned, Yi Li and Yi Feng returned from the military base. "This is?" Yi Li saw Mu Lu behind Yi Xiaohua and felt a little strange. Yi Xiaohua is calm. "This is my assistant." It was not unusual for a celebrity to have an assistant. Yi Li nodded and did not say anything. He only looked at the assistant beside Yi Xiaohua with some suspicion. He always felt that he had seen this assistant somewhere before. But he just couldn't remember, so he temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. At dinner in the evening, Yi Tong and Aunt had been waiting for Yi Xiaohua to take the initiative to mention this matter. However, they waited until the end of the dinner, and Yi Xiaohua didn't mention her conflict with Star City Entertainment. Su Lan couldn't help but look at her. Yi Xiaohua put down her chopsticks and suddenly looked up at Su Lan. "Is there a flower on my face?" Su Lan was stunned. "Then why do you keep looking at me?" After Yi Xiaohua came back, she only called Grandpa Yi, but she never called Su Lan Mom. Most of the time, she chose to forget. This was also the reason why Su Lan kept complaining about her. No, Su Lan didn't hide it when Yi Xiaohua mentioned it. She said directly, "Did you fall out with your company?" Yi Xiaohua is still thinking about whether she has done anything out of line to let Yi family know her identity. Or maybe Yi Li heard something else in the military. Now that she heard Su Lan's explanation, and then looked at her aunt's confident and contemptuous eyes, she suddenly understood what they were talking about. Yi Li threw away his chopsticks and stood up. "Who bullied you?" Even Yi Feng looked at her worriedly and touched his cell phone. Grandpa Yi didn't have any interest in Yi Tong's words. He was waiting for Yi Xiaohua to say it. He was also waiting to support Yi Xiaohua, but Yi Xiaohua didn't say it, so he was very anxious. Now that Su Lan said it, he couldn't care less and immediately looked up at Yi Xiaohua. "It's a small matter, I can solve it myself." Yi Xiaohua was a little surprised and then smiled. "It's okay." She picked up her chopsticks and continued to eat a few more mouthfuls. Yi Xiaohua's appearance didn't seem to be fake. The three men carefully observed her and saw that she ate a little more than usual. Their hearts also believed Yi Xiaohua's words. "How come I heard that you've been frozen by Star City Entertainment's top management?" Yi Tong raised her eyes and looked at Yi Xiaohua in surprise. "We're family, you don't have to hide it. It's not a shameful thing." Yi Xiaohua glanced at her lightly. "I didn't know that you know more about my company than I do." Yi Tong opened her mouth. "All right, Tong." Yi Feng gave Yi Tong a warning look, then turned to Yi Xiaohua and said in a gentle tone, "If you encounter any trouble, just tell us directly." Yi Xiaohua paused for a moment, then looked up and smiled brightly. "Okay. Has the notice from above come down?" After talking about Yi Xiaohua, Grandpa Yi began to ask about the military. Yi Li shook his head. "Major General, we have no chance. It should be the Rong family's young master." Grandpa Yi frowned. "What about the Rong family?" You're worse than the Rong family's kid, Grandpa. The Rong family is now backed by the Mu family. Yili calmly said. Grandpa, you didn't speak again. Yi Feng suddenly said, if we were also under the Mu family, Li Er's position wouldn't be empty. The Rong family has hundreds of years of heritage. Grandpa, Yi interrupted Yi Feng's whimsical thoughts. Our Yi family's foundation is still too shallow. If we want to be tied to the Mu family, we're still a few decades away. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua glanced at Grandpa Yi. Yi Li didn't feel any regret. He still talked to Yi Xiaohua in a low voice and asked her about the entertainment industry. After dinner, he asked her for several autographs, saying that there were several of her fans in his team. After dinner, Yi Xiaohua signed a few notes for him to bring back. Grandpa Yi was beside her. When he saw the words she wrote, he was stunned for a few minutes. Xiaohua, have you learned calligraphy? It's just SOSO. Yi Xiaohua was afraid of revealing too much, so she didn't write very well. However, she still surprised Grandpa Yi. Although Yi Li worked hard in the army since childhood, he was too naughty. When he was a child, he learned calligraphy from his teacher to train his mind. Now that he saw Yi Xiaohua's words, he knew that she had worked hard on it. He didn't hesitate to praise her. Yi Xiaohua was so thick-skinned. She looked at the words that only had her points. She awkwardly looked down at Grandpa Yi and Yi Li pondering their own handwriting, pretending to look at their mobile phones. She just refreshed Weibo. She didn't notice that she logged in the wrong number. There were countless messages from Matt. She clicked on one of the people she followed. Wild Willow. Did you authorize it? I saw a lot of people who came to ask for IP rights. The resources given by Fenghai Group are the best. Yi Xiaohua looked at the initiator of this private message. It was her editor. Only then did she notice that she was on the account Yilu001. When she first left the island 5 years ago, she really didn't have much money on her, so she opened a sock puppet to write. She only wrote one book, The Firmament of Gods. She didn't expect this book to be so popular. She looked at the editor's words several times and didn't intend to reply. She remembered that the last chapter of The Firmament of Gods was still missing. She stared at this Weibo page and thought for a long time. Sister, you're amazing. Yi Li looked at Yi Xiaohua's words for a long time and finally said such a sentence. Yi Xiaohua immediately put away her mobile phone and didn't show him the account of Yi Lu's Weibo. Fortunately, Yi Li didn't notice. It's okay. Yi Xiaohua looked at this word and really couldn't praise it. You take it. Of course. Yi Li responded lightly. Even the old man was a little happy and hummed a little song. Yi Xiaohua didn't understand why they were so happy. She didn't know that these two people had never dared to mention Yi Xiaohua's past. There was no record of Yi Xiaohua's previous life. Even the university was vague. The two of them imagined a lot of sad pictures of Yi Xiaohua having no relatives in the past. Especially the old man, when he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel sad. Now seeing Yi Xiaohua's words, the two of them felt a little relieved. This handwriting couldn't be written without many years of effort. The two of them felt that Yi Xiaohua's previous life shouldn't be as hard as they imagined. The two of them imagined that since the day Yi Xiaohua came back, their hearts had been heavily pressed. Now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Xiaohua didn't know their imagination, but even if she knew, she would just laugh it off. Mulu was arranged to stay in the guest room on the first floor. She knew that she didn't need to follow Yi Xiaohua all the time. Just at 9 o'clock in the evening, she knocked on Yi Xiaohua's door and handed a thermos in her hand to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua opened it and saw that it was a night of medicinal cuisine. It was still steaming. Weren't you talking to my grandfather and my brother in the study just now? Yi Xiaohua opened her mouth. Immortal speed. Mulu noticed that Yi Xiaohua said my grandfather and my brother, and then very respectfully said, Miss Yi, it was sent by Mu Qiu. Yi Xiaohua, no. Who told you to let the head instructor of the training camp do this? Mulu looked at Yi Xiaohua inexplicably. He is the fastest. Afraid that Yi Xiaohua didn't believe it, Mulu also explained, when the young master said that he wanted to find someone to take charge of these things, those people in the training camp had to come. They also specially made a competition to run with watermelons. In the end, Mucho got the first place and had this opportunity. Yi Xiaohua became more and more silent. Finally, she said with some difficulty, "You do these things in private?" Those people who were internationally infamous usually ran around with a watermelon in their arms. Mulu blushed and said softly, "I got second place, that's why I'm following you." Yi Xiaohua. I just wanted to say, did you forget that you are the top 3 sharpshooters in the training camp? No, I'm still far behind you. Mulu quickly shook her head. Yi Xiaohua hatefully closed the door. After eating, Yi Xiaohua turned on the computer. Today, she accidentally logged on the Weibo of Yi Lu, and then she remembered that there was the last chapter. She wrote this chapter once when she was doing a task. It was also very fast to write. Just typing a few hundred words, the door was knocked, and then immediately pushed open. "Xiaohua, this is yours." "What are you doing?" Su Lan and Yitong entered the room. That night, he was lectured by the old master. When she was making milk for Yitong, Yitong talked about Yi Xiaohua, so she also prepared a cup for Yi Xiaohua. Yitong accompanied her to see her off. When knocking on Yi Xiaohua's door, Su Lan didn't think so much. She knocked and didn't get an answer, so she pushed open Yi Xiaohua's door. Seeing Yi Xiaohua sitting in front of the computer, he couldn't help but ask. "Play games." Yi Xiaohua quickly cut a shortcut. She hid the contents of the document and zoomed in on the game. Sure enough, Su Lan frowned. "Alright, don't play too late tonight. This is the milk I made for you." After saying that, she saw Yi Xiaohua nodded very coldly, and her temper came up again. "You're not young anymore. Don't do anything serious all day." "Mom, my sister just came back." "Don't worry." Yitong patted Su Lan's back gently. "She's still young. It's normal for her to have some fun." When Su Lan heard Yitong's words, she wanted to say, "You two are only 1 year apart. How is she younger?" However, she remembered what Grandpa Xing had warned her before, so she didn't say anything in the end. He just felt that the old man was very biased. They were all his granddaughters. He had 2 different attitudes towards Yi Xiaohua and Yitong. That's enough. Only you know how to protect your sister. Su Lan looked at Yitong, amused. The relationship between mother and daughter was very good. Yi Xiaohua is sitting in front of the computer playing games. There is no change on her face. She is wearing pajamas, and a large piece of white skin is exposed on the side of her neck. Go to bed early after drinking. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua didn't talk to herself, Su Lan was impatient to say anything to her. He went out directly. Yitong was a step behind. She smiled and said, "Sister, don't take it to heart. Mom is just like that." N. Yi Xiaohua answered casually. The last third of the monster's HP bar on the screen disappeared. Yitong didn't care about her attitude, but when she left, she looked at Yi Xiaohua's computer suspiciously. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but when she first arrived, she didn't see this interface. But looking at Yi Xiaohua's smooth movements, Yitong felt that she was thinking too much. She hesitantly closed the door. Yi Xiaohua pulled out the chair and locked the door directly. He continued to open the document and write the last chapter. This time, his mood was completely different from the last time. His phone kept ringing. Halfway through writing, Yi Xiaohua finally picked up her mobile phone. It was her editing fruit. In total, he had sent more than 30 private messages. "Fruit, Yi Lu, if you have the guts to come online, then reply to me. I know you're online, Fruit, don't pretend that you're not online. Look at your online record. Screenshot of when you were online 1 minute ago, Fruit, sneer, 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 Fruit, sneer, 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 Wild Willow 001, Yi Willow 001, I'm writing the last chapter. Be good. Fruit? Fruit, what the F asterisk CK? He really came back to life, Guizi, boss, please find out more about the film rights, Guizi, wait, there's still the last chapter? Fruit, boss, don't go. Speak clearly, Yi Willow 001, I'll send you the draft the day after tomorrow. After typing this sentence, Yi Xiaohua left this Weibo, thought about it, and deleted the browsing record. What she didn't know was that after she logged off, Guizi made a Weibo post. That night, Yi Lu and all gods in the firmament were on the hot search list. There was another bloody storm on Weibo. Yi Xiaohua didn't pay attention to Weibo. She put what she wanted to remind in her grandfather's study at night and went to sleep. Another day passed. Sister Jiang called Yi Xiaohua to come to the company. Young Master Chen is back. Sister Jiang had been dealing with Yi Xiaohua's affairs these days. She didn't feel strange when she saw Mulu behind Yi Xiaohua. Come upstairs with me and ask them for an explanation. Yi Xiaohua nodded. Even if Sister Jiang didn't find her, she would solve this problem. Don't worry, young Master Chen should still be on your side. Sister Jiang analyzed a lot. Whether in terms of potential or other aspects, Yi Xiaohua was higher than Meng Shanshan. Yi Xiaohua didn't take off her sunglasses and nodded perfunctorily. Maybe. Sister Jiang fought for a chance for Yi Xiaohua. The company's top executives were waiting for them in the conference room. When Yi Xiaohua went in, she found that Meng Shanshan was also there. Yi Xiaohua had also attended such a meeting before. The company's people always knew young Master Chen's attitude towards Yi Xiaohua, so they put Yi Xiaohua's seat next to Chen Ximin. But now the person in this seat has been replaced by Meng Shanshan. Chen Ximin was talking to Meng Shanshan. Seeing Yi Xiaohua coming, he looked up and froze for a moment. That's about it. Yi Xiaohua, you damaged the company's interests. In order to treat it as a punishment, I pushed your recent resources to others. Don't take any work this month. Mr. Wen looked at the document in his hand and finally said. When Meng Shanshan heard Mr. Wen's words, she was happy. Freezing Yi Xiaohua for a month, the company could only support her a lot. As for a month later, without exposure, who would know who Yi Xiaohua was, she subconsciously looked at Chen Ximin. Sister Zhang's face also changed. She subconsciously looked at Chen Ximin. Mr. Chen? Chen Ximin looked at Yi Xiaohua and said with some disappointment, Did you let Director Su squeeze out Shanshan's role? Hearing Chen Ximin's words, Sister Zhang's heart became cold. Meng Shanshan's face changed, and then she was ecstatic. It's me. Yi Xiaohua smiled. Since it's you, then you should go back and reflect on yourself. Chen Ximin saw Yi Xiaohua like this, and his heart became more agitated, and there was a kind of indescribable disappointment. When he spoke, his tone was a little cold. No one else dared to answer, even Meng Shanshan, who had been favored recently, did not dare to say anything. No need. Yi Xiaohua reached out and took off the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, and put them in her pocket. Chen Ximin froze for a moment. If you don't want to reflect on yourself, then, no, I mean. Yi Xiaohua sat at the back, stood up at this time, and leaned slightly against the table. She was wearing a black shirt today, which was originally white. At this time, when it was reflected by the clothes, it felt that her face was even whiter, and her eyebrows and eyes became more and more lonely. Terminate the contract, your Yi ancestor is not playing anymore. Digression, good night, he. No one spoke in the office for a long time. Not to mention Wenzong, even Chen Ximin didn't think that Yi Xiaohua would actually say the word termination. At first, Wenzong wanted to suppress Yi Xiaohua, but he just wanted to please Meng Shanshan and let Yi Xiaohua know that without the company, she was nothing, so Yi Xiaohua would be firmly held in the palm of the company's hand. Now the whole company basically relied on Yi Xiaohua to eat. If she really left, Star City Entertainment would probably, however, he didn't think that Yi Xiaohua would be so free and easy, saying that she would terminate the contract. Yi Xiaohua, you're crazy, do you know how much your liquidated damages are? Wenzong stood up first and stared at Yi Xiaohua incredulously. Yi Xiaohua signed a 5-year contract with Star City Entertainment at the beginning, and now there were still 3 years left. According to her current popularity, the liquidated damages were an astronomical figure. This was one of the reasons why Wenzong dared to hold Yi Xiaohua. No artist dared to take such a risk and openly breach the contract with the company. The liquidated damages were a small matter. After that, it was estimated that no company would dare to sign Yi Xiaohua again. After all, no company would want an artist who was openly arranged by Weikong Company. Moreover, they also knew Yi Xiaohua's background. There was no financial backer behind her. If she openly challenged her, what awaited her was the cold bench of the entertainment circle. Chen Xiumin felt that he had given Yi Xiaohua a chance again and again. Now that Yi Xiaohua swept his face like this, he directly stood up. Then according to what you said, I will let the lawyer contact you. It could be heard that Chen Xiumin should be very angry, his face was frosty. Meng Shanshan, who was next to him, pretended to be afraid and bowed her head. In fact, when she bowed her head, her face hung a smile that couldn't be concealed. At present, there were only a few artists in Star City Entertainment. Now that Yi Xiaohua had terminated the contract, Star City Entertainment could only wholeheartedly support her. Ancestor, you. Sister Jiang clearly heard Yi Xiaohua's words. Yi Xiaohua looked at her, the coldness in her eyebrows faded a little, and became loose again. Sister Jiang, you also heard that I want to leave Star City Entertainment. Will you come with me? Sister Jiang looked at Yi Xiaohua for a long time and finally sighed. Ancestor, I have offended the company several times for you. If you are willing to take me, I will definitely follow you. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a place to stay. Although Yi Xiaohua expected Sister Jiang's answer, she was still happy to hear it with her own ears. Sister Jiang opens her mouth and looks at Yi Xiaohua. She doesn't dare to say anything disappointing. Star City Entertainment was swept in the face by Yi Xiaohua, so it was certain that they would send word to other companies. Although Yi Xiaohua is famous, other companies may not be willing to accept this temperamental artist. Mulu followed behind the two of them. She didn't say anything. Even though Sister Jiang was a natural person, she didn't know how to strike up a conversation with Mulu. Yi Xiaohua accompanied Sister Jiang to pack up her things. Along the way, they met a lot of artists from Star City Entertainment. In the past, when they saw Yi Xiaohua warmly greeting these trainees who called her Sister Yi, they didn't dare to say a word when they saw Yi Xiaohua. He began to avoid Yi Xiaohua from afar. It's just a small temple. Seeing these people, Sister Jiang couldn't help but sneer. Yi Xiaohua was very relieved. Why are you angry with them? She hasn't lost her temper yet, but these artists know that Yi Xiaohua has terminated the contract with the company. Moreover, Meng Shanshan is the company's current celebrity. When Yi Xiaohua is so sensitive, they naturally don't want to come forward and have more contact with Yi Xiaohua. Who knows if Meng Shanshan will blow pillow talk to Chen Xiumin and make them sad. The two of them packed up and then went to the apartment where Yi Xiaohua is currently living. This apartment was arranged by the company for Yi Xiaohua. Now that the contract has been terminated, she naturally has to move out. Why aren't you moving? Sister Jiang and Mulu helped Yi Xiaohua pack up her things, but they saw Yi Xiaohua standing at the door, not moving at all. I just feel that I have no fixed residence. Yi Xiaohua smiled. Sister Jiang thought of the first time she saw Yi Xiaohua. She went to the internet cafe to find her nephew. But she saw a girl sitting in the corner. The other party was lying on the computer as if she had fallen asleep. Not far away, several hooligans were staring at her. Sister Jiang saw that the other party looked like a high school student, so she stepped forward and patted the other party's shoulder. The girl followed her movements and raised her eyes. The dim light in the internet cafe could not hide her beauty at all. Her dark hair slid into her neck as she raised her head. She was not surprised to see her. Her eyes regained clarity in almost a second. Her white and slender fingers tapped on the keyboard a few times. Her fingers were exquisite and too good to be seen. There were just a few small scars. Sister Jiang looked at it and was stunned. Until the girl finished typing all the words. Sister Jiang suddenly woke up and handed her a postcard. Later, after getting familiar with Yi Xiaohua, Sister Jiang knew that she slept in the internet cafe every day at that time. Those hooligans were her underlings who watched over her. By the way, I remember what you were writing at that time. Sister Jiang packed 2 pieces of clothes and suddenly remembered this matter. Yi Xiaohua went to the refrigerator and took a bottle of water. She unscrewed the lid and replied lightly, yes, I just wrote something to make a living. I have a big family waiting to support me. Sister Jiang thought she was talking nonsense, so she simply ignored her. Yi Xiaohua took a sip and suddenly remembered something. Sister Jiang, there are a few people in your Wayne team who are still willing to follow me. Every artist had their own operating team. Yi Xiaohua used to be the leader of Star City Entertainment. There were more than a dozen people in the team. Her termination of the contract also had a great impact on them. These people were used to using her. Yi Xiaohua also remembered the old times and did not want to cheat them. Sister Jiang nodded. Okay, I will contact them. These people were different from Yi Xiaohua. They did not sign a contract with the company. They just needed to resign. Sister Jiang sent a WeChat message to everyone in the team. She made this matter very clear. If they were still willing to follow Yi Xiaohua, they would follow Yi Xiaohua. However, only the assistant replied to her. The others acted as if they did not see it. They did not say whether they were willing or not. This book was first published by. Please do not reprint. I'll call and ask. Sister Jiang was worried that some people didn't see it and twisted her brows. Sister Jiang, don't look for me. The one who spoke was Yi Xiaohua's makeup artist. She hesitated at first, but in the end, she said, to tell you the truth, Meng Shanshan's agent can look for me this afternoon. The makeup artist was embarrassed at first. In the end, her words had a bit of a high tone. Meng Shanshan was now a newcomer to Star City Entertainment. Following Meng Shanshan was indeed much better than following Yi Xiaohua. Sister Jiang, don't call me in the future. I will misunderstand my new boss. When saying this, the makeup artist had a little sympathy. To be honest, Yi Xiaohua really had the talent to be popular. Unfortunately, she was unlucky. Sister Jiang hung up the phone, and all the people in the team left the group one by one. Sister Jiang originally thought that if there were enough people left, she would find a place to treat these people to a meal. It might be a little difficult to follow Yi Xiaohua in the future, but Yi Xiaohua would definitely make a comeback, not to mention the movie Plan Zero. She didn't expect that in the end, Yi Xiaohua would only be left with her and her assistant. Sister Jiang felt a little stuffy in her heart, and her action of collecting things became bigger. Yi Xiaohua turned out all her bank cards from the cabinet. There was also a passbook. There was a pile on the ground. Sister Jiang glanced at it and didn't feel anything. She continued to collect things. After a minute, she suddenly found something and immediately turned her head. Wait, why do you have so many? She looked at Yi Xiaohua's bank cards scattered on the carpet and couldn't say a word. There was a pile of black cards on it. Sister Jiang had seen black cards before. In the past, she had seen those bosses using black cards when they were in the market. Although they are all black cards, there is no money in them. Yi Xiaohua called them one by one to check the balance. After checking, she found a very uncomfortable fact. Son, I found that after paying the penalty, I am left with myself. Congratulations, you finally got to know each other. Sister Jiang was surprised by her slow reaction. How could the penalty of 200 million not be a lot? Yi Xiaohua put the card aside. Are you ready? She had always had very few things, and most of the clothes she wore were invested in by brands. The clothes at home could not even fit 2 boxes, and other things were even more pitiful. When it was time to go downstairs, there were only 2 boxes. Mulu held one in each hand. Sister Jiang's heart trembled. She wanted to help that one, but she found that she couldn't get one as fast as Mulu. He silently gave up on the idea of trying to be brave. Stay with me tonight. Sister Jiang knew that Yi Xiaohua had no relatives, so she asked Yi Xiaohua to wait downstairs. I'll drive. Yi Xiaohua leaned against the door of the community, her eyebrows drooping, not knowing what she was thinking. Until the faint light from the street lamp was blocked by someone. You're blocking my light. Yi Xiaohua didn't even lift her head. Mu Xingji suddenly laughed. I heard that you don't have any money? Muliu's mouth is really big. Yi Xiaohua's hand that was poking the mobile phone stopped for a while, and slowly and complicatedly spit out a sentence. Mu Xingji looked at her expression for a while, and then the smile on his face faded. He was silent for a long time. The training camp will give you a sum of money every year. Plus other things, dozens of liquidated damages are enough for you to pay. But Mu Xingji knew her very well. She was not more arrogant than him. When she said that she had no money, she really had no money. You're really good to Niejinyu. Where did she spend so much money? Mu Xingji could probably think of it. But when he thought of it, a secret feeling of discomfort burst out from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xiaohua originally wanted to play games, but she had already been matched with someone. Hearing Mu Xingji's words, she suddenly raised her head, and her eyes were bright and beautiful. It's not because of her. Mu Xingji didn't expect her to suddenly raise her head. He was still quite close to her. Inevitably, he saw her face. The other party's eyes, eyelashes, and pursed lips were magnified countless times in his own eyes. He slowed down and then tilted his head. You live in Mu Garden. Yi Xiaohua was not in the mood. Ah? Mu Xingji secretly sighed in his heart. How disappointing. I'm kidding. Mu Xingji suddenly couldn't stand it. He took a step back, and his delicate eyebrows and eyes were dyed with light color. However, before he finished his sentence, he heard Yi Xiaohua's very light voice. Okay. Mu Xingji looked up at her in a daze. Yi Xiaohua simply turned off the game. She saw Xianxia's car coming. Xiaohua, hurry. Xianxia was going to talk to Yi Xiaohua. As soon as she pushed the door and got out of the car, she saw Mu Xingji standing not far from Yi Xiaohua. She originally thought that the most beautiful person she had seen in the entertainment circle was Yi Xiaohua. When Yi Xiaohua made her debut, her very personal style of face made a large number of people feel threatened. Later, she became popular. Even if there were so many black people, no one dared to attack her beauty. Even Rong Fei, a famous beauty in the capital, could not compare with her. Until today, when she saw the man in front of her, the other side stood against the street light, but she could also see a rough outline, which made Xianxia feel as if she had returned to the first time she saw Yi Xiaohua. It was also like fireworks suddenly blooming in the night sky, breathtaking and lingering. You. Xiaohua, your friend, are you interested in entering the entertainment circle? Xianxia was stunned for a long time, and only this sentence was left in her empty head. Yi Xiaohua snorted, he is different from me, he is not short of money. Xianxia's regretful expression can be imagined. Hearing that someone was willing to take Yi Xiaohua in, Xianxia was relieved. When she saw the black car drive away, Xianxia finally found something wrong. That black car, why does it look so familiar? **** In the evening, Dr. Nan came to see Yi Xiaohua as usual. When did your body become so bad? Mu Xingji changed into a slightly more casual clothes, no longer so ascetic cold color, but his words were still slightly cold. Yi Xiaohua was not affected by his voice. I'm not used to the food in the capital. Said a little carelessly. Mu Xingji obviously did not believe it. Even if you don't tell me, I can find it sooner or later. The training camp is going to choose new people again? Yi Xiaohua followed Dr. Nan to check the equipment and suddenly asked. Yes. Mu Xingji said this and glanced at her. You can forget about me. Yi Xiaohua laughed at herself and asked, but I heard that Yi Li's position was squeezed out by the Rong family? This is the first time I see you care about people outside the Nia family. Mu Xingji's expression became a lot lighter. Yi Xiaohua smiled and did not speak again. Mu Xingji looked at her and felt a little stuffy in his heart. He pushed the door to the corridor and lit a cigarette. After Butler Mu brought a cup of tea in and saw Mu Xingji like this, he sighed slightly. He learned some news from Mu Lu, and to be honest, he was not much better than Mu Xingji. I asked the South Island. Nie Jinyu wants to be the Great South Island. In the past few years, Miss Ye's money has all been. Butler Mu said with some hatred, she is such an outstanding person, not inferior to you at all, young master. If it was not because of them, her future would be so, don't say it. Mu Xingji interrupted him. I don't dare to ask her, the card I gave her that year, did she also leave it to the people of the South Island? If so, at the end of his words, Mu Xingji's tone was close to a whisper. Butler Mu knew what Mu Xingji was talking about. 5 years ago, when Yi Xiaohua left the island, the Nye family would not give her money. About Yi Li, Mu Xingji bit the cigarette and lowered his eyes. Tell the Rong family to let him join the training camp. Butler Mu was stunned, but with the Yi family's current situation, how can it be his turn? It doesn't matter. Mu Xingji looked outside indifferently. Someone in the Yi family must stand up. Butler Mu thought of Yi Xiaohua and understood the meaning of Mu Xingji's words. If he agreed, this time, the Yi family would probably soar to the sky. Butler Mu went to the kitchen, and Dr. Nan just came down and handed him the Chinese medicine list. Dr. Nan was a doctor of the Mu family. He had excellent medical skills and had been following Musingji for so many years. He was like a servant and a friend to Musingji. But this time, he didn't dare to tell Musingji himself. Butler Mu, when he met Miss Xi, he was like a different person, especially when Miss Xi was always angry with him. I don't dare to tell him about Miss Xi's situation. What are you afraid of? Butler Mu took it and smiled. Miss Xi is here, she will plead for you. That being said, Dr. Nan still didn't dare. Musingji was usually cold to death. In the past 5 years, he was even more arrogant. The group of people in the Mu family were all subdued by him. He didn't dare to touch that bad luck. He was afraid of death. The next day, Yi Xiaohua went to Star City with Sister Jiang to terminate the contract. When she regained her freedom, she saw a lot of people in the company. Before, when Yi Xiaohua's team saw that Yi Xiaohua really terminated the contract, they were relieved and looked at Sister Jiang and others pitifully. Meng Shanshan's agent also showed off in front of Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang was so angry that she didn't want to say a word. After terminating the contract, Sister Jiang immediately wanted to find a new studio for Yi Xiaohua. But she was caught by Yi Xiaohua. Sister Jiang glanced at her. Yi Xiaohua pushed her sunglasses and smiled at her. Her smile was meaningful. Child, your Yi ancestor is going to fly you. 800 /small/talknet. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. What are you doing? Sister Jiang had just received a message, and her face was grim. Star City, this dog company, has reported everything about you to other companies. Sister Jiang didn't expect Qin Shuming to be so ruthless. Let's go. Yi Xiaohua patted her on the shoulder and posted a Weibo about terminating her contract with her company. Suddenly, Weibo set off a huge wave. She was the first on the hot search list, followed by Yi Lu. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't look at these anymore. Instead, she took Sister Jiang to Rong Corporation. Rong Corporation was the top entertainment company in the country. Almost everyone in the company was a big name. Director Jean, Lin He, and Rong Fei were all Rong Corporation's people. Sister Jiang followed Yi Xiaohua into Rong Corporation. When the receptionist saw Yi Xiaohua, she immediately said politely, "Is it Miss Xi? The general manager is on the 27th floor. You can go to him directly." Zhu. Ancestor, when did you know General Manager Rong? Sister Jiang was really stunned. Rong Corporation was a giant in the entertainment industry. Every artist who was signed to Rong Corporation would eventually have a good development, and few people in the same industry dared to offend Rong Corporation. Sister Jiang heard that Rong Corporation had a military background. Star City Entertainment was not small, but compared with Rong Corporation, it was still far from it. Not to mention Yi Xiaohua's current situation. Even when Yi Xiaohua was at her peak, it was not particularly easy to sign in to Rong Corporation. Yi Xiaohua looked at her. I told you long ago, I have a background, and it's very strong. If you have a background, why do you still sleep in an internet cafe? Sister Jiang replied. Fine, you're ruthless. Yi Xiaohua directly pushed the door and went in. Rong was reading a document. When he saw Yi Xiaohua come in, he first looked at her, and then handed her a contract in his hand. Miss Yi, this is the contract I drafted. Take a look. Yi Xiaohua took it, flipped through it a few times, and then gave it to Sister Jiang. I trust you, but I still have 2 people who want to follow me. This is not a problem. When the time comes, just report it to the finance department. Rong smiled. When he saw Yi Xiaohua, he was really surprised. He didn't expect her to be more beautiful than what he saw on the document. Just this face alone was enough to make him famous all over the country. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. He looked at Yi Xiaohua and couldn't understand why his father would let him sign this artist. How did the old man know about these things in the entertainment industry? Manager Rong was deep in thought and was very polite to Yi Xiaohua. Sister Jiang stood on Yi Xiaohua's side and couldn't say a word for a long time. She had known Yi Xiaohua for so long. Although Yi Xiaohua always said that she had a strong network, Sister Jiang never believed it. It wasn't until she came out with Yi Xiaohua that she opened her mouth in a trance. Zhu. Ancestor. Your eyes are not deceiving you. This is an S-rank contract. Entertainment company contracts were divided into grades. Usually, it was a grade and B grade. However, there were also S-grade contracts with the best treatment and profits. Sister Jiang looks at Yi Xiaohua, who is very calm. Now she finally believes that she can fly with her. The Rome Corporation and the S-level contract. An artist who could climb to the top in the future would be born in his hands. When Sister Jiang thought of this, her hands couldn't stop shaking. I want to know what the expressions of those staff who thought you were going to collapse will be when the official news from the Rome Corporation comes out. Sister Jiang thought of the expressions of those people in the team when they left Star City today. Remember, in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Now, he couldn't help but want to see their expressions. After Yi Xiaohua sent her to deal with the company's affairs, she was going to go back to Ye's house first. Not to mention the current situation in the capital, if the Yi family did not handle it well, they would become cannon fodder. No one could see it more clearly than Yi Xiaohua, who was at the center of the matter. When he returned, Yi Tong was sitting in the hall, talking to a few senior executives of Fenghai Group. We must get the IP of Celestial Vault of the Gods. Yi Lu updated the last chapter and caused such a stir. This is our biggest bargaining chip to enter the entertainment industry. She was still speaking. Seeing Yi Xiaohua out of the corner of his eye, he immediately stopped talking and no longer mentioned this matter. Is everyone clear? The higher-ups nodded, and the secretary next to them was recording something. He looked like a successful person. Su Lan took a plate of fruit from the kitchen and saw Yi Xiaohua standing in the hall. She immediately frowned. Your sister is talking about business. Can you not disturb them? Well, I was just about to go up. Yi Xiaohua nodded carelessly. Yi Tong stood up and took the fruit platter from her mother's hands with a smile. Mom, I just finished discussing with the managers. It's fine. Su Lan was impressed by Yi Tong's thoughtfulness. She doesn't want to ask Yi Xiaohua again. Then, he lowered his head and gently asked about Pantheon. Yi Tong immediately explained the influence of this novel to Su Lan. Su Lan gasped in amazement. You said that the author of this novel earns hundreds of millions a year in royalties? It's been translated into more than a dozen languages. Yi Tong nodded. She was full of ambition. This time, I spent a lot of money to find this author. My plan is foolproof. You've always had your own ideas. Your uncle and aunt praised you countless times in front of other people during the day. Su Lan felt proud. Her eldest daughter had been talented since she was young. She inherited the Yi family's bravery and the Su family's business talent. But in the end, she still chose to go into business. Su Lan really loved her dearly. When Yi Xiaohua heard the conversation between the two, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly, and she whispered in her heart, "Foolproof my ass." He returned to his room and opened his Weibo. Fruit, boss. Look at this, you really don't plan on selling the IP license, Guzi. Fenghai Group's offer is really good, Guzi, boss, look at me. Yi Xiaohua takes a look. Then he typed a line of words. Yi Willow 001, I will sell the copyright, but I will decide which company to sign the contract with. Guzi, fruit, got it, Guzi, boss, can I tell others that you want to sell the copyrights? I think there will be a lot of people looking for you. Yi Willow 001, give them my Penguin account. At dinner time, Yili came back a little late. When he returned, he looked very excited. Grandpa, I might go there. He didn't say where exactly, but it was obvious that everyone at the table knew. Really? Grandpa Yi was so excited that he almost knocked over the glass of water. Yi Xiaohua silently bit the apple, bowed her head and did not speak. Yili nodded excitedly. Although Su Lan and Yi Tong did not dare to talk about military matters, they still knew a little. Based on their conversation, they knew that Yili was most likely going to be promoted. Both of them were extremely excited. Only Yi Xiaohua has no expression in silence. Yili and Yi Laozi only thought that Yi Xiaohua did not understand these, so they did not deliberately explain, afraid that she would be contaminated with these. On the other hand, Su Lan was more and more displeased with Yi Xiaohua. The more outstanding Yili and Yi Tong were, the more annoyed she was with Yi Xiaohua. Mom, my sister just came back. You have to give her time to adapt. She is busy with the entertainment industry every day, where does she have the time? Yitong whispered to Su Lan. Isn't it all because Grandpa and the others spoil her? Su Lan said lightly. Aren't you busy with the company? You are still helping your grandpa, but you have learned the basic things. She was used to wearing colored glasses, and Grandpa often beat her because of Yi Xiaohua, which made Su Lan more and more annoyed. At first, when Yi Xiaohua came back, her guilt had long been exhausted. However, Su Lan did not dare to speak loudly. She thought that no one but Yitong could hear her. But she did not notice Yi Xiaohua's increasingly lonely eyes. After dinner, Grandpa Yi and Yili went upstairs to talk about the change this time. Yifeng followed closely behind. Yi Xiaohua pondered as she went upstairs. How could she warn Yili without exposing herself? By the way, today your aunt said that she wants to introduce someone to you. Watching Yi Xiaohua go upstairs, Su Lan suddenly remembered something. It's a son of an aristocratic family. He just came back from military training. I'll let you know him in 2 days. I'm not going. Yi Xiaohua went upstairs. You're still hiding it from your family, aren't you? Tong Tong said that you terminated your contract with your company. Su Lan looked at Yi Xiaohua. Your aunt helped you find a person with great difficulty, and you said you don't want to go? Then what do you want to do? Are you going to mix with people in the entertainment industry? Yi Xiaohua put her hands in her pockets and said indifferently, whatever you say. You think I'm losing face? Su Lan's hand that was holding the cup tightened, and the blue veins on the back of her hand appeared. She paused and couldn't help but fiercely say, he agreed to meet with you, and you still want to be picky? Your grandpa arranged a company for you, but you don't want it. You don't stay in Star City Entertainment, and you go around all day. Look at the bastard things you do all day. Tell me, what else can you do? What else do you want to do? Digression, after Christmas Eve, I wish everyone a Merry Christmas good night. Su Lan gritted her teeth and said this fiercely. The Su family was full of plans for Yi Xiaohua, but she was even more arrogant than Yili. She didn't accept the arrangement of the Su family's company, and now she also terminated the contract with Star City Entertainment. Su Lan really didn't know what Yi Xiaohua wanted to do. Madam, don't be angry, the servant saw Su Lan get angry for the first time. Usually, Su Lan was amiable, so she boldly came forward to persuade her, children are rebellious, wait for a period of time, it will be fine. Looking at the appearance of the eldest miss, I know that your teaching is definitely not bad. Su Lan listened to the servant's words, but she couldn't breathe in her heart, don't say good words for her, she just doesn't know good from bad. Growing up outside, after all, she has no education. I originally wanted to teach her well when she came back, but mud is mud, no matter what I do, I can't help her. Su Lan also wanted to get along well with her second daughter, and also wanted to pull Yi Xiaohua onto the right path. But the other's temperament was raised bad outside, and she couldn't change it. In addition, old Master Yi always warned her without batting an eyelid, asking her to be fair. Even Su Lan couldn't help but feel wronged. At this time, when the servant opened her mouth, she couldn't help but say, Dad told me not to be too partial, but you see, is it me who wants to be partial? No one will like her ignorant and incompetent appearance. I give her a chance, but she doesn't grasp it well. She only knows how to sell her face in the entertainment circle. Isn't it shameful for me to say it? The servant smiled with her, but she didn't take it seriously in her heart. At first, she also had prejudice against Yi Xiaohua, and the other party had no etiquette. But for many days, when the servant sometimes looked at the other party lazily sitting on the sofa playing games, she was always cold and arrogant, but when it came to playing games, her sharp eyebrows softened a lot. She was cold, but she didn't put on airs. This kind of coldness was innate to the bones. Occasionally seeing her well-behaved appearance, her heart would involuntarily soften. She always wanted to cut more fruit for Yi Xiaohua, and looking at her thin appearance, she wanted to directly feed it to her mouth. For this reason, the servant also followed Yi Xiaohua's Weibo with the help of her son. Of course, the helper could understand Su Lan's thoughts. She had an older daughter who brought her glory everywhere, and a younger son, so naturally, she couldn't stand it. That was what the servant was thinking, but she didn't dare to say it to Su Lan. She could only comfort her. Find a time to talk to Miss Xiao. Don't be too anxious. Yi Xiaohua didn't think much of the idiot downstairs. She came back tonight mainly for Yili. After returning to his room, he turned on the computer and looked at the electronic file of the script. He was still thinking about Yili's question. Someone knocked on the window and Nieheng jumped in with a swollen face. You this? Yi Xiaohua looked at his appearance, stunned for a moment. Moo. Moo Lu. Nieheng opened his mouth, but couldn't help but let out a hiss. Yi Xiaohua, on the other hand, was happy. Yi Clan's defense could not stop Nieheng, but Nieheng obviously did not expect that Yi Clan now had an extra Mu Lu. Fortunately, Mu Lu didn't pull out her gun today, or you would have to go out horizontally. Yi Xiaohua looked at Nieheng's angry face and immediately changed the topic. You tell Niejinyu to settle down. Also, Yili is going to participate in the selection of the training camp. Tell him a message then. Nieheng nodded and then told Yi Xiaohua Niejinyu's recent movements in concise words. Master is very, very busy recently. She wants to come to Jingjing, the capital. Doesn't she think that the South Island has caused enough trouble? Yi Xiaohua sneered. Go back and keep an eye on her for me. Let her go back to the South Island honestly. If I see her in the capital, I will break her legs in person. Nieheng knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately nodded. Yi Xiaohua was not in the mood to read the script anymore. She just leaned against the back of the chair, with her legs resting on the edge of the chair and one hand opening a web page. After entering a string of code, she saw a list, and the name at the top was still that RY. Little. Miss is still the first. Nieheng said with admiration. Yi Xiaohua turned to look at him in disbelief. You think it's glorious to be the first on the international wanted list? You're not happy that I'm not dead, are you? She knew that there were many people who wanted her dead. As long as she died, the weapons, people, forces of the South Island, and even the training camp of the South Island could be taken down. But she didn't expect that these people would not give up after being on the list for so long. No, I definitely didn't. Nieheng looked pale and was eager to explain. However, when he was anxious, he couldn't explain a word. Stop, I feel bad listening to you. Yi Xiaohua immediately waved her hand. Go back and look at Niejinyu. Nieheng's face turned red. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua had no other orders, he turned over the window and went out in a flash. Yi Xiaohua looked at the list and kept reading in a good mood. Then she opened the replies of some big shots. $500 million, they are willing to pay a lot. Yi Xiaohua was short of money now. Seeing the $500 million, she wanted to kill herself. With $500 million, she didn't know how those killers could bear not to take the order. It had been on the list for 5 years, and no one dared to take it. Yi Xiaohua was thinking. There was a knock on the door. She said come in, and Yili pushed the door and came in. The wanted list was still on the computer page. Yi Xiaohua's hand shook, and she immediately pressed a few keys to delete the page. These were all bounties posted on the killer's internet. In addition to the killers on the list, even the boss of Hua Country's Special Intelligence Group had to spend a lot of effort to get the list on the wanted list. Yi Xiaohua used the code to get in. When Yili came over, she hadn't completely deleted the wanted list. It would be a bit deliberate to delete it again. She stopped and deleted the chat page of those big shots. What is this? Yili came in and handed a glass of milk to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua looked at his calm face, and her heart moved. My agent sent me a list. Let me have a look. What is this list? Yi Xiaohua was originally in the entertainment circle. Yili didn't know much about these things. He thought that Yi Xiaohua was looking at things in the entertainment circle, so he took a careful look. It was indeed something like a list. It was a bit strange. There was a number written below. It should be some popularity, right? This should be Italian. I can't understand it. Yili looked at the handwriting and immediately shook his head. I'll find you a translator, no wonder I can't understand it. Yi Xiaohua was not in a hurry now. She calmly deleted the content in front of Yili. No need. I'll ask my agent to send me an English version. It turned out that Yili had never learned Italian. Yili looked at Yi Xiaohua and felt that the other party really didn't need to find a translator. He waited for Yi Xiaohua to finish the milk and took her cup and turned to leave the room. Then he told her to have a good rest and hurried to find Grandpa Yi. Yi Xiaohua was full of reminders but didn't say it. She just saw his back in a hurry. It was too abrupt for her to speak at this time. She flipped through the script of Plan Zero and faintly thought, I'll find another opportunity. Early the next morning, Yili went to training. Yi Xiaohua didn't find a chance to stop him. She didn't want to see Su Lan, so she packed up and left immediately. She didn't have any announcements recently. Sister Jiang had been in Rome Corporation. Rome Corporation helped Yi Xiaohua rearrange a team. They were recently helping Yi Xiaohua build momentum. Rome Corporation really wanted to support Yi Xiaohua, unlike Star City Entertainment, who gave Yi Xiaohua endorsements and announcements. They didn't want to support Yi Xiaohua with the idea of consuming Yi Xiaohua. Instead, they wanted to create a superstar. Sister Jiang told Yi Xiaohua to learn acting skills from the teacher. Rongshi also helped Yi Xiaohua find a performance teacher. The other party was from a university's performing arts department. Sister Jiang specially called Yi Xiaohua. The other side is Teacher Wenqing, Teacher Lin. He also came out under him, and now Rongfei is also studying behind him. Although he doesn't have a good temper, he doesn't dare to say anything when Madame Rong asks him to teach you. Even if he's teaching someone, it depends on fate. I'll give you his number, and you can contact him personally. Rongfei? Although Yi Xiaohua is the top flow in the entertainment circle, in fact, she does not know much about the entertainment circle. He did not have much of an impression of Teacher Wenqing. He did have some memories of Rongfei. It's Rongfei, Sister Jiang said in a low voice. I just found out that she was originally the female lead of Plan Zero. I don't know why the director chose you. So, you must act well this time. Otherwise, you will be drowned by the spittle on the internet. Rongfei is different from Yi Xiaohua. Rongfei is a child star. The famous director-teacher in the circle has given her advice. It is said that the power behind her is very big, and there are all kinds of rumors on the internet. But until now, no one has dug out one or two. In any case, no entertainment blogger or paparazzi on the internet dares to release Rongfei's private life. Yi Xiaohua picked up the cantaloupe that was cut at hand, took a bite, and then said, I know. Sister Jiang, don't worry. I will study hard. In a real sense, Yi Xiaohua's acting time has long exceeded Sister Jiang's imagination. But Yi Xiaohua will not disappoint Sister Jiang's kindness. There is no end to learning. Although Yi Xiaohua is arrogant, she also knows what is good for her. She honestly leaned on the sofa and called Teacher Wenqing. No one answered until the line was busy. She called again 5 minutes later, but there was still no answer. Yi Xiaohua frowned, sent a text message to say hello to Wenqing, and then added Wenqing's micro according to Sister Jiang's instructions. There was no response, so Yi Xiaohua decided to call again later. She knew that the next actor to act with her was Lin He, who is said to be born to do this. He is recognized as the sole actor in the entertainment circle and has countless fans. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Xiaohua took some of Lin He's classic movies to watch. Mu Zhan is a collateral relative of the Mu family, but during this time, when the capital was in deep trouble, he emerged and held the position of the chairman of the National Academy of Arts. He plays an important role in the Mu family. Moreover, his ability was indeed very strong. He was able to firmly suppress the direct descendants of the Mu Jia under his feet. In the competition for the top position, his party has a total of 5 votes, and many people want to win him over. Just after meeting a diplomat, Mu Zhan came to Mu Garden to report the news he got. The servant politely welcomed him in. Mr. Mu, the servant called Mu Zhan's soul back, the young master is in the living room. Mu Zhan has not seen the young master several times, but he does not know how much he has done. It is said that this young master does not believe in Buddha, is a clean freak, and does not pay attention to anyone. He went to the legendary West Island to train alone. The news that the Mu family got is that he can get the first place in every assessment. This person is so arrogant that he did not choose the best house, but chose the worst top floor, saying that it is quiet. When Mu Zhan heard this, he felt that the people who trained with Mu Xingji were really pitiful. He just returned to the Mu family for a few days, and the Mu family was tossed around by him. But now, this meticulous person who lived an incomparably exquisite life had stacks of exquisite desserts and plates of sliced fruits on the table that was filled with documents. It was a messy pile. At the end of the glass table, there is a very cheap bottle of Coke. The Coke lid rolls all the way under the coffee table. A person is lying on the sofa beside him, watching TV attentively. She does not even want to lift her neck. Her white and slender hands put on the plate on the edge of the table, and she can get a piece of hominy melon. Mu Zhan suddenly realizes that no wonder he just felt that the coffee table was placed crookedly. It turns out that the coffee table was moved to her side to cooperate with this person. He sees that Xianxia is trying to use the remote control to increase the length of another plate of fruit. Mu Xingji can't bear it anymore. He takes away the empty plate and pushes another plate of fruit over. Mu Zhan stands in the same place in a daze. Housekeeper Mu brings the medicinal diet that Xianxia is going to eat next from the kitchen. He introduces her to Mu Zhan halfway. This is Miss Yi. Although Housekeeper Mu is a housekeeper, Mu Zhan will never look down on anyone around Mu Xingji. Mu Xingji is difficult to get close to. Many people in the outside world think of Housekeeper Mu. However, Housekeeper Mu is stubborn. He looked just like his master. Seeing his attentive side, when it was time to leave Mu Yuan, Mu Zhan did something that even he himself couldn't believe. He pinches himself on the arm. Xianxia does not know that Mu Zhan has made such a stupid action. She is more and more like a fish in water in Mu's garden. She has such a feeling of living on the island. At that time, she received super strong training every day, and the master wanted her to take over the South Island. She gritted her teeth and persisted in the harsh training. Later, she took Nie Jinyu out to take the task. There was a mistake and Nie Jinyu was injured. The master was furious and asked her to accept the first-level punishment. At that time, people in the South Island knelt together to plead for her and advised her to give in to the master. But she was so unyielding at that time that she would not bow to others even if she was beaten to death. In fact, she was also injured, but she was too arrogant and did not speak. She was already injured and almost died after accepting the punishment. Later, the master could not put down his face and asked the people on the neighboring island to help her recover. The owner of the neighboring island arranged for her to stay on the top floor, saying that people in the West Island were very curious about her. In order to avoid these people disturbing her, he asked her to temporarily endure Mu Xingji. At that time, Mu Xingji was the overlord of the West Island. No one dared to disturb her. He was even more arrogant than her, the overlord of the South Island. When thinking of this, Xianxia tooted and then put down the toothpick. She called Wenqing again. Still no one answered. Xianxia was impatient. She repeated Sister Jiang and patiently called Wenqing again. At this time, someone answered, but it was not Wenqing, but his teaching assistant. Mr. Wen is teaching Miss Rong and has no time to answer the phone. Xianxia confirmed that Sister Jiang said that Wenqing called her at 10 o'clock in the morning. Now it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When will he have time? Xianxia asked with a smile. I don't know. The assistant was already impatient. If you have anything to say, you can talk about it tomorrow. Mr. Wen has a lecture in the evening. Xianxia directly hung up the phone with a bang. After hanging up the phone, she opened WeChat and wanted to say something to Sister Jiang. She looked through the messages of her friends. There was still no movement in the column of adding friends. How could a person like Wenqing not check WeChat for a day? At present, there was only one possibility: the other party refused to add her as a friend. Xianxia understood at this moment. Wenqing is disgusted with herself. She grinds her teeth and opens Sister Jiang's WeChat. Your Yi ancestor, remember, Yi ancestor, don't need any teacher to fly. Your Yi ancestor, don't find me a stupid teacher next time. Sister Jiang, Teacher Wen's tone may not be good, and you are directly parachuted by the company. He may wear a little colored glasses, but as long as you show your face a little, the other party will never be like this. You are so smart, and I have never seen anyone who doesn't like you. Xianxia says in her heart that there are two in the Yi family. Your Yi ancestor, son, you go to the company's side and don't find a teacher for me. I'll figure it out myself. After the call, she closes the WeChat. She continues to watch Lin He's movie. Suddenly she thinks of something and looks at Mu Xingji, who is on the phone. Help me get Sprite. Mu Xingji glances at her and ignores her. He has already taken Sprite to the tea table. She can get it if she reaches out. She wants to go upstairs. Brother? Mu Xingji has long known that Yi Xiaohua is the same as him. When they haven't met before, they both feel that they are the first in the world. At that time, the people of the two islands also opened a bet to see who is the first. He is arrogant, and she is no better than him. However, she is very popular, and no one dares to get close to him within 1 meter. The two islands only have rumors that he doesn't put anyone in his eyes. Neither of them will give in to anyone. She would never properly call him by his name, nor would she call him senior brother like the others did. Because she thinks she is the first in the world, she let him call her sister. They can't tell the winner, and Yi Xiaohua is not reconciled. She wants to find out their age. Finally, she finds that he is 2 years older than her, and she seems to forget it. All in all, after so many years, this was the first time she called him senior brother. Her voice was calm, with a hint of coldness. Mu Xingji pauses. He looks at her, then turns around and hands the Sprite bottle to her hand. Thank you, brother. Yi Xiaohua says without any burden. Her cold eyebrows look a little soft. Mu Xingji looked at her softened expression and thought to himself, let alone Sprite, I can take anything I want at this moment. When Mu Xingji left, Yi Xiaohua bit the straw, but her eyebrows sank. She saw the mark on his left palm clearly. It was a red scar. She couldn't help thinking that a person like him was the overlord of West Island. Even the island master of West Island couldn't do anything to him. Who would dare to punish him? Yi Xiaohua turns off the TV irritably. After going upstairs, he opened a chat account that he hadn't opened since he came back. I want Mu Xingji's information for the past 5 years. After sending the message, Yi Xiaohua sat in front of the computer, logged out of the account, and logged in another account. Yili told her that he would come back in 10 days. Yi Xiaohua was thinking about Yili. If she hadn't joined the crew of Plan Zero in 10 days, she would go back to the Yi family. 10 days later, Yi Xiaohua hasn't received Mu Xingji's information. She herself wants to hack into Mu Jia's secrets, but in the end, she still doesn't. He returned to the Yi family with annoyance. The Yi family did not have many relatives, so when Yili came back this time, the Yi family was very happy. Su Man and his aunt were both there. When Yi Xiaohua entered, these people were congratulating Yili. Unexpectedly, the instructor of the training camp came to teach you in person. Su Man was very surprised. He saw Yi Xiaohua coming out of the corner of his eye. He immediately took back the words on the tip of his mouth and avoided Yi Xiaohua. Yi Tong, who was talking about this, changed the topic and stopped talking about the training camp. The training camp was considered a confidential existence. Everyone who went in had to sign a confidentiality agreement. These things could not be disclosed casually. Although Su Min was a businessman, he had been in contact with the Yi family for decades. He more or less knew that there was a junior in the Su family working under Yili. Yi Xiaohua did not care. She heard about the training camp but did not ask. She was worried about not having a chance to talk to Yili. She said to Yili, I heard from Grandpa that you got promoted, right? You have to work hard after the promotion. It's always like this in the professional arena. When you get promoted, many people will think that you are easy to fool. Don't fall into their trap. Those people are like Meng Shanshan. When you were popular, she used you to hype up your popularity. In fact, they all want to climb up by stepping on your shoulders. Yili was not very worried, but he remembered Yi Xiaohua's words. I know. I will practice shooting with Instructor Mu. Yi Xiaohua thought, I can teach you shooting too. But when she heard Yili's words, she paused. Instructor Mu? He's a very powerful person. He happened to be in the capital recently and is teaching our team. Yili said with admiration. Although he doesn't talk much, he's very powerful. He's very strict. Yili felt that Instructor Mu was staring at him. Others could rest for a while, but as soon as he wanted to report for a rest, Instructor Mu would glare at him coldly. Not only that, but Instructor Mu often mocked him for his poor shooting skills. Although Yili was far from Instructor Mu, he was considered good among this batch of students. At first, Yili thought that Instructor Mu did not like him, but he mocked him and taught him step by step. Yili had a bad temper. He fought with a student and was punished at night. Instructor Mu rushed over and scolded him. He even told him to pack up and go home. In the end, he watched Yili receive all the punishments before leaving. From then on, Yili felt that Instructor Mu did not dislike him. This kind of person was a classic example of a tough mouth but a soft heart. Yi Xiaohua looked at Yili thinking about it. The Instructor Mu he mentioned should be Mu Qiu. Thinking of the other side holding a watermelon and running, Yi Xiaohua couldn't imagine how he taught the seeds. However, Mu Qiu's spear technique was the best among the instructors. Yili and the others who had yet to pass the assessment did not need Mu Qiu's guidance. Even in the training camp, Mu Qiu rarely taught students. It was probably Mu Xingji's orders. Good luck. Yi Xiaohua patted Yi Li's shoulder and thought to herself, if you don't get first place, I really won't be able to see anyone. Yi Li nodded. I know. Yi Xiaohua was originally worried that Yi Li would have a problem with his training. Now that Mu Qiu had fallen to his side, Yi Xiaohua was relieved. Su Lan didn't know what Yi Li and Yi Xiaohua had to say, so she interrupted them and asked them to go eat. Yi Xiaohua has to rush to the crew. Hearing this, he did not reply. After informing Yi Li, he picked up the sunglasses he had put aside, put them on the bridge of his nose, and turned to leave the Yi residence. When Su Lan saw Yi Xiaohua like this, she was naturally angry. Yi Tong immediately whispered a few words. Su Lan didn't say anything more, but she was even more impatient with Yi Xiaohua. Plan Zero Crew. In the dressing room, Sister Jiang said in a low voice, I asked you to learn from the teacher these days, but you didn't learn. The first scene is with Lin He. Do you remember the script? Don't mess up when the time comes. Mr. Lin has a strong aura, so I don't expect you to perform steadily. As long as you don't do too badly and don't make a mistake in the first scene, Director Jean will let you go. Sister Jiang felt that she spoiled Yi Xiaohua too much. Yi Xiaohua said that she didn't want a teacher, so she didn't find one for her. Now that the movie was on, Sister Jiang began to worry about Yi Xiaohua again. Yi Xiaohua's character in the movie was a female secret agent who played the role of a dancer in a bar. At this time, she was wearing a long black dress, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The black dress was abstinent, but the long wavy dress dissipated the cold air, making Yi Xiaohua look slightly less cold. Okay, go out, everyone is waiting for you. Sister Jiang couldn't find any mistakes, so she took Yi Xiaohua out. Yi Xiaohua stood in the dim bar set. In the first scene, in order to go smoothly, Director Jean specially found a scene led by Lin He. In this scene, Lin He had a lot of lines. Although Yi Xiaohua had no lines, her expression was very rich. At the moment, Director Jean was talking to Lin He about the scene. I heard from Agent Jiang that she found Teacher Wen for Yi Xiaohua. When the time comes, you should take her with you. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Director Jean whispered. Lin He remembered the news he heard from Rong Fei and shook his head slightly. No, Rong Fei has been charging at Teacher Wen's place recently. She said that Yi Xiaohua didn't go to Teacher Wen's class. Director Jean was stunned and frowned. If it's not her. If Rong Fei is the first female, that would be good. After a pause, he looked at the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock. You go. Lin He immediately adjusted his expression and walked to the bar set up in the theater. There were many people in the crew, and there were more than a dozen cameras. Everyone was very interested in the first scene, and Director Jean attached great importance to the quality. The people in the crew knew that Rong Fei had also auditioned, but now it became Yi Xiaohua. Rong Fei's acting skills couldn't be picked. I really don't know how she parachuted in. The person who spoke was Yi Xiaohua's makeup artist. She heard Jiang Jie's words without missing a word. Now she said it to the staff around her, and then said, Lin Xiaohua's first scene is definitely going to be ruined. Hearing the makeup artist's words, several staff members who were attracted by Yi Xiaohua's appearance were stunned. At the end, they shook their heads. This drama is shot for the award. She's too childish. She doesn't put the crew in her eyes, does she? Bear with it. Miss Rong is the second female. She will follow the crew in a week. A group of people looked in the direction of Xianxia and Lin He. The director opened the scene. As the lead actors, the atmosphere and expression of the two people changed in an instant. The makeup artist, who was still complaining, could see Xianxia in this direction and was instantly shocked. Digression: if you haven't tried the writing method of interspersing, don't dislike it. There are still many mysteries in the real story. I will write it slowly. I hope you guys don't rush. Good night. Before shooting, Lin He had thought about the possible accidents on the scene. He and director Jean have seen Xiaohua's previous plays. To be honest, her title of movie queen is not in vain. But in the end, it's a matter of qualifications. She has only acted in 2 films and TV shows, and some aspects are not handled very well. Especially after communicating with Rong Fei before shooting last night. Xiaohua didn't go to teacher Wenqing's class. Lin He subconsciously outlined a talented but extremely conceited new flow image. Before shooting, Lin He had already told director Jean that if Xiaohua's performance was too bad, he hoped that the crew would replace her. But when the first act began, Xiaohua's lazy and even somewhat cold breath was all gone. Lin He hardly needed to deliberately brew it, and was brought into the performance by Xiaohua. The expression on her face melted from the cold to a little charm and extravagance in the night bar. Director Jean was staring at Lin He's expression. In this scene, he wanted to play down Xiaohua's performance. However, he clenched his fists at the moment and stared at Xiaohua's expression on the camera. At this moment, he almost doubted the movie he saw about Xiaohua in the past few days. The movie she won the award performed well, but today, he saw Xiaohua's acting skills as if she had been reborn. It's not that her previous performance was bad, it's because her previous acting skills were already very good, but he didn't expect that when he thought she had reached her limit, she could still perform a qualitative leap. The noisy crew was also quiet for a moment at this time. Until this scene was over, the strange silence of the crew was interrupted by a series of breathing sounds. Lin He also returned to his senses from the play. He looked at Xiaohua intently. The play was over, but he opened his mouth and looked at Xiaohua, but he couldn't say a word. The others didn't give him time to say more. Mulu quickly took a coat and put it on Xiaohua. There was no air conditioning on the scene. Mulu didn't know where to get a lot of ice cubes and put them in Xiaohua's lounge. When others were sweating, Xiaohua put on her clothes and coat, and there was no sweat on her neck. When she was close to her room, she felt a cool air. The 2 leading actors were really awesome. Xiaohua, in particular, was an unexpected surprise. Most of her scenes were completed in one take, and the people who acted with her were easily immersed in the scenes. Director Jean had always been nitpicky, and he was famous for his bad temper in the industry. His scenes were the most difficult, and even Lin He could not avoid being scolded by him sometimes. But this time, he really couldn't find any fault. Because of the existence of Xiaohua, the itinerary arranged every day was brought forward a lot. Originally, Rong Fei would enter the group a week later. Because of the 2 leading actors, she entered the group 4 days later. The schedule arranged by Jean director was relatively tight, and Xiaohua had been following the group. She was the only artist under Sister Jiang, so naturally, she also lived in the crew to take care of Xiaohua. When she heard that Rong Fei was coming, Sister Jiang was a little worried. "Ancestor, let's discuss this." "You say." Xiaohua forked a piece of watermelon. The filming location of the crew was relatively remote, and the crew was almost isolated from the world. The food was made in the crew's cafeteria. Even director Jean and Lin He rarely gave special attention. It was too time-consuming to come and go. In the entire crew, only Xiaohua ate fruits and snacks every day. Even Sister Jiang suspected that Mulu did not know where she got so many things. If Xiaohua could not finish it, she would also share it with the crew. Even director Jean would come to Xiaohua's house to cool off, pinch a piece of fruit, or eat. Looking at Xiaohua became more and more pleasing to the eye. Sister Jiang thought about it randomly. When she heard Xiaohua's voice, she remembered the business. "Miss Rong is going to enter the group. You had some conflicts with her because of the role." Let me tell you this, she is Miss Rong. In short, you should pay attention. I heard that her brother is not to be trifled with. Although you are now signed in with Rong, once you have a conflict with Rong Fei, you will always be the one to suffer. After Yi Xiaohua heard about the Rong family, her hand paused for a moment. After a while, she said, don't be afraid. She has a brother, and so do I. It was the first time in 2 years that Sister Jiang heard Yi Xiaohua mention her family. She thought that Yi Xiaohua was an orphan, so she did not dare to mention it. At this time, when she heard Yi Xiaohua's words, she was stunned. What brother? How come I didn't see you when you fell out with Star City Entertainment? I'm too useless to bother my family with this trivial matter. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand and said vaguely. When Mulu heard Yi Xiaohua's words, she looked up at Yi Xiaohua in surprise. She did not think that the family Yi Xiaohua mentioned was the Yi family. Then who was she talking about? Did Miss Yi have a brother? Mulu had only followed Yi Xiaohua in the training camp for a few years. She did not know much about Yi Xiaohua's identity. She only knew that her marksmanship was very strong. No matter how Sister Jiang asked, Yi Xiaohua did not say anything. In the end, Yi Xiaohua even took out her mobile phone and began to play games. Everyone in the crew signed a confidentiality agreement. Before coming, Rongfei did not know about Yi Xiaohua's performance in the crew. She had doubts about entering the crew in advance. Brother Lin. Rongfei was very gentle to everyone in the crew, but her noble air could not be concealed. When she came to the crew, she first looked for Lin He. Lin He saw that she was studying the script with Director Jean. When he saw Rongfei, he immediately stood up and greeted the other party. Teacher, you're here too. After seeing the middle-aged man next to Rongfei, Lin He's tone inevitably carried some surprise. With Wen Qing's reputation, there were many people in the circle who had received guidance from him. But there were not many people who could really recognize Wen Qing as a teacher. He liked actors who were smart and willing to work hard. He had no good impression of impetuous young people who took shortcuts. Lin He and Rongfei were seedlings that he valued very much. Director Jean immediately called Yi Xiaohua over. He really felt that Yi Xiaohua was a good seedling and wanted to introduce her to Wen Qing. Old Wen, this young man is a seedling. You will definitely like him. Director Jin's vision had always been high. When he praised a person like this, Wen Qing was also somewhat moved. Then he saw Yi Xiaohua and heard Yi Xiaohua's name from Director Jin's mouth. Yi Xiaohua came out holding a piece of watermelon and nodded to the two. After Wen Qing knew who Yi Xiaohua was, he directly turned his head and spoke to Lin He and Rongfei. Yi Xiaohua was deliberately left to the side by Wen Qing. In the eyes of others, it was a little embarrassing. Rongfei pursed her lips and laughed, but she didn't mean to talk to Yi Xiaohua. She had always been arrogant, and her contempt for Yi Xiaohua was almost on the surface. In the entire crew, the only person she could really care about was Lin He. Lin Ge, this is the Sichuan-style cuisine that I had people bring in from outside. It must have been hard for you to stay in the drama these days. Rongfei asked the assistant to bring over a food box. Lin He didn't take it. He smiled at Rongfei very cautiously, it's not hard. Recently, Director Jean and I have been freeloading Xiaoye's food. Rongfei froze for a moment. She saw Lin He tilt his head towards Yi Xiaohua. By the way, I just discussed the 36th scene with Director Jean and decided to change the details. In the eyes of his fans, his image was a gentle and polite gentleman. Rongfei had been in contact with Lin He for so many years and could barely be regarded as a friend in front of Lin He. But their relationship was definitely not good. Lin He was very polite to her. Polite to the point of alienation. Wait, Xiaoyi, leave a bowl of your lunch for me. Director Jean was originally talking to Wen Qing. When he saw Lin He go to Yi Xiaohua's lounge, he immediately spoke. Director Jin's bad temper in the crew was well known. She didn't expect him to be so kind when talking to Yi Xiaohua. Rongfei pinched her fingers and took a deep breath. Old Wen, is there some misunderstanding between you and Xiaoyi? After Director Jean finished shouting, he knew that Sister Jiang would definitely prepare a portion for him, so he was not in a hurry. He turned to talk to Wen Qing. Wen Qing said faintly, it's not a misunderstanding. Anyway, don't help her do this favor. Someone wanted her to be my apprentice before, but I refused. Director Jean was lighting a cigarette. When he heard Wen Qing's words, he almost burned himself. Okay, you said it yourself. Director Jean originally wanted to point out a way for Yi Xiaohua. Seeing Wen Qing's performance, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his mouth. Xiao Yi doesn't lack a teacher like you. Don't regret it when the time comes. Yi Xiaohua was studying the plot with Lin He. Her memory had always been good. Lin He said it once, and she remembered it. After figuring out her mood, she picked up her mobile phone and logged into the secondary account. At a glance, she saw one of the friend notifications. Friend verification message, frowny face Yalu, hello, I am Yutong from Fenghai Group. I want to discuss the copyright with you. Can you add me as a friend? I will send you the file. Digression, double monthly tickets, asking for monthly tickets, my dear. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. Since the news that Yi Xiaohua wanted to sell the copyright was sent out, people added Yi Xiaohua every day. The people who added Yi Xiaohua were contacted by Guizi first. Guizi thought it was okay, so she gave Yi Xiaohua's QQ number to those investors. These investors were all insightful. Whether it was the plot, the selling point, or the audience, Pantheon was the most influential in recent years. A few days ago, Pantheon updated the last chapter. Without buying hot searches or marketing, fans and netizens spontaneously sent Pantheon to the hot search. No matter from which point of view, Pantheon was definitely a rare IP. The competition was too strong. Yi Xiaohua basically received 1 or 2 messages from her friends every day. At first, those who came to inquire about it were some unknown small companies and small studios. However, Yi Lu had been silent, and those big companies who were waiting for the opportunity couldn't help it. Yi Tong had long regarded Pantheon in the firmament as a springboard for Fenghai Group to enter the entertainment circle. In order to make the plan foolproof, she even came to add Yi Lu in person to express her sincerity. Yi Xiaohua looked at Yi Tong's message and touched her chin. She wondered if Yi Tong knew that the person she carefully talked to was actually her younger sister, whom she despised from the bottom of her heart. She didn't know if she would spit out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xiaohua skimmed over this message and continued to scroll down. There were a lot of people who added her, and even the people of Rong Group added her QQ number. Yi Xiaohua nodded one by one. After she nodded, the people in charge immediately sent all the contracts they had drafted, and they were all very sincere. Turning down, she even turned to the assistant of General Manager Wen of Star City Entertainment. The other party also sent a very polite greeting. The copyright fee was very high. Yi Xiaohua sneered and directly skipped it, ignoring it. Guizi, when they contacted me, I gave you a good look. I give you 2 suggestions. One is Fenghai Group. The benefits they give are too good, and they won't change the original plot. The other is Rong Group. I won't say it. Although the copyright fee is not as high as Fenghai Group, Rong Group will have a bigger layout. It's up to you. Guizi gave a sincere suggestion. But Yi Xiaohua hadn't decided yet. She asked Guizi to wait and think about it. The fruit agreed. After doing this, Yi Xiaohua found that Rong Fei didn't know when she came in, although Rong Fei's expression was always gentle. Although Rong Fei's acting skills were good, Yi Xiaohua could see the coldness and disgust in her eyes. This role originally belonged to Mississippi. Why doesn't President Rong care about this? Rong Fei's agent, Brother Li, was extremely annoyed that Rong Fei's role had been stolen. He also gave Wen Qing a wink in advance to let Yi Xiaohua know that if she offended Rong Fei, she would not be able to mix in the entertainment circle at all. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaohua is like a fish in water in this crew. Rong Fei is putting on makeup. The makeup artists are all her own people, so she doesn't cover up what she says. It's nothing. There is no first female lead. The second female lead is also very good. Teacher Wen and I have seen Yi Xiaohua's previous movies. Although there is aura, there is always something missing. She fell out with the entertainment industry and wants to use this movie to soar to the sky. Then I will let her know that with me, she dreams. Brotherly has confidence in Rong Fei's acting skills. Listening to Rong Fei say this, he has a bottom in his heart and grinned. That's right. When the trailer comes out, she will be drowned by spittle. Although Rongfei is the second female lead, she has no opponent with Yi Xiaohua, and her part is much less than Yi Xiaohua's. Rongfei stayed in the crew for half a month before leaving the crew. After Rongfei left the crew, Yi Xiaohua stayed for nearly a month before leaving the crew. At this time, it was already close to 10 months. Yi Xiaohua didn't go back for nearly 2 months. She went back to Mu Garden, put some things back, and planned to go back to Ye's house to have a look. Old man Yi fought in his early years, and there were many problems in his body. Yi Xiaohua thought about it and asked Mu Lu to get a few medicinal herbs and tools. When Mu Xingji came back, she was busy in the hall. Housekeeper Mu saw the expensive Song Dynasty screen that the young master had placed in the living room, which was casually put to the other side by Miss Yi. This thing used to be Mu Xingji's treasure, and no one could touch it. Now that he saw it, he lowered his head and held back the smile that overflowed from the corner of his mouth. I heard from Mu Lu that my brother's marksmanship has reached a qualified standard. Yi Xiaohua saw Mu Xingji come back, raised her head and said, I say thank you for him. Mu Xingji had just returned to the capital, and there were not many people in the Mu family that he could use without worry for so many years. It was a time when he was short of manpower. Mu Qiu, the chief instructor, had a lot of work to do every day, but in the past 2 months, he was sent to teach Yi Li this kind of thing. Yi Xiaohua lowered her head and sighed. She thought about whether she should free up her hands and return to the world. She quickly shook off this kind of thought in her mind, and the speed at which she pinched the pills slowed down a lot. Mu Xingji looked at the medicinal herbs on it a few times, and for Yi Xiaohua's gratitude, his tone was indifferent. No need to thank me, I didn't do it for him. Yi Xiaohua sat on the chair, her long legs slightly bent, her head tilted, and her expression was very serious as she pinched the pills. The girl who was usually very arrogant was incredibly soft when she was quiet. The people in the living room subconsciously lightened the movements of their hands. Yi Xiaohua pinched a bottle of brown pills and put the bottle in her pocket. Then she returned to Ye's house. She hasn't been back to Ye's house for nearly 2 months, and the atmosphere of Ye's house is good. Grandpa, this is the medicine I asked for from the immortal when I was on the crew. Yi Xiaohua shook the bottle in her hand and gave it to Grandpa Yi. Keep you alive. Grandpa Yi hasn't seen Yi Xiaohua for several months. During this period, he just asks the servant to send a video to Yi Xiaohua. Now that Yi Xiaohua is back, he can't be happy. Su Lan saw Grandpa Yi was so happy that she couldn't help saying, Dad, Tong Tong just introduced you to the cardiovascular disease expert who returned from abroad yesterday. Can you eat the pills of those Taoist priests casually? Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful pop-up window free reading, she meant something. Yutong found so many famous doctors for the old man, but she didn't see how happy the old man was. Why was Yi Xiaohua so happy when she took a little of those dancing things? It was obvious that she was fooling him. Yi Laozi didn't think so. He just thought that his granddaughter was very considerate. She was still thinking about him when she was filming. This medicine is strong and healthy. Grandpa, you must eat it on time every morning. Yi Xiaohua just looked at Yi Laozi and said very seriously. Yi Laozi didn't intend to eat it. But looking at Yi Xiaohua's almost misty eyes, she was so obedient that his heart was in a mess. Don't worry, I will eat it on time every morning. He smiled. Su Lan, who was on one side, listened to the old man's decision and was almost struck by lightning. She thought that the old man might be possessed, or he might have been voodooed by Yi Xiaohua. She looked at Yi Tong, who was sitting on one side, and wanted to signal the other party. According to Yi Laozi's doting on Yi Xiaohua, Yi Tong would have no status in the Yi family in the future. However, these days, Yi Tong couldn't sleep because of the copyright of Wanchen Firmament. She didn't have the mind to care about other things at all. She had planned well. She wanted to open the market through Wanchen Firmament and let the entertainment circle accept Fenghai Group. Unexpectedly, 2 months passed, and Yi Lu didn't add her work number. Yi Tong began to doubt whether the cooperation plan she gave was not good enough. Yi Xiaohua was talking to Yi Laozi. Hearing Yi Tong calling the shareholders of the company from time to time, she was in a very good mood and hooked her lips. The original plan in the company was to shoot a magazine first after shooting Plan Zero, and then go to the entertainment competition with Mr. Lin. This program is the most popular variety show. Although it's a live broadcast, it's very popular. Sister Jiang arranged Yi Xiaohua's next schedule properly. The magazine is Newell. Those who can go up are all first-line stars. As for the entertainment competition, you don't need me to say it. You also know its own traffic. The main purpose of the competition was to promote Plan Zero. With Best Actor Lin around, there was no need to worry about the ratings. Sister Jiang felt that when Plan Zero was released, Yi Xiaohua might become very popular. At that time, the traffic label attached to Yi Xiaohua would definitely be torn off. At this time, top traffic is not a compliment. Sister Jiang knows Yi Xiaohua's strength. Yi Xiaohua doesn't feel anything when she puts the flow on her, but Sister Jiang feels very wronged. Of course, Sister Jiang couldn't tell Yi Xiaohua about this. She was afraid that Yi Xiaohua would be too proud. Yi Xiaohua was taken by Sister Jiang to shoot a magazine. The photographer grabbed Yi Xiaohua's clothes and was a little surprised. This? Which designer's work is this? Looking at this design, it should not be open to the public. Miss Yi, do you mind if I take a few photos with this dress? Of course. Yi Xiaohua smiled. Sister Jiang was stunned for a moment. Her family was ordinary, and her value had risen a lot after she followed Yi Xiaohua. In her eyes, there wasn't much difference between those custom-made clothes. Yi Xiaohua didn't have many private clothes. Most of them didn't have brands, and even the model wasn't written. Sister Jiang sometimes thought that Yi Xiaohua just casually found some cloth to be made. But she was tall and had long legs, and her face was incredibly beautiful, so she looked good in anything. But today, listening to the photographer's words, Sister Jiang caught the words from the photographer's mouth. The tattered t-shirt she was wearing today was a custom-made product. Sister Jiang was a little confused. Since 2 months ago, when Yi Xiaohua said that she had a brother, Sister Jiang began to think nonsense. But soon she was attracted by Yi Xiaohua's lazy posture. The photographer seemed to have found his best muse. He grabbed Yi Xiaohua and kept shooting. Yi Xiaohua was wearing a black and white checkered shirt. Half of the shirt was tucked into her trousers. 2 buttons on the neckline were unbuttoned, revealing her delicate white collarbone. Her eyes were slightly narrowed. With this light, Sister Jiang, who was used to seeing Yi Xiaohua's beauty, felt her eyes light up. Have you really never been a model? Finally, the photographer didn't give up and asked, can you be my model? In the end, the photographer's assistant couldn't help but show him Yi Xiaohua's Weibo, and the photographer regretfully left. After Yi Xiaohua finished shooting, she went downstairs with Sister Jiang. She didn't expect to meet Meng Xianxian downstairs. Yi Xiaohua was accompanied by Sister Jiang, Mu Lu, and a small assistant. The 4 of them looked a little bleak. Meng Xianxian's side was a large group of people. Among this group of people, half of them were very familiar. They were from Yi Xiaohua's previous team. When the 2 sides met, the people in Yi Xiaohua's team were more or less embarrassed. After dodging their eyes a few times, they looked at the small assistant and Sister Jiang with a little more sympathy. I didn't expect Ying to come here to audition for the cover of a small magazine. Meng Xianxian thought that Yi Xiaohua was here for the audition like her. She blinked and lowered her voice, don't be too sad. Since young Master Chen is tired of you, these things will happen sooner or later. There's no difference. Yi Xiaohua paused for a moment, and then? Don't be sad. I won't target you too much. After all, you are pitiful enough. Meng Xianxian patted Yi Xiaohua's shoulder. The official announcement of the Rong group hadn't come out yet, and Plan Zero was still confidential. Meng Xianxian knew that Yi Xiaohua didn't have a background. She thought that the other party didn't have a studio now. She even wanted to audition for the cover of a small magazine. In the past 2 months, she hadn't seen any news about Yi Xiaohua. She, who had most of the resources of Star City Entertainment Group, didn't care about Yi Xiaohua. Star City had released the news that Yi Xiaohua had breached the contract. At present, no entertainment company dared to sign Yi Xiaohua, who loved freedom. Yi Xiaohua would only become more and more confused. The people in Yi Xiaohua's previous team behind Meng Xianxian, after seeing the bleak state of Yi Xiaohua and Sister Jiang, were more certain about their original choice. Yi Xiaohua silently put on her glasses and went straight back to her car. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Sister Jiang didn't show any anger towards the team members who had jumped ship. In less than 3 days, the Rome Corporation's official announcement would be made. She sneered. Yi Xiaohua took her mobile phone and logged into Yilu's account. She had been discussing the copyright of Pantheon these days. Before he could say much to Guozi, a piece of news popped up on his phone. The title was glaring: former Best Actress has run out of talent, competing with third-rate celebrities for the cover of daily magazines. Yi Xiaohua clicked in. It was an interview about Meng Xianxian. I didn't know that Senior Yi actually came back to compete with us for the cover of daily magazine. I didn't expect daily magazine to choose me. If I knew it was Senior, I definitely wouldn't compete with Senior. Yes, I'm contacting Senpai. I want to be on the cover of the magazine with her. In the past 2 months, there was no news of Yi Xiaohua. The paparazzi couldn't find out where she was. Yi Xiaohua was born with her own traffic, which was a hot search body. At present, with Yi Xiaohua's news, Big V forwarded it one after another. Star City had spared no effort to promote Meng Xianxian. Previously, when Yi Xiaohua was still in Star City, they trampled on Yi Xiaohua. Now that Yi Xiaohua had terminated the contract, they were even more ruthless to blacken Yi Xiaohua in the city. At the same time, she also had the halo of Meng Xianxian's top student. What's wrong with Meng Xianxian? How many of you can get into a university with a score of 677? Yi Xiaohua doesn't have the spirit of the contract, and she still has brainless fans? Open your eyes and see which company dares to take over. Star City Entertainment took advantage of Meng Xianxian's high score to create hype. After 2 months, Meng Xianxian's scandals had already been forgotten, and the effect of the hype was indeed obvious. Star City Entertainment's conference room. President Wen looked very pleased. Not bad, Xianxian, your fans have formed, Wen Zong smiled. It's just pitiful that Yi Xiaohua has been blackened like this. He said it was pitiful, but his eyes were mocking. In the conference room, Meng Xianxian and the members of Meng Xianxian's team laughed. Their tone was self-evident. In particular, those people in Yi Xiaohua's previous team secretly rejoiced at their decision. On Yi Xiaohua's side, Sister Jiang also called to persuade Yi Xiaohua, don't be angry, ancestor, wait for 3 days, Director Jean and the company's official announcement, you can endure for another 3 days. The company's arrangement and Director Jin's side have a system, which can't be changed at will. At this time, she is aggrieved, but Sister Jiang also knows that Yi Xiaohua can't say anything. 3 days later, all the scandals will be revealed. Yi Xiaohua's face is light, okay. Sister Jiang thought that Yi Xiaohua would never mess around, so she hung up the phone at ease. After Yi Xiaohua hung up the phone, she picked up her mobile phone and made 2 calls. Mulu looked at Yi Xiaohua leaning on the sofa, with a cold smile on his face, and could not help but take a step back. Sister Jiang was discussing this matter with the Rome Corporation's PR staff. Suddenly, someone holding a phone paused. Sister Jiang's intuition told her that something was wrong. She took out her phone and refreshed it. The first word of the hot search was Yi Xiaohua. He clicked on it and saw several Weibo posts on the front page. Rome Family's official website, our company's signed artist Yi Xiaohua. Plan 0 official Weibo, let me introduce you, our heroine Yi Xiaohua. Newell Global official endorsement, our editor-in-chief's new muse Yi Xiaohua, see you in the next issue of the magazine. Then, a minute ago, Yi Xiaohua forwarded Meng Xianxian's interview video, with an additional comment, fart. Not only that, there were also the 2 terrible comments she forwarded. Entertainment industry's top actor Lin He commented, Ancestor Yi is domineering. Entertainment industry's top director Jean commented, Xiaoya is right, King fart, Jiang's sister. Ancestor Yi is not in a good mood, no one can think of living well. Digression, a monthly ticket red packet was sent. Everyone can receive it after voting for the monthly ticket. 1 monthly ticket can receive it twice. It's a big package. Just ask for monthly tickets, double monthly tickets. There is an activity on the front page. In the last month of 18 years, draw a perfect end for Father Yi. Good night. Sister Jiang looked at the people in the office who were all looking at her. She couldn't help but wipe her face. Sorry, our family Xiaohua has a bad temper. The staff in the office quickly waved their hands. Before, they still had a businesslike attitude towards Sister Jiang. Now that they had experienced this incident, they immediately greeted Sister Jiang politely. Not at all. Several people in the studio had lingering fears. They began to think about whether they had offended Yi Xiaohua before. Then they looked at the almost paralyzed Weibo. It was hard to understand the feeling in their hearts. The company's upper management said that they would use the best treatment to support Yi Xiaohua. Who knew that the heat they had arranged had not yet started, and Yi Xiaohua had stirred up such a wave of heat herself. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but worry. Would this ancestor be dissatisfied with the publicity heat they arranged later? After all, no matter how much they gave Yi Xiaohua heat, it would not be so hot. The few Weibo posts about Yi Xiaohua alone were enough to stir up the heat for a day. NUAL magazine would only produce a set of personal magazines for 1 star every year. This year, most people thought it would be Rong Fei, but they didn't expect NUAL magazine to personally come out to defend Yi Xiaohua. Forget it. Rong Corporation's official website signed a contract. It was an ordinary contract, but they signed an S contract with Yi Xiaohua. The most important thing was the fate of Mr. Lin and director Jean. These two were palace-level figures in the entertainment industry. They rarely even posted on Weibo. Lin He's contribution to the Hua country film industry was too great. Even if Weibo was unbearable, very few people would use anything to blacken Lin He. It was also the highest achievement of an actor from Hua country in the international arena so far. Let's put it this way. If Yi Xiaohua was the top flow of the new generation, in that case, Lin He would be the unshakable flower on the high mountain. Under the collision of these two people, it would be a problem if the hot search was not paralyzed. It was also because of this that many passers-by who were originally very disdainful of top flow began to popularize Yi Xiaohua's 2 movies. The 2 movies were very commercial, aiming to circle money. The male lead and the female lead were the standard flow of small flowers. Yi Xiaohua was a clear stream in it. Before, some people didn't understand why Yi Xiaohua took the movie queen. After seeing Yi Xiaohua's acting skills, they finally believed that there was really a person who was rewarded by God. Yi Xiaohua was terrible. His Weibo followers had increased to more than 60 million. Meng Xianxian's purposely defaming video was incomparably clumsy. Her image of a genius beauty collapsed almost instantly. Her fans, which were almost 10 million, suddenly fell to 9 million. There was a lot of scolding under her Weibo. Some people even guessed that she was hugging a thigh, so they squeezed Yi Xiaohua away. What's more, someone found out that she robbed Yi Xiaohua's resources. These fans who felt wronged for Yi Xiaohua immediately rushed to the official Weibo of Star City Entertainment. I've been wondering why Ancestor Yi suddenly terminated her contract with Star City Entertainment. Turns out it's because her resources were robbed by Meng Xianxian. Have you forgotten how Star City Entertainment started? When Qingqing first entered the entertainment industry, Big Boss signed a contract with you guys. Later, when she starred in her first TV series, she unexpectedly became popular. Even when someone tried to poach her with a sky-high contract, she didn't leave. Do you remember what she said in the interview at that time? She said, "As long as Star City needs me, I won't leave." Yi Xiaohua is taken away for a jumping clown? And they even paid a press release to defame her? How badly had she been defamed in the past 2 months? Aren't they just bullying our big sister for not having a backer? She said that she was a lone wolf without any teammates, and I believed her. Star City Entertainment, I'm begging you to be human. Let's part on good terms. No. Star City Entertainment didn't understand this showy operation. Did they get cursed? Star City Entertainment failed to stir up the popularity, and instead stained themselves with a fishy smell. Not only did Meng Xianxian's Weibo fall, but all the official Weibo of Star City Entertainment were also taken over by Yi Xiaohua's fans. The evidence on Weibo was dug out one by one by the netizens. The netizens were very disgusted with this kind of unspoken rules, and now, one after another, they jumped out to crusade against Star City Entertainment. Even if Star City Entertainment spent money to remove the trending topic, it would be too late. There were countless losses. This is the guarantee that nothing will happen to me? In a studio of Star City Entertainment, Manager Wen fiercely smashed the cup in his hand and roared at the group of people in the PR department and Meng Xianxian's team. Yi Xiaohua, what the hell is going on? Didn't you guys expose the fact that she didn't abide by the contract? Why did the Rhone Corporation sign a contract with her? And what's going on with Director Jean? Why did Lin He speak up for her? We also tried our best. Yi Xiaohua is originally a top-level traffic. You playing with her, aren't you playing with your life? I really don't understand. Is there something wrong with the PR department's brain? Why did they let a top-level traffic terminate the contract? A little fatty whispered. Although his voice was small, no one in the studio made a sound, so it was very obvious. They all heard the gist of it. Meng Xianxian's state of mind was originally unstable, and this sentence came out. Her face became deathly pale. Now, she didn't dare to look at the comments below Weibo. She didn't need to think to know that most of the comments below were abusive words. Manager Wen gritted his teeth, which side are you on? The little fatty immediately bowed his head and no longer made a sound. Manager Chen, what should we do now? Manager Wen looked at Qin Shumin, who was sitting by the window, and asked in a low voice. Qin Shumin was determined to support Meng Xianxian. During this time, he had spent a lot of money for Meng Xianxian. Now that this happened, he still had to wait for Qin Shumin's notice. To this extent, it was not impossible to use the Water Army to whitewash Meng Xianxian. But that would require a lot of money to find public relations. It would at least cost more than 8 figures, and this was only the lowest price. The follow-up hype needed more money. At present, in order to hit Meng Xianxian, Star City Entertainment had spent a lot of resources. They had not yet gotten back the money, but they had to spend a lot of money again. Manager Wen's face didn't show it, but he was a little regretful in his heart that he had let Yi Xiaohua go. Her appeal on the internet was still so strong. But it was useless to regret now. Solving the problem was the most important thing. It was best to find someone to dig out Yi Xiaohua's black spot, so that Meng Xianxian would receive a lot less attention. Everyone was waiting for Qin Shumin's answer. Even Meng Xianxian looked at Qin Shumin with tears in her eyes, making people feel pity for her. However, Qin Shumin didn't look at her. He just looked at the Weibo page. After a long while, he opened his mouth, forget it. His eyes were somewhat absent-minded. 3 plain words. Meng Xianxian was like a lightning strike. She stood in the same place. Qin Shumin passed by her. He didn't look at her or comfort her. He directly passed her and went out of the door. The people in the studio saw Meng Xianxian's pale face. They bowed their heads and didn't dare to speak. The staff members of Meng Xianxian's team were at a loss. Especially the makeup artists who used to follow Yi Xiaohua, they seemed to be masochistic as they scrolled through Yi Xiaohua's hot search. They read the Weibo posted by Rhone Group and the content forwarded by Lin He and Jean Director several times. Compared to Meng Xianxian's 90,000 fans who were scolding her on Weibo, it would be a lie to say that her feelings weren't complicated, especially for the makeup artist. She gripped her phone tightly and stared at the increasing number of comments on Weibo. She had been with Yi Xiaohua for 2 years. She was very clear whether the other party had a backer or not. In the entertainment circle, Yi Xiaohua's only backer could be said to be Star City Entertainment. When Qin Shumin no longer paid attention to Yi Xiaohua, Meng Xianxian felt that Yi Xiaohua had no way out. Therefore, when Yi Xiaohua broke the contract with Star City Entertainment, she flatly refused Sister Zhang's invitation, thinking that she could have a meteoric rise if she followed Meng Xianxian. But she never thought that Yi Xiaohua, who had left Star City Entertainment, would make people's jaws drop. Lin Amy suddenly remembered a sentence she had seen in the comments, Yi Xiaohua, who is not limited to Star City Entertainment, will climb higher. She saw that Sister Jiang and the assistant's Weibo posts had increased by tens of thousands. If she was still Yi Xiaohua's makeup artist, she gritted her teeth and simply turned off her phone, but she was no longer in the mood to do anything. On the other side, Yi Xiaohua was looking at her Weibo. A lone wolf player? Your fans really know you well. As soon as Sister Jiang came in, she saw the most liked comment on Yi Xiaohua's mobile page. But your fans are really protective. Do you know what others say? Weibo is now Yi Xiaohua's world. Yes, they are very good. Yi Xiaohua always smiled with a bit of coolness. Sister Jiang also smiled. You are also good to them. You agree to whatever they ask. After saying this, Sister Jiang got down to business. The day after tomorrow, let's go to Entertainment Duel for a rehearsal, and then Saturday night's live broadcast. I will give you the script first. She took out the script and gave it to Yi Xiaohua. Entertainment Duel was a rare and very popular variety show. There were 1,000 viewers on the scene. There were strict requirements on the script, so the on-site director and artists didn't dare to mess around. However, there were 2 experienced hosts on the show, who saved the scene in time and didn't make many mistakes. Yi Xiaohua took it and flipped it twice, indicating that she understood. Her phone rang at this time. Recently, there were quite a lot of people who sent messages to Yi Xiaohua. A message appeared at the top of the phone. Yi Xiaohua originally glanced at it casually, but after seeing the message, her whole person paused. She picked up the phone, unlocked it, and opened the page. Deputy Director of the Special Intelligence Agency, Deputy Director of the Special Intelligence Agency, personally, Deputy Director of the Special Intelligence Agency, going out of the mountains. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy, please do not reprint. Yi Xiaohua stared at these 3 messages for a long time. The news of the Mu family was hidden too well. Most of them are not recorded on the internet, but in files. The relationship is complicated. Yi Xiaohua can't find it even if her hacking skills are good. That was why she thought of the deputy director. In person. He didn't think about it for the time being. After typing these 2 sentences, she received the document sent by the deputy director. Deputy Director of the Special Intelligence Agency, if I don't come out of the mountains, why are you looking for me? Yi Xiaohua did not immediately look at the document, but looked at the words sent by the deputy director, slightly stunned. She had been working for the Special Intelligence Agency since she was 12 years old. She used the name of South Island to contact the people of the Special Intelligence Agency with a code name. Her code name was RY. Apart from her master, no one else knew that she was also ranked 5th on the international wanted list. She was ranked 5th on the wanted list, not because she was hired to kill. She was more deterrent than Nandao Xiaohua, who was ranked 1st. Everyone wanted to kill Nandao Xiaohua, but no one wanted to kill RY. Those people wanted RY to work for them. Some of the people in the know didn't dare to take her orders, and those who didn't know couldn't find any information about her. Everyone only knew that RY was related to South Island, but they didn't know who she was. She had left the Secret Service for 2 years. For the past 2 years, she hadn't left any messages, nor had she accepted any missions from the Special Intelligence Agency. The Special Intelligence Agency hadn't looked for her either. This time, she asked the Deputy Director for information, and the Deputy Director looked at her previous contributions to the Special Intelligence Agency. Most of the time when she did missions, she didn't get paid. After she left the Special Intelligence Agency, she still worked for South Island, but in the name of Nie Jinyu. Nie Jinyu was the famous sect leader of South Island, but up to now, he had not done much serious work. Because of Yi Xiaohua, the Special Intelligence Agency took care of South Island. When Yi Xiaohua worked for the Special Intelligence Agency, she deliberately took South Island with her, so that South Island was removed from the dispute in the capital. The last time Nie Jinyu suddenly came to the capital, it almost destroyed her 10 years of hard work. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua was a little annoyed. She pressed on her phone for a long time before replying to the deputy director. Let me think. Deputy Director of the Special Intelligence Agency, why did you suddenly leave? Deputy Director of the Special Intelligence Agency, I don't understand why you chose to leave at such a critical time when you could have been promoted to the position of Deputy Director with your merits. Deputy Director of the Special Intelligence Agency, if you hadn't left, you would have been the youngest chief instructor in history. Special Intelligence Agency Adjutant, it wasn't easy for you to conquer the world, and you're giving it to me just like that? What are you after? Looking at the words sent by the Deputy Director, Yi Xiaohua stopped for a long time. The Deputy Director did not know her identity. Even if they met face to face, they would not know each other. However, after 8 years of communication, they trusted each other very much. I don't have that ability. Deputy Director of the Special Intelligence Agency, you don't want to come back, and you don't want to participate in this matter. Then let me ask you, why do you want the Mu family's information? This time, Xianxia didn't go back. She just stared at the window. When he first went to the Special Intelligence Agency, he was full of passion. In the end, he realized that he was still alone. Sister Jiang is discussing the itinerary with her assistant. Because Xianxia doesn't need to take the route of consuming popularity, she doesn't receive many notices, and the endorsements are all international brands. The company wants her to use more time to recharge herself and become the second Lin He, or to create a superstar who can go further than Lin He. Ancestor. After Sister Jiang finished the arrangement, she wanted to relay it to Xianxia. However, she saw Xianxia looking out of the window. Sister Jiang was stunned for a long time. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she immediately said, "Ancestor, at least be more serious. This is the script I picked. You can pick it yourself." Xianxia took a book and glanced at it. The young master of a rich family ran away from the Li family and met a poor girl. After getting along, he was tempted but didn't know it. Later, the rich girl's fiancé came to find him to marry. After the abusive relationship deepened, he found out that the poor girl is his true love. "Son, are you serious?" Xianxia looked through it and commented, "Well, the top student in school and the average-looking poor girl really love each other." Later, the poor girl transformed into a white swan, but they missed each other in the end. It's so melodramatic. Sister Jiang just casually took a few books and handed them to Xianxia. She didn't know it was this kind of melodramatic commercial drama. "I'll help you look for it again." Xianxia returned the script to Sister Jiang. Hearing that, she just smiled. "No need. I have a script here." "What script?" Sister Jiang glanced at her. "Director Jean gave it to you?" "That's not it. Director Jean has no plans to make another movie in the short term." Xianxia shook her head. "But you must be satisfied with this script." "At present, the only thing that I'm satisfied with and can't find any mistakes is the script of Pantheon." Sister Jiang became interested. There has been news on Weibo that Pantheon is going to give the film and television copyright. I don't know if Mr. Yelu has sold it. When the time comes, it will be good if there is an open casting. You have to participate no matter what. Sister Jiang discussed with Xianxia excitedly. Xianxia opened the Mu family's file and began to look through it. It hasn't been sold yet. She probably doesn't plan to sell it to others. Sister Jiang was daydreaming. When she heard Xianxia's words, she was stunned. "How do you know? Is the news accurate?" Xianxia just gave Sister Jiang an inscrutable look. Sister Jiang couldn't help but want to slap her, but she didn't dare. The information of the Mu family had always been very secretive. Even the deputy director could not find much. Xianxia directly turned to the column of Mu Xingji's information. The red mark on Mu Xingji's left hand was very familiar to her. When she was reading books in the library of West Island, she accidentally turned to the punishment mechanism of the Mu family. The Mu family had been passed down for thousands of years. The situation was complicated, and there were thousands of kinds of punishments. Xianxia remembered the most clearly the most severe burning heart punishment. The left hand was connected to the heart. This punishment system was not an ordinary punishment, but for the next 3 years, he would suffer from burning heart pain every day. It also recorded an example from 100 years ago. The master of the Mu family was punished by himself, and his temperament changed greatly. Then, he could not bear the burden and committed suicide in less than a year. Xianxia didn't think too much when she saw the mark on Mu Xingji's left hand. Because there was only one person in history who was punished, there were not many descriptions. Xianxia didn't know clearly, and she didn't know what the mark on Mu Xingji's hand was. But Mu Xingji's temperament did not change greatly like the master of the family 100 years ago. She couldn't imagine what kind of mistake a person like Mu Xingji would make to be punished like this. She twisted her eyebrows and continued to look through the information given by the deputy director. It was recorded very clearly that Mu Xingji had been in West Island. On July 27 this year, he returned to the Mu family's ancestral house. After staying there for 7 hours, he took a special plane to M country. July 27 was the time for Xianxia to talk with the boss of the Eagle Group. Yi Xiaohua calculated the time. When he arrived at the airport, it should be the time when she and Sister Jiang went to the airport. It seemed to be suspicious, but she couldn't tell what it was. At the same time, in the Mu family, Mu Xingji pinched his fingers. Is it done? Butler Mu hesitated. Yi Feng approved the deputy director with a unanimous vote today. I think he couldn't believe it himself. He actually approved it with a unanimous vote. That's good. Mu Xingji nodded. Let Mu Qiu keep an eye on Yi Li, Butler Mu sighed. Young master, the Yi family has a lot of influence in the capital now. Their actions can even affect us. You put the Yi family on such a high pedestal. If Nie Jingyu wants to come back and compete with you, Mu Xingji looked at the dried plum blossoms on the side of the table and was lost in thought. Miss Yi, you know, she has done everything and given up everything for those people in the South Island. The South Island is engraved in her bones and blood. She is that kind of person. When Nie Jingyu wants to compete with you, if Miss Yi takes the Yi family to help Nie Jingyu, you, don't be crazy. Butler Mu looked at Mu Xingji, made up his mind, and told him the possible consequences. Mu Xingji looked at the dried plum blossoms quietly. After a while, he said lightly, then I give up. Yi Xiaohua wanted to go back to find Mu Xingji, but she received a call from Grandpa Yi as soon as she went out. Dad got promoted 2 levels in a row? Yi Xiaohua paused. She looked at the information on the mobile phone and thought for a moment. Okay, I'll be right back. Yi Feng got promoted 2 levels in a row, which meant that he had real power in his hands. The whole family was very excited. The old man called Yi Xiaohua first, and then asked the housekeeper to inform Yi Tong and Yi Li. When Yi Xiaohua went back, Su Min, her aunt, and old master Su all came to congratulate her with gifts. This was the best news for the Yi family in the past 10 years. I don't know why the 3 of Rong family chose me. Yi Feng hasn't calmed down yet. He always feels that there is something strange. Grandpa can't figure it out, so he's at ease. Don't panic. Maybe it's your ability. Rong family wants to promote you. Do a good job. Yi Feng nodded very solemnly. When Yi Xiaohua came back, Grandpa Yi was playing Go with Grandpa Su. Grandpa Yi had a brush. Grandpa Su was not good at Go, but he liked to play Go, so he asked Yi Tong to help him. Yi Tong sat beside Grandpa Su and sometimes said a few words. Obviously, he knew Go. Xiaohua, come here. This is your grandfather. Yi Li hasn't come back yet. Grandpa Yi directly calls Yi Xiaohua to his side. She has been back for so long, Su Min has never let Yi Xiaohua go to Su's house. And Grandpa Su has never seen Yi Xiaohua, nor is he interested in seeing Yi Xiaohua. Listening to Yi Xiaohua calling him, he just raised his eyes and looked at Yi Xiaohua, very light him. Then he spoke to Yi Tong very gently, Tong Tong, what do you think should be done next? Yi Xiaohua's eyes turned to the chessboard. At first glance, it's hard to say. Yi Tong thought about it for a long time, and then helped Grandpa Su put a black piece. Yi Xiaohua saw her position, she didn't speak. Xiaohua, your grandfather won the first place in the community. Grandpa Yi was very happy today. He didn't sell his head and flew up when he spoke. He was very proud to show off to Yi Xiaohua. You see, I won them both alone. Yi Xiaohua thought that I had won the first place in the world competition. Great. She praised against her heart. In Yi Xiaohua's eyes, their chess path is full of flaws. They are all bad chess baskets, but they all love to play chess. Yi Xiaohua looked at the 2 people playing chess in a hurry. Then he sat beside Grandpa Yi and picked up his mobile phone to look at Weibo. Grandpa, you lost. Yi Tong finally helped Grandpa Su to put a piece and winked at Grandpa Yi. Grandpa Yi took the white piece and looked at the chessboard. He didn't move for a long time. The whole person was a little anxious. Grandpa Su urged, hurry up. Yi Tong pursed his lips and smiled, Grandpa, just admit defeat. Don't struggle. Su Lan is very happy today. From today on, she is a serious official's wife. She can enter the upper class. So Yi Xiaohua is not so unpleasant to the eye. She comes to call people to eat. Tong Tong has learned to play Go. Have you forgotten? He was an amateur 7th dan in college. Yeah, Grandpa Su snorted. I won this game. Hurry up and make your move. We're waiting to eat. Grandpa Yu took the chess piece and looked at it for a long time. He didn't know where to go, and he was unwilling to admit defeat. Yi Xiaohua put his mobile phone back in his pocket. Then he picked up a white piece beside Grandpa Yi. It seemed that he didn't look at the chessboard. After finishing the piece, he dragged Grandpa Yi to eat. Give up early, Grandpa. Let's go to eat. Grandpa Yi was originally resigned to eat with Yi Xiaohua. However, suddenly saw something, eyes bright. No, I won, Su, old man. Look again. Grandpa Su and Yi Tong looked at the chessboard and found that Yi Xiaohua's random piece not only broke a way out, but also blocked the game of Yi Tong's subordinates. When Grandpa Su saw this, he was stunned. This time, he and Yi Tong couldn't solve the game even after thinking for 10 minutes. In the end, they admitted defeat. You're lucky. Grandpa Su sighed to Grandpa Yi. Grandpa Yi also felt lucky and praised Yi Xiaohua, but Yi Xiaohua's expression was too light, which surprised Grandpa Yi. If he didn't know that the game was basically unsolvable, he really thought that Yi Xiaohua was a master. Even Yi Tong looked at Yi Xiaohua a few more times. It should be my sister's good luck that she could solve the chess by accident. This was not uncommon. Yi Tong and these people certainly did not believe that Yi Xiaohua could play Go. The Yi family didn't have the tradition of not talking while eating. The two old men even drank a little wine and kept chatting. By the way, Tong, how is the matter of Feng Hai Group entering the entertainment circle going? Grandpa Su remembered this matter and looked at Yi Tong. Speaking of this, Yi Tong's expression froze for a moment. However, she still maintained a smile on her face. It's about time. Grandpa Su and Su Lan were pleasantly surprised. Only Yi Xiaohua, sitting on the side, almost choked. Yi Li immediately poured a glass of water for her. Slow down. Grandpa Su asked Yi Tong with satisfaction, then asked Yi Li how the training was going and if he had a chance to be promoted. Yi Li replied with a few words and suddenly remembered something. I had the honor of training with a team today. Speaking of that training camp, and second sister are very fated. They have a sharpshooter in their training camp. Do you know what her name is? Yi Feng and the others all looked over. What's your name? Yi Li looked into Yi Xiaohua's eyes. Nandao Xiaohua. It's the same name as Xiaohua. Could it be you? Yi Tong was stunned, then looked at Yi Xiaohua and teased. Yi Xiaohua smiled. Su Lan sneered, how could it be? Tong, don't talk nonsense. Of course, Yi Tong knew it was impossible. She just said it casually, Mom, I'm just kidding. The people at the table were very curious about the sharpshooter. Yi Li and Yi Tong had held guns since they were young, and their shooting skills were not bad. They didn't expect to hear the word sharpshooter from Yi Li's mouth, so they were naturally curious. Yi Li looked at Yi Xiaohua for a while, then scratched his head. Instructor Mu's shooting skills are 10 times better than mine, but he said he's not even 1/10 of that person. But she's not in the training camp anymore, otherwise I would have a chance to learn from her. When Yi Xiaohua heard this, she looked at Yi Li thoughtfully. Grandpa Su asked about Yi Tong and Yi Li's recent situation, but he didn't ask Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua sat on the side, listening to Yi Li talk about training in a low voice. She didn't feel anything about the Su family's contempt. That night, Yi Xiaohua stayed at the Yi family's house. On the third day, she went to the entertainment competition to participate in the rehearsal. The rehearsal was very serious, but in the second half, a few more people were added. They were artists from the variety show Gods and Goddesses, including Meng Xianxia. Because it was a live show, they rehearsed twice. Even Lin he was not absent. At 8 o'clock on Saturday night, the venue was full of people. The entertainment competition has put in a lot of money this time. Because it's a live show, they won't pick you up. You have to treasure this opportunity, Meng Xianxian's agent whispered before she went on stage. Show off your image as a scholar and let all the audience recognize you. Master Chen helped you get this resource, so you have to make good use of it. It's best if you can get Mr. Lin's favor. Mr. Lin is also a talented person, and also a very rare person. Do you understand? Meng Xianxian looked calm. I know. At the beginning of the show, Yi Xiaohua and Lin he were very good at the first half. The host interviewed them from time to time and asked them to perform a few scenes on the spot. The audience's screams could be heard backstage. He also sang a song, which surprised everyone. The audience screamed non-stop. One could imagine how popular this live broadcast was. Xianxia went on stage with a guzheng in her arms. She was wearing a traditional Chinese dress and looked very demure. Xianxia's multi-talented character was not just for show. It wasn't without reason that Star City Entertainment went all out to promote her. Her zither has 2 brushes. Xianxia's agent was watching the live broadcast on Pair Channel on her mobile phone. She finally smiled when she saw the comments of amazement and 666. After this incident, coupled with the wave of reposts on Weibo, Xianxia would be able to attract a lot of fans. After Xianxia finished playing, the host also smiled and immediately went to interview Xianxia according to the rehearsal. At this time, Xianxia wanted to say when she started learning guzheng and promote Prince Charming and Goddess. They had already rehearsed it. However, at this time, in the live broadcast, under countless cameras, Xianxia looked at Xiaohua and smiled sweetly. Xiaohua can actually play the zither better than me. Do you expect it? 1,000 spectators replied in unison, looking forward to it. The host's face changed. This wasn't how it was written. Under the stage, Sister Jiang stood up with a ting sound. Her face was dark. Even Xiaohua's education was forged by the company. Where did she learn guzheng? Off topic, continue to rush for a wave of monthly votes. The list is very terrible. Dogs, come on, oh, good night. 800 mail sign small divided by TalkNet. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. The 2 hosts are indeed experienced hosts of Pair TV. They quickly opened their mouths to save the situation and jokingly covered up this matter. He, who was standing on one side, also helped Xiaohua open her mouth. I can also play guzheng. How about we all play a part? He took a long step and walked in the direction of guzheng. The host immediately bowed and begged for mercy. Oh, Mr. Lin, don't join in the fun. Okay, I know you are very good. It's not easy to be a host these days. The 2 hosts chatted and laughed. Bringing He along made it easy for them to forget about the incident. Xiaohua took a microphone handed over by the staff. Looking at the 3 people, she thought for a while and nodded seriously. The camera fell on her delicate face, and her long curly eyelashes trembled slightly. Thank you for the compliment? Pfft, the audience and the host laughed. Xiaohua had been famous for 2 years. It was the first time she was on this kind of show. The host thought that she would panic when she encountered this kind of thing. Unexpectedly, she handled it like a fish in water, not like a newcomer on a variety show. However, her reaction subconsciously made He and the 2 hosts think that Xiaohua really didn't know how to play guzheng, so they tried even harder to skip this topic. Xianxia, who was standing on one side, tried to maintain a smile, but her fingers holding the microphone tightened. Recently, she didn't even dare to open a comment on Weibo. Xiaohua had a lot of fans, and each of them was very good at fighting. Several newspapers that had blackened Xiaohua before were smashed by Xiaohua's crazy fans. They were sprayed like this, not to mention Xianxia, who took the lead in creating public opinion. What made Xianxia collapse the most was that Qin Shumin had been staring at Xiaohua's Weibo these days. When he was with her, he was not as careful as before. Although she knew that if she made a big deal, she might be blacklisted by Pair TV station forever. But now what Xianxia wanted most was to let Xiaohua fall into the mud. She was so jealous that she was going crazy. So, Sister Xiaohua, don't you want to play guzheng? The audience all want to see it. Don't you think so? The audience below was even more enthusiastic. The smile on the host's face froze. He calmly glanced at Xianxia, and the smile on his face was extremely gentle. He turned his face to the audience below and said, "You're being biased. Don't you like to see me play the piano?" I like it all. The audience was so excited that they were going crazy. The audience in the back row raised their placards and stood up, their faces flushed with excitement. Sister Jiang held her mobile phone and looked at Xianxia coldly. She was very annoyed. Even he couldn't cover up this matter. After the live broadcast, there would be a lot of news about Xianxia's educational background. Is there anything the media doesn't dare to do for traffic these days? In particular, I don't know how many female artists are suppressed by Xianxia in the same period. Gouging is a small matter. What Sister Jiang is most afraid of is that those people are determined to see Xianxia's educational background to death. However, Sister Jiang did not think for long. He was shocked by Xianxia's next move again. Xianxia fixed her eyes on Meng Shanshan and seemed to smile. She held the microphone in one hand and rolled up her sleeves. Then she said lazily, "If you want to see me play the zither, no problem." F***ck. What is she doing? Sister Jiang stood up all of a sudden. The little assistant next to her was startled. Sister Jiang, are you okay? The little assistant said. Sister Jiang saw that Xianxia had already sat beside the zither and was still asking the audience what they wanted to hear. This ancestor, is she afraid that the media can't find a reason to slander her? When she first poached Xianxia, she found that she had been living in an internet cafe. For the first time, Sister Jiang felt pity for her. She couldn't bear to see a college-age child living in an internet cafe. She couldn't help but ask her if she wanted to enter the entertainment industry. The other party looked at her sleepily, seemed to think for a while, and then asked her seriously, "Can I make money?" At that time, Sister Jiang was just a newcomer, and the threshold of Star City Entertainment was low. She took out an information form for Xianxia to fill. The other applicants were all full of answers. Only Xianxia only had a few words, which was arrogant. Name, Xianxia age, 20 education, none hobby, making money talent, does shooting count, family situation, hey very cool information. If it weren't for her face, the company wouldn't have approved it. Recalling this, Sister Jiang was even more annoyed. In recent years, because of Qin Shumin, Star City covered Xianxia's information tightly, and also forged a college degree. At first, Sister Jiang was worried that Xianxia would have a problem, but later she found that Xianxia's English was very good, so Sister Jiang didn't worry that fans would say that her education was fake. Now, hearing that Meng Shanshan wanted Xianxia to play the zither, Sister Jiang's mind emerged the same arrogant resume as Xianxia herself. Talent, does shooting count? You go back and let the people in the PR department prepare to find the paparazzi who took photos of Meng Shanshan and ask for a few photos, Sister Jiang cursed. She looked at Meng Shanshan and sneered, she won't die. There were always a few paparazzi following behind every artist all year round, and they had a lot of photos in their hands. After giving the order, Sister Jiang frowned and looked at Xianxia on the stage. She wanted to use her eyes to signal her not to fall for Meng Shanshan's poor acting skills. Xianxia felt Sister Jiang's gaze, smiled at her, and then lowered her eyes. Her left hand pressed the strings to pick up the sound, and her right hand plucked the strings. Xianxia didn't wear a finger sleeve. She played the most popular song in the audience's mouth, and it was also the theme song in her previous TV series. It wasn't a famous song. But she casually hooked the strings, and the sound spread like flowing water. It was a very comfortable and smooth sound, and the timbre emphasized light, thin, and bright. It was beautiful to the bone. The audience instantly became silent, and some people even closed their eyes to listen quietly. After the song was finished, the two hosts on the stage didn't react, and the audience also forgot to applaud. Sister Jiang held her mobile phone and looked at the girl who finished the last note with astonishment. She pressed her hands on the strings, tilted her head, and looked at the camera lazily and wantonly. She said very arrogantly, "Does it sound good?" After about 10 seconds of silence, because of this sentence, like a punctured balloon, it suddenly exploded. "Ah, I'm going to die. Good, good, good. No, 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 it's not nice to hear, baby. Goose, look at me, look at me, look at me. Go back and repeat it 100 million times. If I die here, I won't be able to get out. Xianxia, you big pig trotter, if you don't marry 1551. There were only 1,000 people on the scene, but they shouted the momentum of 10,000 people. Xianxia's Guzheng was taught by a serious court teacher in ancient times. It was different from the music that almost added commercial elements. When she played the Guzheng, it was rare that she didn't play lightly. Her eyebrows were cold and very serious. The two hosts had never encountered this kind of situation. After a long while, they came back to their senses. Yi Xiaohua's guzheng is too good. It's the first time I've heard someone play the guzheng live. I've got goosebumps. Look, look. Then he rolled up his sleeves to show Yi Xiaohua the goosebumps. He fixed his eyes on Yi Xiaohua, then smiled and turned his head to the male host. You be a bit more reserved, there are a lot of male and female fans watching you. A bunch of fans' voices came from below. The host immediately retracted his hand and righteously said that he didn't have this idea. Meng Shanshan stood on the side with a pale face. The host and other artists on the scene didn't pay attention to her. She stood alone in a corner, looking embarrassed. Yi Xiaohua's information in Star City was well known. It's not that there was no media speculation about Yi Xiaohua's education. But at that time, the media had no evidence at all. Yi Xiaohua rarely participated in variety shows and didn't reveal anything. Her fans were strong. As long as the marketing account said a word, her fans would drown her. This was also the treatment that top traffic should have. Today, Meng Shanshan took a risk. She wanted Yi Xiaohua to expose Yi Xiaohua's dark side, so that the media could damage Yi Xiaohua's image. It couldn't be said that Yi Xiaohua was defeated, but it could always disgust the other party. But she never thought that Yi Xiaohua not only could play the guzheng, but also played it so well. Yes, even Meng Shanshan had to admit that Yi Xiaohua played the guzheng really well. She lost all her strength. Even after the program ended, no one paid any attention to her. After stepping off the stage, she saw her manager looking at her darkened face. Meng Shanshan walked over to the makeup artist. She staggered and fell to the ground. However, this time, her manager did not come over to help her up. She just looked at her coldly. It had to be said that Meng Shanshan had indeed shot herself in the foot this time. Originally, the fragment of her playing guzheng was enough to attract a wave of fans, but she was not willing to do this and wanted Yi Xiaohua to make a fool of herself. Her skill in playing the piano is really good, but for Yi Xiaohua, who is comparable to the master level, it is simply the difference between a child and a giant. Not only did she not attract fans, but because of this comparison, her whole performance was extremely embarrassing. The director did not edit the video, and the netizens finally found something wrong after digging through it carefully. Smash my ancestor Yi to pieces. It's definitely Treasure Girl. This video is not good at all. I've only watched it 100 times. Didn't you find that Meng Shanshan was very strange? It's not strange. She wanted to hurt my wife but failed. See 47 minutes and 35 seconds. She heard my wife refuse her proud smile, but she didn't think that my wife was afraid that when she played the guzheng, there would be no room for others to exist. The last sentence of the story master is so arrogant, but I can't find a word to refute it. P.S. I am a guzheng professional level 9. Wake up and move bricks. Who is your wife? Everyone, let me pee yellow. Let me wake up the story master. Meng Shanshan didn't succeed in attracting fans, but the road turned black more. Sister Jiang on this side couldn't understand how to think about it. When did you learn to play guzheng? It hasn't been long since I learned it. Yi Xiaohua couldn't explain it quickly and vaguely opened her mouth. Do you think I look like a fool? Sister Jiang took off the sunglasses on Yi Xiaohua's nose. You played like a novice? Yi Xiaohua didn't mind. She pressed the brim of the cap down. I can't help it. I'm invincible. Sister Jiang. Sometimes she also wanted to beat this smelly shameless person to death. I'm not going back to the company. Yi Xiaohua thought for a moment and said the address of a hotel. This hotel was very famous in the capital. You could only eat a meal if you made a reservation a week in advance. Sister Jiang was a little surprised that Yi Xiaohua went to that place, but she didn't mention it. Recently, Yi Xiaohua had changed a lot. Sister Jiang was willing to give Yi Xiaohua some private space. When she signed Yi Xiaohua in the early years, Yi Xiaohua herself made it clear that she didn't want to be restrained. Her actions were sometimes very strange. The car stopped. Yi Xiaohua put on a mask, lowered the brim of the cap, looked at the address on the mobile phone and went to a private room. Sister, come here. Yili was in the private room. He came out to talk with Su Min today. The private dishes here were the best Yili had ever eaten. When he came here, he thought of Yi Xiaohua. Su Min looked for Yili today to transfer a small company to him as a gift for his promotion. Yili's mind was now in the army. His heart was full of ambition. Even if he didn't need to manage it, he didn't want this company. Yi Xiaohua's heart was moved. She touched Yili with her hand. Yili glanced at her and said, "No, I want it." Hearing this, Su Min was very happy. "Tomorrow, ask your mother to bring your ID to the company and let her sign the agreement for you." "Okay, thank you, uncle. I know you don't have time." Su Min thought for a moment and then said, "If you want someone else to manage it, why don't you let Tong Tong help you? That way, you can rest assured." "Let me think about it." Yili didn't know why Yi Xiaohua wanted him to accept this company, so he didn't immediately agree to Su Min's request. Su Min didn't care who he was going to manage the company for. The Yi family was now different from the past. They were a new force in the capital. Recently, there were many people who wanted to curry favor with the Yi family through him. Su Min knew that the Yi family was different from the past. He didn't give this small company to Yili on a whim. He had considered it. With the Yi family, it was equivalent to a green channel for the Su family. Su Min thought for a moment and said, "You can change the division however you want. I'll also give you the people over there." His nephew was usually too cold and was not very friendly with the Su family. Su Min wanted to win this nephew over, but he didn't know where to start. Now that Yili was willing to accept the division, it was already a surprise to Su Min. Yi Xiaohua suddenly said, "Can I change the name?" Su Min looked at Yili. Yili carefully peeled a prawn for Yi Xiaohua and didn't have any objections to Yi Xiaohua's request. Su Min paused and said thoughtfully, "Of course." Yi Xiaohua nodded. After eating, she touched the celadon cup and didn't say anything. Yili didn't eat much, but he peeled a lot of prawns for Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua didn't eat anything else, but she ate half of the prawns. Su Min looked at Yi Xiaohua and felt that he might have to re-evaluate Yi Xiaohua's value. Yili was the most difficult person to understand in the Yi family. Other than his grandfather, no one could control him, let alone Yi Tong. Su Min didn't expect him to be so good to this sister who came halfway. He looked left and right, but he couldn't see how Yi Xiaohua was better than Yi Tong. How could Yili and Grandpa Yi be so good to her? Oh, right. Because of this, when they were about to leave, Su Min said to Yi Xiaohua, "Did your mother tell you about the blind date last time?" Yi Xiaohua put on her hat and only saw her snow-white chin. "No. That child from the Rong family is very good. He just came back from the army and is a senior officer. It's a pity that you don't go." This room was too good, Su Min couldn't help but say. Yi Xiaohua was wearing a mask with one hand. When she heard Su Min's words, she tilted her head and slightly squinted her eyes. "Senior officer? Very good. I'll go and see. When and where?" Su Min looked at Yi Xiaohua seriously at this moment. He wanted to know what she was thinking, but he couldn't see her expression. "I'll go back and ask your aunt." Yi Xiaohua nodded, "Thank you." Su Min stood behind Yi Xiaohua with a very complicated look. "When she heard you say senior officer, she went?" In the Su family, his aunt couldn't help but curl her lips. "She's really biting off more than she can chew." If it wasn't for young Master Rong's private life being too messy and romantic, I'm afraid that Tong Tong would be wronged. The young master of the Rong family, Rongxia, was a famous prince in the capital. He was a playboy, but because of his identity, countless women flocked to him. Auntie did not know much about the Rong family, but just the name Rong family was enough to intimidate others. The Rong Corporation, which was under the Rong family's banner, had only developed for a few years and stood at the top of Hua country's entertainment industry. Most people would cooperate with the Rong Corporation for programs that were difficult to pass the censors. Even if there were some programs that crossed the line, the censors would pretend that they did not see it. This was also one of the reasons why the Rong Corporation could develop to such an extent. Rong Fei, whether in or out of the circle, no one dared to mess with her because of one word, the Rong family. The Su family only dealt with businessmen and did not know much about the Rong family. They thought that Rongxia was just like the rumors said. That was why Auntie helped Yi Xiaohua. Auntie took out her phone to contact the Rong family. "I'll make an appointment with them." Su Min nodded and went upstairs to discuss with Grandpa Su about Yi Li's branch. The Yi family. Yi Xiaohua sent a message to housekeeper Mu saying that she would not be going home tonight. Then, she turned on her computer and sneaked into the database of the branch that Su Min mentioned. He skimmed through the information 10 lines at a glance. Then, she began to plan the future development of the company. After that, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Guozi. Yi Lu, I found the person for the copyright of Panchen. After sending this message, someone knocked on the door. Yi Xiaohua knew it was Yi Li and let him in. Yi Li came at night and brought her a glass of milk and asked about the branch. Don't give the branch to anyone else. I'll manage it for you, okay? Yi Xiaohua thought for a long time before looking at Yi Li. Her fingers curled up nervously. Yi Li was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Sister, do you want this branch? I'll give it to you. Tomorrow No, I'll manage it for you. The company is still yours and I don't want your money. Yi Xiaohua looked down so that Yi Li could not see her eyes. Yi Li bit his lip and hesitated. It was fine. He would give his sister a very luxurious dowry. But won't it be too hard for you? How about I get you an assistant to help you? Yi Li mumbled to himself. Yi Xiaohua suddenly raised her head and looked at him. Her voice was a little dry. Don't you suspect me? Huh? Yi Li was out of sorts. Don't doubt that I have any selfishness, or want to replace you? Yi Xiaohua seems to be joking. Why would you think that? Yi Li suddenly frowned. Sister, if you say that again, I'm going to get angry. After returning for so many days, this was the first time Yi Li looked angry at him. Yi Xiaohua smiled. In the past, when she smiled, it was with a bit of coolness. This time, it was with a bit of warmth. Under the light, her eyebrows and eyes were a bit soft. Yi Li always knew that his second sister was beautiful, but he was still dazzled by her beauty. When he came out, he touched his head and was a little worried about finding a girlfriend in the future. The next day, Aunt came on time to find Yi Xiaohua for a blind date. It's rare that Su Lan doesn't dislike Yi Xiaohua and goes to the appointed place with her aunt. The door to the private room was ajar. That's young Master Rong. The person who led the way did not go in. Instead, he stood outside the private room and said respectfully. Yi Xiaohua looked through the ajar door and saw a man sitting on a chair by the window. She could only see half of his face from this direction, but it was enough to see his beautiful face with a hint of evil. Even Su Lan didn't expect that the playboy of Rong's family had such a good skin bag. No wonder that even if he is so romantic, there are countless women coming after him. Go in. My aunt whispered. Yi Xiaohua followed Su Lan and went in. The man sitting by the window was still holding a cigarette in his hand. He seemed to hear the sound of being pushed open the door. He turned his head with a little evil and light and carelessly. The whole box was almost overshadowed at this moment. It's not too much to describe Rongzhe with a peach blossom on his face. Both Su Lan and his aunt were stunned for several seconds. Mu Lu, who was holding her arms behind Yi Xiaohua, also widened her eyes. Rongzhe, who was sitting by the window, was also stunned. When he reacted, he crushed the cigarette and stood up. Do you really dare to bring anyone to see me? Although Rongzhe is not stingy in ordinary days, he has always been a gentleman. The first time I saw him so angry with a lady, the middle-aged woman standing beside him quickly stood up. Xiaoxia? Bang, she was answered by a loud slam of the door. Sorry, Xiaoxia wasn't like this before. Rongzhe left, but the middle-aged woman didn't leave. She looked at Su Lan and others apologetically. I apologize to you on his behalf. Su Lan and they quickly said it was okay. This blind date is like a farce, and it's over in less than a minute. Back at Ye's house. Found that Ye's house is very lively. Yi Tong and a young boy are chatting very happily together. Qing Qing, come and meet your cousin. My aunt spoke gently to the young girl. Su Qing walked over with a pout and reluctantly called out cousin. Hey, how was the blind date today? Hearing Su Qing's words, Grandpa Yi also paid attention to it. He was worried about Yi Xiaohua's future. He has been living in seclusion for a long time. There are no boys of the right age in his old friends' families. He can only hand them over to Su Lan. Su Lan's face was cold and he didn't speak. Aunt pursed her lips and smiled, "It's my fault. I didn't expect to find out the situation. Rong's family is the highest. Obviously, I can't see Xiaohua. I'll look for it again." Cut, Su Qing disdainfully curled his mouth. "Introduce it to the second cousin." "Why don't you introduce it to the eldest cousin? Eldest cousin doesn't even have a boyfriend yet. Why would you introduce someone from the Rong family to second cousin instead of eldest cousin? How is that the same?" Auntie chuckled. "Tong Tong is so outstanding. He received a dozen love letters in high school, and now he's reborn himself. I don't know how many wives have asked me about Tong Tong. If Tong wanted to get married, there would be countless people waiting in line. Why would she need to go on a blind date?" Su Qing thought about it and agreed, "A few of my brothers have asked about my cousin's WeChat." "What were you just talking about?" Su Lan doesn't want to hear any news about Yi Xiaohua now, and directly interrupts their conversation. "This is good news. My cousin got the copyright of Celestial Vault of the Gods, and I'm begging her to bring me to see Wild Willow." Su Qing lowered his head in embarrassment. "You guys know that I'm a hardcore fan of Wild Willow. Yi Xiaohua's status in the world of online literature is transcendent. If Yi Xiaohua is the top traffic in the entertainment circle, then Yi Lu would be one of the top figures in online literature." Yi Lu's diehard fans were also terrifyingly strong. Yi Xiaohua originally wanted to go upstairs, but when she heard this sentence, she stopped and squinted at Yi Tong. Off topic, Huahua secretly opened a Weibo name, annoyed all the way 001, asking for attention daily, asking for monthly tickets, and finally goodnight dogs. The company's operation department is already planning the production of this IP. Yi Tong looked at Yi Xiaohua, who had a strange expression on her face, and suddenly smiled. "If you want a role, I'll call the department." Yi Xiaohua didn't answer, she just looked away and continued to walk upstairs. "How can she be so rude?" Su Qing frowned. Yi Tong thought that Yi Xiaohua was a little uncomfortable, so her smile widened, maybe because today's blind date didn't go her way, so she's unhappy. "What does that have to do with you? Why should she vent her anger on you?" Su Qing frowned and said impatiently. Yili had been training for 2 months, and he was waiting for the results of the last round of assessment. The military didn't assign him any tasks, so he had a week off, but he still went to the military during the day to ask Instructor Mu for advice on marksmanship. Su Qing was finally not forced to learn about the company, so he stayed at the Yi family and didn't go back. Until Yili came back. He quickly went up to Yili and asked if the military was fun. Yili and Su Qing didn't have anything in common, so he just said a few perfunctory words. When he didn't see Yi Xiaohua in the living room, he went upstairs to look for her. "Wait," Yi Tong suddenly remembered something. "Brother, Grandpa gave you a small company?" Yili took off the military green cap on his head and nodded perfunctorily. "Yes, is there anything else?" Yi Tong opened her mouth. She heard about it from Su Lan last night. Yi Tong originally thought that Yili would come back to talk about the company, so she didn't take the initiative to ask. She didn't expect that Yili didn't mention anything about managing the company for him. In the afternoon, Su Lan helped him sign the share transfer agreement, so Yi Tong couldn't help but take the initiative to ask Yili. She originally thought that Yili would remember to hand over the management of the company to her. However, Yili just looked at her with a pair of bright black eyes. The most similar thing about Yili and Yi Xiaohua was that their eyes were so clear. "What about your company? Hire someone to manage it?" Yi Tong asked. "About that." Yili finally remembered and waved his hand casually. "You don't have to worry about it, I found someone to help me manage the company." Seeing that Yi Tong had nothing else to do, Yili immediately went upstairs to look for Yi Xiaohua. "Lier knows someone in the financial circle?" Aunt was a little surprised. "Tong Tong, do you know who he is?" Yi Tong shook his head in confusion as he watched Yili leave. Yili was looking for Yi Xiaohua mainly for the company's matters. He gave a piece of information to Yi Xiaohua, then scratched his head. "It's all here." Yi Xiaohua had almost finished reading these things last night, but she did not say anything in front of Yili. She just put them away. "By the way, what do you want to change the name of the company?" "I'll get someone to apply for it." Yili recalled this matter. Yi Xiaohua reached out and flipped through these materials. Let's call it Xiangyang Group. Yili didn't understand the ways of the company. He didn't know why Yi Xiaohua called it Xiangyang Group instead of a limited company, but he didn't ask. I'll get someone to do it right away. After that, Yili hesitated for a moment. Yi Xiaohua looked at him and said, go ahead. About today's blind date. What do you think? Yili's face was a little red. I specifically went to the military camp to ask around. They said that young Master Rong is gentle, courteous, and very capable. He's a rare gentleman, and he's really amazing. I heard that old Master Rong likes him the most as the next successor. Yi Xiaohua thought to herself, you're wrong. As if afraid that Yi Xiaohua wouldn't believe him, Yili immediately said, I'm not lying to you. This is what an instructor in the military camp said. He went to military school with young Master Rong since he was young. When young Master Rong was in middle school, he had many suitors, but he has always been clean. Yi Xiaohua was a little surprised. She didn't expect the rumored Rongzhi to be so serious when he was young. Alright, you don't have to worry about this. She didn't want to talk about it, and Yili didn't ask. I'm going out with Dad tonight, so I won't be coming back. Just in time, I also have to go out for a while. Yi Xiaohua looked out of the window, her eyes distant. Yili and Yifeng went to a banquet organized by the relevant departments. There were very few invitations for this banquet. Most of the invitations were from families with political power. Outside the banquet, there were countless plainclothes policemen patrolling, and there were also 2 teams of special forces armed with guns around the hotel. The waiters at the banquet were all soldiers. Even though Yifeng had advanced 3 levels, he was still somewhat inconspicuous in this kind of place. This was the first time the 2 of them had come to such an occasion, so they were a little reserved. The people passing by were often the leaders of the national television station. Most of the people knew each other, and they were a little surprised by the 2 unfamiliar faces, Yifeng and Yili. However, they had no intention of coming over to talk. Yifeng also truly understood the crouching tigers and hidden dragons of the capital. You're Yili? A voice came from behind. Yili stood ramrod straight. He didn't think that anyone would recognize him in this kind of occasion. He quickly turned around and saw a very handsome face. At the same time, he realized that most of the people in the hall were looking at him. He and Yifeng both realized that the man in front of them was not ordinary. However, Yili really didn't know this man in front of him. He only felt that he was exceptionally handsome. Principal Yi, this is young Master Rong. A middle-aged man standing to the side winked at Yifeng. Yifeng's expression changed. So it's young Master Rong. The commander-in-chief of the capital's military was old Master Rong. However, the previous generation of the Rong family was too disappointing, and only young Master Rong was born with extraordinary talent and countless achievements at a young age. No one doubted that when old Master Rong retired, the Rong family would be taken over by this young Master Rong. Although Yifeng had advanced 2 levels, he was still far from the Rong family's colossus. He had no idea why young Master Rong would suddenly come to greet him. You're this year's recruit in the training camp, right? Rongzhi was the first to speak. He swirled his wine glass, and under the light, his eyes were devilish. Do you want to follow me? Yili's eyes widened. I haven't received the notice yet. He choked. You're one of the candidates. I've confirmed it with Muqiu. Rongzhi saw that he was a little hesitant, and said directly, all right, you and Yi. Uncle Yi, come up here. I'll give you the letter of entry. After that, he took the lead and walked towards a resting room. Meanwhile, the observers, who had been watching Rongzhi's every move, heard Rongzhi call Yifeng Uncle Yi, and they felt deep respect for him. This is your letter of entry. Rongzhi had a special resting room in the hotel. He took out a roll of documents from the drawer and threw it to Yili. Then, he walked to the fridge and opened a can of beer. The 2 of them read the letter of entry for a long time, word by word, and finally believed it. When old Commander Rong heard that Rongzhi was meeting the Yi family alone, he came in to take a look. Yili had only seen old Commander Rong from afar during the training. Now that he saw him in person, he was so excited that he could not say a word. When old Commander Rong saw Yili, he seemed to have understood something. He asked Yili a few questions, and Yili answered carefully, both surprised and happy. 19 years old. It's not too late to enter the training camp. Old Commander Rong looked at Yili's score on the letter of entry. Full marks for marksmanship. Who's your instructor? Rongja, who was leaning against the window and drinking, sneered when he heard old Commander Rong's words. It's Instructor Mu, Yili answered respectfully. It's him. No wonder you can get full marks. Old Commander Rong acted as if he did not hear Rongja's sarcasm. He murmured and went out. Yili's face was full of confusion. Outside the door, the old commander did not go downstairs, and the others did not dare to talk to the old commander. Muqiu is taught by Xiaohua, right? The old commander stood in the corridor with a profound gaze. He seemed to think for a long time before saying. The guard beside him smiled and said, yes, not to mention Instructor Mu. Which one of the young masters group was not taught by Miss Yi? Miss Yi is very smart. When the people at the same time were still learning, she had already reached the level of being able to teach people. The old commander's eyes were unfocused, and he was a little lost in thought. Yes, so many descendants of generals were suppressed by her. She's the most outstanding disciple of the Nye family in the past few hundred years. Who said she wasn't? The guard sighed regretfully. At that time, many families wanted to recruit her. At a young age, she got a lot of merits and even created a training camp. At that time, I heard that she broke many training records in the army, dominated the military region, and had a bright future. If it wasn't for... At this point, he suddenly remembered something. His heart trembled, and he shut his mouth and looked at the old commander. He did not dare to say another word. On the other side, Yili and Yifeng went downstairs. They found that the people around them were much friendlier to them. Yi Xiaohua did not know that Yili was very surprised. She was looking at the person standing in front of her with a dark face. What are you doing here? I want to come and have a look. Nye Jinyu murmured. Yi Xiaohua pressed her temple. How many times have I told you that you can't come here? Why not? Nye Jinyu thought of something and immediately said, Senior Sister Apprentice, this is a rare opportunity for the South Island to gain a foothold. Are you so timid? The South Island was not as good as it used to be. The island was full of the Nye family. There was no business and most of them were ideologues. Now the situation in the capital was serious and the two parties were fighting. As soon as the South Island entered the capital, it would be treated as a fish. But it didn't make sense to Nye Jinyu at all. Nye Jinyu didn't have these political thoughts in her mind, nor could she understand the situation in the capital. Yi Xiaohua explained a lot. Nye Jinyu only thought that she was timid or refused to let the South Island enter the capital. Do you remember what I said to you last time? Yi Xiaohua looked at Nye Jinyu, lowered her eyes and said word by word, if you come to the capital again, I will break your legs. Nye Jinyu bit her lip and her voice changed. Senior Sister Apprentice, I didn't. I'm here to give you these things. She said and immediately handed Yi Xiaohua a pile of documents handed over by the people around her. These were the documents of the important events on the island. Nye Jinyu couldn't make up her mind and always gave them to Yi Xiaohua. These would be in the Nye family's library in the future, so they wouldn't leave traces on the internet. When Yi Xiaohua was still on the island, she taught Nye Jinyu, but Nye Jinyu didn't want to learn these, so it was Yi Xiaohua who handled it now. Yi Xiaohua took it and handed it to Mulu behind her with cold eyes. If it's okay, go back now. She left with Mulu. Nye Jinyu behind her was about to leave. The middle-aged man beside her suddenly said, the one beside Miss Yi, is the Mu family, right? Nye Jinyu's voice tightened. Second uncle, are you serious? Second uncle Nye took another look and then nodded with certainty. Yes, she is the Mu family. I saw her appear beside that person. So Yi Xiaohua really has contact with the Mu family? Nye Jinyu's voice was sharp with resentment. Second uncle Nye looked at Nye Jinyu and sighed. Sect master, who doesn't have selfishness in the world? Last time when you came to the capital, she knew it. This time when you got off the plane, she waited at the airport. Is the South Island yours or hers? Second uncle, don't talk nonsense. Senior sister is doing this for my own good. Nye Jinyu said subconsciously. Second uncle Nya smiled and did not say anything else. Nye Jinyu paused, then silently bought a ticket back. At the bar. When Sister Jiang rushed over, there was a pile of empty wine bottles on Yi Xiaohua's table. The lights in the bar were dim, and her hair, which had been tied up, was loose. The light shone on her face, and because she was drunk, her facial features were soft. A pair of clear and beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, with a lazy charm of drunkenness. His coat was taken off, revealing a white shirt underneath. The collar was crooked to one side, revealing a large portion of his skin. It was extremely seductive. Everyone in the bar had their eyes on her, their gazes unabashedly burning. However, because Mu Lu was standing beside him, no one dared to step forward. "Why are you drunk like this?" Sister Jiang quickly stepped forward to pull Yi Xiaohua up. Then, before she could take a step closer to Yi Xiaohua, she saw Yi Xiaohua suddenly raise her head and look at her strange, cold and alert eyes. "Get out." Sister Jiang was stunned. She had never seen Yi Xiaohua like this. Mu Lu quickly pulled her aside. "Sister Jiang, don't provoke her. Miss Yi doesn't recognize people when she's drunk." Just as she spoke, the entrance of the bar suddenly became quiet. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. At present, Yi Xiaohua is different from the cold and inhuman Yi Xiaohua in ordinary days. Sister Jiang is worried. Yi Xiaohua is a public figure. If she is put on the internet, although it will not cause her any harm, it will damage her image on the internet. But looking at Yi Xiaohua's cold eyes, Sister Jiang can't take this step. When she finds that the bar seems to be a lot quieter, she subconsciously looks toward the door. The bar is very messy, the smell of alcohol and smoke is mixed, the spotlight is constantly changing the light, the original people on the dance floor, most of them are absent-mindedly looking at Yi Xiaohua's direction. When the person at the door appears, the air pressure is low for a moment. The other side is wearing a light-colored coat, the coat is not buttoned, and the shirt button inside is meticulously fastened to the top. That kind of noble and clear temperament is incompatible with the whole bar. He thinks that the person who comes to this occasion can only have a glimpse of the world's stunning beauty on the top of the Jade Building. The man on the dance floor looks absent-mindedly at the person who is lying lazily on the table. The woman is distracted by the man who just stepped in here. Yi Xiaohua is very conspicuous in this group of people. No one dares to approach within 1 meter of her. There were countless people wandering around the place where she passed by. Their eyes stay on her face, fingers, or other places. Mu Xingji walks to her side. Looking at her like this, he knows that she is drunk. "Where did she go today?" "I saw Nye Jinyu, and today." Mu Lu whispers, "Today is Mr. Nye's death anniversary." Mu Xingji does not make a sound. He half bends and reaches out to help Yi Xiaohua up. A very strong smell of alcohol comes, this is soaked in the wine jar. Sister Jiang only reacted at this time. "Isn't this the man she met downstairs that day?" "Sir, wait a minute, Xiaohua has a violent tendency after being drunk." Sister Jiang is halfway through her words. She sees her own artist, holding a glass of wine in one hand and supporting her chin with the other, looking up at the man. She props herself on the table, the low-waist jeans are a little loose, the top is lifted up, revealing a small snow-white waist, and then the top outlines the thin arc. Her eyes seem to be covered with a layer of fog. "Do you know me?" Mu Xingji took a deep breath. Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes. She looked at Mu Xingji and said word by word, "Gue Yun." Mu Xingji, courtesy name Gue Yun. Mu Xingji's fingertips trembled. He closed his eyes and helped her up. "It's me. Let's go back first." Yi Xiaohua is even more at a loss, master is dead, Where should I go? This person had always been extremely arrogant when he was sober. The thoughts in his heart were deeply hidden, and no one could pry into them. Only at times like this would he reveal some clues. In the past, no matter how difficult things were, Mu Xingji always felt that he could get through it. However, when he heard what she said, his voice became a little hoarse. "Let's go back to the Mu family." Seeing the confusion in her eyes, he felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife. For the past 5 years, he had been treading on thin ice, and she had not had a good time either. Her coat was stained with wine, and she was thrown onto the chair. Her shirt was half naked, which made her look even thinner. She didn't bother to hide the fiery gazes around her. Mu Xingji took off his coat, wrapped it tightly around her, and half carried and half supported her to go out. Sister Jiang, who was behind him, finally reacted. She spat out all the words she hadn't said, violent tendencies. Sister Jiang, I'm going back. Mulu took a pile of documents and followed Mu Xingji. Don't worry. No paparazzi will dare to take photos when we follow our young master. Sister Jiang nodded in a daze. She hadn't reacted yet. This was the second time she had seen Mu Xingji. The other party's momentum, well-tailored clothes, and even the key ring in his hand were exquisite. Sister Jiang finally realized that this man was not simple. Thinking about the time when Xianxia got the resources of Plan Zero, Sister Jiang felt that something was wrong. Now that she finally sorted out her thoughts, she felt a little uneasy. I'm sorry. She seemed to have bumped into someone, so she quickly said. The other party didn't care. He didn't even say a word and retracted his gaze from the door. The other party was wearing a hoodie, and the hoodie covered most of his face. When Sister Jiang looked up, she could only see that beautiful face clearly. She was stunned for a long time. When she came back to her senses, she looked in the direction that the man was looking at and saw a black shadow of a car. That seemed to be the car that her artist had sat in last time. Sister Jiang felt a little strange. The man walked to the bar and ordered a glass of wine. A long-haired woman hurriedly walked over and hooked her arms around his neck. She smiled sweetly. Young Master Rong reeked of alcohol. He lit a cigarette and a faint smoke rose. After a while, he looked at the woman beside him and said, "You can leave first." The woman was stunned. Rong suddenly smiled. His smile was devilish. Do I need to repeat myself? The woman hurriedly removed the hand around his neck and took her bag away. She said anxiously, "Young Master Rong, don't be angry. I'll leave right away." She looked at him with an infatuated gaze. Although she was reluctant, she still walked away, looking back 3 times. Because she knew that young Master Rong liked obedient female companions who wouldn't cause him trouble. How much did Mishi drink? When Butler Mu saw Xianxia, who was wrapped in Mu Xingji's coat, he hurriedly ordered the servants to cook some hangover soup and then ordered them to bring a new set of clothes. However, he stood far away and had no intention of helping. Mu Xingji carried her upstairs to the room. The servants had already brought a nightgown over. He lifted the quilt and covered her with it. He restrained himself and changed her clothes politely. Although Xianxia had drunk too much, she was very obedient and cooperated with him very well. The process of changing clothes wasn't very complicated, but Mu Xingji was still sweating profusely. When Butler Mu came over with a bowl of hangover soup, he saw that Xianxia seemed to have changed into a nightgown. He looked straight ahead and put the soup aside. He immediately lowered his eyes and went out, closing the door. Xianxia had drunk too much wine, and her face was dyed bright red. Her nightgown had been inadvertently pulled up to her thighs, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs. They were white and piercing. Mu Xingji held the hangover soup and controlled himself to look away. But his throat was a little tight, as if something was surging in his body. Drink the hangover soup. Mulu said that you have an appointment tomorrow morning. He put the pillow behind Xianxia and carefully let her lean on it. He very gently coaxed her to drink the hangover soup. She drank too much, but she didn't make a fuss. She hung her head on his shoulder and changed her clothes. The smell of alcohol on her body was gone, but there was still a faint smell of alcohol in her breath. After drinking the hangover soup, she was not completely sober. She just felt the coolness of the other party's body. She rubbed her hot face against his neck, and the breath with a little smell of alcohol sprayed on his neck. Mu Xingji's whole body was very tense. He reached out and grabbed her moving hand. He looked at her for a long time. His usually cold eyebrows were stained with a layer of softness. He said helplessly, "How many years has it been? Why do you still like to drink so much?" Xianxia was drunk, but she didn't make a fuss. Her eyes also regained a layer of clarity. If one didn't look at her movements and the smell of alcohol on her body, No one would believe that she was drunk just now. Have a good rest. I'm going to the study. He covered her with a quilt, looked at her eyes, and suddenly asked, sober? Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes, nodded, and then shook her head. Her fingers were still half hooked on his hand. The air in the room was thin. Mu Xingji felt that he couldn't stay any longer. He steeled his heart and stood up. You sleep peacefully. I'll be in the study next door. Butler Mu is waiting outside the door. Call him if you need anything. He turned and walked out of the door. When he went out of the door, he didn't dare to look back. He wanted to close the door immediately, but when he closed the door, he looked back at him. He didn't know when Yi Xiaohua got out of bed again and followed him lazily. She didn't wear shoes and was barefoot. She stepped on the snow-white carpet, which was stained with a very bright color. It was really killing him. Mu Xingji took a step back and locked the door again. He turned back. Ancestor, you overestimate my self-control. He almost muttered in a low voice. Yi Xiaohua's eyes went dark. There was a hot breath around her face, and a soft touch was carefully and tentatively printed on her lips. Mu Xingji's movements were rather restrained. Perhaps it was because she had never dared to imagine this scene, that the person she cherished for so long had finally landed by her side. She didn't even dare to use too much force on the back of her head. He kissed his way down from her eyes, one hand holding her wrist. Their breaths intertwined, hot and affectionate. Yi Xiaohua trusts the person around her too much. She vaguely feels that her lips have been gently bitten. Slightly opening her lips, the other party seems to pause for a moment, and the hot and wet tongue breaks in. The familiar breath lingers on the tip of the nose, and the body temperature is so high that Yi Xiaohua reaches out and pinches the hem of his clothes, and the tip of her nose rubs on his side face. His other hand slid down her wrist, pinching her fingers and forcing them to interlock. Mu Xingji slowly bit down on her lower lip in an extremely treasured manner. Only when he heard her muffled gui yun that spilled out from the corner of her mouth did his movements slowly stop. He lowered his head to look at her. His eyes were stained with a layer of mist, and the corners of his eyes were stained with a touch of redness. He restrained his emotions and kissed the tip of her nose. Do you want to go to the study together? Finally, he gave Yi Xiaohua a coat, put on shoes, let someone move a tatami into the study, and then brought her up. The butler had been waiting in the study. When Mu Xingji walked past him, he clearly felt a chill on young Master Mu's body, as if he had just taken a shower. However, before he could think too much about it, he heard Mu Xingji's voice. What's going on with Yi Li's company? Steward Shan replied word by word. He also mentioned a little about Su Lan and Yi Tong. The corner of Mu Xingji's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Does she really think that no one knows about what happened 17 years ago? Ask the old man if he's free tomorrow. Butler Mu nodded. Mu Xingji has to deal with today's affairs because Yi Xiaohua delayed a lot of progress. When he sat down, he saw another pile of papers on the table. What's this? Mu Lu just sent it over. Butler Mu came back to his senses and immediately replied, It was Nie Jinyu who brought it over for Ms. Yi. When he reached the end of his sentence, he carefully looked up at Mu Xingji. The two people that the young master hated the most in his life. One was Nie Jinyu and the other was Rongzhe. Oh, and now Yi Li might be included as well. This was especially true for Nie Jinyu. Whenever the name Nie Jinyu was mentioned, young master would lose his temper. However, contrary to the housekeeper's expectations, Mu Xingji only responded with a faint N. He didn't mock or ridicule Nie Jinyu, nor did he say that he would kill her sooner or later. Mu Xingji was the first to flip through the documents Mu Lu had brought over. He dealt with most of these things in the Mu family. Although the South Island was big, it was not as complicated as the Mu family. Butler Mu was used to this action. He glanced at it. Mu Xingji turned it page by page, and then imitated Yi Xiaohua's notes to record on it. When Yi Xiaohua woke up the next day, she saw a lot of documents on the table. She flipped through it and saw the signed name on it. She handed it to Mu Lu and told Nie Heng to pick it up himself. Sister Jiang didn't sleep well last night and picked up Yi Xiaohua early in the morning. Drink less wine in the future. Does your head still hurt? Sister Jiang nagged. She suddenly glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia was wearing a loose and fluffy sweater today. The neckline was not big and the angle was not clear. However, Xianxia's skin was too white. You could see a very light red mark on her neck. Digression, it's the end of the month. Don't you vote for the monthly ticket? Good night. By the way, when Xianxia looked over, Sister Jiang suddenly remembered one thing. Today, you need to try the effect of this luxury endorsement first. Rongfei is also here today. It's not about fighting for resources. I heard that the designer is more hairy. He doesn't like Rongfei. She took a copy of the brand's information to Xianxia. Xianxia looked down and casually flipped through it twice. Every time she flipped through it, she was very fast, but Sister Jiang obviously found that Xianxia's speed of reading things was more than 10 times faster than before. Have you finished reading? Sister Jiang looked at the information that Xianxia put aside. Okay, don't look at it anymore. I'll answer whatever the designer asks later. The most important thing to do an endorsement was sincerity, but generally, these things were talked about by the agent, and Sister Jiang didn't force it. The endorsement this time was a short video. It was a very old brand with a long history in country Y. The purpose of coming to Hua Country to find an endorsement this time was to open up the Hua Country market. Star City Entertainment had received 2 endorsements for Xianxia before, both of which were messy. After leaving Star City Entertainment, the 2 endorsements were terminated with Xianxia. After signing with Rong Corporation was very attentive to Xianxia and arranged other endorsements for Xianxia. When Sister Jiang saw Rong Corporation's arrangement for the first time, she almost thought that she was wrong. Rong Corporation didn't support Rongfei to this extent, right? This endorsement was not planned. Because of the designer, even Rong Corporation was not sure. She only gave the news to Sister Jiang. Whether to go or not was up to Sister Jiang. After careful consideration, Sister Jiang decided to bring Xianxia over. This was an opportunity to go to the high-end market. When Xianxia and Sister Jiang went over, they only heard that the designer was using a very angry tone to emphasize what he was saying. My design has a soul. I will never use a person at will. Even if she is very popular, it has nothing to do with me. What I want is the effect, the most perfect presentation, do you understand? Saying that, he hung up the phone, very angry. Sister Jiang followed Xianxia and was shocked by the tone, but she couldn't understand this strange language, so she didn't know what the designer was talking about. Xianxia glanced at the designer and didn't speak. Alberta hung up the phone and calmed down a little. Then she looked up at the door. Come in. Alberta was not only the chief designer of the Avery brand, but also the heir of the Avery Group. The founder of the brand was his great-grandfather, who was originally a noble of country Y. Sister Jiang immediately took Xianxia in. This is our company's artist, Xianxia. This year. Sister Jiang pushed Xianxia to Alberta and introduced Xianxia. However, Alberta ignored her. The other party looked at Xianxia, and his eyes lit up. Do you know our brand? He spoke in English. Sister Jiang's English was not bad, but she was not fluent enough to communicate with foreigners. She needed some time to sort out her language. However, before Sister Jiang answered, she heard Xianxia return to Alberta in pure English. Alberta's eyes lit up as she listened. Xiaoli and Old Su, the 2 people behind Xianxia, were stunned for a moment. Both of them were in the team assigned to Xianxia by Rong Group. The 2 of them served as assistants and bodyguards. Xianxia had too many terrible bastards. For Xianxia's safety, Rong Group arranged 2 assistants for Xianxia to protect her safety. Xiaoli and Old Su knew Xianxia very well before this. Xianxia's popularity in the entertainment circle is as famous as her vague education. In the past 2 months, many people have been jealous of Xianxia's popularity. From time to time, they bought press releases to blacken Xianxia's education. They also found a lot of doubts, but they were all killed by Rong Group's public relations. Xianxia's fans were more grounded. They didn't mind Xianxia's shortcomings. She had good acting skills, good looks, and could play the piano. Compared with those with high education, this kind of popularity step by step was more real. They were all in the same team, and Xianxia had no way to hide Xianxia's education from the team. The original education was forged by Star City Entertainment. At first, she was worried that Qin Shumin would reveal this matter, but 2 months later, Star Entertainment didn't take this opportunity to do anything, and Xianxia was relieved. However, it also led to the team's understanding of Yi Xiaohua's education. There are many people in the entertainment circle who don't understand English. However, now hearing the conversation between Yi Xiaohua and Alberta, Xiaoli, and Old Su. With such a smooth English dialogue, they didn't know what standard English was, but Yi Xiaohua's voice was so comfortable that it could be compared to the special translation on TV. These two people were surprised, and Xianxia was not much better. Yi Xiaohua and Alberta spoke too fast, but she could also hear it clearly. She found that Yi Xiaohua had really finished reading the information. Give Xiaohua a try of the love series, Alberta said to the person beside him. The man looked at Yi Xiaohua in surprise, then went in and took a set to tidy up. Bracelets, rings, necklaces and earrings. The love series is a series of jewelry for couples. The studio is upstairs. I'll take you there. Albert took Yi Xiaohua and others upstairs with great interest. Yi Xiaohua took a full set of jewelry and changed into a dress prepared by the stylist. The bracelet on the hand was made of platinum, and the most prominent design on it was a very bright red tear-shaped ornament. Yi Xiaohua was originally white, and she looked even more beautiful against the red background. She walked barefoot under the large red roses on the ground, getting closer and closer to the camera. Every time she raised her hands and threw her feet, it was all a kind of explosive beauty. The necklace around the neck was gold, and the golden edge was on the collarbone. The embellishment was 2 red ruby rings, which were looming in the white shirt. The style was elegant and gorgeous. Yes, this is the effect I want. Alberta's heart tightened, and he didn't leave the camera all the way. The promotional video and spokesperson are her. There's no need to watch the rest. Yi Xiaohua showed all the meaning he wanted to express and what he imagined but couldn't say. Although Xianxia believed in Yi Xiaohua's strength very much, when Yi Xiaohua was really selected by Avery Company, the whole person was stunned. The endorsement fee alone was sky-high. 2 days later, Yi Xiaohua spent a day shooting a 3-minute promotional video of the Chasing Love series. The official news had to wait for the promotional video to be edited. Rong Company didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua would receive the endorsement that even Rongfei didn't succeed. At the same time, the team set up by Rong Company for Yi Xiaohua felt more and more useless. Important endorsements and cooperation were obtained by Yi Xiaohua herself. Avery's endorsement was received, and the people in Yi Xiaohua's team worked harder to tailor a movie for Yi Xiaohua. Now the team has 2 plans. You know, celestial gods. The editor of Wild Willow said that the copyright has been given out. Now it's the most popular time. The other party will definitely make the movie version of Celestial Gods within a month. One of us is waiting for Celestial Gods. Now we don't know where Celestial Gods are, Xianxia said, but the company will do its best to fight for a chance for you to be selected. And here are all the film and TV scripts. You can choose which one you choose. The company will invest in that one. The whole movie will revolve around you. These scripts are all of good quality acquired by the company. Even Xianxia was a little stunned. Ancestor, what's the relationship between Rong Company's boss and you? Why did he spend so much money to support you? Although Rong Company also supported Rongfei, they really didn't tailor a movie specifically for Rongfei. Xianxia originally thought that Rong Company signed Yi Xiaohua to make money. She didn't expect that Rong Company didn't have the idea of consuming Yi Xiaohua's popularity. This kind of support was a bit strange. Thinking of what happened last night, Xianxia slightly narrowed her eyes. Yi Xiaohua clicked her tongue. It has nothing to do with Rong Company's boss. Don't talk nonsense. By the way, if there's nothing else, I'll slip away. I have other things to do. When she was not busy, Xianxia would not squeeze Yi Xiaohua. Hearing that, she just waved her hand at her and let her go quickly. Yi Xiaohua smiled, then picked up the glasses and cap on the table and went downstairs. She went to the company under Yi Li's name, which was renamed Xiangyang Group. Last night, Yi Li told the group's senior executives that she would come today. Xiangyang Group. The company's senior executives were already sitting in the conference room. Several of them were old employees of Su Company. When the company was transferred to Yili, their positions were equivalent to being promoted. After all, they were just the head of the distribution department. Now that they were transferred, it was equivalent to the head office's senior executives. But in fact, who didn't know that this was clearly a promotion and a fall? Especially in pay, he was originally going to be transferred to the headquarters in a week. Who knew that this thing would happen? In his heart, he wanted to resign or apply to be transferred back to the headquarters. But Sumin didn't want them to resign. He wanted them to continue to stay here to help Yili manage the company. And Pei was naturally unwilling. It was only because Sumin made it clear that the one managing the company was not Yili, but Yi Tong, that Pei stayed. In fact, it's not that bad. Head Su and Old Man Su both thought about letting Miss Yi Tong manage Su company in the future. After all, young Master Su Qing. Another senior executive beside Pei smiled and said, Xianxia Group will be managed by Miss Yi Tong. We won't go wrong following her. And Pei also agreed with this matter. He smiled and nodded. At this time, the assistant outside opened the door of the conference room. Miss Yi is here. And Pei and the others smiled and looked up. When they saw the person who came in, their smile froze. Yi Xiaohua's cap had already been taken off. Mulu was holding it for her. Seeing that the people in the conference room were looking at her, she took off her sunglasses, and her dark eyes swept across the conference room. She nodded slightly at them. Good afternoon, everyone. You. Why are you here? And Pei stood up and said. Of course, the people in the conference room knew the woman in front of him. The commercial building across the street was hung with a large advertisement of this woman. It took up a full 20 floors. Such a large poster, she was still an artist with 360 degrees. How could Pei and the other executives not know her? Yes, it's me, Yi Xiaohua said lazily. She also knew how important she was to these people now. She walked to the seat they left. Yili should have said hello to you guys. From now on, I will be the CEO of Xiangyang. Let's get to know each other first. I'm Yi Xiaohua. A small part of the people in the conference room hurriedly spoke. But there were also some people who looked at Yi Xiaohua without saying a word. It was indeed Miss Yi who came, but not the Miss Yi they had imagined. The smile on Pei's face had disappeared. He was originally a senior executive, and these years of struggling in the financial market, he did not lack any experience. He had gone from a person without a background to where he was now, which showed his ability. He was an ambitious person. After a few years in the branch department, he finally had a chance to be promoted to the headquarters as a manager, but he did not expect that the distribution would be separated at this time. During these years of distribution, many people had poached Pei with high salaries, but Pei knew that he had a chance to be promoted, so he had never jumped. Even after the company was given to Yili, he did not leave. After all, Yi Tong was also a boss who dared to fight. That was when Yi Tong took over Xiangyang Group, but could Yi Xiaohua compare to Yi Tong? One was an artist with a big reputation in the entertainment circle, the other was Miss Yi who had started working hard in her teens and built Fenghai Group. Pei originally thought that although Yili was the young master of the Yi family, since he had taken over the company, he would have to take care of the company well. But now that he saw Yi Xiaohua, his heart turned cold. He felt that Yili was also a playful type of task. He did not know the relationship between Yi Xiaohua and Yili. However, he also knew that Yi Xiaohua and Yili definitely knew each other. The company is mainly engaged in advertising and media. Yi Xiaohua sat in a chair. She glanced at the people in the conference room. Most of them were absent-minded. Well, everyone write a plan for me about the future development of Xiangyang Group. See you on time tomorrow afternoon at the same time. Hearing her words, the conference room was quiet for a moment, and most of the people were talking in low voices. Although they had objections, they did not dare to speak to the new CEO. In this day and age, it wasn't a big deal to work overtime on a project or to sort out the finances in the company. Miss, don't you need this? Mulu was still holding a document in her hand. Yi Xiaohua glanced at it. It was a plan she had written a few days ago. No, wait until tomorrow. There are still a few unstable people in the company. She smiled, put on her sunglasses again, and followed Mulu out the door. After the two left, There was a heated discussion in the conference room. What is this Miss Yi doing? Do they think that the proposal is written casually? Someone said in a low voice. They're just here to play. Most of the people in the conference room thought so. When Yi Xiaohua was there, they didn't dare to make a sound. Now that she was gone, they opened their mouths. And Pei didn't speak, but looked at the seat where Yi Xiaohua had just sat. There was a large pile of financial information and the company's current situation and specific cooperation. This was originally prepared for Yi Tong. They had already thought about it. When Yi Tong came, they wanted Yi Tong to show their loyalty and work hard behind her. These financial information and some plans that were about to be submitted were all to express their loyalty to Yi Tong. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Yi Tong who came, but a big star Yi Xiaohua who was now very popular. The other side didn't even look at these materials. But they were not surprised. Stars have their own things. She may not understand these things. It's just, how can a star manage the company well? And Pei looked at the pile of materials and seemed to have decided something without saying anything. The others also looked at each other in dismay, and then at each other's eyes, silently thinking about something. On this side, Yi Xiaohua had already gone downstairs. This time, she didn't wear sunglasses. Instead, she put on a cap and a black mask. The cover was very tight. But her figure and temperament were still very outstanding. Those who were slightly familiar with her could recognize her from the back. Yi Xiaohua. Wait. When Yi Xiaohua was about to get in the car, she heard a slightly familiar voice behind her. She slightly tilted her head and saw a very handsome face. The other side ran over breathlessly and stared at Yi Xiaohua. Are you very familiar with Lin He? How did you sign a contract with Rome Corporation? And why didn't you tell me you can also play the zither? Qin Xiumin looked at Yi Xiaohua. The look in the bottom of his eyes was very complicated and tangled. Mulu vigilantly blocked in front of Yi Xiaohua. However, Yi Xiaohua just glanced at Qin Xiumin, didn't say a word, and directly got in the car. Qin Xiumin stood in the same place. His secretary ran over and looked at Qin Xiumin staring blankly at the shadow of Yi Xiaohua's car. He couldn't help but shake his head. But as Qin Xiumin's secretary, he still advised Qin Xiumin, young Master Chen, let's go back first. Miss Yi may have just met a new customer. Impossible, she's not that kind of person. Qin Xiumin immediately retorted. Young Master Chen, I know you admire Miss Yi, but think about it. She's an orphan who didn't even go to college. She's only been in the entertainment industry for 2 years. If she didn't have someone behind her, how could she cooperate with Lin He and even let Lin He and director Jean speak for her? She even signed a contract with Rome Corporation. Even Rongfei didn't sign it, right? The secretary worked in the entertainment industry and was used to this kind of thing. The financial backer behind Yi Xiaohua was a bit big. Qin Xiumin didn't want to believe it. But the secretary's words pulled him out of his imagination. No one knew Yi Xiaohua's information better than him. When she signed the contract, he stared at her and signed it. He was very clear about her background. She was an orphan who didn't go to college. In fact, not only did she go to college, she didn't even go to high school. The people in the company wanted to flatter her as a vase. But at that time, Qin Xiumin liked her strength and was particularly attentive to her. He also helped her forge a college diploma, and she also lived up to his expectations. When he was fighting for resources, she was selected by the director as the female lead. Because of a TV series. At that time, he established Star City Entertainment just for fun. But because of her popularity, the company was also doing well, and Qin Xiumin was also valued by his family. But later, Qin Xiumin didn't want to think about it. In fact, what the secretary said was not unreasonable. Yi Xiaohua's situation was really not right. Don't talk about it anymore. Qin Xiumin bit his lip and drove straight home. Chen family. Mother Chen was on the phone. When she saw Qin Xiumin coming back, she immediately hung up. You came back just in time. I was talking to Mrs. Su about you. What did you say to her? Qin Xiumin replied with a word. He knew the Su family. It was originally a rich and powerful family in the capital, but in recent years, it went downhill. Recently, the Su family became famous, mainly because of the relationship with the Yi family. Yifeng was elected as the dean of the State Affairs Department, and his words could be compared to the deputy mayor. The Chen family recently had trouble with a cooperation, and they were looking for people. The main thing was that Yifeng was willing to help. This matter was just a word from Yifeng. Mother Chen smiled and squinted her eyes. Mrs. Su said that she has a niece who is still single. The key is that she looks good. You clean up, I will take you to visit her in the evening. No. Chen Shumin frowned. Her niece is from the Yi family. Mother Chen looked at Chen Shumin. I know you are still thinking about that woman in your heart. I don't know what's so good about her that it's worth you thinking about her so much. She didn't go to high school. Our Chen family will not let this kind of person enter the family. Moreover, she has left Star City Entertainment. Why are you still thinking about her? Chen Shumin's expression did not look too good. Mother Chen looked at his expression and replied, Alright, I'm not talking about anything else. Look at Xianxia. She graduated from a prestigious university and knows everything. It's just that her family background is a little lacking. The niece recommended by Madame Su will definitely not be bad. She's pretty and has a good family. I've already told the people that you have to go tonight even if you don't want to. On this side, Yi Xiaohua went back to Ye's house first. Today was Yi Li's last day off. He practiced his marksmanship in the gym in his room. The door was half open. He had never been on guard against Yi Xiaohua. The gym is one of those air shooters with rubber bullets. Yi Xiaohua leaned against the door and looked at him for a while. Yi Li's aptitude was the best she had ever seen. It was not the best, but with a little practice. Flatten your arms, she said. Yi Li flattened his arm and fired a shot that hit the bullseye. He didn't think much about it. After seeing Yi Xiaohua, he said happily, Sister, you're back? Well. Yi Xiaohua is holding the document that Mu Lu has just taken. Mu Lu usually wouldn't follow her around when she went to Ye's house. Yi Li put the gun aside. Did you go to the company today? Do those people listen to you? Not bad. Yi Xiaohua smiled. I'm looking for you because of this. Sign something first. As she said that, she flipped the document to the last page. She took a pen and gave it to Yi Li. Yi Li didn't even look at it. He didn't ask anything and just signed his name. The crisp action made Yi Xiaohua stare at him for a long time. After signing, Yi Li asked Yi Xiaohua, Sister, what is this? Yi Xiaohua took the document back and didn't show it to Yi Li. It's just a document. I just need your signature. I'll bring it to the company tomorrow. When she said that, Yi Li thought that it was something unimportant. He didn't care anymore. Yi Xiaohua asked him to continue practicing. She didn't leave and just sat by the side and watched him practice. Yi Li was a little nervous from being watched. He made a few mistakes before he started to return to normal. After more than an hour, Yi Li, who had been tense all this time, started to slip. However, he didn't want to show that he was weak in front of Yi Xiaohua. It was at this moment. Someone came up and called Yi Xiaohua downstairs. Madame Su and her friend are here, second miss, the butler said gently. Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Li. I'll go down immediately. You continue your training. When Yi Li saw that Yi Xiaohua had finally left, he collapsed on the ground and was extremely weak. Downstairs, Madame Chen was chatting with Su Lan. Tong Tong is really amazing. Madame Chen kept talking about Yi Tong. However, seeing that Su Lan had no intention of introducing Yi Tong, Madame Chen was a little disappointed. However, on second thought, introducing her second daughter was not much different. It was just that it was a pity. Chen Shumin had been sitting on the other sofa and didn't say anything. Madam, second miss is here, the butler came downstairs and said softly. Hearing the butler's voice, Madame Chen and Chen Shumin looked upstairs subconsciously. Coincidentally, a thin figure walked down slowly with his hands in his pockets. Pa. The tea in Chen Shumin's hand fell to the ground. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading, Yi Xiaohua is looking at her mobile phone with her head down. She can only see a small side of her face. The mask is still hanging on one ear. But for people like her, even if the whole face is covered, Qin Xiumin can recognize her at a glance in the crowd with her lazy, scattered and arrogant air. At this time, no words can explain this scene. Mrs. Chen has always known the existence of Yi Xiaohua. Not long after Qin Xiumin graduated from college, he did everything for Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua went abroad for the first time to attend a press conference, and he ran out overnight to wait. Later, he didn't wait for Yi Xiaohua, but he was hospitalized with pneumonia, and he didn't let Yi Xiaohua know. But Yi Xiaohua was cold-hearted. Mrs. Chen couldn't see her son like this. In her eyes, Yi Xiaohua was an actress. After investigating her information, she knew that she didn't even have a high school education, so she strongly opposed it. But at that time, Qin Xiumin was hot and didn't listen to her at all. Later, Mrs. Chen was too lazy to remember. Her son's IQ was all spent on her. It's just that when Mrs. Chen saw Qin Xiumin working hard to manage the company for Yi Xiaohua, she didn't object much. Not long ago, she found that Qin Xiumin had changed his mind and turned to main Xianxia. Mrs. Chen was a little happy. She was a little biased against Yi Xiaohua. She once secretly went to the company to see Yi Xiaohua. What did the other party say at that time? She just pulled the mask and asked her very arrogantly, "Want an autograph?" Mrs. Chen's impression of Yi Xiaohua directly declined. No education, no culture, and no manners. 3 consecutive negations. Compared with Yi Xiaohua, she preferred Meng Xianxian. She had no background, but she had a high education and was gentle and polite. When Yi Xiaohua's aunt said that, Mrs. Chen just wanted Qin Xiumin to stop. Playing with the ticket is playing with the ticket, the company and life still have to be scrupulous. At that time, she only heard of Yi family's Yi Tong. Yi Tong was very famous in the capital's celebrity circle and founded Fenghai Group. If she could marry Yi Tong and Qin Xiumin took over Qin family, the shareholders would have no other opinion. The Yi family had already begun to stand out among the noble families in the capital. However, neither Su Lan nor her aunt had any intention of introducing Yi Tong. Although Mrs. Chen was disappointed, she was looking forward to meeting the second young miss. That second miss was a member of the Yi family after all. Mrs. Chen felt that with Yi Tong as her elder sister, her younger sister wouldn't be too bad. No matter how she thought about it, she never thought that she would see Yi Xiaohua in Yi Jia. The teacup in Qin Xiumin's hand fell to the ground. Mrs. Chen's reaction was not much better. An ill-fated relationship? This is. Do you know Xiaohua? Aunt also found that Mrs. Chen and Qin Xiumin's reaction was not right. Especially Qin Xiumin, looking at Yi Xiaohua's eyes are too explicit, complex, angry, and shocked, enough for Aunt and Su Lan to imagine a drama. When Yi Xiaohua saw Mrs. Chen and Qin Xiumin sitting downstairs, she probably knew what was going on. Su Lan and her aunt had been worrying about her these past few days. They had been thinking about helping her with her marriage, as if they were afraid that she wouldn't be able to get married. There is a bit of a relationship. She used to be an artist under my son's company. Mrs. Chen gave a complicated smile. Su Lan's eyes lit up. She quickly waved at Yi Xiaohua. That's really fate. Xiaohua, come and meet your Aunt Chen. You should know Qin Xiumin, right? Yi Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to her. Today, she came back mainly to see Yili. The other party's talent was not bad. Mu Qiu obviously taught him carefully, but it was still a little lacking. Yi Xiaohua thought about Yi Li's targeted training and prepared to go back and write a piece of paper for Mu Lu to give to Mu Qiu. What are you doing? Seeing that Yi Xiaohua was about to open the door and go out, Su Lan immediately stood up. There was some anger on her face, but because there were guests at home, she did not explode. Going out, can't you see? Yi Xiaohua pulled up her mask. His silhouette had completely disappeared. Su Lan's face stiffened, then she smiled at Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen, my second daughter has a bad temper, please forgive her. It's okay, I can understand. Mrs. Chen did not feel anything. She had already experienced Yi Xiaohua's bad temper. The whole thing was too unbelievable. That person with a bad temper, who did not even have a high school education, who was said to be an orphan, was actually the second daughter of the Yi family? Thinking of this, she suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Xiumin. At this time, the other party finally came back to his senses. He suddenly stood up, opened the door, and went out with an inexplicable expression. Su Lan originally thought that with Yi Xiaohua's state, the Qin family would not like Yi Xiaohua, but she did not expect Qin Xiuming to run out and chase after Yi Xiaohua. Mrs. Yi, Mrs. Su, your second daughter. I mean, Mrs. Chen finally spoke, isn't she an orphan? Su Lan paused, then sighed, when I was a child, I accidentally lost her. I only found her a few months ago. No wonder, your family Jitong was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I thought that if Xiaohua was the second daughter, she would not even have a high school education. Mrs. Chen nodded. High school education? Didn't her information say that she was a university student? When Su Lan heard Mrs. Chen's words, her expression changed, and she seemed to be a little embarrassed. Yi Xiaohua has been back for so long, the old man, Yi Li, and Yi Feng told the servants and others not to ask about Yi Xiaohua's past. The information that Su Lan knew about Yi Xiaohua was from Baidu Encyclopedia. She did not know that Yi Xiaohua did not even have a high school education. Mrs. Chen did not expect Su Lan to have such a big reaction. She thought about her words and then explained in a low voice, I don't know. At that time, because of some things, I asked the staff of Star City. When she applied, she did not have a diploma, not even a book. Later, Su Min gave her fake information of a university student. After all, as an artist, this is very important. In other words, let alone a high school education, Yi Xiaohua may not even have finished primary school. Su Lan smiled a little reluctantly, and her hands were shaking. Mrs. Chen saw the change in Su Lan's mood and left. She still needed to think about this marriage. Aunt saw Su Lan's thoughts, she patted Su Lan's back, little sister-in-law, don't be angry. Su Lan's face was cold. Outside the door, Qin Xiuming just chased out and saw Yi Xiaohua's car. You go back with me. Mrs. Chen whispered. Qin Xiuming's eyes were red, and he did not speak. Miss Yi, do you want to kill him? Mulu looked at the person who ran after the car for a distance. Yi Xiaohua took a piece of paper and a pen in the car, thinking while writing something. No need. She was writing targeted training for Yi Li. After writing, she handed it to Mulu and asked her to give it to Mu Qiu. Mulu looked at the familiar handwriting, just send it to Mu Qiu, he is WeChat now. Yi Xiaohua looked at Mulu and rolled her eyes, he is in the army, and the mobile phone he is using now is special. If I contact him, will those people find out that I have colluded with him? Hearing this, Mulu's breath stagnated, and she quickly lowered her head. In a corner that Yi Xiaohua could not see, her eyes were a little red. This piece of paper was almost the same as the one posted on the door of the dormitory a few years ago. The people she taught, each of them was already a colonel-level person, and they had never lost a gun in the military camp. They had not touched a gun for 5 years, and the targeted training she wrote was better than the training camp's most senior instructor, Mu Qiu. She was such an amazing person, if she was still in the military camp, she would have been famous long ago. Even Rongzhi did not look for me for 5 years, only your young master is not afraid of death. Yi Xiaohua patted Mulu's shoulder, looked out of the window, and said lightly, don't worry, I'm doing well. Mulu sniffed, trying to calm herself down, just be a star? Yes, Yi Xiaohua thought of those fans, and smiled gently, last New Year, I felt that I had nothing. When I got off the plane in the middle of the night, I saw a group of fans waiting for me at the airport in the snow, because they knew that I was an orphan at that time, so they kept waiting for me. I thought, look, there are still people who have been waiting for me. They all really like me, as long as they are still here, I will not leave the circle. The next day, Yi Xiaohua went to Rong Corporation, and faced Rong Fei. Her agent glanced at her, Miss Yi, your methods are not bad. Then without looking at Yi Xiaohua, she went upstairs and went to Rong Fei's exclusive studio. Rong Fei was wearing sunglasses, and she was also particular about superficial affection before. Even if she didn't like Yi Xiaohua, she would say hello to her. Today, she didn't even take off her sunglasses, and went straight to the elevator. Sorry, the elevator can't hold anyone else. Rong Fei's agent blocked the elevator door and said with a smile. Then she pressed the button to close the door. Jiang's sister stood outside the elevator door, stunned for a long time. Xiaohua, when did you provoke Miss Rong? Silly, Yi Xiaohua put the sunglasses on Jiang's sister's face and sneered, they think that I robbed her Avery endorsement. It's obvious that I'm not as good as others. I see. Jiang's sister frowned, thinking that it was probably because of this. Miss Rong's identity is a bit complicated, I will negotiate this matter, don't mess around. Yi Xiaohua waited for the next wave of elevator, went up and leaned against the wall, her eyebrows and eyes were cold, and her clothes hung loosely on her body. She was originally thin, but now she looked thinner. You are free, she said carelessly. By the way, when the elevator reached the floor, Jiang's sister suddenly remembered something when she was about to go out. Rong Company recently acquired a live broadcast platform. The company stipulated that artists have to register an account, spend 5 hours this month live broadcast. It is considered as advertising for the platform. But the company is more tolerant of you, you can go or not. Then I won't go. Yi Xiaohua replied without thinking. Jiang's sister rolled her eyes, knowing that it would be like this. Only the company is willing to spoil you. At this time, Jiang's sister really had some Chinese motives for Rong Company. I heard that Rong Fei signed a contract with Mr. Lin. Yi Xiaohua tilted her head and smiled at her, not speaking. In her heart, she was thinking about the live broadcast platform. She had passed through so many worlds, including many worlds where live broadcast was very popular. In the end, the live broadcast platform was much more popular than those variety apps. The timeline of this world had not developed much, and the live broadcast platform had just begun to rise. It wouldn't be long before it would be popular throughout the internet, and even other ratings would decline. Rong Company was quite far-sighted in this area, no wonder it could be so big. Xianxia Group could put some effort in this area, and these could be planned after going back. In the afternoon, after Yi Xiaohua finished her work in Rong Company, she came to Xianxia Group in advance. She set the time for the meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At 1:50, she came to her office. Yili must have told her that her office looked very casual, with a lot of entertainment equipment. Seeing these equipment, Yi Xiaohua knew that Yili must have thought that she was here to play. She suddenly felt a little complicated. Yili was really not afraid that she would use this company for other things. It was close to 2 o'clock, the meeting time that Yi Xiaohua said yesterday was coming. The company's senior executives all took notebooks and the strategy that they had stayed up to write last night to the conference room one by one. At this time, only one person knocked on the door of Yi Xiaohua's office. Mr. Yi, and Pei handed the resignation letter in his hand to Yi Xiaohua. I'm very sorry. Because of personal reasons, I can't continue to stay in the company. And Pei was the most capable manager of the company. Before this company was handed over to Yili, he was in charge. He was the soul of the company, managing the company to a high standard. It was impossible for a person not to have a bit of ambition. Because of Su Min's persuasion, he stayed. There were so many companies outside poaching him. No matter which company he went to, he could sit in the position of a director and get a higher salary than now. Before, he planned to stay because he believed in Yi Tong's ability. She could lead the company to develop. At that time, he could also be regarded as a senior figure. But now it was Yi Xiaohua who was in charge of Xianxia Group. He thought about everything from beginning to end, and never thought about staying. Especially yesterday, the other party jokingly wrote a plan in one day, which made him feel that the other party was ignorant and ridiculous. His life was not to stay here to play with these people. Originally, Pei thought that Yi Xiaohua would ask him to stay. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaohua just nodded very coldly, go to the finance department to settle the salary. After receiving the first resignation letter, Yi Xiaohua saw that 2 more people came over to hand in their resignation letters. They were all the right-hand men under Pei. She didn't say a word to keep them. Then she took a stack of documents to the conference room. The people in the conference room were noisy, and some people were still looking at the back of Pei and the others outside the door. Yi Xiaohua stood in her seat, everyone put last night's plan on the table. I will look at it one by one later. Before that, I want to ask, is there anyone else who wants to follow Pei? The people in the conference room looked at each other, but no one left. That's good, Yi Xiaohua then asked the assistant to open the slide she brought. She turned sideways and half-faced the screen. This contract is a gift from me to the senior management of Xianxia Group. Next, please take care of me. The senior management who stayed muttered in their hearts, "What else can you give? Movie tickets?" However, when they looked up and saw the 4 big words on the contract, they all fell into silence. Digression, on the last day of 18 years, before the arrival of the new calendar, I don't have any other wishes. I hope that everyone is well. I hope that on the last day of 19 years, none of us will be missing. Of course, the most important thing is to thank you for your company this year. When I feel that I have nothing, you are waiting for me. Although it is just waiting for the update, it may not feel to you, but it is very important to me. Good night, everyone. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. In the past 2 months, the topic of Celestial Dome of the Gods on Weibo has not been less. It shows the storm of the finale, and then the storm of the film and television copyright released by the author. Now, the internet is in full swing every day to vote for the best actor for the male and female leads, supporting actor, and supporting actress. This novel was an excellent IP remake, whether it was in terms of the level of the novel itself, or in terms of the online recognition and the readers' reactions. The screenwriters in the circle are staring at the copyright of this film. As an entertainment media company, Xianxia is naturally concerned about this matter, but they also know that their company is not worth mentioning compared with companies like Rome Corporation. However, at the moment, they see the signed copyright that all the immortals outside are fighting for, right in front of them. That's about it. I've already written the plan for this IP. Xianxia said and looked at the assistant next to her. The assistant was found by Yili himself. He didn't talk much, but he was particularly clever. He immediately sent the document in his hand to the senior executives in the conference room. The people who are still in the conference room, when they got the document in their hands, finally reacted. Excuse me. Perhaps Xiaohua's momentum is too aggressive. The person who asked the question can't help but raise his hand. You. What is your relationship with Mr. Yi? The Mr. Yi he said is naturally Yili. Xiaohua smiled. He is my younger brother. These people in the conference room are finally relieved. Yili's younger brother, that's no wonder. It's just. The status of the Yi family is different from the past. They really didn't think that Yi Xiaohua, who is so popular in the entertainment circle, would be a member of the Yi family. Yi Xiaohua quickly arranged the early plans, including recruiting staff and expanding the company. If it was before, the remaining senior executives of the company would definitely strongly oppose it. With the current financial resources of Xianxia Company, there is no need to recruit extra staff. But now, just the production of this film and television copyright, once the news is released, it is unknown how many investors will rush to invest. Even if Yi Xiaohua doesn't remind them, they will recruit more staff. After this matter is dealt with, Yi Xiaohua really read all the things written by these senior executives last night. The writing is very rough, but the results are really objective. Yi Xiaohua seriously gave suggestions for each of them. After she revised 2 of them, she directly gave them to the planning department. These high-level people, from the beginning absent-minded to full of shame, finally, when Yi Xiaohua commented, they listened very carefully. Some people even took out their notebooks on one side, while listening, while seriously recording something. By the time Yi Xiaohua finished the meeting, 2 hours had passed. Old Pan, what do you think of this general manager Yi? After the people in the office watched Yi Xiaohua leave, they also left in groups. This second daughter of the Yi family is quite interesting. I heard that Miss Shi Tong of the Pantheon Firmament is also fighting for it. There are rumors in the circle that Miss Shi Tong has already bought the copyright. When the company was transferred to Yi Li's name, these old employees spent time to learn about the new boss. When the company was transferred, these senior executives took time to learn about the company. On the other hand, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Tong, was a very important descendant of the Su family. Su Men had also said before that Yi Tong should be in charge of their company. Unexpectedly, Yi Tong didn't come. Instead, it was the second Miss Yi Xiaohua, whom the Yi family had never heard of. And this Miss Yi also brought the most valuable script in the circle. Of course, the most important thing is. Old Pan slowly exhaled. I didn't expect that she would have such a high insight in financial analysis as a big star. And Pei, that old thing, also made a mistake one day. It's not surprising to say that such a popular star, If they hadn't heard Yi Xiaohua's analysis of the market and her prediction of the future mainstream development, they wouldn't have believed that such a popular star had such insights. The others nodded. You say, of all things, why did she want to be a star? Speaking of which, Boss Su wants Miss Shitong to go to Su Enterprise, why not let the second miss go? The group of people thought for a long time, but could not think of the reason. Mu Jia. Young master, the old gentleman is in the study. Housekeeper Mu whispered to Mu Xingji. This old gentleman is the current owner of West Island, Qin Kuang, and also Mu Xingji's master. Speaking of West Island, there is a deep relationship between South Island and West Island. It has a history of thousands of years. It was the fief of two princes 1,000 years ago and has been passed down to the present. Because West Island has a deep relationship with Mu Jia, it has been regarded as a training place for several families, and there has never been any trouble. But South Island has always been clean, especially in recent years. Nye family has become more and more difficult. No matter which force outside, they all want to take a bite. Qin Kuang is more than 60 years old, but his aura is very peaceful. The apprentice he taught is not like him. Seeing Mu Xingji, he touched his beard. I thought you stayed on the island for a long time and didn't adapt after coming out. Now it seems I thought too much. Mu Xingji slowly boiled a pot of tea for Qin Kuang. His movements were extremely elegant, and his drooping eyebrows were beautiful. You deliberately asked someone to bring me back to Mu Jia. Is there something? Qin Kuang took a sip of the clear tea and smiled warmly. Mu Xingji nodded. He and his master didn't have so many twists and turns. He said bluntly, Master and Mr. Nya were good friends. Have you ever heard him talk about what happened 17 years ago? Regarding Yi Xiaohua, she never mentioned it. Mu Xingji didn't know much. In the past 5 years, he had done a lot of things. The first thing was to secretly check Yi Xiaohua's previous family and wanted to send her back. She was such a smart and talented person. After she was lost, the family must have been looking for her. However, when he looked into it, he discovered that the information had long been destroyed, leaving not a single trace. You want to ask about Xiaohua? Thinking of this, Qin Kuang sighed. Speaking of this matter, old Nya mentioned it when he was drinking before. 17 years ago, he saw a family of 4 being chased by mercenaries. At that time, he wanted to help, but he heard one of the women say something to a little girl, and the little girl left. He didn't like that woman. Originally, he thought that the little girl had been tricked by her to attract the pursuers. Qin Kuang paused, then said, but when he followed her, he found that after the woman left, the little girl came out from behind the stone. She looked at the 3 people very quietly, then walked in the opposite direction. At that time, she was 5 years old. Mu Xingji's hand trembled. He was about to ask Qin Kuang for more tea, but he didn't pick it up several times. After a long time, he closed his eyes and gave up on refilling the tea. Mr. Nya, why did he tell you about this? Mu Xingji lowered his hand and looked at Qin Kuang. He didn't doubt Qin Kuang, but he knew old leader Nya. He had a bad temper and was frivolous. Yi Xiaohua was less than half of him. He had always disliked people in West Island. How could he take the initiative to mention Yi Xiaohua to Qin Kuang? Qin Kuang smiled. Because of you, of course. Me? Mu Xingji hesitated. Old Mr. Nya, you hate me the most, right? In those days, Mu Xingji was the benchmark of the whole West Island. He was meticulous in his work, and there was never a wrinkle in his clothes. He was gentle and polite. Mr. Nya had always thought that people like him were very annoying, more annoying than Qin Kuang. He disliked him very much and never gave him a good look when he saw him. When he punished Yi Xiaohua, he didn't show any mercy. I knew you would think so. Qin Kuang shook his head slightly. After that thing happened 5 years ago, old Nya didn't see anyone. Why did he see you alone? Because he thought I could be trusted. Mu Xingji opened his mouth. He still remembered that before Mr. Nya died, he only saw him. He asked Mr. Nya about it, and Mr. Nya said that he only believed in his character. Although Mu Xingji was a little arrogant, he knew the truth that a gentleman should do something and not do something. Although Mr. Nya had always hated people like him, he also trusted his character. In his eyes, am I not more trustworthy than you? Qin Kuang shook her head and laughed. Mu Xingji couldn't figure it out at this time. Compared with him, Qin Kuang was indeed more trusted by Mr. Nia. You've always been hiding your mind, and I only knew it after old Nia reminded me. Qin Kuang sighed. When he was drunk, he once said that Mu Xingji of West Island was proud of his talent, and he was like a tall bamboo. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. Unfortunately, he won the first place in every assessment, and he always chose the worst house. Mu Xingji's hand trembled. Qin Kuang looked at him and smiled. At that time, I didn't know what old Nia meant. Until 5 years ago, you swore never to leave the island because of him. I thought you were really a gentleman at that time, doing so much for old Nia's last words. But after thinking for a long time, I realized what old Nia meant at that time. Because the equipment on the roof of the dormitory was not complete, it was the worst house for the assessment. But from there, you could see the training ground of the South Island. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net there was no pop-up window to read for free. Yi Xiaohua had been talented and smart since she was a child. She was able to teach people of her own age when they were still learning. At that time, Mr. Nia thought the people sent to the South Island were stupid, so he taught all of them to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua was basically in the training ground from 6 in the morning to 10 in the evening. Mu Xingji held a teapot in his hand. The hot tea overflowed and fell on his hand. He didn't realize it until his white fingers were red and swollen. At that time, the situation of the two islands was not optimistic. He hid his deep thoughts, but he didn't expect that Mr. Nia would see through it. No wonder the last trace found him. He smiled faintly. I didn't expect that Mr. Nia knew so clearly. Some doubts in his heart that had been puzzling for a long time were finally cleared up. Yi Xiaohua was punished by Mr. Nia. In the end, Yi Xiaohua was brought back by Qin Kuang. Mr. Nia said that his upstairs was quiet, and it was just right for Yi Xiaohua to recuperate. At that time, Mu Xingji was embarrassed and depressed, so he asked Butler Mu to come over the next day. He thought that the South Island was much quieter than the West Island, and Dr. Nan was the best doctor in the South Island. There was no need to come to the West Island. I always thought that Mr. Nia hated me. Mu Xingji smiled bitterly. Qin Kuang looked at him and said carelessly, it's the old guy's bad taste. On the surface, he hated you, but in fact, he was full of praise for your strength and character. Hearing this, Mu Xingji's voice became a little hoarse. But I still failed to live up to Mr. Nia's expectations. It's nothing. Qin Kuang looked at him. It has nothing to do with you. You won't go back to the island, right? I'm afraid you want to fight for that position. I can't escape the master's expectation. Mu Xingji tilted his head and looked at the red plum tree outside the window. Qin Kuang laughed. How could I expect anything? I just thought that you wouldn't let her go after all. Now the situation in the capital is so chaotic, and you haven't found out what happened 5 years ago. I'm afraid it's not easy to calculate. It's okay. Mu Xingji took a piece of paper and wiped the water off his hands. But, that girl is so ruthless, you. Qin Kuang suddenly hesitated. He glanced at his disciple. He also knows Yi Xiaohua's temper very well. In those days, there were so many young talents on the two islands. A graceful young man, Rongxia, broke up with the Rong family for her. He was originally a gentle young man, but now he heard that he was reluctant to part with the flowers. His reputation was very bad. As for Bai Qiuming, he was even more miserable. He returned to the royal family of Wei country after being hurt by love and never returned to West Island again. At that time, the girls on the two islands were resentful of Yi Xiaohua. I know what I'm doing, Mu Xingji interrupted her. He stood up and said goodbye to Qin Lian before going downstairs and returning to Mu Garden with Butler Mu. Find someone and find an opportunity to talk to old Master Yi about this matter, Mu Xingji said indifferently as he sat in the car. When Butler Mu heard this, his face was filled with anger. How can Madame Yi be such a person? Miss Yi was only 5 years old at that time, right? If she hadn't met Mr. Nia, Miss Yi wouldn't have. Butler Mu couldn't say the rest of his words. He only felt that his chest was filled with anger. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Yili had a fever at that time, but wasn't Yi Tong fine? At the very least, wasn't Su Lan able to run and leave? Why did she leave Yi Xiaohua behind to attract their firepower? Forget about this matter, Mu Xingji said indifferently. Find an opportunity for Yi Tong and Su Lan. Hearing the meaning behind Mu Xingji's words, Butler Mu's heart trembled. He hesitated and said, but they are Miss Yi's sister and mother after all. If anything happens to them, Miss Yi will be the only one left in the Yi family. What if she is asked to inherit the property? After all, Miss Yi is so smart. Mu Xingji's face was originally very indifferent, and he couldn't refuse. When he heard the last sentence, he frowned slightly. Investigate this matter carefully, especially the one that happened 17 years ago. As for those two people, teach them a lesson. He had to know what caused Su Lan to let Yi Xiaohua distract the enemy. Yi Tong obviously knew everything, but she didn't say a word. Mu Xingji didn't want to vent his anger on the entire Yi family. Thinking about Ji Li's attitude, if he had known at that time, Yi Tong and Su Lan's lives would definitely not be so peaceful now. But it didn't mean that he could tolerate it. This debt, he would naturally get it back one by one. Butler Mu didn't speak at this time. He didn't object to Mu Xingji's words. Thinking of what Mu Xingji had just mentioned, Butler Mu was also angry. Not to mention Mu Xingji, even Butler Mu wanted to kill those two people. Yi Xiaohua was so favored on the two islands at that time. Although Mr. Nya was strict with her, he wouldn't treat her badly in other aspects. She also had Mu Xingji's care in secret for fame and fortune. She had never suffered such grievances. If it hadn't been for that incident, Butler Mu didn't think further. Although it was easy to kill those two people, this impulsive matter left endless troubles. Butler Mu could only endure it. You didn't want me to be afraid of her. Mu Xingji looked out of the window and saw the resentful expression on Butler Mu's face. That's different. Butler Mu was very clear. For personal reasons, I don't want you to be affected by Miss Yi again. But for personal reasons, I also took care of Miss Yi for 2 months. Although those 2 months were a bit bleak. Hearing this, Mu Xingji didn't say anything. Yi family. After Mrs. Chen and Chen Shumin left, there was no news. Su Lan didn't ask about the two people's situation now. She was thinking about Yi Xiaohua's education. She couldn't sleep no matter how she thought about it. She could only hope that Mrs. Chen wouldn't publicize this matter. But there was no secret between the rich and powerful, especially Yi Xiaohua's education. People could find it out easily. Yi Xiaohua asked Mu Lu to give the training method to Mu Qiu. She also solved the most basic problem of Xiangyang company now, so she came back to talk to Yi Li. She didn't expect to see Su Lan looking at her with undisguised dark eyes as soon as she came back. Yi Xiaohua always ignores her. She was just like that. She would never care about the words of those who didn't care. Don't go to the company tomorrow. I've enrolled you in the adult school of a university. You go there and study. You don't have to do anything. Go to class on time every day. After a year, you can get a graduation certificate. Su Lan held the chopsticks and finally couldn't help but speak. Yi Xiaohua didn't raise her head and replied lazily, I won't go. You have to go even if you don't want to. You have to tie me up. Su Lan said sharply. What's wrong with you today? Why did you let Xiaohua go to college? Everyone felt that something was wrong with Su Lan. Old Man Yi remembered Su Lan's different treatment of his 2 daughters and couldn't help but frown and ask. Yi Tong is eating. Hearing Su Lan's first sentence, she was a little shocked. She opened her mouth and said in surprise, Sister. Didn't sister go to college? Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net there was no pop-up window for free reading. It would have been better if she didn't say it. University? University? Su Lan's temper flared up. She threw her chopsticks on the table. Ask her. She doesn't even have a diploma. She even faked her education. Yi Xiaohua, did you go to high school? Let me ask you. The table fell silent. Even Old Man Yu was stunned. His first reaction was disbelief. How could that be? Don't talk nonsense in front of the child. He had seen Yi Xiaohua's handwriting last time. It couldn't be practiced without a certain level of skill. I'm talking nonsense. Su Lan sneered. She looked at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua, tell me. Did I say that? The whole family looked at Yi Xiaohua, especially Yi Tong. Their eyes were full of surprise. How come you didn't go to university? Yi Xiaohua slowly raised her head and met Su Lan's angry eyes. She said calmly, yes. Not only did I not go to high school, I didn't even go to elementary school. You didn't even go to elementary school. Su Lan was so angry that she didn't know what to say. You think I'm embarrassed, so you want to arrange a university for me? Yi Xiaohua seemed to be in a good mood. I'm not going. You're not going? I spent so much money and you're saying you're not going? Su Lan was like an ignited powder keg. Can you guys stop bothering me? Yili pulled out his chair and looked at Su Lan coldly. Sister is doing well in the company. You don't have to worry about her. If you care about her, why don't you ask yourself why you lost her at that time? Why are you angry at her? Su Lan. Old man Yi also gave Su Lan a warning look. Li, you. Su Lan didn't expect Yili to shout at her for Yi Xiaohua. Yi Tong felt the atmosphere in the Yi family and put down her chopsticks. Yi Xiaohua ate the last piece of vegetable in her bowl. Then she stood up leisurely. Grandpa, I still have something to do. I won't be staying at the Yi family tonight. After that, she nodded to everyone, pulled out her chair, stood up, and walked straight out of the door. Yi Li immediately followed. After Yi Xiaohua left, the old man also sat down on the chair. He looked at Su Lan very coldly. In the future, don't interfere in Xiaohua's affairs. That was what the old man said, but in reality, he was not feeling good. Originally, after Yi Xiaohua signed her name that day, he thought Yi Xiaohua was okay, but now he heard that she didn't even go to primary school, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Yi Xiaohua was only 5 years old when she was lost. The old man didn't know what she had experienced. But Yi Xiaohua has been back to Ye's house for so long. The old man has also figured out her character. He is very defensive against ordinary people. When he doesn't know this, the old man hasn't felt it yet. After knowing this, old Master Yi couldn't help but wonder what had happened to cause her to have such a personality. Only Su Lan and Yi Tong were left at the table. Yi Feng had a social engagement today, so he didn't go home for dinner. Su Lan wiped her eyes and started to cry, feeling extremely wronged. She didn't know how worried she was about Yi Xiaohua. Look for connections everywhere. She also asked the professor to accept Yi Xiaohua. Fortunately, the professor was more reasonable, but she was very surprised that she had a daughter who didn't even finish high school. When she saw the professor's eyes, Su Lan felt that she had never been so ashamed in her life. She paid so much for Yi Xiaohua's education. As a result, Yi Xiaohua didn't appreciate it. Yili roared at herself for her, and the old man taught herself a lesson. Mom, don't cry. Yi Tong comforted Su Lan softly. She just looked at the direction of Yi Xiaohua's departure outside the door and chuckled. It's still Tong Tong who's considerate. Su Lan wiped her tears. You've been smart and considerate since you were a child. Sure enough, Yi Xiaohua is the same as she was when she was a child. Yi Tong smiled. Mom, don't worry. Take care of it slowly. You can't rush my sister's affairs. Su Lan sneered. I finally found a school for her. She's good. She doesn't even go to college. What do you think she wants me for? She was born to be my nemesis. I'm not happy. This time, Yi Tong didn't say anything. After a while, the housekeeper came in. Madam, Mrs. Chen is here. Mrs. Chen, Su Lan remembered this matter. Her aunt had connected Chen Xiumin and Yi Xiaohua before. Later, something happened. Mrs. Chen left. Su Lan was embarrassed to ask if Mrs. Chen had taken a fancy to Yi Xiaohua. Now that Mrs. Chen came, she quickly wiped away her tears, let the servant clean the table, and then put fruit and tea. Mrs. Yi, I'm sorry to bother you again. Mrs. Chen came in and smiled at first. I saw Xiaohua go out. What's the matter? Su Lan smiled uncomfortably. It's nothing. Mrs. Chen, what's the matter with you today? Of course, there's something. After Mrs. Chen went back, she thought about it and still felt that this marriage could not be agreed. Although the Yi family is not the same as before, Mrs. Chen and Mr. Chen went back to discuss it. If it's Yi Tong, Mrs. Chen will naturally not say a word. No matter how big the betrothal gift is, Yi Tong will be married into the Chen family. Both of them are from scholarly families. They can't accept Yi Xiaohua as a daughter-in-law. Yi Xiaohua has only recently been recognized. Looking at the situation of the Yi family, Su Lan and Yi Xiaohua's aunt don't like Yi Xiaohua very much. When the Chen family has any problems, the Yi family may not help. What's more, who knows what happened to Yi Xiaohua 20 years ago? Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Madam Chen glanced at the servants around her. Su Lan gestured for them to leave. Seeing that there was no one, Mrs. Chen apologized. Mrs. Yi, before Mrs. Su wanted to match us, Su Min and Xiaohua, I also like Xiaohua in my heart. But, you know Su Min's situation. He has a small celebrity that he likes in the company. Xiaohua has a bad temper. If he knows about it, he will definitely make a noise. However, Tong Tong was reasonable. If it were her, she would definitely not do this. This is our Su Min's bad luck. Madam Chen said she was sorry. He didn't say a word about Yi Xiaohua. However, both of them understood the meaning behind her words. Mrs. Chen even extended an olive branch to Yi Tong. She was not satisfied with Yi Xiaohua, but she was very satisfied with Yi Tong. The Chen family doesn't dare to offend the Yi family who has already gained power, but they are afraid that the Yi family will think that their Chen family dislikes Yi Xiaohua, so Mrs. Chen will come in person. I know, Madam Chen. Don't mind me. I know what my second daughter is like. Su Lan did not care about Madam Chen's dislike. She had just been wronged and could not help but pour out her grievances when she saw Madam Chen. Even if you don't say it, I won't let her harm your Chen family. Mrs. Chen thought that Su Lan would be a little angry. She had also prepared a jade bracelet for Su Lan. Listening to Su Lan's resentful words, she finally understood Yi Xiaohua's position in Yi family. It seems that Yi Xiaohua is even more unpopular in Yi family than she imagined. Originally, she and Mr. Chen both felt some pity for Yi Xiaohua's identity. But after hearing Su Lan's words, Madam Chen no longer felt that it was a pity. Su Lan was so obvious in front of outsiders that she despised Yi Xiaohua. The two people in power in the Yi family, Yi Li and Yi Feng, presumably had no feelings for Yi Xiaohua. Such a Yi Xiaohua, marrying into the Chen family is not just a decoration? Madam, it's good that you understand. Madam Chen looked at Su Lan's distressed expression and said in a low voice, although our Su Min can't be compared to Yi Li, he's still a young talent and has studied abroad for a year. His grandfather was the president of the Calligraphy Association. If I wanted to bring an illiterate person back, even if I wanted to, his grandfather would say something. You know what Xiaohua looks like, alas. Su Lan doesn't want to mention Yi Xiaohua at all now. Listening to Mrs. Chen's words, her face became darker and she was a little angry. Of course, it was not for Mrs. Chen, but for Yi Xiaohua. After Mrs. Chen left, the housekeeper invited Su Lan to the study. Old Master Yi stayed in the study for a long time. He thought about Yi Xiaohua's words carefully. The more he thought about it, the more sad he felt. After Mrs. Chen came, he ordered the housekeeper to listen to the conversation between the two. After listening, he asked the housekeeper to call Su Lan up. You don't have to interfere in Xiaohua's marriage. She's still young, so there's no need to worry. Elder Yi looked at Su Lan for a while and said, that Qin Shumin isn't a good person either. Su Lan originally planned to ignore Yi Xiaohua's idea. Hearing old man Ye's words, she couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with Qin Shumin? Qin Shumin was also a young talent? She, on the other hand, is still putting on airs. If the Qin family takes a liking to her, it would be her fortune. Young prodigy? Then why didn't you respond to Mrs. Chen's words when she asked you to give your eyes to Qin Shumin? The old man was so angry that he put down his teacup. Su Lan, you've been getting more and more confused these years. Go out. Can Yi Xiaohua compare with Tong Tong? Su Lan almost roared out. But she looked at the old man's gloomy face and did not dare to speak. She went out directly and closed the door. Yi Tong came out from the corner. Mom, are you okay? Grandpa didn't say anything, did he? He protects Xianxia. When she said that she wouldn't attend the banquet, the old man immediately cancelled the banquet. Now he protects her and doesn't even go to college, Su Lan said impatiently. He doesn't let me do her business. He thinks I want to lose face everywhere? Su Lan just wanted to marry Xianxia as soon as possible. She didn't stay in Ye's house anymore. She was anxious to find someone to date her. I didn't expect things to develop like this. After all, my sister is a public figure. The public banquet has a great impact on her. Yi Tong's eyes flashed. But Grandpa may have found someone? Who can he find? Su Lan sneered. I don't know your grandfather's contacts? Let him drag it. I'll see if he finally found a royal relative for her. Yi Tong patted Su Lan's back to let her not be angry. Su Lan's eyes were gloomy. She didn't know what she was thinking. Mu Garden. After Xianxia went back, housekeeper Mu met Mu Lu. Ye's family really said so? Housekeeper Mu was already furious today. Hearing Mu Lu's words, he couldn't help it. Still dating Miss Yi? Mu Lu nodded. Housekeeper Mu waved his hand to let her go, and then stood for a few minutes to calm down his anger. Finally, he went to the study as if nothing had happened. Mu Xingji was signing the documents of South Island that Mu Lu gave him with Xiaohua's handwriting. Housekeeper Mu poured him a cup of tea and casually told him what happened in Su's house today. Crack, the pen was broken. Mu Xingji threw the pen into the trash can lightly. Check Yutong's schedule. She has a business to talk about tomorrow. Housekeeper Mu knew Ye's family's affairs like the palm of his hand. Mu Xingji didn't speak, but directly wrote something to Housekeeper Mu. Housekeeper Mu took it and looked at it. His heart trembled and he quickly put it away. I'll tell them to do it. Don't let her know. Mu Xingji said casually, don't dirty her ears with this kind of thing. Housekeeper Mu knew that the she Mu Xingji was talking about was Yi Xiaohua. The next day, Yi Xiaohua went to Rong Enterprise to sign the contract. Yesterday, Avery officially released a promotional video worldwide, which caused a stir on the internet. Avery wanted to renew the contract. Mu Lu followed Yi Xiaohua. Miss, why didn't you tell Yi Li and others yesterday? Mu Lu couldn't help asking. Yi Xiaohua glanced at her. What? I didn't go to primary school. Isn't that the truth? But you obviously. Mu Lu said quickly. Before she finished her sentence, Sister Jiang hurriedly came over and interrupted her. Ancestor, when did you sign up? Sign up for what? Yi Xiaohua took off her sunglasses and asked. It's the live broadcast platform that Rong Corporation just signed. This month, there will be a 5-hour live broadcast to bring popularity to the platform. Sister Jiang observed Yi Xiaohua's appearance and knew that she didn't sign up. What the hell was going on? Sister Jiang was confused. Yi Xiaohua sat on the chair, with her wide clothes on her legs, which made her look very thin. She opened her mouth lazily. Call people over and ask, and you'll know. The person in charge of this matter was the supervisor of Rong Corporation, but now everyone in Rong Corporation knew that Yi Xiaohua was Rong Corporation's daughter. The supervisor appeared in front of Yi Xiaohua in less than 3 minutes. When he heard this, his expression changed. Miss Yi, I really didn't know about this. Miss Rong's assistant told me, and I thought you really wanted to participate. I'll cross your name off the list as soon as I get back. He was afraid that it would cause Yi Xiaohua to be unhappy. Sister Jiang looked at the supervisor's attitude, and that strange feeling came again. Rong Fei was obviously a member of the Rong family, right? Why did Rong Corporation's people see Yi Xiaohua as if they saw their ancestor? Miss Rong? Sister Jiang looked at Yi Xiaohua and immediately understood. Avery's promotional video was released, and the spokesperson was Yi Xiaohua. It was not a secret that Rong Fei had tried the endorsement. She was afraid that there were fans talking, and Rong Fei was angry. Sister Jiang sighed. It seemed that what she said to Rong Fei's agent last time, the other side did not appreciate it. Then I'll trouble you. Sister Jiang apologized to the supervisor. The supervisor quickly waved his hand and said that it was no trouble. Yi Xiaohua suddenly said, Rong Fei wants to promote for 5 hours? Yes. The supervisor nodded. Oriental Entertainment also gave Miss Rong a special interview. Originally, we also prepared a pair station interview for you. Do you know when she will broadcast live? She interrupted the supervisor's chattering voice. The supervisor said a time. There's an hour from 1 to 2 this afternoon, right? Yi Xiaohua rolled up the sleeves of her sweater, picked up her mobile phone and looked at it. Just in time, it's time. If 008 was here, he would definitely know what Yi Xiaohua meant. In the world not long ago, she was staring at the time and content of a certain female anchor's live broadcast, and abruptly abused other big female anchors to the point of collapse. Sister Zhang's eyelids twitched, and she whispered, "Ancestor, what are you doing?" Yi Xiaohua downloaded an app. Hearing that, she didn't raise her head, and said casually, "I'm in a bad mood, just playing." There was nothing wrong with the live broadcast. Rong Fei just said a few words. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua didn't want to, she deliberately disgusted Yi Xiaohua. "Well, I'm afraid you can't afford to play. Happy New Year's Day in the first month of 2019, Happy New Year's Day, everyone. Huahua has sent a monthly ticket red envelope. Everyone, see if you have a guaranteed monthly ticket in your pocket. If you have one, you can vote for Huahua. This should be the last month of this article. Activity, book review and grab the floor activity. On the first day, the first 66 messages will be rewarded with 36 book coins, customized mugs on the 388 floor, and customized pillows on the 588 floor. Don't worry about the new article. It's just released tomorrow, and you may not be able to find it. I'll tell you the title of the book tomorrow night. Good night, everyone. 800 mail sign small divided by talknet. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. The app Yi Xiaohua downloaded was the live broadcast platform that Rong Corporation had just acquired. She casually registered an account. Once she entered, she saw Rong Fei's banner. Rong Fei was now at Rong's house. Her live broadcast content was very domineering, broadcasting the situation of Rong's house. Now she happened to be practicing shooting in Rong's training room. In the eyes of outsiders, Rong Fei's marksmanship was really good. Although she had never hit the bullseye, she had never missed the target. The netizens were shocked by Rong's well-equipped training room. Because of Rong Corporation's propaganda, her popularity had risen to more than 10 million. The news on Weibo was promoting Rong Fei's live broadcast everywhere. Wow, Boss 666. Without missing the target, Miss Rong has been practicing for at least 3 years. Yi Xiaohua glanced at it and quit. Son, use the phone. Sister Jiang threw the phone to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua knew her unlock password. I have something to do here. Don't bother me later. Yi Xiaohua fiddled with it and returned the phone to Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang didn't look at it and sent the supervisor out with a smile on her face. After sending the supervisor away, listening to Yi Xiaohua's words, she felt confused. This ancestor wouldn't make any trouble again, would she? The more Sister Jiang thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She immediately took out her mobile phone and refreshed Weibo. Yi Xiaohua could only do one thing with her mobile phone, which was to log into Weibo. 3 minutes ago, Yi Xiaohua updated a Weibo with 3 arrogant words, live broadcast. Attached with a live broadcast address. Sister Jiang, she followed the address and entered Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room. The other side was chatting lazily. Want to see me play games? Singing is okay. Dancing is a little troublesome, but I don't mind. What else? Playing the zither is fine. Why? Because my hand hurts. Forget it, I'll throw a dart for everyone. There was a sports room at the left corner. Yi Xiaohua asked the assistant to take a picture of her. Another staff member also held a mobile phone in his hand, playing Rong Fei's live broadcast, but it was muted. Yi Xiaohua reached out and picked up 3 darts, sandwiched them between her 4 fingers, and stepped back about 10 meters. As soon as Sister Jiang saw this, she knew what was going on with Yi Xiaohua. Ancestor, don't be angry. Because of the live broadcast, Jiang's sister did not dare to speak loudly. She only stood behind the camera and opened her mouth to Yi Xiaohua. However, Yi Xiaohua ignored her. He measured the distance between them. Today, after Avery's official announcement, the Rong family's fans and Yi Xiaohua's fans were fighting to the death. Rong fans agree that Yi Xiaohua shot Rong Fei's endorsement, but Yi Xiaohua's fans are much more terrible than Rong fans. After a few minutes, Rong Fei was defeated. At present, seeing that Yi Xiaohua chose to open a live broadcast in the time period of Rong Fei, a group of black fans came to black. What's so good about darts? I'm going to watch Rong Rong stream and the luxurious training room. Do you want to know more about Rong Rong sharpshooter? I admire Yi Xiaohua's courage. She even opened it at this time. The bullet screen went silent halfway through. Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room seemed to have been deliberately cleared. At this moment, almost everyone who was holding their mobile phone looked at the mobile phone screen without blinking, for fear that they had just missed something. Yi Xiaohua stared at the target with 3 darts hitting the bull's eye. She blew on her hand, tilted her head and smiled at the camera. How is it? Not bad, right? The live broadcast room was quiet for a moment, and then there was a big scream in an instant. Mom is this person. She flirted with me, but she didn't marry me. Fuck. Ancestor Yi, tell me, what else can you not do? User Ancestor Ye's little cotton-padded jacket rewarded a submarine. User vaguely separated rewarded a submarine. User, there were so many GIFs and bullet screens in the live broadcast room that Yi Xiaohua's face could not be seen. The assistant quickly turned off the bullet screen. Yi Xiaohua glanced at the popularity of the live broadcast room. 90 million, very good. On this side, the 1-hour live broadcast finally ended today. Rong Fei relaxed her face and felt that something was wrong. How come the popularity on the mobile phone was only a few million? Even if it wouldn't rise, it wouldn't fall so fast, right? She took the mobile phone from the assistant. Her agent stammered. Rong Fei subconsciously felt that something was wrong. She opened Weibo. The top 3 hot searches: Yi Xiaohua live broadcast. Yi Xiaohua darts. Don't marry, why flirt? Click in and see, it's all Yi Xiaohua, and the hot search she bought today was very embarrassed to hang in the 4th place. No one commented on it. Some comments were also cynical and said it was fake. What did Yi Xiaohua do today? Rong Fei couldn't help it now, no matter how good-tempered she was. She had never suffered such grievances since she started her career, but now she ran into a wall on Yi Xiaohua one after another. The agent looked at her carefully and then whispered, she threw darts live today, when you were practicing shooting. Rong Fei pursed her lips and was so angry that she didn't know what to say. She can't live broadcast? That's why she was disgusted with Yi Xiaohua. She didn't expect to be disgusted at the moment, but she made a big joke. You can also throw darts? Sister Jiang looked at Yi Xiaohua with a tangled face and simply said, tell me honestly, what else can you do? Otherwise, she would look retarded and worried to death like today. Let me tell you this, Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and said arrogantly, it seems that there is nothing that I can't do. If you are so capable, why don't you solve the problem of your education? Sister Jiang glanced at her. Now Yi Xiaohua's only black spot was her education. Yi Xiaohua. Damn. She had been through so many worlds and had never been defeated by anyone. Only Sister Jiang was the most noisy every day. If her school could really be made public, she wouldn't be annoyed by the Yi family every day. Sister Jiang looked at her and sneered, what, nothing to say? Yi Xiaohua. I don't say it because I'm afraid of causing social panic. Mulu glanced at Yi Xiaohua and shrank her neck. Sister Jiang, oh. Mulu. It turned out that Sister Jiang was the big boss. You wait, I will take the PhD exam tomorrow. Yi Xiaohua wanted to fake it, but no one could find out. But she hadn't reached the point where she wanted to fake it, but she had a lot of things in her mind. She was thinking about writing a thesis for the professor in the Department of Mathematics tomorrow. Sister Jiang thought Yi Xiaohua was joking, and reached out and knocked on the table. Avery's people are here, waiting for you in the office. Yi Xiaohua didn't move. What are you thinking about? Sister Jiang glanced at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua faintly said, I am thinking about what paper is better to write. She couldn't write about the interstellar world's dimensional space. Even if her school was not announced, it would cause social panic. Who would want to know that there were parallel spaces in the world? Yi Xiaohua used to be cold-hearted and never cared about these things. She never cared about other people's thoughts. She followed Sister Jiang because she wanted to make money, and because after leaving the island, Sister Jiang was the first person she met who was kind to her. Sister Jiang, I want to make you famous all over the world. Yi Xiaohua suddenly said. You are already famous enough. Ancestor, come with me. Sister Jiang glanced at her. Yi Xiaohua followed Sister Jiang and thought about the thesis. It couldn't be too beyond the scope of this world. She used to be in a future interstellar society, and her brain domain exceeded 300. Her thinking was completely different from that of people in today's society. She had to use a gentle and sharp thesis argument. It couldn't be too beyond the imagination of those professors, but it also couldn't be too ordinary. However, to get the position of PhD with this thesis, she really had to take time to think about it. It couldn't be too high or too low. Of course, Yi Xiaohua didn't know that there was still a slight gap between the ordinary in her eyes and the ordinary in this world. So much so that when the thesis was written, the mathematics world almost went crazy. Sister Jiang took a step and saw that Yi Xiaohua was lost in thought. She didn't take her sunglasses and immediately ran back to get Yi Xiaohua sunglasses. This ancestor was now the golden pimple of the whole Rong family, and everyone had to give way. Avery's contract was renewed for 5 years. The signing fee was an astronomical figure, and Sister Jiang was almost scared to death. Avery was originally a luxury product, and the signing fee was ridiculously high. Sister Jiang had signed so many agreements for Yi Xiaohua. It was the first time she had encountered such a sky-high signing fee. Thinking of this, she tilted her head and glanced at Yi Xiaohua, but saw that the other party's face didn't change in the slightest. After Avery's people left, Sister Jiang asked. Yi Xiaohua glanced at her, took the sunglasses and put them on her face, and said very lazily, "Child, that's not it. Calm down, your ancestor said that she would take you to fly, not for fun. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window." Where are you going? Sister Jiang asked. Yi Xiaohua waved to the back. Go home and write your thesis. Sister Jiang thought that Yi Xiaohua was joking and didn't believe it. She also took a script to Yi Xiaohua and let her have a good look. Yi Xiaohua takes it indifferently. She originally wanted to return to Muyuan, but on the way, she received a call from old man Yi, who asked her to go home. After returning home, Yi Xiaohua found out what the old man was thinking. Yi Feng was going to attend an upper-class banquet today. He did not bring Yi Li or Yi Tong, only Yi Xiaohua. Yi Laozi now thinks very clearly, let Yi Xiaohua mix the face first. Let those people outside know Yi Xiaohua's position in Ye's family. Yi Xiaohua looked at Yi Laozi's serious face and didn't refuse after thinking about it. 2 hours later, he returned to Ye's house. During this time, Yi Feng frequently looked at Yi Xiaohua. Has Madame returned? Yi Feng has something to ask Yi Xiaohua, but thinking of Yi Laozi's previous reminder not to poke Yi Xiaohua's wound. Thus, he forcefully restrained himself. He asked the butler beside him. The butler was also puzzled. No, she went out with Missy to discuss business today. Logically speaking, they should be on the way now. Yi Tong and Su Lan often went on business trips, so Yi Feng was used to it. Sometimes, they would go on business trips for a week and not return home. He nodded and didn't ask about Yi Tong anymore. Yi Feng couldn't do anything else with his mind full of worries, so he went upstairs to the old man's room. The old man was sitting by the window, playing with the birds. Seeing Yi Feng come in, he immediately asked, "How is it? Did you meet any young talents tonight? Did you introduce her to others as your favorite second daughter?" Regarding his favorite second daughter, the old man had seriously thought about it. At present, it doesn't matter if Yi Xiaohua can't do anything else. Her biggest backer is Yi family. Of course, Yi Feng nodded, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Dad, there's something I need to tell you." Go ahead. Grandpa Yi put down his hand that was playing with the bird and glanced at him. I don't think we know enough about Xiaohua. Yi Feng thought about the language. I think Xiaohua is not as simple as we think. Old Master Yi frowned. She got lost when she was young. It's not that simple. I'm not talking about this. Yi Feng couldn't laugh or cry. I mean, at the banquet today, a major general of the Rong family greeted Xiaohua. Major General Rong, is he young? Grandpa's eyes lit up. How old is he? How's his character? Dad, can you let me finish? Old Master Yi immediately sealed his mouth and signaled Yifeng to continue. Yifeng recalls taking Yi Xiaohua to the banquet today. There were quite a few people who often appeared on national TV. Originally, he thought that Yi Xiaohua would be a little uncomfortable seeing this scene, but he didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to be like a fish in water. Yifeng originally thought that Yi Xiaohua was used to the entertainment circle, so she was not afraid. But towards the back, the situation had changed. Yifeng knew that today's banquet was held by the military and had little to do with politics. As a member of the Rong family, Yifeng naturally had to show his face. Unexpectedly, it was still fine at the beginning. I don't know when, but those officers frequently looked at me. To be precise, they were looking at Yi Xiaohua. Yifeng closed his eyes and recalled what happened at that time. Yi Xiaohua held the cup expressionlessly and looked at the Major General who had already seen her 3 times. What are you looking at? And then? And then? Old Master Ye's eyes lit up. The Major General wouldn't fall in love at first sight, would he? Yifeng shook his head in the expectant eyes of Old Master Yi. Old Master Ye's eyes darkened. Yifeng said faintly, the Major General was so scared that the cup in his hand fell to the ground. Eh? The old man was stunned. What happened? I don't know. Yifeng lit a cigarette for himself. That girl is a little strange. The old man thought for a moment, then kicked him. What's strange? My poor granddaughter, she didn't even go to primary school, and you're still saying she's strange? Yifeng. I really don't. Don't have nothing to do. Xiaohua's mind is heavy. She can see what's wrong with you. The old man sighed. Yifeng was stunned and immediately put out the cigarette. I'll go to her room and tell her? Go. Yi Leiwei thought about it and said, I still don't know why the Rong family values you so much, but the sky in the capital is going to change. The Li family is being suppressed like that. I'm afraid that the Mu family is really going to be in power. You should pay attention to it recently and be careful of the Li family. The Li family and the Mu family are the 2 biggest parties in contention. People with discerning eyes know that the Mu family basically has no weakness. Just an international training camp can make the Li family have nothing to say. The Li family's chances are slim. I know. Yifeng waited for a while and saw that the old man was okay, so he got up. Dad, if you're okay, I'll go to Xiaohua. Out of the old man's door. Yifeng knocked on the door and entered Yi Xiaohua's room. But he saw the housekeeper bringing milk to Yi Xiaohua. What about Li'er? Yifeng was surprised. In the past, Yi Li personally brought milk to Yi Xiaohua, and never did it for others. The housekeeper smiled and said, the young master is training in the room and has no time to come out. On the surface, there was no difference. However, Yifeng could still see that something was wrong. Yi Li trained hard, especially recently. He heard that his drill master Mu gave him a new training plan, and he was actively training. But Yi Li was Yifeng's son after all. Yifeng was very clear about Yi Li's character. He wouldn't give Yi Xiaohua milk because of training. Speaking of which, he didn't see Yi Li when he came back. Yifeng thought about looking for Yi Li later. Now he looked at Yi Xiaohua and smiled. Xiaohua, you're reading the script. Eh? What's this? He wanted to ask Yi Xiaohua if she was reading the script. With a glance, he saw what document Yi Xiaohua was writing. There was also an editing software next to Word. Yifeng glanced at it. There were a lot of mathematical symbols on it. It should be a mathematical formula editor. Nothing, just writing something. Yi Xiaohua finished her milk and dragged a chair for Yifeng to sit on. Dad, what can I do for you? When Yifeng heard her voice, he finally knew why the old man said Yi Xiaohua was too thoughtful. When she got home, she called Grandpa and Dad. The only one she didn't call was her mother. Thinking of this, he calmed his mind and told Yi Xiaohua about what happened that night. Yi Xiaohua didn't expect Yifeng to talk about this. She was a little surprised and then smiled. Don't worry, I didn't think much about it. Speaking of this, she was also a little annoyed. There were too many things hidden. She sighed. Yifeng finished talking to Yi Xiaohua and turned to find Yi Li. Yi Li hurriedly pulled down the sleeves on his hands and responded. Yi Xiaohua's paper was studied before. It was very simple to write, but it was a little troublesome to input the formula. But one night was enough. After she was done, she hacked into M University's teaching system and found an international-level mathematics professor. She then sent her thesis to him. When she got up the next morning, Yi Tong and Su Lan still didn't come back. The housekeeper and Yi Feng called them many times, but no one answered. When Yi Xiaohua went downstairs, Yi Feng was in contact with the police. The Yi family's current status couldn't be underestimated, and it was a very sensitive period. The police attached great importance to this matter. Yi Xiaohua didn't care about Yi Tong and Su Lan. When she took her sunglasses and was about to leave, she heard Yi Feng's cell phone ring again. Yi Feng quickly picked it up. Yi Feng didn't know what the other side said. Yi Feng's face changed, and he almost smashed his cell phone. Which hospital are they in? Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Feng pressed the phone. After pressing several times, he pressed the hang-up button. Hearing Yi Feng's voice, old man Yi also came downstairs. What happened? Tong and her mother had a car accident, and now they are fighting for rescue. Yi Feng's face was pale. The hospital said very vaguely that he needed to go over and sign. Which hospital? Old man Yi was also surprised, but he was a little better than Yi Feng, and could still take charge. You go now. The old man's health had been poor, and he was running back and forth. Yi Feng was afraid that something would happen to him, so he didn't let him go. He ordered the butler to prepare the carriage. Yi Xiaohua was going to leave. Listening to the words of the two people, it was a little strange. How could these two people have a car accident at this time? She stopped in her tracks. Yi Li wasn't at home today, and she was afraid that something might have happened to Yi Feng. After some thought, she texted Sister Jiang and followed him to the hospital. When the Su family heard the news, they also rushed over. The two lost control of their car and crashed into the guardrail, rolling to the edge of the river. Both of their phones could not be used. Su Lan's injuries were not too serious. Yi Tong was the one who was in the emergency room. Her legs had been crushed by the overturned car. Su Lan had to call for help for 2 hours before someone finally came to help. It wouldn't take long for them to go in for resuscitation. An hour later, the doctor came out. Who was the guardian? Yi Feng hurried forward. The patient's condition is not optimistic. He has been run over by the car for too long. For the time being, his life is not in danger, but there will be symptoms in the future, and it will be difficult for him to walk. The doctor pulled down the mask. The faces of Su Min and his aunt changed drastically. Su Lan's body swayed, and she almost fainted. She grabbed the doctor and asked for a long time, but she still got the same answer. It's you. Su Lan suddenly looked at Yi Xiaohua, and her eyes were blood red. I knew you were not good. As soon as you came back, my Tong was sent to the intensive care unit. Give me back my Tong. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please do not reprint. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window, she said and was going to pull Yi Xiaohua's collar. Yi Feng's expression was not good to begin with. Seeing Su Lan like this, he suppressed his anger and said angrily, Su Lan, are you crazy? What does this have to do with Xiaohua? Xiaohua, your mother is crazy, ignore her. Yi Feng looks at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua faintly retracted her gaze. I'm fine. She glanced at the people around her. Su Lan looked at her as if she was his enemy. The Su family didn't even look at her. Yi Xiaohua smiled and did not stay any longer. She turned around and went to the elevator. She originally wanted to say that she had a way to cure Yi Tong's leg, but now it seemed that Su Lan didn't need it. Yi Feng watched Yi Xiaohua go to the elevator. He paused, glanced at Yi Tong coming out, and went forward to see. Right now, Yi Tong's matter was the most important. Yi Xiaohua puts on a mask and sunglasses, and a cap on her head. Walking in the hospital with people coming and going, most people will only think that this woman has a good temperament and will look at her more. No one recognized her. Yi Xiaohua came with Ye's car. Right now, Yifeng was still in the hospital, and she didn't want to take the Yi family's car. She just sat by the flower bed in front of the hospital and buried her head in her knees. She had always known about the existence of the Yi family, but she had never personally gone to find them. However, she always had a doubt in her heart. Why did Su Lan abandon her at that time? Only today did she understand a little. Perhaps Su Lan just didn't like her. There was no why. Yi Xiaohua silently hooks up the lower lip. The training camp was afraid of her. After her master died, the South Island didn't want her. The world was so big, but there was no place for her. She thought faintly, but the sky above her head turned black. A familiar fragrance lingered in the air. Yi Xiaohua raised her head and saw Mu Xingji's beautiful face at a glance. Why are you sitting here? Mu Xingji faintly stretched out his hand. Get up, I have something to talk to you about. Yi Xiaohua slowly stands up along his hand. The passers-by slowed down and took out their phones from time to time to take pictures of the people around them. Mu Xingji was used to being surrounded by people, so he didn't feel uncomfortable. The two of them got into the car. Miss, you haven't eaten yet. Mu housekeeper, who was sitting in the driver's seat, handed the thermos to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua took it and pulled the mask. Where's Mu Lu? Mu Xingji didn't see Mu Lu by her side and was somewhat displeased. Yi Xiaohua took a bite and said vaguely, I asked her to find Nie Jinyu. Let her look for Nie Jinyu? Mu Xingji glanced at her and said slowly, aren't you afraid that Nie Jinyu will go crazy? Nie Jinyu had always regarded him as an enemy. She has been stupid for so many years, and it's time for her to grow up. Yi Xiaohua carelessly. Mu Xingji thought that Yi Xiaohua would defend Nie Jinyu again this time. Unexpectedly, she didn't this time. After looking at her in surprise, Mu Xingji was in a much better mood. Back to Mu Yuan, Yi Xiaohua sat on the sofa and finished watching all the movies of Lin He that she hadn't finished watching last time. At this time, Mu Xingji was also dealing with some matters. When the Mu family around him saw that Mu Xingji didn't avoid Yi Xiaohua, they couldn't help but look up at Yi Xiaohua. When the matter was settled, it was already afternoon. Why are you looking for me? Yi Xiaohua changed the plate again. After seeing those people leave, she asked. Mu Xingji didn't speak and stared at the TV screen. Are you familiar with him? Who? Yi Xiaohua was stunned. Mu Xingji said lightly, Lin He. No, Yi Xiaohua shook her head. I want him to act in my next movie, so I want to see if there are any adjustments to his acting skills. Mu Xingji nodded and then talked about business. Yili has been in contact with the people of the Flying Eagle group recently. Yi Xiaohua's hand holding the remote control paused. She almost thought that she had heard wrong. Who? The Flying Eagle group. Mu Xingji took out a piece of paper from a pile of documents and handed it to her. My people got the information from the Flying Eagle group. They are following up. I don't know what Yili is doing. Yi Xiaohua twisted her eyebrows and then stood up. I'm going back to the Yi family. Well, Mu Xingji put away the information. I'll go back with you. Don't, I'm afraid you'll scare the Yi family with your face. He was now the heir of the Mu family and the person in charge in the future. When he went out, he was secretly protected by a team of special police. Even Yifeng had never seen him in person. If he appeared in the Yi family, it would be a mess. Mu Xingji was worried about her state, so he didn't compromise this time. I'll go with you. Don't worry, I won't let the Yi family see me. Yi Xiaohua was annoyed about Yi Li, but she didn't say anything. Mu Yuan was still some distance away from the Yi family. Mu Xingji's license plate was a pass. When he went to the Yi family, he didn't receive any obstruction. Why is there no one at the door? Yi Xiaohua saw that the guards at the Yi family's gate were gone and frowned. She quickly went in. Yi Xiaohua took 2 steps and suddenly looked at Mu Xingji. Mu Xingji expressionlessly took out the mask Yi Xiaohua used in the morning and put it on. Butler Mu chuckled, but he immediately stopped. Su Lan, tell me. What do you think this is? Before Yi Xiaohua entered the gate, she heard the old man's angry voice. Yi Xiaohua stopped and didn't go in. Mu Xingji, who was wearing a mask and couldn't hide his elegance, couldn't help but frown and look at Housekeeper Mu. Housekeeper Mu shook his head gently. Inside the Yi family's gate, Yili looked at Su Lan with bloodshot eyes. Su Lan held a few old photos and a few pieces of paper in her hands. She took a step back with a pale face. Old man, Yi Feng, 17 years ago, I asked you where Xiaohua went. You said she was playful and lost her way. When the old man said this, his voice trembled. I believed you, but now? Su Lan said eagerly. I had no choice. At that time I was alone with 3 children, followed by mercenaries. Lier had a fever and was unconscious. I was afraid they wouldn't be able to go back. So you left Xiaohua? Yi Laoi looked at Su Lan in disbelief. Su Lan took a step back. She thought that the old man knew everything. Her mouth twitched. At that time I was also very afraid. I didn't want to die with them, so I asked Xiaohua to go back and lead them away. I told Xiaohua that her brother's toffee was left behind and asked her to find it. She went. I escaped from there with 2 children. Later, I wanted to go back to find her, but when I went back, I couldn't find her. Yili didn't think that this matter had something to do with himself. He suddenly thought of the first day Yi Xiaohua came back. She gave him a piece of candy. A fishy sweetness almost gushed out of his throat. Outside the door, Mu Xingji took a deep breath. Yi Xiaohua listened expressionlessly. You, how could you think of letting Xiaohua go? Yi Laoi closed his eyes, and muddy tears flowed down. She was only 5 years old at that time. At this point, Su Lan had nothing to hide. She stuttered. At that time, the situation was dangerous. Dangerous, only those pursuers could be led away to have a way to survive. Lier was in a coma, naturally not good. Tong Tong Shi. Old man, you know how good Tong Tong was when she was a child. Xiaohua was not smart when she was a child, and she didn't speak when she was 5 years old. How could she be the same as Tong Tong and Lier? Use her to lead away those mercenaries. Lier and Tong Tong can survive. She thought it was worth it. She didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua would come back again after 17 years. She was uneasy and wanted to be good to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua was not close to her. Su Lan was more and more uneasy. She was afraid that those things would be known sooner or later. So she tried her best to marry her out. She didn't dare to say it herself. She could only desperately make an article on Yi Xiaohua. I know what I did was wrong, but isn't she alive and well now? Su Lan looked up. She is a big star now. She lives very happily. There is no loss at all. No, she is still implicating Tong Tong's legs. Old man Yi trembled all over. The Yi family's housekeeper also closed his eyes and turned his head to wipe his tears. But when he saw the figure standing at the door, he said involuntarily, Second, miss? Everyone in the Yi family's hall looked out the door. Yi Xiaohua stood at the door with no expression on her face. The people in the hall didn't react. After a while, Yili suddenly stood up, turned to look at the door, and said in a hoarse voice. Sister. Yi Xiaohua looked at everyone in the hall, took a step back, and then left the Yi family directly. Mu Xingji subconsciously touched the gun on his waist. Although he had heard Qin Quan talk about it once, at this time when he heard Su Lan's detailed description, he just wanted to kill her with his own hands. His hand couldn't help but tremble. It took him several times to touch the gun. Young master. Housekeeper Mu whispered. Mu Xingji woke up and turned to catch up with Yi Xiaohua. At the same time, the Yi family also reacted. The old man, Yili, and others all wanted to chase after them. Housekeeper Mu raised his hand, and 2 special police officers stood up and stopped them with guns. Yili was stunned. When he looked down and saw the mark on the gun, he was shocked. Who are you? Su Lan's expression changed, and she asked warily. Housekeeper Mu looked at Su Lan with a cold smile. This is the first time I heard someone say that Miss Yi is useless. But it's true. Someone like Miss Yi is the only one in the Chinese army in the past few hundred years. Madam Yi, you are fated to not have a daughter like Miss Yi. Su Lan's face was confused. She only heard one sentence. What army? Digression, tomorrow, I'll tell the editor to prepare to wrap up the story. The foreshadowing is almost complete. Next, I'll just have to be handsome, I'm really strong. Then, I'll ask for monthly votes. Receive red packets, everyone. Good night, everyone. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading, Su Lan's head is buzzing now. From Yili brought a volume of information back to Ye's house, to her own initiative to mention those things in the past, to Yi Xiaohua's sudden appearance, and finally to her head, it was Mu housekeeper's words. Su Lan subconsciously stunned. Hua country army, Mu housekeeper glanced at Su Lan. For her question, he did not answer. With a sneer, he turned around and left. After Mu housekeeper left, the special forces following him also put away their guns and went out. Yili originally wanted to catch up with Yi Xiaohua, but now he didn't react. Who are they? Su Lan saw Mu housekeeper leave, and didn't dare to catch up and ask. She just turned to look at the crowd blankly. When did Xiaohua know this kind of person? As soon as she turned around, she saw the cold and disappointed faces of Yi Laozi and Yi Feng. Su Lan's suspicious mood of the people Yi Xiaohua knew suddenly sank. Now that she reacted, she felt a burst of panic and coolness from the depths of her heart. Yi Laozi's eyes were red. He took a look at Su Lan. This time, he didn't pay any more attention to her. He turned around and went back upstairs. Yi Feng. Su Lan looked at Yi Feng and reached out to grab his sleeve. Yi Feng clenched his fist, and his fingers were fiercely embedded in his palm. He looked at Su Lan and closed his eyes. He hated Su Lan's selfishness at that time, and hated himself even more. He didn't investigate it to the end. Later, it was also checked, but all the information in that area was destroyed. At the beginning, if you told me that Xiaohua was cheated out by you, and told me the address, I could go back to find her. Yi Feng bit his teeth and looked at Su Lan. But do you remember what you told me? You said that Xiaohua ran away by herself and pointed me in the opposite direction. Su Lan looked at Yi Feng's expression, and now she was really flustered. At that time, she was the eldest daughter of Su family and the young madam of Yi family. Since she married into Yi family, she had never made a mistake. After escaping, she also thought about confessing to Yi Feng, but she was afraid that as long as she found Yi Xiaohua, she would not be able to cover up the fact that she lied to Yi Xiaohua to distract the mercenaries. Although she felt that she was not wrong, what would others think of her if it was spread out? Because of this, Su Lan lied to Yi Feng. It had been 17 years since this incident happened. Su Lan never thought that one day it would be brought up like this. Yi Feng looked at Su Lan's expression. There was only fear on her face. There was no heartache or regret. He closed his eyes, pushed Su Lan's hand away, and went upstairs to look for the old man. The old man was sitting dejectedly by the window. The bird he liked to tease was chirping and pecking at his hand, trying to get his attention. However, the old man did not tease it as usual. Dad, Yi Feng whispered in a hoarse voice, what happened back then was also related to me. Yi Feng's eyes were red, and it wasn't just because of what Su Lan said. And Yi Xiaohua's expression just now. Her calm demeanor didn't seem like it was the first time she had heard Su Lan's words. The desolation in her eyes almost seeped out. When Yi Xiaohua was 5 years old, would she have a deep memory of this? Yi Feng didn't even dare to guess this possibility. If Yi Xiaohua really had memories, then how did she spend these 17 years, especially this morning in the hospital? The scene of Yi Xiaohua turning around and leaving alone lingered in Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng wanted to light a cigarette, but his fingers trembled, and he couldn't light it up several times. Now Yi Feng was extremely regretful. He regretted that he didn't catch up with Yi Xiaohua in the hospital in the morning. Why didn't he ask more? The old man closed his eyes slightly, and his voice was a little tired. We didn't protect her well. It's useless to blame anyone now. You go and contact the doctor. Tong Tong's legs can't be dragged. Speaking of Yi Tong, the old man couldn't help but think that Yi Xiaohua was 5 years old, but Yi Tong was already 9 years old. Su Lan concealed herself, but Yi Tong knew the truth. But why did she agree with Su Lan when she came back? Now the old man and Yi Feng's feelings for Yi Tong were very complicated. Yi Tong was not someone else. She was a financial rookie. She was also one of the successors favored by Grandpa Su, and Su Min Su family and Yi family were full of expectations for Yi Tong. Because of this, Yi Feng felt disappointed. I know. I've already contacted people abroad. The hospital has issued a notice that Yitong's legs are more than 90% impossible to recover, but Yifeng will never give up easily. He found a foreign expert for consultation. Now Yi family also has a place in the capital. Yifeng went through the green channel to contact foreign experts. That's good. Yifeng was worried that Yitong couldn't eat. Now that this happened, his feelings for Yitong have become a lot more complicated. Pay attention to this matter. Yifeng nodded. After talking with the old man for so long, his fluctuating mood also eased a little. At this time, he dared to mention Yi Xiaohua. Dad, where do you think Xiaohua can go? Just now that. Is that Xiaohua's friend? Yi Xiaohua's appearance was too unexpected. After Yifeng and the old man reacted, they didn't dare to face Yi Xiaohua at that time, let alone ask her to stay. The old man shook his head and only said, "You go and call Li Er over." The old man was also a soldier in his early years. Although the two special forces soldiers just took guns, he knew that it was a bit difficult for them to stop Yili. Yili was very good to Yi Xiaohua. The old man knew that there must be a reason why he suddenly didn't chase Yi Xiaohua. A few minutes later, the three men gathered in the study in silence. The guns on the two special forces soldiers. I know them. Yili knew why the old man was looking for him, so he opened his mouth first. Yifeng was in politics, so he didn't know the key point. The old man reacted in a second. He looked at Yili. Which force? Every batch of guns in the army had their own serial numbers. In fact, the guns used by each person could be distinguished from each other. 5 days ago, I helped young Master Rong do something, Yili said in a low voice. One of them was to deal with a batch of guns. This batch was secretly sent to the Mu family and handed over to the Mu family's army. Their guns were secretly sent to the Mu family. He didn't expect to get this answer. The old man stood up with a ting sound. Are you sure? Yili nodded firmly. I personally stared at the number of each gun. The guns in the hands of the two special forces soldiers today were one of the serial numbers. I can't remember this wrong. The old man stood in the same place and was stunned for a long time. He naturally knew that Yili wouldn't remember it wrong. How did Xiaohua know the Mu family's army? Yifeng listened in a daze. At this moment, he also understood the key point. He opened his mouth. The three men looked at each other. Since Yi Xiaohua came back, the three of them didn't dare to ask anything about her past. They were afraid to inadvertently poke her wound, so naturally, they didn't know anything about her past. After knowing that Yi Xiaohua didn't go to primary school, the three of them imagined Yi Xiaohua's most miserable appearance. Old man, you didn't even sleep for a night. Subconsciously, the three of them felt that Yi Xiaohua must have been very unhappy. Naturally, they wanted more compensation for her. Even if Yi Xiaohua wanted stars and the moon, they wouldn't refuse. But today, when this happened, they suddenly thought of a problem. She went to distract those mercenaries, so she... How did she escape from those mercenaries? Yili lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth, his expression indifferent. No matter how she escaped, the three of them knew the hard process. Yili even wanted to say that the young man with a mask who was with Yi Xiaohua today looked very familiar. He was a little annoyed. The old man's heart was also very blocked. He reached out and took out a porcelain bottle from the drawer. He poured out a brown medicine and swallowed it. This is the bottle of medicine that Xiaohua gave you? Yifeng was about to leave the study. He felt that the thing in old man Ye's hand was very familiar. After He Shui swallowed the medicine, the old man looked at Yifeng. She gave it to me. I take one every day. Sometimes when I'm upset, I won't be upset after taking it. Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. Then he opened the door of the study and went out. After he went out, he remembered one thing. In recent months, the old man's body seemed to be a lot stronger. 2 major events happened today. Even he himself couldn't hold on, but the old man was still very refreshed. Yifeng was a little confused. At the same time, at M University, Professor Ryan returned to his office after today's lecture. He was a person who had made great achievements in mathematics in the world today. He had published 3 academic papers on mathematics, which were read by other mathematics researchers. At the same time, he was also a member of the Mathematics Research Institute of M country. Ryan devoted his life to mathematics. He was the uncrowned king of the mathematics world. The assistant was helping him deal with the documents on the computer. There were too many people who practiced Professor Ryan every day. Most of them were academic research, which was picked by the assistant. However, today's assistant suddenly froze in the middle of picking. He opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Teach." Professor Ryan was wearing glasses and looking at the thick and complicated mathematical formulas in his hand. He raised his eyes and asked what happened. "Come and look at this." The assistant lost his voice. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. This assistant had been with Professor Ryan for 5 or 6 years. He was Professor Ryan's teaching assistant, and he was quite accomplished in mathematics. While he was helping Professor Ryan organize materials, he was also learning from Professor Ryan. Over the years, he had met many people with Professor Ryan. The last time he helped the National Space Administration calculate an algorithm, the president personally met the greatest mathematician in America. As an assistant who had seen so much of the world, Ryan couldn't think of anything else that could surprise him. "What is it?" He pushed up his glasses and leaned over to his assistant. The assistant fidgeted a few times before stabilizing himself. He then pulled up a thesis on the computer to the top. Professor Ryan looked at him and felt a little curious, so he looked at the thesis on the computer. This was an algorithm paper on latitude space. When Ryan saw the title, he didn't pay much attention to it, nor did he intend to continue reading. Now, many of the theories of latitude and space had been overturned, and there was no new breakthrough point at all. However, the assistant was too excited just now, so Ryan patiently continued reading. His nonchalant expression froze for a moment. Then, he put away his nonchalant expression, pushed his assistant away, and sat in his seat. The eyes behind the lenses were very bright. This thesis was a bit long, and the algorithm was unique and novel. A person with a shallow foundation in mathematics would not be able to understand this. Forget about other people, even Professor Ryan's level of mathematics was a little difficult to understand. Professor Ryan asked his assistant to bring a pen and paper. After reading it once, he read it a second time. He took a pen and paper and began to calculate as the person wrote. The people in the National Laboratory were very busy, but Ryan rarely appeared here. Therefore, when a few old mathematicians saw Ryan excitedly holding a piece of paper and calculating something, they couldn't help but come over and ask him. After all, Professor Ryan was a mathematical genius. He stayed up all night and turned all the algorithms written on the wheel into reality. His eyes were red, but he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he was full of energy. "I don't have time to talk to you now." Professor Ryan ignored these people. He directly handed the results of his calculations to these people and said, "You will understand when you look at this. I have simplified it for you. Otherwise, you might not be able to understand her thesis." After he finished speaking, he didn't care about those people. He flipped to the contact information of the author of the thesis. The other party left his email address and name. When Professor Ryan was doing calculations last night, he told his assistant to contact this person's email address. "Let's see if she replied." "Did she reply?" Ryan urged his assistant. The assistant took out his phone and shook his head. "Not yet, Professor." Professor Ryan was anxious, and so was his assistant. He did not sleep at all last night. He checked every 10 minutes to see if the author had replied to him. However, after waiting for an entire night, the author still did not reply. The assistant couldn't help but wonder why this person was so open-minded. "You wrote a thesis that could change the future of the mathematics department. Don't you want to know the results?" If it were him, he would definitely hold his phone and stare at his mailbox. But in fact, from last night until now, that person had not replied a single word. Not a single word. The assistant was on the verge of breaking down. Professor Ryan had never seen such a tired person before, but he couldn't wait any longer. That person used the Hua Country mailbox. "Let's go to Hua Country first." The assistant nodded. He had not taken a shower or eaten, but Ryan did not want to wait any longer. Academics like them had stayed in the laboratory for a month without sleep. They would not bother with these small problems. Professor Ryan hurriedly bought a flight ticket to S City in Hua Country. Also, contact the director of the Aviation Administration. Tell him that there has been a breakthrough in the new algorithm, Professor Ryan ordered one by one. As for the media, we have to wait for a reply first. The most important thing is to report this to the higher-ups. Professor Ryan said seriously, let the higher-ups find out the identity of this person. Report? The assistant was stunned for a moment. Professor Ryan nodded. Report. This matter is more serious than you think. This person is from Hua Country. You won't understand. In the mathematics academic community, the M country generally had the upper hand. Especially those mechanical algorithm problems, the M country's laboratory personally submitted the calculation results. Professor Ryan had always been a leader in this field. He was also a leader in the mathematics world and had his own pride. But now, even he had to admit that the level of this person from Hua Country who suddenly appeared must be above him. After this incident, Hua Country would have some say in this field. Xianxia naturally did not expect Professor Ryan to be on the plane now. What's more, she didn't expect that she would invite the national treasure of mathematics from America to Hua Nation just because she wanted a degree. What happened last night was somewhat unexpected. Xianxia had already forgotten about the matter of her publishing the paper. Naturally, she did not remember that she had an email. When Sister Jiang called, Xianxia was just ready. She lazily said to the phone, "Okay, wait for me." After hanging up the phone, she glanced at her phone. There were many text messages from Yili. She replied to a few messages. Xianxia was not too sad yesterday, nor was she too angry. After all, 17 years had passed. It was not worth it to be sad for someone like Sulan. I'm leaving. Xianxia waved at Mu Xingji and Butler Mu casually, then left with her sunglasses and mask. Mulu followed behind her and told her how angry Nye Jinyu was when he went to see her last night. Mu Xingji watched Xiaohua's back disappear from the window. He retracted his gaze. The warm aura on his body disappeared, and his eyes were full of coldness. The Su family is trying to contact Dr. Nan and the foreign expert team? Butler Mu whispered, Dr. Nan knows that it is Miss Ye's sister. He may agree. Then tell him not to worry about Yitong. Also arrange for the experts. Mu Xingji flipped a page and said coldly, she wants to stand up. Is she qualified? Butler Mu nodded slightly. If it had not been for last night, Mu Xingji might not have been so ruthless. He knew that Yitong was Su Lan's favorite and biggest support in her life. Seeing Yitong hurt like this, Su Lan was probably more sad than she was. But she never thought that when the 5-year-old Xianxia was tricked by her to lead mercenaries, she would be very sad. Mu Xingji couldn't help but think of what Qin Kong told him last time. Mr. Nye rescued little Xiaohua from a group of mercenaries and didn't plan to take her back to the island. She waited alone for 7 days in the stone where she was separated from Su Lan. Later, Mr. Nye saw it and couldn't bear it. He wanted to take little Xiaohua back to Ye's house in person, but little Xiaohua didn't agree. Later, Mr. Nye took her back to the island. Mu Xingji held the pen and was upset. Since he finished talking with Qin Kong, he couldn't help thinking about what she was thinking in those 7 days. Waiting day by day, disappointed day by day, and finally didn't want to go home. 7 days were enough for Ye's family to come back and forth 3 times. At that time, South Island couldn't tolerate her. People from the top 10 military regions jointly forced her to leave and hand over the training camp. I didn't want her to leave West Island, but I was afraid that she would bother me. So I found out Ye's family and secretly let someone reveal her identity to Ye's family. I thought that she had a home like that, and she would not be unable to be accommodated anywhere. Mu Xingji finally couldn't calm down. He put down the pen and gnashed his teeth one word at a time. If he knew it would be like this, how could he hand over the information to Ye's family in person? But young Master Yi Li and the old man like Miss Yi. Housekeeper Mu knew that when he let Yi Xiaohua go at that time, Mu Xingji was more reluctant than anyone else. You see, after Miss Yi saw young Master Yi Li, wasn't she very happy? Hearing this, Mu Xingji frowned. Where was she happy to see Yi Li? Not happy, not happy, housekeeper Mu said quickly. Miss was happy to see Master Yi. Mu Xingji looked up at housekeeper Mu and pursed his lips. Housekeeper Mu looked down at his toes. Outside the door, a person knocked on the door. Housekeeper Mu went out immediately as if he had been released. The man whispered something in housekeeper Mu's ear. What's wrong? Mu Xingji picked up a pen again and said in a low voice. Housekeeper Mu was a little confused. The space agency of M country is checking Miss Xia's information, and we stopped them. Mu Xingji glanced at him. Are you sure it's the space agency, not the FBI? Housekeeper sighed. I asked several times. What's the space agency doing? Mu Xingji looked sideways and suddenly thought of something. Did she hack into other people's database again? Housekeeper Mu's mouth twitched. The FBI can't find any traces left by Miss Xi. Yi Xiaohua liked to tease the people in the FBI, but she never left any clues. How could the people of the space agency easily crack the things left by Yi Xiaohua? After a while, another news came from outside. Professor Ryan? Mu Xingji didn't know much about academia. He also knew that Yi Xiaohua rarely contacted these people. It should be about her education. Housekeeper Mu remembered that Mu Lu had mentioned to him before. Mu Xingji nodded. Give them some information. Now Yi Xiaohua's information was on Mu's side. If someone wanted to check Yi Xiaohua's information, Mu Xingji knew it clearly. On this side, Yi Xiaohua had already seen Sister Jiang waiting at the intersection. Mu Lu stopped the car. I don't dare to sit. Sister Jiang suddenly said after sitting on the car. Today, Yi Xiaohua set off directly for Mu Garden. Mu Lu casually drove a blue car out. It was a very low-key appearance, but in fact, it was very luxurious. Yi Xiaohua always ignored this kind of words. Today's itinerary was to go to a charity party. Yi Xiaohua had always done charity work and donated it to the orphanage. Because of this, Sister Jiang guessed that Yi Xiaohua should be an orphan. Last time, Yi Xiaohua took a signing fee and donated 10 million yuan to the orphanage. The charity party couldn't be refused, and Sister Jiang had always maintained Yi Xiaohua's image. Yi Xiaohua never cared about this kind of donation, but Sister Jiang would unite the team to publicize it every time. On Weibo, a few people said that Yi Xiaohua was speculating, but the underground comments were basically, have you ever seen a speculator donating tens of millions of yuan a year? It's not shameful to do charity, and it can also affect your fans. When Sister Jiang said this to Yi Xiaohua let her be. The charity party was just a red carpet walk. Then she went on stage to say a few words, but Yi Xiaohua had nothing to say. Except for the red carpet, she couldn't be found in the whole party. Sister Jiang held the phone for a long time before she found Yi Xiaohua in a corner. Ancestor, I finally found you. Sister Jiang held the phone and gasped. Yi Xiaohua looked up, what's wrong? Your phone. Sister Jiang handed the phone to Yi Xiaohua. The Chinese is very stiff, and it's a bit awkward. It should be a foreigner. Yi Xiaohua was wearing a dress today, and there was no place to install the phone. The phone was always on Sister Jiang. Hearing Sister Jiang's words, many people flashed through Yi Xiaohua's mind. She originally thought that those people abroad had found out about her. Is this Miss Yi? After Yi Xiaohua said hello, the voice on the other side suddenly became excited. I'm Ryan, do you remember the paper you sent me the day before yesterday? The other side said a lot of things. Yi Xiaohua then remembered that she had written a paper to get a doctor's degree through the back door. What's wrong? Sister Jiang saw Yi Xiaohua hang up the phone and was stunned. She couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua held the phone in the palm of her hand. Hearing that, she only hooked her lips and smiled. Sister Jiang, your ancestor, I, will soon have a degree. What education? Yi Xiaohua thought about it, it should be a doctor from M University, right? Sister Jiang quickly said, did you find someone to make a fake education for you? Yi Xiaohua, she decided to ignore Sister Jiang and leave early after informing the organizer. Professor Ryan was supposed to come to her, but it was not convenient for Yi Xiaohua as a public figure, so she had to go to a university to find Professor Ryan. Yes, after Professor Ryan found Yi Xiaohua's address, he flew directly from S City Airport to the capital. His identity was very special. As a national treasure of M country, Professor Ryan had to be accompanied by a team of M country. His visit to the capital had a great impact on the academic community in the capital. Several highly respected people in the mathematics department of a university personally received Professor Ryan. Sister Jiang followed Yi Xiaohua all the way to a university. Suddenly, she looked at Yi Xiaohua. You came to a university to fake it. Will they fake it for you? Yi Xiaohua. Shut up. At the same time, at the door of Professor Li's office, Chen Xiumin and Mrs. Chen walked to Professor Li's office. This case is very important to you. Your father's mind is on that fox. You can rely on yourself now, Mrs. Chen said to Chen Xiumin. Professor Li used to be your mentor. As long as you persuade him to help, your project will be in the bag. When the time comes, do you still need me to say that you have the right to speak in the Chen family? Chen Xiumin pursed his lips and did not speak. Seeing him like this, Mrs. Chen was angry. Are you still thinking about Yi Xiaohua? Why did you tell the Yi family that I didn't like Yi Xiaohua? Chen Xiumin wanted to light a cigarette, but thinking that this was a school, he held back and said irritably, You clearly know that I know. What about you? Mrs. Chen glanced at him. Know that you like Yi Xiaohua? Don't you already like her, and you still support Main Shanshan? Obviously not. What do you know? Chen Xiumin turned his head irritably. Mrs. Chen looked at Chen Xiumin and knew that Chen Xiumin still had feelings for Yi Xiaohua. She could not help but frown. Xiumin, are you serious? It's just that I've already told the Yi family, don't think about her anymore. The people of the Yi family don't care about Yi Xiaohua at all. Marrying her is no different from marrying a decoration. Madame Yi herself has admitted that Yi Xiaohua doesn't even have a primary school education. When did your vision become like this? Just because she's pretty? Chen Xiumin still wanted to retort. It was at this time that Professor Li's teaching assistant came out. Junior Chen, come in first. The teaching assistant used to be Chen Xiumin's senior, so the two of them knew each other. Chen Xiumin hurriedly said to him. Mrs. Chen was also talking to the teaching assistant with a smile on her face. After that, she whispered to Chen Xiumin, take back your thoughts, don't think about Yi Xiaohua all day. Chen Xiumin pursed his lips. The three of them entered the room. He noticed that there were several people in the office. In addition to Professor Li and his assistant, there were also two foreigners. Chen Xiumin, wait a minute. I have something to do. Professor Li tilted his head and said hurriedly. Chen Xiumin hurriedly nodded. Mrs. Chen also bowed very politely and respectfully, for fear of offending Professor Li in any way. He looked up at the foreign man who was talking to Professor Li and suddenly froze. Isn't that, what? Mrs. Chen heard his surprised voice and couldn't help but ask. It was at this time that the office door was knocked again. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy, please do not reprint. Professor Li was the most famous mathematician in Hua country. Not only was he a professor at a university, but he was also a professor at several well-known universities in China. People came to Professor Li in an endless stream. Most of them wanted Professor Li to accept them as an apprentice. Therefore, Chen Xiumin was not surprised that someone was knocking on the door behind him. He was shocked by the middle-aged foreign man who was talking to Professor Li. That's Professor Ryan, a mathematician at M University. He has made great achievements in mathematics, said Chen Xiumin. Professor Ryan once developed a financial analysis formula. The teacher even showed Professor Ryan's photo in class, and Chen Xiumin was particularly impressed. He is the national treasure of M country. Under normal circumstances, M country would never let him go abroad. Why is he here today? Listening to Chen Xiumin's explanation, Mrs. Chen was also very surprised. She glanced at Professor Ryan and Professor Li and found that the way they got along was indeed different. Like Chen Xiumin and most people, she respected Professor Li very much. Professor Li was the leader of domestic mathematics, and few people did not respect him. However, at this time, Professor Li was respectful and polite to another person. He even bowed his head and asked a few questions. If this person can make Professor Ryan help you. Mrs. Chen's eyes lit up. Chen Xiumin glanced at her. Professor Ryan does data research on aviation and national defense. Why would he cooperate with me? Mrs. Chen was a little disappointed. Miss Yi, you are here? Professor Ryan was talking to Professor Li. His eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Yi Xiaohua. Why didn't you let me pick you up in advance? Professor Ryan had seen Yi Xiaohua's photo. Yi Xiaohua was very recognizable, and she was as beautiful as the photo. Professor Ryan recognized Yi Xiaohua at a glance. At the same time, there was undisguised surprise in his tone. This person from Hua country was really so young. Yi Xiaohua slowly walked in, and Sister Jiang followed behind her in confusion. Professor Ryan. Yi Xiaohua reached out to Professor Ryan. Professor Ryan hurriedly shook hands with her, then eagerly pulled Yi Xiaohua to his desk and gave her a piece of paper and a few printed papers. Miss Yi, take a look. What are these two formulas? I can verify everything else, but these two advantages are difficult to understand. Professor Ryan took off the pen cap and handed it to Yi Xiaohua. Where was the cold and aloof look from before? These things were very simple, and Yi Xiaohua would not hide them. She nodded to Professor Li and said hello. Then, she pressed the paper with one hand and held a pen in the other. She wrote a simple formula on the paper. Because of personal habits, I always like to write simple formulas. It should be like this, Yi Xiaohua explained unhurriedly. It evolved from a math problem, and the verification result of that math problem is this. As she spoke, she wrote down the mathematical problems that no one had been able to solve. The complicated numbers and symbols were as simple as eating and drinking in her hands. Not to mention Professor Ryan and Professor Li, even the two assistants stared at the paper under Yi Xiaohua's hand without blinking. One conclusion after another was easily grasped by her. From the beginning to the end, she had never made a draft. She had done all the calculations in her mind. No matter how difficult the examples were, they could be calculated in a few breaths' time. She spat out the complicated numbers one after another. If people outside saw this scene, they would definitely be horrified. Not to mention the people outside, even Qin Shumin, who stayed in the office at the moment, was shocked. Even Mrs. Chen and Sister Jiang, who did not understand complex mathematics, were stunned at this time. They stared at Yi Xiaohua blankly. Digression, today, I'm still asking for monthly votes. If you have monthly votes, give them to Huahua and then get a red envelope. Then I'll introduce Huahua's new article to you. I can't find it for the time being. For the time being, only this website has it. If you can't wait, come to Xiaoxiang to read it first. Good night. Madam, you've lost your identity again. The black-bellied, lazy, rich male protagonist versus the high-mountain flower hidden deeply female protagonist. Qin Ran, who grew up in the countryside, disappeared for a year in the third year of high school and took a year off from school. A year later, she was taken to Yunqing No. 1 Middle School by her biological mother. Her mother said, "Your stepfather is a descendant of a famous family. Your brother has been a genius since he was a child. Your sister is a top student in No. 1 Middle School. Don't lose their faces." People with status in the capital secretly received a warning from Master Wan of the Qing family. Master Wan's wife is from the countryside. She doesn't understand the circle, the current situation, or the financial market. Her temper is also very bad. In short, please bear with her. Until one day, when Master Wan was investigating a certain big boss, his subordinates looked at one of the identities of his little sister-in-law, who was said to know nothing, and fell into a fascinated silence. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please do not reprint it. 800 mail sign small divided by talk.net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Yi Xiaohua had studied mathematics in several worlds, and she had overcome several difficult proofs. Other academic problems were a bit difficult for her to solve, but problems related to mathematics were really easy for her. She had a huge mental power now, so it would only take her a few seconds to complete a large calculation. She was very detailed when she talked about the problem. Professor Li and Professor Ryan listened very carefully. Yes, that's right. Professor Ryan saw that she wrote word by word on 2 pages. The problem that had troubled him all night was solved. When Yi Xiaohua stopped, he quickly picked up the paper that she had pressed under her hand and looked at it like a treasure. Professor Li only saw Professor Ryan's thesis when he came today. He had not finished reading it yet, and his mind was in a mess. Professor Ryan had taken Yi Xiaohua's manuscript. In fact, Professor Lee was also itching to read it, but he did not dare to take the manuscript from Professor Ryan. Professor Ryan watched from the side. Yi Xiaohua estimated that it would take a while for him to read it. She had to go to Xianxia Group again today. She originally came to see Professor Ryan for her academic qualification, but Professor Ryan did not mention it for so long. She put one hand in the pocket of her beige coat and tapped on the office desk with her other hand. She turned her head to look at Sister Jiang standing by the door. Sister Jiang was still standing by the door and could not come back to her senses. She did not know that Yi Xiaohua was still thinking casually while tapping on the table. She had already spoken to Sister Jiang. How embarrassing it would be if she still could not get her academic qualification. Professor Ryan. Yi Xiaohua leaned slightly on the table. Although Professor Ryan was obsessed with the solution process, he immediately looked up when he heard Yi Xiaohua's voice. Miss Yi. He looked at Yi Xiaohua very gently and politely. Professor Ryan was a leading figure in mathematics. Even the dean of the Aerospace Academy of M was very polite when he saw him. Not to mention the people in the mathematics department of a university. If it were not for the fear that the M people would think that Hua Country was trying to harm Professor Ryan, Hua Country would have sent 2 big shots to talk to Professor Ryan about cooperation. Yes, this paper. Yi Xiaohua had always been thick-skinned, but she was a little embarrassed at this time. She was thinking about whether her paper was unqualified. Otherwise, why didn't Professor Ryan give her a doctorate? Can you get a degree from M University with this paper? Yi Xiaohua looked at Professor Ryan and was too embarrassed to mention her doctorate. Professor Ryan's hand trembled. He looked at Yi Xiaohua for a long time and did not speak. Yi Xiaohua didn't know much about the mathematics academic community before. This paper was also in her estimation. In her mind, it was not a very good academic paper. Seeing Professor Ryan's reaction, she immediately said, "It's okay if you're not qualified. I'll go back and, no. No." Professor Ryan immediately came back to his senses and suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. You mean you want a degree from M University? I wanted to get a PhD. Is that too difficult? Otherwise. Yi Xiaohua thought about going back and writing another one. It's not difficult at all. Professor Ryan shook his head like a rattle. I just don't think a PhD is a good match for you. Why don't you be the deputy dean of the mathematics department at M University? Seeing Yi Xiaohua's stunned look, Professor Ryan quickly said, "No, it's fine if you want a dean. I'll go back and give him to you. Don't bother." Yi Xiaohua only wanted a PhD. As the deputy dean of M University, she would be much busier than a PhD then. After this matter was settled, Yi Xiaohua's matters for the day were considered settled. She was about to say goodbye to Professor Ryan. Professor Ryan finally reacted, "So you sent me this paper for a PhD?" "Yeah." Yi Xiaohua was in a good mood after solving the academic issue. "Why didn't you send it to a university?" Professor Ryan opened his mouth. He did not know that Yi Xiaohua was just a celebrity until he came to Hua Country. There was no one around to protect her. Professor Lee and the others did not know that there was a person in Hua Country who had such research in mathematics. After hearing Professor Ryan's words, Yi Xiaohua paused and smiled, "Sorry to bother you." Professor Ryan and Professor Lee did not hear a little bit of indifference and sarcasm in her tone. "Welcome to our M University." Professor Ryan quickly called M University. "The degree certificate will probably be sent over tomorrow." "But Miss Yi, you're so young. How did you come up with these ideas?" Yi Xiaohua was in a good mood now that she had a degree certificate. When she heard Professor Ryan's question, she said casually, "It's okay, these things are quite easy to write." Professor Ryan and Professor Lee, finally, Professor Lee said, "Dimensional space has been studied since the last century, but it has been stuck in 3-dimensional space. Some people have proposed the existence of 4-dimensional space or even 12-dimensional space, but no one has ever been able to prove it." Professor Ryan was named the leader of mathematics because he had researched half of it. "Miss Yi, you are really..." Professor Lee did not know how to describe Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua was stunned. Professor Lee's teaching assistant and Professor Ryan's assistant looked at Yi Xiaohua in shock. The teaching assistant was also a fan of Xianxia. He knew Xianxia and knew that some people on the internet used Xianxia's education to slander her, but they were all killed by her fans. Now that he had witnessed all this with his own eyes, he looked at Xianxia and did not know how to describe it. "Goddess, you are amazing." The mathematics students in the room were all sighing. It turned out that the development of mathematics in her original world was so slow. How long would it take for it to develop into the interstellar world? Professor Ryan's mood was extremely complicated. He looked at the young Xianxia and did not know what to say for a while. However, they did not understand. Proving dimensional space theory was true, but proving dimensional space theory did not mean that a person's level was here. Xianxia had traveled through so many worlds, among which the highest achievement was the calculation method of dimensional space in the Mecha Civilization Society. According to time estimates, the degree of civilization at that time was more than 300 years ahead of modern society. At that time, her mathematical ability was also outstanding in front of a group of interstellar geniuses. These people in the room thought that Xianxia's limit was here. After all, those who could enter dimensional space had all proved it. Until now, only Xianxia had succeeded. She was still so young, and in their eyes, she was really promising. Xianxia only reacted at this moment. She smiled and did not speak. "If you two have any questions, feel free to look for me in the future. My mobile phone should be on." Xianxia adjusted her clothes and said goodbye to the two professors. Professor Ryan nodded. He was anxious to study the manuscript that Xianxia gave him. However, when he saw Xianxia turn around, he suddenly remembered something. "Can we send this paper out? This is a major breakthrough in the history of mathematics, and I hope more scholars can study it." Xianxia did not care about this and readily agreed, "Yes, but don't sign my name." "Huh?" Professor Ryan was stunned. He had never heard of such a request. She took such a big breakthrough, but she did not even sign her name? Did she not want her name to be recorded in history? "Write a code name, just right." Xianxia put her hand in her pocket and smiled at Professor Ryan. "Y, capital Y." From then on, there was no RY in this world, only Y. RY was the agent code name she used in this world, but it had disappeared for nearly 5 years. Professor Ryan didn't understand her intentions, but he still agreed. Xianxia put her hand in the pocket of her coat and passed by Sister Jiang, who was still at the door with her mouth wide open. She could not help but look at her, stretched out her thin white fingers, and closed Sister Jiang's mouth. Then she put her fingers in her pocket again and said lazily, "Let's go, Sister Jiang." Sister Jiang nodded blankly and followed Xianxia downstairs with her hands and feet. Mrs. Chen and Qin Shumin, who were standing next to Sister Jiang, were perfectly ignored by Xianxia. After Xianxia left, Mrs. Chen had not yet recovered. She stared at the direction Xianxia left. She had never seen Xianxia like this. Professor Ryan, who was arrogant and ignored people, was very polite to her. Professor Li was also very polite and respectful. Mrs. Chen had never heard of the professional terms that Xianxia spit out, but judging from the reaction of the people in the office, she knew that what Xianxia said must be exquisite. "Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net." The teaching assistant also reacted at this moment. He looked at Professor Li and Professor Ryan. The big names in the mathematics world of these two countries were crazy about Xianxia's paper today. The leaders of the two countries' mathematics circles are crazy about Xianxia's paper today. Professor Ryan said, "Are you Hua people so crazy?" Professor Li was heartbroken, but on the surface, he was dismissive. "It's not a big deal." Professor Ryan had a new estimate of the strength of Hua country. He wanted to go back and tell the group of people that the strength of Hua country should not be underestimated. Professor Ryan had a new estimate of the strength of Hua country. He wanted to go back and tell the group of people that the strength of Hua country should not be underestimated. The teaching assistant saw that the two people were still chatting. He guessed that Professor Li had no time to see Qin Shumin today, so he walked over to Qin Shumin and Mrs. Chen. He whispered an apology. Qin Shumin quickly shook his head. He was still immersed in seeing Xianxia. "It's okay. I'll come to see Professor Li tomorrow." The teaching assistant was about to send the two out of the door. Just now. Was that Xianxia? Why is she here? At this time, Mrs. Chen finally found her voice. Yi Xiaohua's manuscript was still in Professor Ryan's hands. Professor Li was concerned about the manuscript. He didn't want to see Mrs. Chen and Chen Xiumin. When he heard Mrs. Chen's words, his eyes lit up and he quickly turned around. Wait, do you know Miss Xi? Professor Li was the leader of the national researchers. His status in a university was very high. He didn't teach university students much. He would only occasionally bring 1 or 2 doctoral students to learn something from him. Chen Xiumin was able to follow Professor Li because he coincidentally chose one of Professor Li's classes. In fact, he was not familiar with Professor Li. He mainly majored in finance, and Professor Li had a major conflict with him. Professor Li had always been very busy. Today, he was able to meet Professor Li with Mrs. Chen because of Chen Xiumin's recommendation. That was why he was able to come to Professor Li's office with Mrs. Chen. Even so, they didn't have a chance to say hello to Professor Li when they first arrived. People like Professor Li were a little arrogant, but no one dared to say anything. Everyone knew that he was backed by the country. As the person with the highest mathematical achievement in Hua country, countless technological breakthroughs would come to Professor Li. However, at this time, Professor Li took the initiative to greet them because of Mrs. Chen's words. Mrs. Chen and Chen Xiumin were stunned. Yes, Mrs. Chen did not expect that one day, she would use Yi Xiaohua to take the initiative to get close to people. Her mother and I are good friends, and the two families have always been in contact. Oh, you're Miss Ye's friends. Professor Li immediately asked someone to bring 2 cups of tea and asked the 2 of them to sit down. Why are you looking for me today? Mrs. Chen's heart was filled with shock as her imagination ran wild. Thinking of the attitude of the 2 professors towards Yi Xiaohua, he was at a loss for a moment. Chen Xiumin's mind was also on Yi Xiaohua, but now that Professor Li was looking for him, he retracted some of his thoughts and told him about the Chen Corporation's project. It was not a difficult project, but it was not easy to invite Professor Li. This was because people like Professor Li no longer accepted private orders. Professor Li's team was now mainly doing research on satellite launch data calculations and so on. Chen Xiumin didn't plan to come at first, but Mrs. Chen kept urging him, so he had no choice but to come. Professor Li opened the case that Chen Xiumin had placed on the table and looked at it. After only looking at the first page, he knew the main problem. The pay was quite high, but with Professor Li's current status, it didn't matter if he did these jobs or not. But he still looked at Chen Xiumin. You should know that I don't do these things. Chen Xiumin had already expected it and was not disappointed. Sorry to bother you, Professor. But Professor Li changed the topic. Listening to what you just said, you should be very familiar with Miss Xi, right? Just now, Mrs. Chen and Chen Xiumin were confused and did not hear it clearly. Now they finally heard it clearly. Professor Li called Yi Xiaohua Miss Xi. Mrs. Chen's heart was even more confused. She nodded. Yes, I often chat with her mother. Moreover, Xiaohua used to be in our Sumin company for 2 years. That's good. Can you help me talk to Miss Xi? Professor Li's tone was even more amiable. Miss Xi just applied for a doctorate degree at M University. I was thinking that it's not just a degree. Can you ask her if she needs a degree from our university? If she doesn't want a doctorate degree, I can also give her the position of Deputy Director of the Research Lab. Professor Li was the current director of the National Academy of Sciences. But he knew that if those people were clear about Yi Xiaohua's current value, they would not refuse his suggestion. What's more, they would like to give the institute to Yi Xiaohua. Right now, there was a shortage of talents in the country. In fact, Professor Li did not understand one thing. Why would Yi Xiaohua rather choose M University than a domestic school? Mrs. Chen's hand trembled. She was still holding a glass of water that the teaching assistant had given her. Hearing Professor Li's words, she almost knocked over the glass of water. From the beginning of knowing Yi Xiaohua, she disliked the other party's education the most. Later, when Yi Xiaohua was recognized back to Yi family, Mrs. Chen's idea had not changed. If it was said that when she first saw Yi Xiaohua, she did not think much of her, but now, she was full of shock. She finally couldn't help but ask, Professor Li, why did you give her a doctorate degree? Xiaohua, she Didn't she even go to elementary school? 800 mail sign small divided by talknet. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Huh? Professor Lee was looking at Chen Xiumin. Hearing Mrs. Chen's words, he was a little stunned and then smiled. Never attended primary school? Are you kidding? Do you know Professor Ryan? He pointed to Professor Ryan's direction. He is the national treasure of the world of mathematics. No matter where he goes, the people of M country will protect him in all aspects. He is holding the manuscript of Miss Ye's paper in his hand. Do you know how precious that manuscript is? It opened a new era for mathematics. If she wants, she can enjoy 10 times better treatment than Professor Ryan in Hua country. I can tell you that Miss Ye's IQ is definitely above 180. As for why she didn't go to primary school, Professor Lee smiled. It should be because the content is too simple. With such a high IQ, no one can compare to her peers. She probably won't go to primary school peacefully. Mrs. Chen was stunned and did not come back to her senses for a long time. Professor Lee was still saying, speaking of which, you can look for Miss Xi for this case. You don't know that her mental calculation ability is very fast. This huge amount of data in our team needs to be reformulated and measured countless times. It is not a problem for Miss Xi at all. At this moment, Mrs. Chen could not hear what Professor Lee said at all. She was confused until Chen Xiumin finished talking with Professor Lee. She followed Chen Xiumin out. She was blown by the cold wind outside and came back to her senses. Su Min, did Professor Lee just say Xiaohua? Mrs. Chen grabbed Chen Xiumin's hand. Chen Xiumin's eyes were very deep now. He never thought that one day he would be able to negotiate a business deal because of Yi Xiaohua. He did not expect that Yi Xiaohua, who once had to fake her education, was much more accomplished in mathematics than him. It's her. Chen Xiumin nodded. Mrs. Chen was even more mysterious. How is it possible? Didn't Yi Xiaohua not graduate from primary school? Su Lan's dislike for Yi Xiaohua was not fake. These days, in order to be on good terms with the Yi family, Mrs. Chen would go to Su Lan when she was free. In the process of getting along, she also knew that Su Lan did not like Yi Xiaohua. Mrs. Chen praised Yi Tong every day. However, Professor Lee's words kept echoing in her mind. Mrs. Chen unexpectedly lost her composure. When she thought that Su Lan had once wanted to matchmake Yi Xiaohua and Chen Xiumin, and she had refused, her heart was filled with a trace of slight regret. If Yi Xiaohua really became a member of the Chen family, she didn't need to rely on the Yi family. She only needed to rely on her, and Chen Xiumin could easily win this project. Yi Xiaohua didn't know that these two people of the Chen family were somewhat lost. After she got into the car, she saw that Sister Jiang was still staring at her in a daze. Is your education real? Sister Jiang came back to her senses after a long time. She looked at Yi Xiaohua, but in fact, she still didn't believe it. M University. That was many times more advanced than a university. Not to mention, he was a PhD from M University. At the beginning, the internet praised Meng Shanshan so much, not because Meng Shanshan graduated from a university, so compared with Yi Xiaohua, whose academic qualifications are all fake, netizens always have a sense of worship for the top student. But now, if it is true, how can Meng Shanshan compare with Yi Xiaohua's pretentiousness? Yi Xiaohua glanced at her. Sister Jiang, can you please go to Baidu to search for Professor Ryan? Of course, Sister Jiang knew that the person in the office just now was Professor Ryan, but she didn't play this game, so naturally, she didn't know who Professor Ryan was. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, she remembered and picked up her mobile phone to search for him. Professor Ryan was followed by papers from well-known magazines on the foreign language internet. Of course, Sister Jiang also found articles from well-known domestic education magazines. The articles detailed Professor Ryan's current contributions and his current status in the mathematics world and the M nation. The mobile phone in Sister Jiang's hand fell. Yi Xiaohua put on her sunglasses again and slept in a very good mood. Mu Lu, who was driving, glanced at Sister Jiang through the rearview mirror. She wasn't very surprised. Mu Lu didn't understand things in the mathematics world, but she knew the other side of Yi Xiaohua. If Sister Jiang knew that the person sitting next to her was the #1 target that those international big shots wanted to kill even in their dreams, Sister Jiang would go crazy. Mulu thought subconsciously. Yi Xiaohua went to Xianxia Group in the afternoon. Every time she went, she would arrange the next schedule very carefully. Xianxia Group was now on the right track, and the company's performance was steadily rising. Yi Xiaohua asked the people in Xianxia Group to post the contract of Pantheon on the internet. Xianxia Group was too small. If it wanted to make money, it needed other people's investment in order to develop quickly. It's still too slow. When the time comes, these companies will definitely come to invest. Just choose Rome Group. Yi Xiaohua finished a regular meeting. She didn't know that the people below were complaining. The company's percentage has increased several times, and this is called slow development? It's much faster than the development of Yitong's Fenghai Group. Of course, they didn't dare to say that to Yi Xiaohua, but they admired Yi Xiaohua from the bottom of their hearts. 5 days later. On an auspicious day, Xianxia Group announced a wave of financing about Pantheon, which set off a huge wave on the internet. Even Weibo was stuck for a long time. From the beginning to the present, netizens didn't know how long they had been guessing who would take over Pantheon. Some people guessed that it was Rome Group. Of course, more people guessed that it was Fenghai Group. After all, Fenghai Group's investment plan was circulated on the internet, and it was definitely the best one. But no one thought that in the end, it turned out to be a little-known company, Xianxia Group. Then, Rome Group released a press release about cooperation with Xianxia Group. Weibo was completely blown up. Xianxia Group, a small company, became the second hot search. At the same time, Yi Xiaohua finally stepped into Yi family's door for the first time after that incident. Old Master Yi, Yi Feng, and Yi Li's attitude was a little cautious. Yi Xiaohua pressed her eyebrows. It's okay, I don't mind that for a long time, otherwise I wouldn't have come back today. The three men's hanging hearts instantly relaxed. Yi Xiaohua came back today to talk to Yi Li about the company. Unexpectedly, before she said anything, Su Min suddenly rushed in from outside. When he saw Yi Li, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Li how did you sign the copyright of Pantheon? And why did Rome Group cooperate with your company? Su Min couldn't help but be excited. The copyright of Pantheon was not a trivial matter. Not to mention the copyright, the cooperation between Rome Group and Yi Li's Xianxia Group was very unexpected. When Yitong said that she wanted to get the copyright of this film, Su Min and Elder Su were very appreciative. Both of them were extremely insightful. They knew that with the blessing of this film, Fenghai Group would break through the sky sooner or later. However, Yitong's leg was broken, and she was still in the hospital. Su Min and Grandpa Su seemed to have aged a few years. They didn't expect to suddenly see this news at this time. They had forgotten about the matter of Yi Li's company, but now because of this news, they remembered it again and then investigated this news. This time, Su Min and Grandpa Su were shocked. In a short period of time, Xianxia Group's performance more than doubled. Not only that, the company's decisions and investment direction were top-notch. Although it was not as good as Fenghai Group had been operating for 4 years. Xianxia Group was less than a month old. Su Min and Grandpa Su believed that if they continued to develop in this way, Xianxia Group would definitely surpass Fenghai Group in less than half a year. If Xianxia Group was given 4 years, it was estimated that the Su family could not compare to Xianxia Group. Yi Li was still in a daze. He subconsciously looked at Yi Xiaohua. I don't know, it's all my company's manager. I rarely go to the company. Su Min looked at him. Who is the manager of the company? Can I ask him to go to Su Group as a consultant? Yi Li immediately shook his head. I don't know if she will agree. Su Min's eyes instantly dimmed, but he cheered up again. Yi Li didn't immediately deny it. Maybe there was hope. Su Min eagerly talked to Yi Li. After saying this, he remembered to greet Grandpa Yi. His eyes paused when he saw Yi Xiaohua beside Yi Li. He nodded at her very casually, then frowned. Are you busy recently? Yi Xiaohua didn't raise her head. Even if I'm busy, I have to see my sister and comfort her. Now Su Min thought of this and frowned. Yi Xiaohua didn't speak and just drank water. Seeing Yi Xiaohua like this, Su Min felt that she was a bit insensible, so he naturally was too lazy to pay attention to her. Yili looked at Su Min deeply and decided not to tell him that Yi Xiaohua was the manager of the company. However, Yili himself was very confused. He did not expect Yi Xiaohua to manage the company so well. Su Lan, who came out of the kitchen with a thermos in her hand, naturally saw Yi Xiaohua sitting on the sofa. After the last incident, Su Lan didn't know how to face Yi Xiaohua. The old man and Yi Feng have clearly told her to apologize to Yi Xiaohua. But where can Su Lan pull the face to apologize to Yi Xiaohua? Facing the eyes of the old man and Yi Feng, Su Lan pretends not to see. Let her apologize to Yi Xiaohua. She can't do it. After so long, she doesn't think there's anything wrong with what she did. Su Lan feels it's worth it to give up Yi Xiaohua to save the three of them. Moreover, she didn't think that Yi Xiaohua could help her or bring her anything. Su Lan, as if she didn't see Yi Xiaohua sitting on the sofa, whispered to the others, "I'm going to send soup to Yi Tong." Then he hurriedly turned around and left. After she went out, she just saw Mrs. Chen getting off the car. After Yi Tong's leg was broken, there were also noble women looking for Su Lan, but most of them had sympathy in their eyes and some gloating. After all, Yi Tong was her proudest daughter. But Su Lan didn't expect that Mrs. Chen's enthusiasm for her was not reduced, but even more. "Mrs. Su, is Xiaohua here?" Su Lan was surprised. "Why are you looking for her?" Digression, the double monthly ticket is coming to an end. The babies who have a monthly ticket don't keep it. Good night, and then I recommend a wave of Huahua's new article, "Madam, the vest has been lost." Heart to heart. Mrs. Chen's expression was a little awkward at this moment. But after a while, she recovered. "Madam Yi, you don't have to hide it from me now." Su Lan was Yi Xiaohua's mother. Madam Chen felt that Su Lan must have known about her matter, so she couldn't help but sigh, "It's my poor eyesight. At that time I looked down on people." What could make Mrs. Chen say the words "looking down on people"? Su Lan was puzzled, but the phone in her pocket rang at this time. Seeing that the call was from the hospital, she quickly picked it up. "What?" "I'll be right there." After answering the phone, Su Lan couldn't care less about Mrs. Chen, but she still cared about the etiquette of a noble lady and hurriedly said hello to Mrs. Chen. "Mrs. Chen, there's a little problem with Tong Tong. I won't entertain you." After saying this, Su Lan got in the car and told the driver to drive faster. Mrs. Chen stood in the same place for a while before reacting. "Mrs. Chen, are you looking for the second miss?" The housekeeper standing at the door said softly. "Yes, Is she at home?" Because the last time she came to Ye's house, she specially said that Yi Xiaohua was not worthy of their family Chen Shumin. At this time, Mrs. Chen was very embarrassed. The housekeeper looked at her. "Yes, please come with me." The housekeeper's expression was a little cold. However, Mrs. Chen did not feel that the housekeeper was rude at the moment. She now thought that the Yi family all knew about the paper written by Yi Xiaohua, and that the two leading figures in Huagua's mathematics world were fighting for Yi Xiaohua. She felt embarrassed for looking down on people before. When the two people went in, Yi Laozi and Yi Li looked at Mrs. Chen with not very friendly eyes, and Mrs. Chen was even more embarrassed. However, Su Min did not know Mrs. Chen and was surprised for a moment. "I'm looking for Miss Yi." Mrs. Chen pinched her bag with her fingers and unconsciously put her hair behind her ears. Yi Laozi said lightly, "If you have something to say it here." Yi Xiaohua did not react at first. When she looked up, she saw Mrs. Chen embarrassed and then with a little other look. "Grandpa, Mrs. Chen is looking for me. I'll take her upstairs first." Yi Xiaohua remembered what happened in a university a few days ago and immediately stood up. Yi Laozi was afraid that Yi Xiaohua would be bullied, but now he was at Ye's house. He thought about it and nodded in agreement. Mrs. Chen heaved a sigh of relief when Grandfather Yi agreed. Yi Li and Grandfather Ye's gazes were too intimidating. Following Yi Xiaohua all the way into Yi Xiaohua's room, Yi Xiaohua saw that there were still medical flowers on the table in her room. She didn't come back these days. The servants of Ye's family also did their best to help her clean the room. "What can I do for you?" Yi Xiaohua turned on the computer and looked at Mrs. Chen. When the computer was turned on, it was filled with skulls. Then there was a sea of complicated Italian words. Yi Xiaohua frowned and typed a few times on the keyboard with one hand. Then, with a paw sound, she pressed the enter key, and the computer returned to normal. Mrs. Chen wanted to talk to her about the professor. Seeing Yi Xiaohua's fancy appearance, Mrs. Chen was suddenly stunned. She didn't know any of the words on the computer, and she didn't know which country it was. And Yi Xiaohua seemed to know it. At this moment, there was no prejudice in her eyes. Mrs. Chen looked at Yi Xiaohua from the perspective of appreciation. Those things that she deliberately forgot were finally remembered by her. For example, Yi Xiaohua's spoken English on TV was very good. For example, Yi Xiaohua's handwriting was very good. I'm looking for you because of Professor Li. Mrs. Chen's mind was floating, but she didn't forget the business. He said that you got a doctorate in M University, and you can also get one in a university. If you like, the dean can also give you one. Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. The dean can also give me one. They are really generous. No, I'm not interested in going to a university for the time being. Yi Xiaohua sneered. Mrs. Chen, did you look for me today just for this? Mrs. Chen nodded. Oh, then you can go. Yi Xiaohua withdrew her gaze and took a USB to copy a document on the computer. Why? If you can get a degree from a university, plus M University, you will have a double degree. You know that if this is published on the internet, your popularity will directly rise. Mrs. Chen was stunned by Yi Xiaohua's answer. Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes. Do you have anything else? Mrs. Chen didn't dare to speak again. When she went downstairs with Yi Xiaohua, she looked at Yi Xiaohua with a very complicated look. I'm sorry about what happened before. She was talking about when she misunderstood Yi Xiaohua. It's okay, I didn't take it to heart. Yi Xiaohua buttoned her coat with one hand. When she first came out, she and Sister Jiang were both newcomers. Although Chen Xiumin had some other thoughts, after he signed Yi Xiaohua, he did help a lot. The first female lead audition opportunity was applied for by him. Although it was not pleasant later, Yi Xiaohua was very grateful for Chen Xiumin's help at that time. Mrs. Chen looked at her with a more complicated gaze. The two went downstairs. Mrs. Chen didn't have anything else to do. She directly said goodbye to Yi Laozi and left Yi house. Mrs. Chen sat in the Chen family's car, still holding the mobile phone in her hand. At this time, a push message popped up on the mobile phone, the Carnival Night of Mathematics, a huge breakthrough in dimensional space, the whole world's attention. In the past, Mrs. Chen would not pay attention to this kind of academic news. However, at the moment, she clicked on it. She originally thought that this kind of academic news would not be noticed, but after clicking on it, she found that it took a long time. This news was posted by a national official news account on Weibo. It was only a few minutes. The comments below were over 20,000, and it was still rising rapidly. The whole world is celebrating. Hua Nation has finally introduced this paper. For those who don't understand the meaning of this paper, let me explain it to you. The appearance of this paper not only represents a breakthrough in mathematics, but also a new era for humanity as a whole. The world's structure will soon be broken. I just want to know who the god who wrote this paper is. If it wasn't for Professor Li giving us a step-by-step explanation, I wouldn't even know what this paper is talking about. Why? I've never heard of this person. It can't be someone else, right? I'm lucky to be born in the same era as such a god. I feel very honored. Mrs. Chen's eyes looked calm. From 20,000 to 40,000, it might even rise to 100,000. She did not know how to describe the expression on her face. A few days ago in Professor Li's office, she only heard Professor Li and Professor Ryan praising Yi Xiaohua. She did not feel anything. Looking at the crazy comments from the netizens and the news articles, Madame Chen finally realized that, I'm afraid Yi Xiaohua has done a great thing. No wonder Professor Li wanted Yi Xiaohua to go to a university no matter what. A few days ago, Mrs. Chen had already started to feel a sense of regret. Now, looking at the comments from the netizens and the overwhelming news, Mrs. Chen felt a sense of regret. Mrs. Chen finally felt the difference between an ordinary person and a genius. Yi Xiaohua was only in her early 20s. Mrs. Chen could imagine what it would be like if she was given another 10 years. Thinking of this, Mrs. Chen's hand holding the phone was a little unstable. However, thinking of Yi Xiaohua's cold attitude just now, Mrs. Chen finally smiled bitterly. She leaned against the back of the chair in a daze and could not say anything for a long time. If she did not have a chance before, it would have been fine. However, there were 2 opportunities in front of her, but she did not cherish them. There was nothing more regrettable than having a chance to get a treasure, but then being thrown away like garbage. Later, she found out that it was actually a treasure. Why did the Chen family come to see you? On this side, Xianxia went downstairs. The old man asked her, why do I see that she doesn't look very good? Who knows? Xianxia lazily sat on the sofa. Yili's communicator suddenly rang. He was going to say something to Xianxia, but when he heard this voice, he was stunned and subconsciously looked at Xianxia. Grandpa, uncle, sister, I'm going to pick up a task first. Yili quickly took the communicator and went upstairs. His communicator was special. The old man and Sumin both knew that. Therefore, they did not ask. Xianxia looked at Yili's back and touched her chin. After so many days of training, it was time to make a special gun for him. Sumin came today mainly for the Xianxia group. Yili refused to say more, so he did not stay. When he left, he did not notice Xianxia, let alone greet her brother. Did Li say anything? When they returned to the Su family, Grandpa Su asked Sumin anxiously. Sumin looked at him and shook his head slightly. Li did not say anything. I don't know who is behind the Xianxia group. Then it's difficult. Hearing this answer, Grandpa Su sat back on the chair, feeling lost. Tong Tong is like this, Qing does not care, and Li is in the military camp. Our Su family. Is there no successor for the Su family? Grandpa Su only had 2 descendants. Su Qing only knew how to eat, drink and have fun all day. Among the younger generation, only Yi Tong was slightly better. Xiaohua. Grandpa Su looked at Sumin. Sumin shook his head and hesitated for a moment, then said, Dad, I heard from Tong Tong that Xiaohua, she did not finish elementary school. She didn't even finish elementary school. That meant there was nothing she could do. Grandpa Su sat down on a chair. After a while, he took a deep breath. Have you seen today's news? You said it's about latitude space? Sumin's eyes lit up. This person is indeed a god. The structure of the financial circle may be changed in a few months. Yes, this is a navigator. After the development of society, we must follow the latitude space. If we can find this author. Grandpa Su glanced at Sumin. Sumin also thought of this, then shook his head. Dad, what are you thinking about? Such a person must be heavily protected by the country. Just look at Professor Ryan in M country. During the Su family's heyday, they also did some aviation business. They had some relations with the Aviation Bureau of M country. However, the Su family's situation was deteriorating. They had not done any business with the Aviation Bureau for a long time. Grandpa Su sighed. If the Su family can recover to its previous level. Sumin listened to Grandpa Su's voice and could not help but think of that scene. Suddenly, both of them were in a bad mood. Xianxia did not know that the outside world was in an uproar because of her paper. Most people wanted to know who Y was. Even people from Hua country were investigating her. Most of the investigations only found that she was a celebrity from Hua country. Other information was blank. Her previous identity was tightly guarded by Musingji. Let alone Hua country and M country, even FB would never know. They searched all over the world and found out that she was a celebrity from Hua country. After she moved to Rong Corporation, she had been very idle. Rong Corporation gave her the best resources. If necessary, she rarely appeared on the big screen. After leaving Ye's house, she went directly to Mu Garden and found Butler Mu. Huh? Miss Yi, what do you want those materials for? Hearing Xiaohua's instructions, Butler Mu was a little surprised. However, he still ordered people to prepare it. Xiaohua smiled. I want to make a handy weapon for Yi Li. Butler Mu was surprised. Yi Li's matters were reported to him every day from the training camp. Although Mu Xingji disliked Yi Li, he would read it carefully every time. He knew that Yi Li's weapon was a gun. However, what he didn't expect was that Xiaohua would make her own gun. He was surprised to bring Xiaohua to the base of the -9th floor under Mu Yuan. The -9th floor was the biggest secret here. Mu Jia's people could not enter more than one finger, but Yi Xiaohua could really come and go freely here. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua was very serious about making a gun with those materials, Mu's housekeeper was a little shocked. Miss Yi, when did you do this? Housekeeper Mu remembers that Yi Xiaohua didn't make weapons on the island. Hearing Mu housekeeper's words, Yi Xiaohua smiled. Some time ago. Not only did she know how to make guns, but she also knew how to make deadly weapons that had long been lost in this world. It was not that she had never made nuclear weapons before, but she had always been too lazy to do it. If she really made it, she was afraid that she would be feared again. The people who wanted to kill her before never thought that not only did they not kill her Yi Xiaohua. Instead, it made her even more terrifying. I wonder if those people will cry, Yi Xiaohua thought while shaping the gun. What she made was not an ordinary gun, but a special gun with hidden weapons. Previously in the weapon world, she had inherited the Yi family's secret technique, the mechanisms and hidden weapons she made. It could be said that no one in this world could surpass her. Making a weapon for Yi Li was her decision when she knew that Mu Xingji had the intention to promote the Yi family. Since Mu Xingji wanted that position, and Yi Li wanted to have a justifiable way to climb up, the things he did must be extremely dangerous. On the other hand, Yi Li's skills and marksmanship were not strong, but with her weapon, he would have a qualitative change. It took 3 days to make a gun. Yi Xiaohua gave it to Mu Lu, let Mu Lu give it to Mu Qiu to give to Yi Li, without mentioning her name. Mu Lu sent it back the next night. Miss, Mu Qiu said that Yi Li took a week off to stay at home, not in the training camp. Yi Xiaohua was talking to Sister Jiang. Hearing this sentence, her voice paused. Took a leave? I knew something was wrong, so I deliberately asked. Mu Qiu knew something was wrong, so he went to check. Mu Lu whispered. I know, Yi Xiaohua frowned. I'll go back to Yi family tonight. Sister Jiang did not know what Yi Xiaohua and Mu Lu were whispering about. She was now browsing Yi Xiaohua's Weibo, mainly Wise Weibo. After the last academic paper was published, Weibo was a hot search about it for several days. Sister Jiang also thoroughly realized how awesome her own artists were. Sometimes when she saw 1 or 2 black people on the internet talking about Yi Xiaohua's education, Sister Jiang wanted to throw the M University PhD in Yi Xiaohua's pocket in their face. But it was just a thought. Yi Xiaohua finished a day's work and returned to Yi family. Yi family was rare. Yi Feng and Old Master Yi were at home, discussing something. Yi Xiaohua saw a leather box at Yi Feng's feet. Xiaohua, you're back? Yi Feng smiled gently at Yi Xiaohua. His face did not show a trace of strangeness. Yi Xiaohua looked at him. Where's Yi Li? Him? He went to train. Old Master Yi smiled relaxedly. If Yi Xiaohua was really an ordinary person, naturally there would not be any doubt, but Yi Feng and Old Master Yi did not know that Yi Li's instructor used to work under Yi Xiaohua. But the two of them didn't tell the truth. Yi Xiaohua didn't ask. I'll go upstairs and get something. Yi Xiaohua smiled. Yi Feng nodded quickly. When Yi Xiaohua went up, Yi Feng looked at the old man. Dad. What happened to you just now? What can I say? After making sure that the door rang, Yi Xiaohua closed the door, and the old man sat on the sofa dejectedly. Tell her that your brother was arrested by the people of Country M? She wanted to ask how he was arrested. I told her that it was to check her previous information. Yi Li was arrested. What do you think will happen to her according to Xiaohua's temper? Yi Feng froze for a moment. Xiaohua looks cold, but in fact, she is very arrogant. If she knew that she was arrested by a group of mercenaries because of her, she would definitely investigate to the end. You said that she would be targeted by those mercenaries. Will she still be so lucky to escape? When Old Man Yi talked about this, his emotions were a little intense. It wasn't easy for her to be recognized by us. Our Yi family has never given her anything, Old Man Yi said lightly. I won't let her participate in these things again. Yi Feng said in a low voice, Dad, I know. They have an appointment at 2 o'clock in the morning. I will go there myself, and Lier's men will come with me. Old Man Yi looked at Yi Feng. You. Pay attention to yourself. I will definitely bring Lier back. Yi Feng said in a low voice. At 12 o'clock in the morning, most of the Yi family members were resting. A black van suddenly stopped outside the gate. Mr. Yi. A man dressed in black got out of the driver's seat of the van and nodded to Yifeng. Yifeng took out the leather box. Captain Luoqing, everything is here, let's go. Luoqing was Yi Li's confidant. Since Yi Li entered the army, he was Yi Li's direct subordinate. This time, Luoqing was the one who informed the Yi family. Mr. Yi, you're going too? Seeing Yifeng, Luoqing's face changed. It's very dangerous there, please don't go there. Yifeng didn't listen. Don't worry, I won't drag you down. Although I haven't been to the army, who in the Yi family doesn't know how to use a gun? Seeing that Luoqing still wanted to say something, Yifeng said directly, if you don't take me, I'll drive myself. Since he said so, Luoqing didn't speak. He gritted his teeth and took Yifeng with him. The car drove slowly on the road. After more than an hour, they arrived outside the city. There were not many people at night, so they stopped at a desolate abandoned factory. When they saw the black car coming, Yi, and Yi. When they saw the black car driving over, they all pointed their guns at it. Yi car. Yi car. At this moment, a figure in a beige coat slowly jumped down from the roof of the car. Yi Ti Mu. Yi. Seeing the beige figure, Yifeng's eyes stared. Xiaohua, how can you be here? Yi. Xiao Yi. 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 Xiao Yi. Yi. At this time, Luoqing also saw Yi Xiaohua. He was already annoyed to see those people with sniper rifles. Now that he saw ordinary people coming, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask Yifeng, who are they? She's Li'er's sister. The one behind her is her assistant. I'm worried about Li'er. Is this the time to make trouble? If something goes wrong, who will protect her? Luoqing was annoyed. He casually pointed at a person to protect Yi Xiaohua. You will stand at the back later. If anything goes wrong, you will protect her. Do you understand? There weren't many people in the team. There were only 7 or 8 of them. They were all Yi Li's confidants. It was at this time. The door of the abandoned factory was kicked open. A blond man slowly walked out. He had a scar on his face. Behind him was a group of people. Yi Li was dragged away by 2 people. When they saw Yi Li's appearance, Luoqing and Yifeng's faces changed. Yi Li was wearing a military green uniform. His body was covered in blood. There were bloody holes in his clothes. It was obvious that he had a gunshot wound. He was trying his best to open his eyes, but he was no longer clear-headed. Viper, you didn't keep your promise. Luoqing took a step forward and clenched his fingers tightly. Didn't you say that you wouldn't hurt the officer? Viper looked at Luoqing and smiled gently. I was just joking with Mr. Yi Li. How could I have known that he wouldn't be able to take a joke? Did you bring the thing? Luoqing looked at Viper, endured it, and then went forward to hand the box to Viper. Viper opened it and saw that he had asked for something. Only then did he light a cigarette and smile. Let our officer go. Luoqing said in a low voice. Viper gave the item to his subordinate, then looked at Luoqing with pity. Did I say that I would let him go? Luoqing's face was filled with shock. Even Yifeng couldn't help but stand up. You went back on your word. Mississippi Mulu glanced at Yi Xiaohua, who was beside her. Yi Xiaohua was staring at the wound on Yi Li's body. Let's see what he wants. Yi Xiaohua said calmly. Mulu pursed her lips. She knew Yi Xiaohua very well. Yi Xiaohua's tone was already a sign of anger. Viper looked at Luoqing and bit his cigarette. He took out a gun from his pocket and continued to point it at Yi Li. He touched something from our organization. How can we let him go so easily? He's been shot 8 times. How about this, I'll shoot him in the heart again. If he doesn't die, I'll let you take him away. How about that? You dare? Yifeng rushed out and looked at Viper with bloodshot eyes. Before he could reach Viper, he was caught by Viper's subordinate. What's the old saying in your Hua country? Viper loaded the gun and looked at Yifeng mockingly. Don't be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After saying that, he aimed the weapon at the unconscious Yi Li's heart. No. Yifeng's eyes were almost bleeding. Bang. There was a sound, but it did not hit Yi Li's heart. Instead, it hit a tree at the side. Viper saw a branch pressing against his arm. When he looked up, he saw a gorgeous face looking at him with a blank expression on its face. Digression, the double monthly votes will end in 8 hours, my babies. Then, Huahua had to participate in an event tomorrow. She would not be home for 2 days and would not be able to write. Those who followed her all the way here knew that Huahua did not have any drafts. Huahua would stay up late to write the next 2 days of updates. Therefore, the number of updates will be reduced for the next few days. I hope my babies don't mind. It's midnight today. Good night. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Yi Xiaohua moved so fast that no one reacted. After the Viper froze for a moment, he looked at Yi Xiaohua. He still had a cigarette in his mouth, but his eyes were lewd. Beauty of Hua country, bring this person back to me. The subordinate beside him immediately responded and stepped forward. Our officer is now a member of the Rong family. Aren't you afraid of the Rong family? Luoqing looked at Viper and tried his best to calm himself down. He was really stupid. He thought that these mercenaries were like normal soldiers. How could these people who walked on the edge of a knife talk about morality? Tonight, because of Yi Li, he was indeed impulsive. Right now, Yi Li's situation was still uncertain. Were Yi Feng and Yi Xiaohua going to die here? Luoqing broke out in cold sweat. When Viper heard the words Rong family, he was indeed a little fearful, but he calmed down after a while. They won't find out about us. How can any cat or dog come to the capital now? Yi Xiaohua takes back the branch. His tone was indifferent and sarcastic. Viper was originally looking at Luoqing. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's voice, he suddenly looked up at Yi Xiaohua. His face changed again and again. Finally, he threw the half-smoked cigarette to the ground. Courting death. When Luoqing saw Viper like this, he cried out in his heart. He knew that Yi Li had a second sister who had just returned to the Yi family. Now that Yi Li was leading them on missions, the person he mentioned the most was his second sister. But Luoqing doesn't know Yi Xiaohua. Luoqing knows Yi Tong the most about Yi family. Yi Tong was also the one who dealt with him the most. As for Yi Xiaohua, it was the first time he had seen her. Hearing Yi Xiaohua deliberately provoking the Viper, he anxiously looked at Yi Xiaohua. What are you doing? Come back quickly? Do you know who that is? The International Mercenary Group's marksman Viper. Yi Xiaohua closed her eyes. She could feel the blood around her nose. It was the blood on Yi Li's body. She took a deep breath, tilted her head and interrupted Luoqing. How long have you been with Yi Li? Luoqing was stunned for a moment before he subconsciously replied, 10. 12 years. After answering, he remembered the current situation. Don't mess around. Yi Xiaohua retracted her gaze after getting the answer, nodded very calmly, and then looked at the Viper. Right now, other than Luoqing's group, all of Viper's underlings had weapons in their hands, and the cold muzzles were aimed at them. Under normal circumstances, if an ordinary person encountered such a thing, they might not even be able to stand steadily. Yi Xiaohua's face was very calm from beginning to end. At first, Luoqing was a little flustered because of Yi Li's appearance, but now he felt that Yi Xiaohua's reaction seemed a little strange. Are you Hua people not afraid of death? Viper was no longer in a hurry. He took a look at Yi Xiaohua's face. There was a kind of power that held his prey in the palm of his hand. Instead, he chatted with Yi Xiaohua. At this moment, Yi Feng finally reacted. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he broke away from the two people who restrained him and stopped in front of Yi Xiaohua. Xiaohua, why do you want to follow me secretly? These people, Yi Feng regretted it now. He was not afraid of death. What he was most afraid of now was that Yi Xiaohua would be implicated by them. Tell me, what's wrong with Yi Li? The angrier Yi Xiaohua got, the calmer she became. Didn't you say that he's training in the military? Why was he here? Is it because of me? Is it because of that information? At the end of her words, Yi Xiaohua's voice trembled. Yi Li was injured like that. How could Yi Feng feel good? However, facing Yi Xiaohua, Yi Feng tried his best to maintain his calm. Xiaohua, calm down. He had some cooperation with the mercenaries. Those mercenaries promised to give him information, and he helped them do things. But Viper went back on his word and detained Yili. After all, Yifeng was not in the military camp, so he didn't know much. Luoqing followed behind and added, in fact, Viper and the others were defeated by the Li family's army at the border. They didn't dare to make a move on the Li family, but they held a grudge against the military, so they detained the officer. At this point, Yifeng clenched his fists very tightly. When Viper heard Luoqing say didn't dare to make a move on the Li family, his expression changed. Then, he quickly became sarcastic. After Yi Xiaohua heard this, she finally sorted out everything. Because they hated the Li family army, they made a move on Yi Li, who was also in the Chinese army. There was no other reason, just because the Yi family was easy to bully. However, it was also true that the Yi family had an army in their hands 20 years ago, but even the Yi family of 20 years ago was not qualified to face the international mercenary army. Viper was also the mercenary army's gun god. The Yi family was indeed nothing in their eyes. But now, Yili was very important to the Hua country army. The Yi family was all hot-blooded, so Yifeng naturally hated them too. He wished he could kill Viper with his own hands. However, now that Yi Xiaohua was by his side, Yifeng could only try his best to suppress the violence in his heart. He was not a soldier, but he was a politician. Without Yi Xiaohua, he might really fight with his life. Right now, the most he thought about was how to persuade Viper not to shoot Yili and let them go. Xiaohua, these people are all licking blood on the tip of a knife. Take a step back, Lier has nothing to do with you. Even without you, they will still use other reasons. Yifeng looked at Yi Xiaohua's increasingly cold face, and his heart thumped. Xiaohua, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Hearing Luoqing and Yifeng's words of fear, the smile on Viper's face grew wider and wider. He looked at the few people from the Hua country in front of him and sneered, as if he was looking at a clown. Yi Xiaohua turned around, looked at Viper, and smiled. Viper, right? Feeling that something was wrong, Viper quickly picked up the gun in his hand and aimed it at Yi Xiaohua. Xiaohua. Yifeng's heart was almost grabbed by someone. Even Yili, who was lying on the ground, seemed to move his hand. Only Mu Lu, who was behind the crowd, casually grabbed a blade of grass and put it in her mouth, looking relaxed. When Yi Xiaohua was 12 years old, others were still practicing posture, but she was already able to teach students in place of Mr. Nya. Mu Lu looked at Viper almost sympathetically. He dared to fight with Yi Xiaohua. I'm afraid he has never died. Viper's reaction speed was already very fast. However, Yi Xiaohua's movements were faster than his. No one could see what had happened. In just a few seconds, the prey and the hunter had switched positions. Yi Xiaohua held Viper's weapon in her hand and aimed the cold muzzle at Viper's temple. Viper's acupuncture points were hit by her and he let out a muffled groan. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't move. He fell to the ground in an instant. He could only look at Yi Xiaohua with a pair of horrified eyes. At the same time, Viper's men moved as well. They picked up their weapons and stepped forward. Mu Lu spat out the grass in her mouth. Although these mercenaries were strong, in terms of strength, they could not compare to Mu Lu, who had trained on the island for 10 years and stayed in the training camp for 6 years. Not to mention Viper, even Luoqing and the others were dumbfounded. Not long after, the mercenaries' weapons were all taken by Mu Lu and the group of mercenaries were all lying on the ground clutching their stomachs. The scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Viper looked at the two women in front of him in disbelief. As for the others, Luoqing and Yifeng, they looked at Yi Xiaohua and Mu Lu in a daze. The worried expression on their faces had not disappeared but turned into shock. Who was this second sister that Yili had just recognized? This was too fierce, wasn't it? When did the Yi family have such a fierce person, and, wasn't that her bodyguard? Were bodyguards this powerful these days? Did those mercenaries not care about their reputation? Dad, take Yili to the hospital first. Yi Xiaohua was still holding Viper's weapon in her hand. She tilted her head and looked at Yifeng. I'll be there soon. Yifeng finally reacted. Yi Xiaohua's series of actions were unexpected, but Yili's current state was too poor. You're not coming with us? I have to deal with Viper and the others, Yi Xiaohua said coldly. Yili, who was covered in blood, was indeed terrifying. Yifeng took a deep breath and immediately nodded. Okay, I'll go now. His fingers trembled as he helped Yi Li up with Luoqing. Luoqing looked at Yi Xiaohua while leaving a few people to help her deal with the following matters. Although he was shocked, Yi Li's current state was obviously more important. Yi Xiaohua waited for them to leave, then picked up the weapon again, aimed at the Viper, 16 shots. She clearly remembered the 8 times Yi Li had been shot. Without the slightest mistake, he fired 2 shots from each position, hitting the venomous snake. Viper looked at her actions and finally realized something. His mouth was already bleeding. His marksmanship was undeniably the best among the mercenaries, but now, a name suddenly appeared in his mind. His eyes widened. You go and talk to the King of Hell. Yi Xiaohua looked at the Viper and didn't let him say the next words. She took back her weapon. He took a step back. Yi. Miss Yi. Luoqing's subordinate closed his jaw, a little dazed. Yi Xiaohua's shooting speed is too fast, 16 shots, the action is crisp and neat. Several of Luoqing's men noticed Yi Xiaohua's hand. He held the gun very steadily. It didn't seem to be the first time he held a gun. They all knew about guns. Naturally, they knew that to be able to do this, Yi Xiaohua's marksmanship was definitely not weak. The few of them looked at each other with awe in their eyes. The police couldn't handle this matter. Yi Xiaohua thought about it, logged into an account, and sent the location and the identity of the Viper. After waiting for nearly an hour, when those people were about to arrive, she took a step back. Luoqing's men reacted at this time. They looked at Yi Xiaohua, and then looked at Mulu with fear. Miss Yi, your bodyguard, Yi Xiaohua waved her hand casually, it's just an ordinary bodyguard. Today's performance was extraordinary. Who are these people? She looked at the group of mercenaries who were beaten to the point of doubting their lives. International mercenaries, very powerful. Viper boss, also the #1 sharpshooter in the mercenary world. One of them replied respectfully. So powerful, then we're really lucky. You guys go back and see Luoqing. Yi Xiaohua nodded and sat in the car that should be the Viper's group. What about you? Luoqing's men were stunned. Yi Xiaohua lightly said, there's something going on. Yi Xiaohua did have something to do. She was going to find Nie Jinyu and the others, and also check on the Eagle group. She remembered that Mu Xingji had told her that Yi Li was obviously looking for a Viper. As for tonight, who would care about the sudden death of a mercenary sharpshooter, Yi Xiaohua sneered. After she drove away with Mu Lu, Luoqing's men still hadn't come back to their senses. One of them scratched his head, his face flushed red, my goddess is so powerful. So lucky. He was Yi Xiaohua's fan. The other 2 people were speechless, surprised at the brain circuit of this brainless fan. That's a Viper, an internationally famous sniper, and he died under her hands just like that? She said that her luck was good, and you really believed it? You really are a brainless fan. The other person had a lingering fear. Sir, what is the background of this second sister? *** on this side, Yi Li's body was shot, so he definitely couldn't go to a normal hospital. Yi Feng directly took him to the military hospital. 3:00 in the morning. Mu Garden. Butler Mu knocked on Mu Xingji's room late at night and said anxiously, young master, bad news. Yi Li is rushing to the military hospital. I heard from Mu Qiu that he has 8 fatal gunshot wounds on his body. Mu Xingji had already gotten up. He put on a light black trench coat and asked, where is Dr. Nan now? He is looking for a friend in T-City, Butler Mu said in a low voice. Answer. Ask him to hurry to the military here, Mu Xingji said in a low voice, I have a military fighter plane in T-City. Ask someone to drive it over. Butler Mu knew the seriousness of the matter, so he immediately took out his phone and gave the order. Military hospital. Suddenly receiving Yi Li's condition at night, the hospital was almost in chaos. Not to mention the 8 gunshot wounds on Yi Li's body, none of them were fatal, but after such a long time, a lot of blood had flowed out, not to mention other infections. None of the doctors dared to act rashly, or it could be said that they didn't know where to start. Gunshot wounds were different from other wounds. On the surface, the wound was small, but in fact, under the skin, it had already exploded. Yi Li was either dead or alive. Right now, he was just stalling for time. Yifeng was now in a daze. He didn't know how to react, so he could only ask the doctor over and over again. The group of doctors were also helpless. Yili was recently a rising star in the military, and the people from the Rong family were watching him, so the doctors didn't dare to fool around. Even the hospital director got out of bed in the early morning and started an emergency consultation at 3:10 am. When Mu Xingji arrived, the group of doctors, Yi Feng, Luo Qing, and the others were even more frightened and speechless. No one thought that Yili would alarm the Mu family, and Mu Xingji even rushed over at 3 o'clock. Mu. Young Master Mu. The hospital director's face changed, and he stuttered. Mu Xingji glanced at him and asked directly, "How is the situation?" At this time, the hospital director and the others also reacted. At present, the Rong family was under the protection of the Mu family, and the Rong family favored Yili. Didn't that mean that the Yi family was also under the protection of the Mu family? However, now that Mu Xingji was alarmed, the hospital director and the others dared not act recklessly. Officer Ye's condition is not very good. He has lost too much blood and hasn't been treated in time. The hospital director made up his mind and said, "Young Master Mu, I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic." Stall for time, Mu Xingji looked at the hospital director, his eyes indifferent. "I have informed Dr. Nan, he will arrive at the airport in about 10 minutes. Okay. The hospital director's heart, which was trembling with fear, calmed down a little when he heard Dr. Nan's words. He gritted his teeth and brought a few doctors in to stabilize the situation. T-City was originally close to the capital. The speed of Mu Xingji's plane was twice that of an ordinary passenger plane. It took Mu Xingji 20 minutes to arrive at the military hospital. From the time he asked someone to inform Dr. Nan would arrive in 10 minutes at most. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, Dr. Nan rushed out of the elevator. Dr. Nan's name was well known both at home and abroad. When the hospital director knew that Dr. Nan was coming, he prepared all the necessary things and information. He immediately greeted him, handed the sterile clothes to Dr. Nan, and quickly explained Yili's condition to Dr. Nan. Dr. Nan was informed of the situation here on the way here, and now he didn't even have time to greet Mu Xingji. Others may not understand, but he was very clear that this was not only the person Mu Xingji wanted to save, but also Yi Xiaohua's younger brother. He tightly pursed his lips, and his expression was very serious. A group of doctors quickly entered the emergency room. Mu Xingji slightly leaned against the wall of the emergency room, slightly narrowing his eyes. The hospital people specially brought a chair for Mu Xingji, but he did not sit. Half an hour passed, and there was no news from the emergency room. Butler Mu whispered to Mu Xingji, "Young master, do you want to go back to Mu's garden and rest for a while?" "No need," Mu Xingji said lightly. Yifeng was scared and did not dare to come to you. Butler Mu sighed. "He asked me to answer on behalf of him, saying that the Yi family will be loyal to the Mu family from now on. We don't need them." Mu Xingji interrupted Butler Mu's words and said lightly, "I didn't do it for him." Butler Mu had already expected this, so he did not say anything and turned to find Yifeng. Yifeng had heard of Dr. Nan's name. After Yitong's car accident, he also asked people to find Dr. Nan everywhere, but there was no way. Now that Yili was shot, Mu Xingji personally came to take charge, and specially invited Dr. Nan. At the moment, Dr. Nan was in the emergency room. Yifeng really did not understand what Mu Xingji meant, so he stood still and waited anxiously. Just now, he was worried about Yili, so he did not react. Now that Dr. Nan was inside, Yifeng's consciousness slowly recovered. He looked at Butler Mu, and suddenly felt that he was very familiar. "Wait, didn't you meet me at our house last time?" Yifeng's eyes flashed. Butler Mu looked at Yifeng with a smile, and nodded slightly under his incredulous gaze. "I am the young master's butler." At this moment, Yifeng's chaotic thoughts finally reacted. His strange promotion and the fact that Yili was suddenly valued by someone else, he suddenly had some idea of what was going on. Yifeng looked in Mu Xingji's direction, and the other was slightly leaning against the wall, with his head down, holding a cigarette in his hand. Even if a person like Mu Xingji did not show his face, his aura was different from others. Yifeng's mind flashed back to that night when Yi Xiaohua returned to the Yi family, and the tall man wearing a mask followed her. White light seemed to flash in his mind. "Butler Mu, young master Mu, That night, Butler Mu looked at Yi Feng, nodded slightly, and then said in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, young Master Mu did not come for you." Yi Feng smiled bitterly. How could he not think too much? What was the Mu family's identity? He did not expect Yi Xiaohua to know Mu Xingji, and at this moment, his mood was uncertain. He did not feel happy because he could climb up to the Mu family, but his heart was filled with layers of uneasiness. The Mu family's identity made Yi Feng very worried about Yi Xiaohua. However, Yi Feng did not think too much about it, and the door of the emergency room opened very quickly, and the director came in from inside, looking very bad. Yi Feng looked at the director's expression, and his heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Mu Xingji also extinguished his cigarette, walked over, and glanced at the director. "What's the situation?" The courage that the director had mustered collapsed in an instant. He opened his mouth, and his legs went soft, and he directly knelt on the ground, his face deathly pale. "Young Master Mu, there are 8 gunshot wounds on Officer Ye's body. The person who did this is obviously very skilled, and every shot was aimed at a vital point. In addition, he was only sent here after 9 hours, and has already been infected. He is held on until now, and Dr. Nan is trying his best to save him, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for him, today." Bang! Yi Feng, who had been supporting himself, fell to the ground. The impact of this matter was too great for him. Butler Mu froze in place. He only heard that Yili was shot 8 times, but he didn't expect that the 8 shots were so serious that even Dr. Nan couldn't do anything about it. If something really happened to Yili, Butler Mu looked at Mu Xingji. Mu Xingji pursed his lips tightly and looked at Yi Feng after a while. "Call everyone in the family. Don't worry. As long as there is a chance, Yili won't die." Yi Feng's fingers trembled. After a while, he took out his mobile phone. Only the old master knew that he came out today. Su Lan and the others didn't know. Based on Yi Li's situation, this was probably the last time they met. Yi Feng resisted the urge to tell the old man and Su Lan about it. On this side, Yi Xiaohua and Mu Lu had arrived at the airport overnight. Yi Xiaohua was worried about Yili and didn't go to the South Island. Instead, she held a meeting in the South Island with special equipment. "Miss Yi." Several leaders of the South Island were very respectful to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua glanced around and didn't see Nie Jinyu and second uncle Nie. She only saw Nie Jinhui, who pretended to be serious and very sleepy at a young age. Nie Jinhui was 10 years old this year. When Yi Xiaohua left the island, he was only 5 years old. Before the age of 5, all his first teachers were Yi Xiaohua. "Sister Yi, why are you looking for us so late?" Nie Jinhui whispered. He listened to Yi Xiaohua very much. Yi Xiaohua told him not to leave the island. He wouldn't come out even if he died. Even if Nie Jinyu and second uncle Nie left, he wouldn't come out. "There's one thing." Yi Xiaohua glanced at Nie Jinhui. "Do the mercenaries know?" Several leaders nodded. "The FBI has been investigating. I want the South Island to eat one of the teams." Yi Xiaohua said lightly. The people of the South Island didn't speak. After a while, one of them said in a daze, "How? How do we eat?" Yi Xiaohua had thought about it when she came here. She made a plan. She sent a document to the South Island. "Do as you see fit." Yi Xiaohua checked the internal documents of the mercenaries and knew that they had a batch of important goods near the South Island recently. She was thinking about these goods. As for the people from the South Island who had taken over the series of plans, they were all in a daze. "I have something to do here. You guys take your time to think about it." Yi Xiaohua was anxious to see Yili. She did not say much and left first. She hung up. The people of the South Island had not realized what was going on. They were completely dumbfounded. They could only listen to Yi Xiaohua's instructions and completely lost their ability to speak. I always feel that seeing Yi Xiaohua this time. She has changed a lot than before. She is more straightforward and has a better view of the overall situation. This information. After reading the internal information sent by Yi Xiaohua, he couldn't help but open his mouth and gasp. When did Miss Ye's hacking skills become so powerful? The others from the South Island looked at each other, and they could all feel the shock in each other's eyes. The mercenaries had 2 godly people. The boss was a very strong hacker. His brain was almost not a human brain. The FBI was very afraid of him. Yi Xiaohua could only be said to be an amateur. He could not break the mercenaries' firewall. But now, how did Yi Xiaohua get this information? Second young master, should we report this matter to the sect master? Someone suddenly asked. Nie Jinhui thought about his sister's recent activities, frowned and shook his head. No need, Sister Ye's information is so detailed, you guys can go. On this side, Yi Xiaohua finally drove to the hospital. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please do not reprint it. In the hospital, the old master and Su Lan rushed over with pale faces. The Su family was also notified. When these people came over, Mu Xingji went to the VIP room next door and didn't show his face. Yi Xiaohua asked about Yi Li's emergency room and hurried over. The elevator door opened. She heard Su Lan's suppressed crying. The Yi family and the Su family were all in the corridor. It could be said to be gloomy and gloomy. Uncle stood at the side and smoked. Grandpa Yi sat on a chair. He seemed to have suffered a great blow and was in low spirits. Seeing Yi Xiaohua coming over, her uncle faintly looked at her, and then very melancholy withdrew his gaze. It was almost 5 o'clock now, but Yi Li was still inside. The dean came out for a while, and under Mu Xingji's forceful request, he went back in. Butler Mu had been waiting at the elevator. When he saw Yi Xiaohua coming over, he was afraid that she would be worried, so he immediately told her about Yi Li's current situation. After that, the door of the emergency room opened again. The dean saw Butler Mu talking respectfully to a girl and immediately walked over to report the latest situation to him. Bacterial infection? The hamstring and hand tendons were broken? Yi Xiaohua's eyes were stained with anger. He still wanted to ask the dean something. However, Su Lan rushed over and pushed him aside. Doctor, how's my son? Uncle, aunt, and the others quickly rushed over. Nothing could happen to Yi Li of the Yi family. The Yi family still had to rely on Yi Li in the future. Yi Xiaohua was quickly pushed aside. At this moment, the door at the end of the corridor opened. A middle-aged man walked over with a cold face. Don't make a racket in the hospital. Don't disturb the noble's rest. Please leave. Su Lan saw that the face of the man was that of the prime minister who often appeared on television. Even though she was worried about Yi Li, she was stunned for a moment. What's more, the Su family had never come into contact with such high-level people. Soon, a group of people appeared and invited Su Lan, the Su family, and old Master Yi downstairs. They didn't want to leave, but they had to. Only Yi Xiaohua, Yi Feng and Luo Qing were left upstairs. Xiaohua, are you okay? Yi Feng asked her in a low voice. Yi Xiaohua shook her head. Only then did he look at the dean. Continue. What's the situation inside? Yi Feng didn't notice it at first, but now he realized something. Yi Xiaohua spoke to the dean in a somewhat arrogant tone, as if she was used to being superior. But wasn't Yi Xiaohua a star, and when he fought against Viper just now, however, Yi Feng did not think too much about it because the director's next words almost sent him to hell. The bacteria has spread to his internal organs. There is almost no blood in Yi Li's body. Dr. Nan said it's a miracle that he's still alive. Is there really no hope? Yi Feng asked blankly, unable to shed any tears. The dean had yet to speak. Dr. Nan came out of the emergency room and took off his mask. Looking at Yi Xiaohua, his face was full of apology, and finally turned into 2 words, sorry. Yi Feng's lips trembled, his eyes filled with despair. Mu Xingji finally walked out of the room at the end of the corridor. Even though he was wearing a light-colored windbreaker, it couldn't hide the frost that covered his body. Hearing this, although she didn't like Yi Li, she still felt upset at the thought of Yi Li being in trouble. He looked up and subconsciously looked at Yi Xiaohua's reaction. There was no sadness on Yi Xiaohua's face. This attitude, Mu Xingji was taken aback. She asked Mu Lu for a rubber band and tied up her lazy hair. Finally, he looked at the director, who was stunned on the spot, and asked, do you have any silver needles? Digression, I still couldn't help it. Good night, everyone. I'm really sleepy. This book was first published by Xiaoxiang Academy. Please do not reprint it. Yi Xiaohua doesn't have any handy tools right now. Back then, when she was doing missions in various worlds, she had custom-made gold and silver needles, especially when she was in the Yi family of ancient medicine. One of the silver needles is on 008. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua doesn't know if 008 has solved the problem of the system space. The dean didn't know Yi Xiaohua. When he saw Mu Xingji come out, he was so scared that he didn't know what to say. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, he was a little stunned. What? Yi Xiaohua glanced at him and very patiently repeated, "Do you have silver needles?" Mu Xingji glanced at Yi Xiaohua. His eyes seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, he looked at the dean and said in a deep voice, "Silver needles for acupuncture." The director finally realized that the military hospital had a traditional Chinese medicine department and silver needles. He immediately asked the head nurse to go to the Chinese medicine department to get the silver needles. It was not even 5 o'clock in the morning. Apart from the queue at the registration area, the other places in the hospital were very empty. The person who went to get the silver needles came back in less than 5 minutes. "Will this do?" Yi Xiaohua took the hand. "Yes." It was now nearly December, and she was still wearing her overcoat. He reached out and took off his coat. Mu Xingji took it and held it in his hand. "What's going on with Yi Li? Give me the report." Yi Xiaohua slowly rolled up her sleeves. When the dean saw Mu Xingji helping Yi Xiaohua with her coat, he was stunned for a moment. Now that Yi Xiaohua asked a question, he did not dare to neglect and quickly opened his mouth to answer. However, before he could say a word, Dr. Nan spoke first. "Yi Li's condition isn't good. Let's talk inside." At first, when Mu Xingji used a fighter jet to pick up Dr. Nan at night, Dr. Nan's mood was very heavy. Yi Li's condition was terrible. Dr. Nan's heart sank as soon as he entered the emergency room. He was even more afraid of facing Mu Xingji's anger. Now that he saw Yi Xiaohua, his mood calmed down. At least with her, there would be no blood at the scene. Dr. Nan didn't realize it at first, but now that he thought about it, the person inside. His surname seemed to be Yi. "Miss Yi, come with me." Dr. Nan looked at the silver needle in Yi Xiaohua's hand and didn't know what she meant. He had known Yi Xiaohua for a long time. 5 years ago, when they were in West Island, he had saved her half of her life. Naturally, he knew that the other party was a sharpshooter and did not know much about medicine. The two of them entered together. The dean hurriedly followed behind the two, constantly glancing at the two people in front of him. He found that the globally recognized Dr. Nan was half a step behind Miss Yi, holding the information but talking to Yi Xiaohua in a low voice. His respect for Yi Xiaohua was no less than that of Mu Xingji. Everyone knew Mu Xingji's current status. His henchmen were fighting for power in the capital. Even though the current situation was not appropriate, the dean couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaohua, only thinking that Yi Xiaohua looked a little familiar. Yi Xiaohua herself looks a little different from what she sees on TV. The president of the military hospital doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment circle. Right now, he could only think of Yi Li. However, the Yi clan had only risen in the capital in the past 2 months. Since when did such a person appear? Outside the door, a group of people were still waiting. Butler Mu looked worriedly in the direction of the emergency room. "Young master, do you think he'll be fine?" Mu Xingji leaned on one side, still holding Yi Xiaohua's coat in his hand, staring at the direction of the emergency room. Yi Feng was still in a daze. The phone in his hand kept ringing. It was the old man and the others downstairs calling. He picked it up with trembling hands. It was old Master Shen calling from downstairs. "What did the doctor say just now? How is Lier now?" The old man's voice came out eagerly. He could still hear Su Lan's suppressed crying on the phone. Yi Feng looked at the red light that was still on in the emergency room. He was still thinking about Dr. Nan's words. He didn't speak at first. The phone stopped for a few minutes, and no one spoke. Yi Feng could even hear the old man's heavy breathing. After a long time, the old man said with a trembling voice, "Is the situation not very good? Dr. Nan is in the emergency room." "Dad, Dr. Nan can't do anything." Maybe because he heard that he could rely on him, Yi Feng finally broke down. "Dad, what do you think Lier should do? He's only 21 years old." Dr. Nan said he can't do anything, he can't do anything. Yifeng leaned against the wall and slid down. He held the phone tightly with one hand and didn't let go. Downstairs, old Master Ye's body shook. Su Min and Su Lan were absent-minded. When they heard the old man's phone was connected, they all came over. Yifeng's voice and his suppressed crying. Su Lan and her aunt cried directly. Yifeng couldn't help crying to the old man on the other side of the phone. After a few minutes, he saw the door of the emergency room seemed to be opened. And, the lights were off. Because he was worried about Yi Li's situation, Yifeng didn't dare to go forward. He didn't even dare to look up, afraid that he would see the doctor pushing Yi Li out with a white cloth. But he stopped crying. Old Master Yi heard that Yifeng's crying seemed to be a little smaller. What's wrong? Did the doctor say anything? Yifeng's fingers trembled. He didn't dare to answer Old Master Yi's words. Old Master Yi was still urging him. Yifeng finally stood up with his hand on the wall. He tried to make himself look up. At a glance, he saw a young nurse pushing Yi Li's bed out. His head was covered. Not covered with a white cloth. Yifeng had prepared for the worst result, but he found that Yi Li was pushed out with an oxygen mask on his face. He could see that his chest was still moving up and down. Beside his bed stood Xianxia, who was wearing a white dress. When Yifeng looked over, Dr. Nan was saying something to Xianxia excitedly. And the director, who had just been extremely sad, and those aloof experts all crowded around Xianxia with a look of eagerness. And the blue medical mask on Xianxia's mouth was pulled down by her and was still hanging on her ear. She was walking while listening to their conversation. In her hand, was still holding a pen to record something? Yifeng's hand that was holding the phone was still stiff. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Yifeng finally reacted and hurriedly said, No. No. Dad, the situation seems to be different from what I imagined, Xiaohua. No, I don't know how to say it, Li Er is fine now, you can rest assured, I will ask about the situation. Yifeng hung up the phone and walked in. He wanted to ask about Yi Li's situation, but he realized that no one was paying attention to him. Even the group of doctors who were terrified of Mu Xingji didn't seem to see Mu Xingji at this time. They all stared at Yi Xiaohua. In the end, it was Yi Xiaohua who saw Yifeng. Dad, Yi Li is safe now, but he needs to stay in the ICU for a few days. Yifeng's worried heart finally calmed down. Yi Xiaohua took off the coat of the white coat, and Mu Xingji handed her coat over and put it on. Are you all right? He asked in a low voice. Dr. Nan was still talking to Yi Xiaohua. Upon hearing Mu Xingji's voice, he suddenly reacted and immediately shut his mouth. Originally eagerly looking at Yi Xiaohua, the expression of eagerness instantly disappeared. The corridor was silent. Yi Xiaohua's gaze was fixed on Yi Li the entire time. When he heard this, he only tilted his head slightly. His eyes looked even colder under the lights of the operating theater, and they also looked even more exquisite. I'm fine now. Mu Xingji finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that something would happen to Yi Li and that she would be in a bad mood. He knew how much she cherished this brother of hers. Mu Xingji couldn't help but recall the first time he went out with her to do a mission 7 years ago. At that time, he was in Country F and was keeping an eye on the Prime Minister of Country F when she suddenly asked for toffee in the middle of the night. Mu Xingji then went out to look for Chinatown. In the end, he couldn't find it, so he asked the Mu family to send it back overnight. There were a few other people in the group at that time. Perhaps she looked at him as if he was an idiot. In the past, Mu Xingji didn't know the significance of this candy. Only when he heard Su Lan's words did he understand. When he thought of this, he glanced at Yi Xiaohua. She was still looking at Yi Li. Mu Xingji felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but then he thought about it and realized that Yi Li was on the verge of death. I'll go to the ward with Dr. Nan to work out the next recuperation process. Yi Xiaohua looked at Mu Xing. Mu Xingji nodded, you can go. I have to go back to deal with some matters. Housekeeper Mu, stay here. Okay. Yi Xiaohua did not refuse. She did have something to deal with for housekeeper Mu. Yi Xiaohua went to the conference room. Mu Xingji didn't leave immediately. Butler Mu was still standing beside him, dumbfounded. This must be Yili who was cured by Lady Yi? That's right. Mu Xingji glanced at the direction in which Yi Xiaohua left. No, Butler Mu's head was even more dizzy. Can Miss Yi save the patient who Dr. Nan has issued a death notice? And I've never heard that Miss Yi knows medicine. Ordinary people didn't know what kind of person Dr. Nan was, but Butler Mu knew very well. Dr. Nan's rise to fame was in F continent. At that time an arms dealer was shot 4 times, one of which was in the heart. It was said that even his breathing stopped for a while and was saved by Dr. Nan. After that, Dr. Nan was also known as a genius doctor who could snatch people from the hands of death. After so many years, he had experienced more strange diseases, which established his position in the international medical community. Even the top foreign surgical experts had to admire him. However, Dr. Nan was more casual. Except for a few people, he would not go to general invitations. He liked to do experiments in the laboratory. In any case, Dr. Nan's medical skills could not be denied, but now, Butler Mu found it hard to accept. He naturally knew that Yi Xiaohua was very strong, but when did she learn medical skills? Mu Xingji glanced at Butler Mu. Didn't you see it? I can't believe it, but I'm also happy for Miss Yi, Butler Mu said and sneered. I also want those people to know how big of a mistake they made when they jointly kicked Miss Yi out. Hearing this, Mu Xingji's face became slightly cold. It was already past 5 o'clock. He hadn't slept all night, and there were still many things waiting for him to deal with in the Mu family. He directly went downstairs from a separate elevator, avoiding the group of people from the Yi family. Butler Mu, on the other hand, went to the conference room to look for Yi Xiaohua. Listening to the group of doctors worshipping Yi Xiaohua from the bottom of their hearts, the butler's heart was indescribable. Then we'll do it like this? Yi Xiaohua closed the case in her hand and wrote the last sentence. Dr. Nan took it and looked at it. The first thing that surprised him was not the solution she had recorded, but the clean and neat handwriting. No problem, I'll go and see Yili's situation. Yi Xiaohua closed the book. On the other side, after Mu Xingji left, the emergency room was finally opened, leaving only 2 people to watch the scene. The emergency room was opened on the 1st floor. Old Master Yi, Su Lan, and the others hurried over. They couldn't enter the intensive care unit, so they could only look at Yili through the glass window. It was also at this time that Yi Xiaohua followed Dr. Nan and the others to determine the next move. She rushed over to Yili. Su Lan saw Yili and felt very distressed, but compared to the words that Yili was about to die, her mood now was slightly better. She tilted her head and saw Yi Xiaohua walking over with a faint expression on her face. Where did you go just now? Why are you only here now? Su Lan couldn't stand Yi Xiaohua's current expression, so she said coldly. Yi Xiaohua didn't have time to look up. The elevator door behind her opened. It was Dr. Nan who was holding the case. He directly rushed back and said excitedly and respectfully, Miss Yi, what do you think? Digression, I really felt sleepy 3 times and almost fell asleep. It's already 2 o'clock today. Yi Xiaohua was afraid that something had happened to Yili. She frowned. What's the situation? There's a small problem. Dr. Nan pointed to a question about acupuncture points on the medical record and asked in a low voice. The 2 spoke in a low voice. Butler Mu was beside them. When Yi Lan looked over, he blocked Yi Lan's gaze. Dr. Nan hadn't felt this way for a long time. He was indeed a medical genius. He became famous at a young age. On the path of learning medicine, except for his first teacher, few people could keep up with his transcendental thinking. It was only after meeting Mu Xingji and Yi Xiaohua that he found an organization that belonged to geniuses. After a series of things just now, Dr. Nan learned from Yi Xiaohua's words that Yi Xiaohua's medical attainments were not only very high, but her thinking was also extremely forward. There were even some things that Dr. Nan had never thought of. This made Dr. Nan excited and emotional. He saw an abbreviation on the medical record that he couldn't understand and quickly came up to ask Yi Xiaohua what it meant. After Yi Xiaohua saw the abbreviation on the medical record, she was silent for a moment. She might have gotten used to staying in the Galactic Society. When she came back to reality, some small habits still couldn't be changed. She also used the terminology from the Galactic Medicine. She had been a pharmacist in the Galactic Society. Pharmacists were more troublesome, but the effect was definitely better than any medicine in the modern society. Yili's injuries were indeed a bit serious. Although Yi Xiaohua saved his life, if the follow-up treatment couldn't keep up, Yili's physique really couldn't keep up. Especially his hands. He was a sniper in his team. With the help of Yi Xiaohua and Mu Qiu, he was also number 1 in this year's assessment. Right now, both of his hands had gunshot wounds in key areas. Even if his life was saved, his hands wouldn't be as flexible and accurate as before. This meant that Yili could no longer play the role of the main sniper in the team. This was definitely a considerable blow to him. Yi Xiaohua could only consider making the medicine. It was just that it wasn't certain if the medicine could be made in this world. Even if it was made later. Yi Xiaohua sighed softly. In the mission world, she could make medicine without any worries. But in this world, she might want to change the situation. The situation in the mathematics world had changed because of a slightly more advanced thesis. If there was really a drug with a miraculous effect, not to mention whether the worldview of the people on Earth would be completely shattered, those who spoke directly would think that she was going to mess up the medical world again. Thinking of this, she had a headache. However, Yili was still recovering, so she didn't have to worry about this situation for the time being. Nothing, I'm almost done. Yi Xiaohua took the pen from Dr. Nan's hand, crossed out the professional term that represented a certain kind of medicine, and wrote a few words again. Although Dr. Nan's words were a little difficult to understand, they were not professional pharmaceutical terms. They were just a simple introduction of the effects of the medicine, so Dr. Nan could barely understand them. Yi Li's situation will definitely use this reconstruction plan in the future. Dr. Nan nodded and agreed with what Yi Xiaohua wrote, but in the end, he sighed a little. Although it's a good idea, it's very difficult to realize. The current medical technology has not developed to that level. If possible, I really want to take a time machine to see what social medicine will be like in the next 100 years. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him and did not speak. He hadn't seen it, but she had. I'll go and study it first. Dr. Nan got the answer and continued to study with a group of experts. It only took a few minutes for the two to finish talking. Su Lan was still standing on the side. She looked at Yili in the ICU, and then looked at Yi Xiaohua with a complicated gaze. At the moment, the Yi family was extremely fragile. Yi Tong had a car accident, and Yili had suffered such a big crime. Su Lan actually knew that it had nothing to do with Yi Xiaohua, but Yi Tong and Yili had been fine for more than 10 years. But something happened after Yi Xiaohua came back. Su Lan really couldn't calm down. Especially Yi Xiaohua's expression was too cold. She pursed her lips and looked at Yi Xiaohua. She wanted to blame Yi Xiaohua, but when she thought of old Master Yi and Yi Feng, she swallowed her words and asked, "Who were you talking to just now?" Dr. Nan was still wearing casual clothes inside. He only had a simple blue medical gown on the outside, and there was no identification on his body. Su Lan subconsciously felt that he was not an important person, so she didn't even say hello just now. Yi Xiaohua glanced at Su Lan and did not answer. Her expression was as cold and calm as ever. She walked directly to the ICU and pushed the door open. "You can't go in here." Su Lan's expression changed, and she wanted to reach out to stop Yi Xiaohua. However, she found that the nurse outside did not stop Yi Xiaohua at all. She even helped Yi Xiaohua open the door on the other side, looking very respectful. Su Lan thought that she could go in to see Yili. She was already very anxious, so she naturally wanted to go in with Yi Xiaohua. However, she did not expect the nurse to let Yi Xiaohua in, but then stopped her. "I'm sorry, the patient is in a critical condition now. Ordinary people can easily carry germs, so you can't go in and out at will." The nurse smiled and stopped her. Su Lan was a little angry. She pointed in Yi Xiaohua's direction. "Why can she go in?" The nurse glanced at her strangely. "Can you compare with Miss Yi?" Su Lan almost choked on the nurse's words. She wanted to say that she was Yi Xiaohua's mother, however, since Yi Xiaohua returned to the Yi family for so long, Su Lan had never clearly stated to anyone that she was Yi Xiaohua's mother. She usually introduced herself to others and would only proudly say that she was Yi Tong's mother. She glanced at Yi Xiaohua in the ICU and thought that it must be because of the doctor she just met who did not even have a brand. On the other side, Master Yi and Yi Feng were sitting in the director's office. Dr. Nan had never been involved in anything other than medicine, let alone Xianxia. Even if the director dared to disturb Dr. Nan, he did not dare to say anything to Xianxia. Of course, the director did not dare to disturb Dr. Nan, a medical genius. It was not easy to have contact with Dr. Nan, who was internationally famous, so the director naturally had to do a good job. He personally invited the two of them to the office and told them about Yili's situation. That's about it. The director explained Yili's current situation to the two of them. You don't have to worry about Xianxia's current situation, but his hand injury is too serious. It may be a problem for him to hold a gun in the future. After going through the incident where Yili almost died, Yifeng and Old Master Yi only hoped that Yili was well and alive. They did not ask for anything else. Hearing the director's words, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Old Master Yi, he stood up and bowed to the director to express his deep gratitude. However, seeing Old Master Yi's action, the director was shocked. He quickly stood up and reached out to stop Old Master Yi, who was about to bow. Through a series of things just now, the director already knew that Xianxia was Yili's daughter and also Old Master Yi's granddaughter. It was fine if he did not know, but now that he knew that it was Xianxia's grandfather, how could he dare to accept Old Master Yi's bow? Old Master Yi's action of thanking was stopped by the director. He looked up in a daze. Then he looked at Yifeng anxiously. Does the director of the military hospital have a problem with me? The more Old Master Yi thought about it, the more worried he became. The military hospital had a very important position in capital city. Especially the director of the hospital. In his early years, he was a military doctor at the front line. In recent years, he had only become the director. However, there were many people under him who were generals and had an inseparable relationship with the military camp. The connections and power in his hands were not to be underestimated. Not to mention the Yi family in the past. Even if the Yi family had some influence in capital city now, they would not be able to show off in front of the director of the military hospital. The director could still accept Old Master Yi's bow, but why did he look like this? If he has a problem with me, will it affect Yili's treatment? The more Old Master Yi thought about it, the more he began to think about whether or not to transfer Yili to another hospital. Yifeng looked at the director of the military hospital with a complicated look. The other party immediately gave him a friendly smile. Old Master Yi was still worried about the director's attitude. Yifeng lowered his head. Has a problem with Old Master Yi? How could the director have a problem with Old Master Yi? Old Master Yi did not know the reason, but Yifeng was very clear. Thinking of this, he looked at Old Master Yi. Dad, I have something to confess to you. Yifeng's expression was quite solemn. Grandpa Yi thought it was something important and immediately stopped his imagination. Say it. Yifeng took a deep breath. The two of them had already checked on Yili. They knew that Yili's life was not in danger, so they were relieved. Yifeng also sorted out what happened today one by one. From Yi Xiaohua hurting the snake to Mu Xingji's appearance to Dr. Nan's appearance and Yi Xiaohua entering the emergency room, Yifeng explained in detail. After talking for a while, he found that the old man beside him did not move. Yifeng stopped for a moment. He knew that this matter might be difficult to digest, so he quietly waited for the old man to come back to his senses. A person came around the corner. As the figure approached, Yifeng quickly stood up straight. Mr. Yi. Housekeeper Mu greeted Yifeng with a smile. Yifeng could not be as natural as Housekeeper Mu. He said cautiously, Housekeeper Mu, where are you going? I went downstairs to get breakfast for Miss Yi. It's 6 o'clock now. She must be hungry after a busy night. Housekeeper Mu showed the thermos in his hand to Yifeng. Yifeng glanced at it. It was the thermos that Mulu often held in her hand when Yi Xiaohua stayed in the Yi family. At that time, Yifeng thought it was from the crew, so he did not pay attention to it. Now that he looked at it, he found that there was a traditional Mu character on the thermos. It was not very big because the characters were very complicated. Few people would notice it and recognize it. Then hurry up and send it. Yifeng said quickly. Housekeeper Mu smiled and nodded. He took the thermos and turned to Yili's ward. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Yifeng. Mr. Yi, please be careful not to reveal Miss Yi's identity today. Huh? Yifeng was stunned. Miss Ye's identity is a bit special. Housekeeper Mu smiled. Yifeng nodded absent-mindedly. He thought that Housekeeper Mu was talking about the relationship between Yi Xiaohua and Mu Xingji, but he did not know that Housekeeper Mu was talking about Yi Xiaohua's identity. After he left, Grandpa Yi came back to his senses. He pointed in the direction of Housekeeper Mu with trembling fingers. That is, Dad, it is what you think. That is Housekeeper Mu. Yifeng continued, the Mu family. Also, do you remember the name of the man behind Xiaohua? His name was Mu Lu and his surname was also Mu. In the past, when they heard this name, the two of them would not think much of it. But now, they felt that it was inconceivable. The old man's head was buzzing, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. But isn't Xiaohua from the entertainment circle? She's so popular, how could she be related to the Mu family? Old Master Yi felt that something was wrong. Also, you said that Dr. Nan came just now and he couldn't cure Yili. How did Yili recover? Is it Xiaohua? Mr. Yi didn't believe it. Not to mention him, even Yifeng didn't believe that Yi Xiaohua could cure Yili. I'm not sure, but at that time, Dr. Nan went in with Xiaohua. I'll find a chance to ask Xiaohua again. The two of them looked at each other for a long time before they managed to regain their senses. They looked at each other. When they realized that they were going to find Yi Xiaohua, they found that Yi Xiaohua had already left the hospital and went to work for Rong Group. Yi Xiaohua still had a schedule today. When Su Lan saw Yifeng and Old Master Yi, she whispered to Yili. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was scolded by Yifeng. A few days later, Yili finally woke up. His room was finally transferred from the intensive care unit to the general ward, under the care of the director. During this period, there were many foreign doctors who came to check on Yili's condition and made a series of recovery methods. Yili's physical fitness was good. When Yi Xiaohua was in the emergency room, she used silver needles to help him open up the blocked meridians. There was already a surging airflow in his body, and his recovery was twice as fast as the average person. Su Lan ran back and forth between Yitong and Yili every day. The Su family also ran to the military hospital frequently. After confirming that Yili's condition would not be too bad, the Su family was relieved. Yifeng and Old Master Yi subconsciously concealed the matter of Yi Xiaohua and Mu Xingji. This was also Housekeeper Mu's order. In fact, even if Housekeeper Mu didn't say it, they wouldn't spread it around. The Mu family was too eye-catching now. Old Master Yi and Yifeng would never think that Mu Xingji would know Yi Xiaohua. If there was a metaphor, Mu Xingji was the royal family who was about to ascend the throne in ancient society. The Yi family was an ordinary sesame official. The identities of these two people, no matter what, couldn't be related, right? Yifeng and Mu Xingji were also panicking. Neither of them wanted Yi Xiaohua to marry into a high position, especially Mu Xingji's status. It was a little too high, so much so that Yili's illness was fine. Both of them were a little depressed. In the ward, after Luoqing knew that Yili had woken up, he reported the situation that night to Yili. After saying everything, Luoqing couldn't help but ask, Sir, has your sister really never learned how to shoot? They said that your sister's marksmanship is accurate and fast. It's impossible to reach this level without decades of practice. Yili originally had some doubts, but after hearing Luoqing's words, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Second sister is only 22 years old this year. How could she have decades of experience? It should be a coincidence. However, Yili still felt a little scared when he thought about it. Just listening to Luoqing, he felt that it was dangerous. Fortunately, Yi Xiaohua was lucky and nothing happened. What about the person behind her sister? Luoqing continued, you weren't there at the time, so you don't know the situation. The person behind your sister beat all the people brought by Viper to the ground. You mean Mu Lu? Yili was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I didn't expect that the bodyguard Rong Corporation arranged for my sister would be so powerful. That's not the most important thing. Do you know her fighting skills? It's a bit like the way of the special forces. It's a very wild and crazy routine. I always feel that it's a little familiar. Luoqing said again. The way of the special forces? Yili had been unconscious before and didn't know the situation. Now that he heard Luoqing's words, he really felt that it was a little strange. Moreover, if Luoqing didn't mention it, he wouldn't have realized it. Now that Luoqing mentioned it, he felt that the name Mulu seemed a little familiar. He didn't know where he had seen it before. That's right, it must be. I have a feeling that her position in the military must not be low, but I've never heard of her name in any of the major military regions in the country. However, some of her methods don't seem like traditional special forces fighting skills. Anyway, I can tell that she has been in the military. In fact, you can tell from Mulu's style of doing things that she doesn't care about trifles. Luoqing praised Mulu very much. Sir, who exactly is your second sister to be able to let someone like Mulu be her bodyguard? Luoqing was really curious. Viper was a mercenary sharpshooter. The subordinates he brought out of the country were naturally extraordinary, but they were defeated by Mulu in just a few moves. Such a person's position in the military would definitely not be lower than Yi Li's. However, she followed behind Yi Xiaohua as a bodyguard. Moreover, looking at Mulu's appearance, she was very respectful to Yi Xiaohua. Therefore, Luoqing felt that Yi Xiaohua was definitely not simple. Yi Li was stunned for a moment. While he was thinking about the continuity of this matter, the door was pushed open. His second sister is a celebrity. Su Lan came over with a bucket of soup. When she heard this, she couldn't help but curl her lips. What else could she be? After saying that, she looked at Luoqing very enthusiastically. Mr. Luo, you're here so early? I'm on leave today. I'm here on behalf of the army to express my condolences to you, sir. Luoqing immediately stood up. Su Min and his aunt, who were behind Su Lan, greeted Luoqing one after another. Although Luoqing's military rank was not as high as Yi Li's, he still had some status in front of ordinary people. Su Lan and Su Min were very polite. After Yi Li was injured, all the leaders and superiors came to visit him. Even Yi Li didn't know when his injury could attract these high-ranking people. However, the effect was very considerable. Yi Li was now a little popular in the capital. Su Min and the others would come to see him every day and talk to him about family matters. Your Xianxia group has increased by several % and has even launched a new type of software. Su Min couldn't help but ask Yi Li, which god did your company invite? Now, the big shots in the capital are going crazy to invest in you. You don't know, but the reputation of the Xianxia group outside is now greater than that of the Fenghai group. So fast? To be honest, Yi Li didn't know about this. He had given the full authority of the company to Yi Xiaohua. Maybe the person in charge invited a god. Yi Li thought that Yi Xiaohua might have invited a god programmer. Seeing Yi Li like this, Su Min was a little embarrassed. But she still whispered, Li you know, because of your company's software, the market has suffered a lot of impact. Our Su group has also been affected, so I want to ask you, can you bring our Su group to the financing of your company's new media products? The things that Yi Li's company took out were too attractive. Several of the world's top 300 companies came to compete. Everyone knew that the Xianxia group was in trouble. The Su family was nothing compared to these competitors. So, he asked Yi Li for help. In fact, that company was originally his, and Yi Li was his nephew. Su Min thought that it would be too easy for Su group to participate. He didn't have any concerns, so he mentioned this to Yi Li. But he didn't expect that Yi Li didn't answer after listening. He just shook his head. Sorry, uncle, I have given the company to the person in charge. In fact, the company was originally for her to play with. I didn't expect her to run it so well. If you want to participate in that financing, you can submit the application yourself. If she agrees, she will naturally agree. If she doesn't agree, I can't do anything. But you're the boss. Su Min was anxious. It was because the Xianxia group didn't agree that he came to Yi Li. He originally thought that Yi Li would be easy to deal with, but he didn't expect Yi Li to say such words. Yi Li had only been awake for a few days, and his body was still very weak. He only faintly and politely smiled. In fact, the boss behind this can be said to be her. Of course, you and she don't know that after she took over the company, I secretly found a lawyer and transferred the Xianxia group to her. This time, not only Su Min. Even Su Lan couldn't help but stand up. How can you be so stupid? Giving the Xianxia group to outsiders? Do you know how much money it can make in the future and how big it will be? The two people felt heartache when they heard this. She's not an outsider. Yili glanced at them. He did not know how to explain Xiaohua's problem, so he just straightened his expression. Also, Mom, Uncle, Auntie, please recognize that I don't know anything about the company. The company is completely built by her alone. I'm just a hands-off shopkeeper. Every year, there are countless dividends in my account. Without her, how can the Xianxia group have today? How can you call giving such a big company to others? What Yili said was not unreasonable. Su Min thought about it and understood. Then can you talk to the person in charge and see if she can help the Su group? The Su group is currently in a slump. Su Min knew Yili's upright and outspoken character. At present, Yili's identity was not ordinary, so he took a step back. Yili faintly nodded. I'll talk to her. As for whether she will help you or not, I'm not sure. Su Min nodded in surprise. It's good that you can say something. He came today mainly to talk about this matter. Now that he had finished talking about the company's matters, Su Min sat for a while and prepared to go back to the company with his aunt and the others. Luoqing saw that the ward was full of people. He was embarrassed to stay, so he got up and left. Su Lan peeled an apple for Yili and took another for Luoqing. Yili took it and took a bite. Suddenly, a scene flashed through his mind. Wait, Luoqing, I know who that Mulu is. Luoqing's footsteps paused. He put his hand on the ward door and looked back at Yili. Yili said word by word, International Training Camp No. 3. Pa. The apple in Luoqing's hand fell to the ground. Yili was not in the mood to eat the apple now. He had been selected to enter the International Training Camp a few months ago. This training camp only had a history of 7 years, but its status in the international arena was indescribable. Each country only had a few spots each year, especially Hua country. Only a few out of billions of people could be selected. The probability was so small that those who entered were proud. And the recruits who entered would look at the current long corridor. It was the current ranking of the training camp, only showing the top 100. The training camp had only been in existence for 7 years, and the first year's trainees had not left yet. The top 100 were almost all trainees from that time. The strength of the people above was unimaginably strong. Especially the top 10, each of them could shock the training camp. So when Yili found out that Muqiu was guiding him, he was very excited. Yili also clearly remembered the top 3 on the list. The first was Rongxia, the second was Muqiu, and the third was Mu Lu. Because Yi Xiaohua was in the entertainment industry, she always emphasized that Mu Lu was her bodyguard, and Mu Lu was even more direct, saying that he was Yi Xiaohua's follower. Mu Lu usually looked a little cold and did not talk to others. This was not arrogance, but natural indifference. How could Yili think of this Mu Lu as the training camp's number 3 together, but when Luoqing reminded him of Mu Lu's suspicions, Yili suddenly thought of this problem. What number 3? Su Min did not know about the training camp, but looked at Yili in confusion. What are you talking about? I seem to have some impression of that Mu Lu. Isn't he Xiaohua's bodyguard? The reason why Su Min remembered it so clearly was because as a bodyguard, Mu Lu's identity was too rare. Su Lan was peeling an apple and looked at Yili when he heard this. Su Min asked Yili, but Yili was not in the mood to talk to him. Yili was in a mess. He looked at Luoqing, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. The mercenaries were so ruthless. Even at his peak, it was difficult for Yili to fight 3, but Mu Lu could easily fight a dozen. It was as difficult as climbing to the sky for normal people, but if that was the training camp's number 3, Mu Lu, it was not strange at all. Although Yili entered the training camp late, after listening to the old trainee's words, he knew a little. There were people more terrifying than the top 10 in the training camp. Because the top 10 of the training camp were all taught by the same person, and that person was no better than those on the list. One was many times more powerful. The old trainee even described to Yili how powerful that person was. When Yili heard this, he couldn't help but nod his head. The people he had taught were all firmly in the top 10, and there was also an unshakable NO every year. One Rongxia was a headache for FB every year. How could the person behind the scenes not be powerful? Of course, the most important thing was that Yili had heard from the old students that that person seemed to have the same surname as him. Let's not talk about that person for now. The two of them were more or less shaken by Mulu's incident. Yili wasn't even very enthusiastic about eating. He took out his phone and wanted to ask Xianxia this question. He wanted to ask if she was the one, but when he thought that Xianxia was busy, he didn't call. He was tangled here, but Xianxia was a little idle. That was because the official announcement for Plan Zero had been made, and the movie's release date was set in half a month's time. Sister Jiang was talking to Xianxia about the date. Xiaohua's current popularity was unquestionable, and her and Lin He's explosive acting skills made Sister Jiang's blood boil at the scene, not to mention that they had gone through the post-production. Sister Jiang was sure that this would definitely become a masterpiece in the entertainment industry. In the past few years, Hua Nation's movies had taken the commercial model, and it was rare to see such a dedicated director and actors. Now, the Rome Corporation had also set a path for Xianxia. She wouldn't let Xianxia participate in any messy shows, and she would focus on the path of an actress and a good actress. Sister Jiang also made some acting classes for Xianxia. Xianxia didn't go, but asked Sister Jiang to find her a lot of books to read. Just give the books to Mulu. Then where are you going? Sister Jiang asked with a smile. Xianxia thought about it and felt that it was better not to hide it from Sister Jiang. I'm going to see my brother. Oh, then go. Sister Jiang waved her hand casually. When she reacted, she suddenly asked, wait. Your brother? Who's your brother? Xianxia felt that she had to confess her identity to Sister Jiang slowly. It's a long story. In order not to scare you, I'll tell you later. Sister Jiang glanced at her leisurely. You can even write a mathematics paper that caused a sensation on the internet. What else is there to be surprised about? Sometimes I wonder why you want to enter the entertainment industry. You can obviously rely on your talent to make a living, but you have to rely on your face. Xianxia silently looked at Sister Jiang and thought to herself, you may not have heard of what I'm going to do next. She had nothing to do at the moment, so after talking to Sister Jiang, she went to the hospital to see Yili's condition. Now that Yili had recovered, she began to think about the problem of the medicine. Dr. Nan was still in the military hospital, and he had been painstakingly studying Xianhua's medical record card. In fact, even if Xianxia restrained herself, her long-term vision that did not belong to this world could still be revealed. Dr. Nan was attracted by this. However, Xianxia didn't deliberately hide it. In the interstellar era where she lived, ordinary people could live up to 200 years old. Technology was very successful, and modern conditions were really like a cold and fever. As a doctor, Xianxia wanted to promote these in this era as much as possible without being too monstrous. But how to publicize it was still a problem. After the dean knew that Xianxia had come, he quickly came to see Xianxia. Miss Yi, the laboratory you wanted is ready. Do you want to take a look? Xianhua's heart moved. She asked the dean to prepare a lot of things in the laboratory, which were specially used to make medicine. So fast? Xianxia was a little surprised. The dean smiled. What you want, can it not be fast? In fact, the dean didn't expect it to be so fast. Xianxia said that the writing tools should be good. So the dean directly handed the materials to the National Bureau. Originally, he thought that relying on Mu Xingji should be able to get some materials. He didn't expect that the people from the National Bureau were very arrogant and indifferent at the beginning. When their director saw the paper he took, his face changed, and then not only did he find the things for them, but he was also very fast. This made the dean of the military hospital puzzled. Then let's go and take a look. Xianxia also wanted to know if the medicine could be used in this era. As they walked towards the laboratory. The things in the laboratory were very new. The dean looked at this series of strange things, and finally couldn't help but ask, Miss Yi, you these? What are these? I've heard of advanced foreign instruments, but I've never seen this kind of one. These things were personally drawn by Xianxia and made custom-made. When he got the picture, the dean also doubted whether Xianxia studied art or design. The painting is lifelike, and the proportion of each object is very good. He heard that Yi Xiaohua was a big star and very popular. He had been lamenting that the star was so versatile. He would never dare to look down on people in the entertainment circle. There are some things. Yi Xiaohua looked at the dean, touched his chin, and felt that she could pull him into the water. If it can be done, it will definitely change the patients in the world, but I need to study it. Do you want to cooperate with me? Yi Xiaohua said that the dean, of course, hurriedly promised, of course, it's my honor to cooperate with Miss Yi. I don't know. Can Miss Yi be an honorary consultant of our hospital? That's fine. Yi Xiaohua has no burden. The dean was very excited. Of course, he didn't know that this casual promise would make him stand at the top of the medical world a few years later, how emotional he would be. So let's do it this way. Yi Xiaohua guessed that the dean would not refuse. The medicine was not urgent, so Yi Xiaohua decided to go to the top floor to see Yi Li. The dean stayed by her side, telling her about Yi Li's condition today. He was recovering well, but the sensitivity of his arm would definitely be affected. It would not affect his daily life, but for a sniper who needed incomparable precision, the impact could be magnified countless times. Yi Xiaohua had already expected this, so she didn't say anything. She walked to Yi Li's door and pushed it open. She found that Yi Li was looking at her with a strange gaze. Yi Xiaohua was stunned. What's wrong? Yi Li looked over her, looked at Mu Lu behind her, and pursed his lips. Sister, she's from the international training camp, right? Yi Xiaohua was stunned, and her first reaction was a headache. Oh no, her identity has been discovered. Digression. Today, the two chapters were combined, and each chapter had a lot of words. Good night everyone. Yi Xiaohua never thought about how to hide it. Otherwise, she would not take Mu Lu openly. After all, Mu Lu's face was a pass in the military camp. But her identity was indeed sensitive, and countless people were afraid of her. Mu Xingji's intention to promote the Yi family at this time was clear. It was not good for the Yi family to reveal her identity. Yi Xiaohua did not want to hide for a lifetime, but her plan had not yet taken shape, and everything she wanted to do had not yet been realized. It was complicated to say, but in fact, it was very simple. According to those people's fear of her, she could only make herself stronger. When those people were not afraid of her, but afraid of her, then she would have nothing to fear. Before that, Yi Xiaohua did not want to bring any trouble to the Yi family because of her. Fast through one world after another, from the first world, she would rather let 008 abandon her than live more, and later began to reignite her confidence. These years, as Mu Xingji said, in order to reach this step, he was not so happy, and Yi Xiaohua did not give in. Yi Xiaohua had already planned to stabilize Yi Li first. But she did not expect Yi Li to look at Mu Lu and say, "What is your purpose in following my sister?" Yi Xiaohua choked on the words that were stuck in her throat, and the complex color in her eyes suddenly became blank. Yi Li looked at Yi Xiaohua's blank eyes, and instinctively wanted to protect his second sister who knew nothing. His voice softened again. "Sister, you go out first, I have something to say to your bodyguard." Yi Xiaohua finally understood. She took a step back, gave Mu Lu a "you can do it" look, and went out without any psychological burden. After Yi Xiaohua went out, Yi Li looked at Mu Lu's expression changed. As the training camp's number 3, Yi Li originally worshipped Mu Lu, but when he thought that it was extremely dangerous to be around such a person, he looked at Mu Lu's eyes became solemn and full of suspicion. "Why do you follow my sister?" The expression of the whole person in front of Yi Xiaohua was completely different, like a wolf cub ready to go. Under his gaze, Mu Lu was a little annoyed, and she moved a chair for herself to sit down. Without Yi Xiaohua by her side, her every move is full of sharpness. It's complicated, but it's very simple. My life was saved by Miss Yi. Yi Li narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Lu. It was obvious that he did not believe her. About 10 years ago. Mu Lu's gaze carried a rare sense of nostalgia and gentleness as she spoke of the past. At that time, I was training with my master. When I was in the refugee camp in Meridian, I was chased by a group of mercenaries. Speaking of which, that was also the battle that made me famous. Even now, there are still legends in the refugee camp that I fought against 100 people alone. In fact, at that time, there was a big hole in my abdomen, and I was unconscious. I was lying beside a refugee camp, and when I woke up, your sister was looking at me. In fact, what Mulu said was very brief. At that time, she had already known South Island Xiaohua. At that time, people in West Island only used 3 words to describe Yi Xiaohua: genius, monster, and evildoer. She also estimated that after those mercenaries saw Yi Xiaohua, they weighed their own strength and did not rush to catch up. But at that time, Yi Xiaohua was really proud. The rumors in the South Island were true and cold. She was only 12 years old, but she was as cold and wise as an adult. After giving her news to West Island, she left. When she saw Yi Xiaohua again, it would be 3 years later. Mulu's thoughts sank into the past. Yili, who was lying in bed, suddenly knew a fragment of Yi Xiaohua's past. He only heard a refugee camp, and his heart was pulled. He tilted his head and tried to hide the look at the bottom of his eyes. He asked faintly, Do you know anything else about my second sister? Mulu looked up at him and sneered with sarcasm. Yili heard it, but he didn't say anything. He just lowered his head slightly. Let me tell you this. After your mother said that he left Miss Yi, I went to your house with a gun at night. Mulu looked indifferent. Yili suddenly looked up. Mulu tutade. But after thinking about it, I felt that it was too easy for her to die like this. When saying this, Mulu was silent for a moment and then raised her head. You know, I had the idea of killing your mother more than once. Miss Yi was such an amazing person. If it weren't for your mother, I know. Yili lowered his head and his voice was a little hoarse. He knew that she had a photographic memory since she was a child. If it weren't for his mother, Yi Xiaohua would never waste her time in the entertainment circle. You don't know anything. Mulu suddenly stood up and looked at Yili with a sneer. Then she didn't want to say more and went out. She found Yi Xiaohua leaning against the wall not far away, slightly tilting her head to look at her. Mulu stopped. Yi Xiaohua looked at her for a while and then sighed. Why did you tell him this? It's all in the past. Mulu's eyes turned red. But Miss Yi, you didn't have to live in hiding. You were, a person like Miss Yi. If she had been in the Yi family since she was a child and entered the military camp, she could have made a name for herself with her outstanding talent. At that time, there were so many young masters and young ladies from aristocratic families on the 2 islands. Except for Musingji, almost no one could compare with her. Even Rongxia, who was famous in the capital at that time, couldn't compare with her. Unfortunately, she was just an orphan picked up by Mr. Nye. Mr. Nye gave her a life, and then indirectly because of her death, Yi Xiaohua almost spent her whole life on the South Island. She had such amazing talent. At the age of 12, she could go out of the island to take on tasks. At the age of 15, she could teach her peers marksmanship. At the age of 17, she could run the South Island well by herself. Which military camp couldn't she go to? Which position couldn't she sit in? Even the position of commander-in-chief could be easily obtained if she wanted it. But, she could only work for the South Island. In the end, other aristocratic families were afraid of her and united to suppress her. Even after Mr. Nye died, there was no place for her in the South Island. At that time, when Mulu heard from the housekeeper that Yi Xiaohua easily exchanged 3 people's lives, she really wanted to rush over and kill Su Lan. She wanted to ask her if she knew that if it weren't for her, Miss Yi would have been the best in the world. Well, it's all over. Yi Xiaohua patted Mulu on the shoulder and smiled casually. And I think it's worth it. When Yi Xiaohua was young, she went to the camp and the Special Intelligence Agency to make a name for herself. At that time, she was young and vigorous, but also arrogant. As RY, when she got one merit after another in the Special Intelligence Agency, she once vowed that she would get the position of Deputy Director of the Special Intelligence Agency in 1 year and the position of Director in 2 years. Finally, she created an international training camp on her own. Unfortunately, there was no more after that. Mr. Nye died, other aristocratic families were afraid of her, and even Nye Jinyu didn't trust her very much. She was afraid of Nye Jinyu, the South Island, the country, and everyone. She was suppressed by everyone. Her master was also questioned because of her, and almost no one reached out to help her. She was locked in a secret room where she couldn't see the light of day. She finally collapsed when she got the news of her master's death. She used to have her master in the South Island, but when her master died, she was the only one left. She still didn't know how Mu Xingji fought against the group of people who wanted her dead and took her out of the secret room where no one could get in. From that day on, all Yi Xiaohua's pride was crushed, and she left the South Island alone. All her ambitions and dreams were empty talk. Yi Xiaohua didn't want to think about it anymore. She patted her sleeves. Well, let's go back to Ye's house first. Why? Mulu didn't like going to Ye's house. To get some information. At the moment, she was busy with Xiangyang Group, and Sister Jiang had a few announcements to deal with. Now she also had to pay attention to Yi Li's condition, and she even had to take time to study the medicine. She had to send people to find the medicinal materials for the medicine. However, the last thing to Mu Xingji would be very fast, so Yi Xiaohua listed a bunch of medicine lists to Mu Xingji. The medicinal materials for the medicine must be fresh, so it was a little difficult. Even Mu Xingji would take some time. When Yi Xiaohua arrived at Ye's house, it was already evening. Su Lan was in the kitchen discussing Yi Li's dinner with the nutritionist. When the chef finished, she would send it to the military hospital. Yi Xiaohua pressed her phone to reply to Mu Xingji's message. When she looked up, she found several people sitting in the hall of Ye's house. Only then did she find that Yi Tong had been discharged from the hospital. She could hear a slightly low male voice, who was talking to Yi Tong with his head down. Yi Tong's face didn't look defeated and desperate, and she looked at Rong Lai with a little admiration. Her aunt was sitting next to her. Yi Xiaohua calmly withdrew her eyes. Dr. Rong, please sit for a while. Su Lan told the chef about Yi Li's food, then took out a stack of cut fruit and spoke to the man very gently. Yi Xiaohua didn't want to deal with Su Lan, so she pretended not to see her. Xiaohua, you're back? Yi Feng was also talking to Rong Lai, and his words showed that he appreciated Rong Lai very much. When he saw Yi Xiaohua coming back, he immediately got up. His action made Rong Lai, who was not far from Yi Feng, slightly tilt his head, and immediately saw Yi Xiaohua's face. When Yi Xiaohua heard Yi Feng's voice, she turned her head. Her lazy black eyes were flowing with light, and the side of her face in the backlight of the crystal lamp above her head had an extremely unreal beauty. He was stunned for a moment. Yi Xiaohua's current popularity could be said to be all over the country, especially her promotional video from Avery. It was too amazing. Rong Lai originally followed the entertainment circle, so he was not unfamiliar with Yi Xiaohua. It was just that there were too many rumors about Yi Xiaohua on Weibo. Among them, he remembered that she should be an orphan, right? Even now, some people were unreasonably sad about her, thinking that Yi Xiaohua could go to Rong Corporation because of the unspoken rules. But now, how could he see her in Ye's house? Yi Xiaohua, Rong Lai's tall figure was stunned for a moment. I came back to get something. Yi Xiaohua nodded to Yi Feng. I'll go up and see Grandpa first. Yi Feng didn't stop Yi Xiaohua. If it was before, he would definitely grab Yi Xiaohua and ask a few questions, but now that he heard housekeeper Mu's words, he really didn't dare to care about Yi Xiaohua now. The attitude of the Mu family, thinking of this, Yi Feng sighed deeply in his heart. Yi Tong saw Rong Lai's eyes stop on Yi Xiaohua for a while. She lowered her eyes and pursed her lips. But Su Lan didn't see it. She didn't dare to care about Yi Xiaohua now, and she was wholeheartedly focused on Yi Tong and Yi Li. Now that the Su family had some problems, how could Su Lan still have the mood to care about Yi Xiaohua? She just warmly entertained Rong Lai. Rong Lai was Yi Tong's attending doctor, a member of the Rong family, but he wasn't as outstanding as his younger brother Rongxia. But that was only compared to Rongxia. Compared to other young masters in the capital, Rong Lai was a lot better. Whether it was family, character, or appearance, he was very outstanding. But Rongxia was somewhat unattainable, and he was also a playboy. When the Rong family found her aunt, she was very surprised. She didn't expect that the Rong family would find her. If Rongxia was a little more serious and not so playful, Su Lan and her aunt wouldn't have let Yi Xiaohua go on a blind date. But now, Rong Lai was very good in all aspects, and Su Lan and her aunt were very satisfied. Looking at Yi Tong's situation, her legs might not be able to recover. If she could marry Rong Lai, it would really be a great blessing for Yi Tong. Moreover, Rong Lai also admired Yi Tong very much, and the two of them could talk quite well. Ronglai mainly came to see Yi Tong's condition today. Su Lan asked him to stay for dinner, but he didn't agree. But when he left, he subconsciously looked upstairs, and no one came downstairs. He turned his gaze back. Miss Yi Tong's condition is very good for now. I still have something to do in the hospital, so I'll leave first. Yi Feng wanted to send him out. The two of them talked about Yi Tong's condition as they walked. They walked very slowly. When they reached the door, he saw Yi Xiaohua who had just come out of the house. But Yi Xiaohua didn't look at him. She just hurriedly said hello to Yi Feng, and then left in a nanny car. Ronglai watched the car drive away, leaving only a trail of exhaust, and smiled. This scene was clearly seen by Yi Tong, who had slid her wheelchair to the floor-to-ceiling window in the hall. The next evening, Ronglai came to change Yi Tong's dressing, and his eyes subconsciously looked at the door. Yi Tong's hand on the wheelchair involuntarily clenched, and then quickly relaxed. Ronglai, do you know my sister? You mean Queen Yi? There should be very few people who don't know her. She's very good, and her acting skills are very good. Ronglai's gaze softened, and his slender fingers tightened the lid of the medicine bottle. Alas, she was lost for so many years, and was finally found. Our family is also very moved, but she has always had hatred in her heart. My mother knew that she didn't go to school before, so she specially enrolled her in a university, but she didn't go. Yi Tong said indifferently. Ronglai was stunned. She didn't have a university degree? That's fake. Yi Tong shook her head. My mother doesn't think it's good to fake it. She and Ronglai got along very well, and Yi Tong also believed that the other party must have a certain degree of affection for her. Hearing this, Ronglai glanced at Yi Tong, but didn't say anything more. He changed the topic and said, I heard that your brother is a medical miracle. He was shot 8 times and still survived. Can I go with you to see him? Of course. Yi Tong was very surprised. In the end, Su Lan wanted to bring food to Yili, so the two of them followed Su Lan to the hospital. Yi Xiaohua was sitting at the head of the bed, nibbling on the apple that the nurse had peeled for Yili. Su Lan frowned, but because Ronglai was there, she didn't say anything. She just smiled and said, Li your sister and her friend are here to see you. This is Dr. Rong, the best surgeon in the city hospital. Yi Xiaohua rolled her eyes, and after finishing the last bite of the apple, she immediately stood up. I'll go look for the director. After saying this, she left the room. Ronglai felt a little regretful, but then he asked about Yi Li's condition. As a medical student, he naturally had to study Yi Li's condition. After looking at all the cases, he could only look at Yi Li in shock. Who's your attending doctor? Can he save you? Yi Li wasn't too sure about this. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Dr. Nan? Because of Mu Xingji, the hospital, and Yi Feng tacitly hid the key point of Yi Xiaohua. Yi Li was unconscious at that time, so even he didn't know that it was actually his sister who saved him. However, even though he mentioned Dr. Nan, it still shocked Ronglai. Dr. Nan is in this hospital? Yes, I heard that he's doing experiments every day now. This time, even Su Lan was shocked. Yes, I almost forgot that your illness was cured by Dr. Nan. She quickly stood up and looked at Yi Li with her eyes shining. Li where's Dr. Nan? Let him see Tong Tong's leg. He can even save you, so Tong Tong's leg must be able to. If Dr. Nan cured your injury, Ronglai nodded very seriously, then it's very easy for Dr. Nan to save Miss Yi Tong. Yi Li, do you know Dr. Nan? I remember that he rarely saves people, and generally, not many people have the honor to ask him to do it. Ronglai also wanted to visit Dr. Nan, but it was too difficult to meet him, so Ronglai never had the chance. Hearing this, Su Lan looked at Yi Li sincerely. You have such a good relationship with Dr. Nan, quickly help Tong Tong find Dr. Nan. Li Yi Tong suddenly looked up at Yi Li with a pleading look. Yi Li was very confused. Since when did he know Dr. Nan? The nurse on duty came to change the dressing. When she heard Su Lan's words, she was surprised. Madam, if you want to find Dr. Nan, why not Miss Yi? What's the use of looking for Mr. Yi Li? The nurse looked at Su Lan with a strange gaze. Few people knew what Yi Xiaohua did that night. However, everyone in the hospital knew that a big shot had come to the hospital, Dr. Nan. That big shot had occupied the hospital's laboratory and ignored the director. He was extremely arrogant. However, he was Dr. Nan after all, a legendary figure who had never fallen from grace in the world for so many years. These nurses and doctors still worshipped Dr. Nan. After inquiring more, he knew that Dr. Nan didn't pretend to speak to anyone. He was only very respectful to Xianxia and listened to Xianxia. In fact, not only Dr. Nan, even the dean and several owners of the military hospital are very respectful to Xianxia. Even these doctors and nurses worship Xianxia very much. Therefore, when she heard what Su Lan said to Yili, she could not help but speak up. When Su Lan heard what the nurse said, she was stunned for a moment. She thought she had misheard. Who did you say? Which Miss Yi? Her fingers subconsciously grabbed Yili's arm. The nurse on duty was putting Yili on an 4 drip. When she saw what Su Lan was doing, she immediately stopped her. What are you doing? Don't grab the patient's hands so hard. His hands are very weak now. Su Lan put down her hand awkwardly and hurriedly asked Yili if he was all right. Yili shook his head. Su Lan was relieved, but she suddenly remembered what the nurse had said. The nurse had mentioned Miss Yi, and she subconsciously thought of Yi Tong. As for Xianxia, in her eyes, she was a star. She really didn't think of Xianxia for a while. Tong Tong, do you know Dr. Nan? Why didn't you tell Mom? Su Lan looked at Yi Tong with sparkling eyes. When Yi Tong was in trouble, Yi Feng had tried to find Dr. Nan, but the doctor had ignored him. When Yili was in trouble, Yi Feng had called to say that Dr. Nan was treating him. Su Lan didn't think too much about it. Now that she heard the nurse's words, her eyes lit up. Ronglai looked at Yi Tong in surprise. He had previously suggested to the Yi family that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to make Yi Tong stand up. So he suggested that the Yi family go to Dr. Nan, but Dr. Nan's whereabouts were too secretive. Ronglai was 90% sure that Dr. Nan would not show up. When Yi Tong and the others looked at him, Yi Tong was also confused. He wondered when he would be able to get to know Dr. Nan. The nurse was stunned and her face darkened. Madam Yi, what are you talking about? Su Lan turned to look at the nurse in a daze. Didn't you say my daughter? The Miss Yi I'm talking about is your second daughter. The nurse looked at Su Lan strangely. She has a very good relationship with Dr. Nan. If it weren't for her, why would Dr. Nan come to save Mr. Yili? Aren't you Miss Yi's mother? You don't even know that? After the nurse finished speaking, she realized that the room was silent. Even Yili didn't expect that Dr. Nan came to save him for Xianxia's sake. The lump in his head grew bigger and bigger, and it had already rolled into a snowball. Even Yili had mentally prepared himself for this, let alone Yi Tong and Su Lan. After a long while, Yi Tong opened her mouth and subconsciously said, Xianxia? How could that be? How could she know Dr. Nan? She shook her head, not believing it at all. The nurse felt aggrieved that no one believed her even though she was telling the truth. Why not? I told you the truth, but you don't believe me. Just because you don't know her doesn't mean that Miss Yi doesn't know her. You can find a doctor and ask if Dr. Nan knows Miss Yi. The whole hospital knows about this. How can I lie to you with this? After the nurse finished the needle for Yili's hand, she took the tray and left the room angrily. The atmosphere in the room still hadn't calmed down. Ronglai was the first to come back to his senses. Mrs. Yi, just now the nurse said, your second daughter? I'm not sure about this either. In the end, Su Lan brought up a few doctors under Ronglai's suggestion. Naturally, Xianxia's matter in the hospital couldn't be hidden. Several doctors proved that the nurse was right. Yili and Ronglai were even more silent. Yi Tong was still sitting in a wheelchair, listening to the conversation between the doctors and nurses. Her fists were clenched tightly. In her eyes, Xianxia had been wandering outside for 17 years. 17 years had passed, and Xianxia's appearance was still much better than hers. Of course, Yi Tong naturally wouldn't compare with Xianxia. In addition to that face, Yi Tong had always been quite confident in other aspects of herself. Whether it was in terms of ability or anything else, she believed that Xianxia couldn't compare with her at all. In her eyes, Xianxia was probably a person with a golden appearance and a broken heart. Apart from that face, there was no other aspect that could compare with her. Although Dr. Nan was just a doctor, his legend was too high. Even Rong Lai, with his identity, admired him endlessly. In Yi Tong's eyes, Dr. Nan was an awesome person that she couldn't come into contact with no matter what. Yi Xiaohua being able to come into contact with such a person was a big joke in Yi Tong's eyes. Yi Tong thought about Yi Xiaohua's face, and couldn't help but think in a malicious direction. Yi Xiaohua probably only had that face in her entire body. She used the most malicious thoughts to speculate the reason why Yi Xiaohua was familiar with Dr. Nan. Just listening to the conversation between the doctors and nurses, and the words of admiration for Yi Xiaohua, Yi Tong still felt a sense of loss and disparity that she had never felt before. She subconsciously looked at Rong Lai, and sure enough, she found that the other party was stunned. Compared with Yi Tong, Su Lan was the most shocked one. Her head was buzzing now, and she couldn't listen to a word. There were only 3 big words in her mind, Yi Xiaohua. When she returned to Ye's house, Su Lan was still in a trance. A few days later, Mu Xingji had found all the medicinal materials that Yi Xiaohua needed. Yi Xiaohua was ready to start making medicine. She told Dr. Nan a general idea. Yi family asked her to go back to eat. Yi Xiaohua also wanted to see the old man's current physical condition, so she went back. After returning, Yi Xiaohua felt that Su Lan's enthusiasm was strange. She twisted her eyebrows and took a step away from Su Lan. Su Lan smiled a little awkwardly. Then his face was gloomy again. Old man Yi glanced at Su Lan. When it was time to eat, Su Lan finally couldn't help but open her mouth. Yi Xiaohua, what do you want? Yi Xiaohua glanced at Su Lan. This was Su Lan's attitude towards her. The old man couldn't help but throw his chopsticks at this moment. Su Lan. Since Xiaohua came back, you've been acting weird. Why are you crazy? You don't know, Xiaohua knows Dr. Nan. Dr. Rong said that Dr. Nan can cure Li and he will definitely be able to cure Tong Tong's leg. Xiaohua clearly knows Dr. Nan, but she refuses to tell us. Yi Xiaohua, are you going to watch your sister can't stand up for a lifetime? Su Lan was mad. She thought that when the old man heard what she said, he would definitely share the same hatred with her. But she didn't expect that there was no shock on the old man's face. Eat. Old man Ye's heart was very calm. He also had a lot of things that he didn't understand. As for Dr. Nan, he knew that Mu Xingji had found him, and it had nothing to do with Yi Xiaohua. He thought that Dr. Nan only respected Yi Xiaohua for Mu Xingji's face. He didn't think that it was Yi Xiaohua's deterrence. As for Mu Xingji, it was good that he could let Dr. Nan save Yi Li. Su Lan opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Yi Tong pulled her sleeve. Su Lan looked at Yi Xiaohua unwillingly and then sat down. After eating, Su Lan went to the kitchen. Yi Xiaohua went to the study and said a few words to the old man before going downstairs. She saw Yi Tong, who was in the wheelchair, staring at her. How do you know Dr. Nan? Yi Tong looked at Yi Xiaohua gently, but her voice was a bit strange. Yi Xiaohua ignored her. The phone in her hand rang. Yi Tong's eyes saw the 3 big words on it, Dr. Nan. I'll be right there. Yi Xiaohua listened to Dr. Nan and immediately hung up the phone. Dr. Nan said that the new laboratory was ready. She was too lazy to pay attention to Yi Tong. Yi Tong looked at her, hurried back and said lightly, is it comfortable to climb up with a face? In fact, it's not that you don't want to tell Dr. Nan, it's just that you can't move Dr. Nan anymore, right? Yi Tong sneered. She absolutely didn't believe that if Yi Xiaohua was really familiar with Dr. Nan, she wouldn't show off in Yi family. Right now, Yi Xiaohua was obscure and didn't let Dr. Nan treat her, but it was because she couldn't move Dr. Nan at all. The words of the doctors and nurses in the hospital were mostly lies. To be honest, Yi Xiaohua was stunned for a while before she understood Yi Tong's meaning. She couldn't help but put her hand in her pocket and smiled, don't say, it's quite comfortable. After that, she left Yi family directly. Yi Tong was behind her. The fake smile on her face disappeared instantly and became extremely gloomy. She remembered that when Rong Lai changed her dressing in the last 2 days, he could often mention Yi Xiaohua. Rong Lai was inquiring about everything about Yi Xiaohua. Yi Tong didn't dare to go to Fenghai Group in this situation. She only asked people to send the information back. She worked so hard to prove herself and let the eyes of the Su family and Yi family focus on her. Although her legs were inconvenient now, because she was close to Rong Lai, the Su family also valued her very much recently. They all felt that the two of them would be together. But now almost everyone's eyes were involuntarily on Yi Xiaohua. For the first time, Yi Tong hated a person so much. Thinking of Yi Xiaohua and Rong Lai, Yi Tong's eyes were dark. She took the mobile phone, thought for a long time, and finally dialed Rong Fei's number. Rong Fei was Rong Lai's younger brother. He came to the hospital to find Rong Lai, so Yi Tong and Rong Fei got to know each other. Yi Tong chatted with Rong Fei for a long time. After saying the last sentence, Yi Tong's face was dyed with a layer of smile. The next day, the official press conference of Plan Zero began. Sister Jiang had been urging Yi Xiaohua early in the morning. The security in the capital seems to be bad in recent days, Sister Jiang said in Yi Xiaohua's ear while the makeup artist was doing makeup for her. I heard that an international criminal gang was arrested in the suburbs 10 days ago. At present, the capital is very heavily guarded. Yi Xiaohua slightly closed her eyes and responded very indifferently. Sister Jiang glanced at her and then turned to Mulu. Mulu was also very indifferent to this matter. It made Sister Jiang feel that her reaction was too big and that her knowledge was too small. The release conference of Plan Zero was open to the world. Because director Jean was aiming for the International Film Festival Award, and he was a very well-known director in Hua country, the press conference this time was attended by all the media. When Yi Xiaohua arrived, it was not early or late, very punctual. And Lin He and Rong Fei had already arrived. Sister Jiang followed behind Yi Xiaohua. Suddenly, she saw Rong Fei's agent's footsteps pause and look at her. Sister Jiang was not a person who caused trouble, so she nodded and greeted him. However, Rong Fei's agent just looked at her with pity and ridicule. Sister Jiang frowned. This guy's expression. Did something happen? But she did not have time to think so much. The press conference soon began. Lin He and Yi Xiaohua, as the male and female protagonists, had a very good atmosphere. It was very harmonious. Sister Jiang originally thought that Rong Fei would be unhappy to see this, so she glanced at Rong Fei, but found that Rong Fei had a satisfied smile on her face. Sister Jiang, don't you think there's something wrong? The assistant whispered. Sister Jiang took a deep breath. I can feel it too. Be more alert later. The little assistant nodded quickly. Sister Jiang took out her mobile phone to play games. On the other side, Yi Tong specially called Dr. Rong to Ye's house at noon, and then turned on the channel of the press conference. The press conference went very smoothly, but when it was about to end, one of the influential reporters suddenly handed the microphone to Yi Xiaohua. Empress Ying, it's said that you've never studied and that your university education was forged. May I ask if you're aware that this is actually against the law? The reporter's words caused an uproar at the scene. The live comments on the internet and the satellite channel were also unbearable to look at. Her university education is fake? Even a small celebrity dares to fake her education nowadays? The entertainment industry is so smelly. A popular idol didn't even graduate from primary school. Doesn't the country care about these people? Wow, is the standard of being an idol so low now? I think I can do it too, smile. The rest of the reporters were going crazy. They could not wait to put the microphone in Yi Xiaohua's mouth. Yi Tong, who was at Ye's house, had been waiting for this scene. Even though her legs were inconvenient, she still felt refreshed. At the press conference, Rong Fei, who was standing to the right of Lin He, had a look of disbelief on her face. Then she shouted at the reporters, how could Queen Yi not graduate from primary school? How can you spread rumors? It was very easy to find out that Yi Xiaohua had faked her education. Yi Tong did not tell Rong Fei about Yi Xiaohua's identity. Rong Fei had always felt that Yi Xiaohua did not have any background. It was very easy for others to check that information. She said this deliberately to let the netizens dig up Yi Xiaohua's information. Jiang. Sister Jiang, Yi Xiaohua's little assistant grabbed Sister Jiang's arm from behind. Her lips were pale with fear. How did they know? Faking an education was a crime under the criminal law. Unexpectedly, Sister Jiang just glanced at her and did not care. Let me finish this game. The assistant was about to cry. How can you still be in the mood to play games at this time? Sister Zhang's game was taught by Yi Xiaohua. She waved her hand. It's okay. Believe in your ancestors. When the reporters and other people at the scene saw the assistant's nervous and pale face, they were even more sure of the news. They were all excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The microphone almost poked Yi Xiaohua's face. This was big news. She didn't even finish primary school. Don't get me wrong. How could Xiaohua not have an education? Rongfei looked at Lin He's expression and continued to believe in Yi Xiaohua's appearance. Yes, Xiaohua, how could you not even finish primary school? Miss Rong got a master's degree from a university a few days ago. A reporter quickly opened his mouth. Rongfei smiled lightly. How can she be as good as Yi Yingho? A reporter laughed out. Miss Rong, you really know how to joke. Yi Xiaohua's forgery of education would be on the headlines in less than 10 minutes. Rongfei's master's degree certificate of a university was placed next to it. This picture was very dramatic. Yi Xiaohua stood aside. She didn't want to take care of this matter. She just left it to public relations. But she didn't expect to hear Rongfei's words. She paused for a moment and looked at Rongfei. Rongfei smiled gently. Yi Xiaohua hated two kinds of people in the entertainment circle the most. One was those who were sarcastic to her. The other was those who wanted to step on her. The specific reference was Meng Shanshan, who had already been pasted to the center of the earth. You want to know my education, don't you? When the reporters saw Yi Xiaohua's response, they immediately boiled over. Okay, Yi Xiaohua nodded and then reached out to Xianxia. Xianxia, give it to me. Xianxia immediately put away her mobile phone and took a book from her bag and handed it to Yi Xiaohua. Her face was calm, without the slightest disorder. Director Jean, who wanted to call security, saw this scene and put down his mobile phone. Yi Xiaohua was too lazy to look at it. She took it and opened it casually. She stood in front of the reporter and looked down at him coldly. The content above, did you see it clearly? Digression, I think, I am very handsome, really. Yesterday, I was stuck, and then from 9:30 last night to 6:50, I wrote 10,000 words. Please praise me. Good morning, everyone. In fact, Yi Xiaohua had only made her debut for more than 2 years. Because of her appearance and acting skills, she became popular very quickly. There were a lot of media speculating about her career on the internet. But she really had nothing to slander except her education. That divine beauty was second in the entertainment circle. Who dared to be first? Besides her acting skills, it was enough to prove her strength to get a movie queen at her age. Her education was well managed by both companies. Yi Xiaohua's fans were very good at fighting. Only some black fans wanted to slander her education, but they were all slandered by her fans. Today, the reporter suddenly broke the news about Yi Xiaohua's education. If it was true, the first headline of Weibo in the next 3 days could be booked. How hot was Yi Xiaohua now? She was so hot that her fans could send her to the hot search list of Weibo with a selfie. There had been rumors about her education in the circle. Unfortunately, wrong side protected it very well, so no one believed it. Now the reporter suddenly broke out that Yi Xiaohua didn't even finish primary school. How explosive was that? Most of the people in the circle were on the road of art. They might not be very good at cultural subjects, but their education was basically good. Even if they didn't have a very good education, they were at least in a third-rate high school university. At Yi Xiaohua's age, there was really no one who didn't finish primary school. Several reporters present got the news last night. They had been waiting for the big news to break out. Especially the reaction of the little assistant just now. It made them more convinced of Yi Xiaohua's education. But now. The fiercest reporter looked at the degree certificate that was slapped on his forehead and was at a loss for a moment. After seeing the words above, he fell into a strange silence. He took a photo. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him and took back the degree certificate. She turned around and walked toward Xianxia. She looked arrogant and indifferent. Her beautiful eyebrows and eyes were stained with impatience. She looked a little arrogant as always. The press conference was basically over here. The reporter's feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and he couldn't take a step forward. He seemed to be the head of the reporters. Seeing that he didn't move and didn't continue to question Xianxia, the other reporters didn't dare to come forward. Rongfei, who was still standing on the stage, glanced at the reporter without batting an eyelid, hiding her displeasure in her heart. She didn't see Xiaohua's flashing degree certificate. The degree certificate of M University was very unique, not to mention that Xiaohua's was personally issued by Professor Ryan. Even if Rongfei saw it, she wouldn't be able to recognize that it was a degree certificate from M University. She blurted out a few words and left the stage. The manager said in a low voice, "What's wrong with Sound Entertainment? You let Xiaohua step down just like that?" He also intends to take advantage of this press conference to make Xiaohua's reputation fall. These days, Xiaohua could summon the wind and summon the rain in the Rong Corporation. From top to bottom, everyone in the Rong Corporation treated her as their ancestor. Even Rongfei's resources were left over by Xiaohua. The manager could not take it anymore. It won't have much of an impact. This matter has already been exposed. Just get someone to send out a press release. Rongfei was very calm. She still had an announcement to make in the afternoon, and the press release she arranged last night was overwhelmingly sent out after the press conference. Rongfei's character has always been a gentle and polite lady. She also specially reposted the marketing account's Weibo. P.S. Primary school education is not a problem. Yi Movie Queen's acting skills are very good. Come on. She praised Xiaohua on the surface, but in fact, she confirmed the content of her primary school education. The degree certificate that Xiaohua took out was in English, and it was written with a little cursive. It flashed in front of the live camera, and most people didn't recognize it. The whole network fell into the news that Xiaohua only had a primary school education. Rongfei sent another similar encouragement to Xiaohua. Everyone had no doubt about this matter. Rongfei glanced at the comments on her Weibo that ridiculed Xiaohua. She turned off her mobile phone in a good mood and went to catch up with the next announcement. She knew that Xiaohua had a lot of fans. This matter couldn't cause a real blow to Xiaohua, but at least it would make Xiaohua's reputation fall. Lin He looked up and frowned. He looked around the lounge and finally found Xiaohua holding a book in the corner. This is obviously premeditated. Although Lin He was surprised that Xiaohua only had a primary school education, he didn't look down on her. On the contrary, he thought a lot. What caused Xiaohua to only have a primary school education, not to mention other things? In terms of acting skills, Xiaohua was really convinced. N? Xiaohua casually turned 2 pages. They were all books about acting skills that Xianxia found for her. After thinking for a while, she knew that Lin He was talking about the problem of education. She buried her head and chin in the black turtleneck sweater, which made her face white. She could see the extremely smooth and beautiful lines of her side face. It's okay. Xiaohua looked up at Lin He. The soft sweater made her proud eyebrows and eyes almost soft. I can't turn it up on the internet. Lin He regarded her as a friend. But Xiaohua felt that he was a little hesitant, and then raised her chin to Xianxia. Xianxia immediately took the degree certificate in her bag to Ancestor Yi. End of chapter 11:17. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.